the Tuppenny Millionaire. In the crowd that strolled on the Promenade des Étrangers, enjoying the morning sunshine, there were some who had come to Roville for their health. Others who wished to avoid the rigors of the English spring, and many more who liked the place because it was cheap and close to Monte Carlo. None of these motives had brought George Albert Bulmer. He was there because, 3 weeks before, Harold Flower had called him a vegetable. What is it that makes men do perilous deeds? Why does a man go over Niagara Falls in a barrel? Not for his health. Half an hour with a skipping rope would be equally beneficial to his liver. No. In 9 cases out of 10 he does it to prove to his friends and relations that he is not the mild, steady-going person they have always thought him. Observe the music-hall acrobat as he prepares to swing from the roof by his eyelids. His gaze sweeps the house. It isn't true, it seems to say. I'm not a jellyfish. It was so with George Bulmer. In London at the present moment there exist some thousands of respectable, neatly dressed, mechanical, unenterprising young men, employed at modest salaries by various banks, corporations, stores, shops, and business firms. They are put to work when young, and they stay put. They are muscles. Each has his special place on the rock, and remains glued to it all his life. To these thousands George Albert Bulmer belonged. He differed in no detail from the rest of the great army. He was as respectable, as neatly dressed, as mechanical, and as unenterprising. His life was bounded, east, west, north, and south, by the Planet Insurance Company, which employed him. And that there were other ways in which a man might fulfill himself than by giving daily imitations behind a counter of a mechanical figure walking in its sleep had never seriously crossed his mind. On George, at the age of 24, there descended, out of a dear sky, a legacy of £1,000. Physically, he remained unchanged beneath the shock. No trace of hauteur crept into his bearing. When the head of his department, calling his attention to a technical flaw in his work of the previous afternoon, addressed him as, "Here, you, young what's your confounded name?" he did not point out that this was no way to speak to a gentleman of property. You would have said that the sudden smile of fortune had failed to unsettle him. But all the while his mind, knocked head over heels, was lying in a limp heap, wondering what had struck it. To him, in his dazed state, came Harold Flower. Harold, messenger to the Planet Insurance Company and one of the most assiduous money borrowers in London, had listened to the office gossip about the legacy as if to the strains of some grand, sweet anthem. He was a bibulous individual of uncertain age, who, in the intervals of creeping about his duties, kept an eye open for possible additions to his staff of creditors. Most of the clerks at the Planet had been laid under contribution by him in their time, for Harold had a way with him that was good for threepence any payday. And it seemed to him that things had come to a sorry pass if he could not extract something special from plutocrat Bulmer in his hour of rejoicing. Throughout the day he shadowed George, and, shortly before closing time, backed him into a corner, tapped him on the chest, and requested the temporary loan of a sovereign. In the same breath he told him that he was a gentleman, that a messenger's life was practically that of a Blanqui slave. And that a young man of spirit who wished to add to his already large fortune would have a bit on giant gooseberry for the city and suburban. He then paused for a reply. Now, all through the day George had been assailed by a steady stream of determined ear-biters. Again and again he had been staked out as an ore-producing claim by men whom it would have been impolitic to rebuff. He was tired of lending, and in a mood to resent unauthorized demands. Harold Flower struck him as particularly unauthorized. He said so. It took some little time to convince Mr. Flower that he really meant it, but, realizing at last the grim truth, he drew a long breath and spoke. "Ho," he said. "Afraid you can't spare it, can't you? A gentleman comes and asks you with tact and civility for a tempi loan of about nothing, and all you do is to curse and swear at him. Do you know what I call you, you and your 1,000 quid? A tuppenny millionaire, that's what I call you. Keep your blooming money. That's all I ask." Keep it. Much good you'll get out of it. I know your sort. You'll never have any pleasure of it. Not you. You're the careful sort. You'll put it into consols, you will, and draw your 3 halfpence a year. Money wasn't meant for your kind. It don't mean nothing to you. You ain't got the go in you to appreciate it. A vegetable, that's all you are. A blonky little vegetable. A blonky little gorblimey vegetable. I seen turnips with more spirit in them than what you've got. And Brussels sprouts. Yes, and parsnips. It is difficult to walk away with dignity when a man with a hoarse voice and a watery eye is comparing you to your disadvantage with a parsnip. And George did not come anywhere near achieving the feat. But he extricated himself somehow, and went home brooding. Mr. Flower's remarks rankled particularly because it so happened that consols were the identical investment on which he had decided. His Uncle Robert, with whom he lived as a paying guest, had strongly advocated them. Also they had suggested themselves to him independently. But Harold Flower's words gave him pause. They made him think. For 2 weeks and some days he thought, flushing uncomfortably whenever he met that watery but contemptuous eye. And then came the day of his annual vacation, and with it inspiration. He sought out the messenger, whom till now he had carefully avoided. Flower, he said. Me lord? I am taking my holiday tomorrow. Will you forward my letters? I will wire you the address. I have not settled on my hotel yet. I am popping over, he paused, I am popping over, he resumed, carelessly, to Monte. To who? Inquired Mr. Flower. To Monte. Monte Carlo, you know. Mr. Flower blinked twice rapidly, then pulled himself together. Yes, I don't think, he said. And that settled it. The George who strolled that pleasant morning on the promenade de strangers differed both externally and internally from the George who had fallen out with Harold Flower in the offices of the Planet Insurance Company. For a day after his arrival he had clung to the garb of middle-class England. On the second he had discovered that this was unpleasantly warm and, worse, conspicuous. At the Casino Municipal that evening he had observed a man wearing an arrangement in bright yellow velvet without attracting attention. The sight had impressed him. Next morning he had emerged from his hotel in a flannel suit so light that it had been unanimously condemned as impossible by his Uncle Robert, his Aunt Louisa, his cousins Percy, Eva, and Geraldine. And his Aunt Louisa's mother, and at a shop in the Rue La Salle had spent 20 francs on a Homburg hat. And Roville had taken it without blinking. Internally his alteration had been even more considerable. Roville was not Monte Carlo, in which gay spot he had remained only long enough to send a picture postcard to Harold Flower before retiring down the coast to find something cheaper. But it had been a revelation to him. For the first time in his life he was seeing color, and it intoxicated him. The silky blueness of the sea was startling. The pure white of the great hotels along the promenade and the Casino Municipal fascinated him. He was dazzled. At the casino the pillars were crimson and cream, the tables sky blue and pink. Seated on a green and white striped chair he watched a review, of which from start to finish he understood but one word, out. To wit, absorbed in the doings of a red-moustached gentleman in blue who wrangled in rapid French with a black-moustached gentleman in yellow. While a snow-white compeer and a compere in a mauve flannel suit looked on at the brawl. It was during that evening that there flitted across his mind the first suspicion he had ever had that his Uncle Robert's mental outlook was a little limited. And now, as he paced the promenade, watching the stir and bustle of the crowd, he definitely condemned his absent relative as a narrow-minded chump. If the brown boots which he had polished so assiduously in his bedroom that morning with the inside of a banana skin, and which now gleamed for the first time on his feet, had a fault, it was that they were a shade tight. To promenade with the gay crowd, therefore, for any length of time was injudicious. And George, warned by a red-hot shooting sensation that the moment had arrived for rest, sank down gracefully on a seat. To rise at once on discovering that between him and it was something oblong with sharp corners. It was a book, a fat new novel. George drew it out and inspected it. There was a name inside, Julia Waveney. George, from boyhood up, had been raised in that school of thought whose watchword is, findings or keepings, and, having ascertained that there was no address attached to the name, he was on the point, I regret to say, of pouching the volume, which already he looked upon as his own, when a figure detached itself from the crowd. And he found himself gazing into a pair of grey and, to his startled conscience, accusing eyes. "Oh, thank you. I was afraid it was lost." She was breathing quickly, and there was a slight flush on her face. She took the book from George's unresisting hand and rewarded him with a smile. "I missed it, and I couldn't think where I could have left it. Then I remembered that I had been sitting here. Thank you so much." She smiled again, turned, and walked away, leaving George to reckon up all the social solecisms he had contrived to commit in the space of a single moment. He had remained seated, he reminded himself, throughout the interview. 1. He had not raised his hat, that fascinating Homburg simply made to be raised with a debonair swish under such conditions. 2. Call it 3, because he ought to have raised it twice. He had gaped like a fool. 4. And, 5, he had not uttered a single word of acknowledgment in reply to her thanks. 5 vast bloomers in under a minute. What could she have thought of him? The sun ceased to shine. What sort of an utter outsider could she have considered him? An east wind sprang up. What kind of a cockney bounder and cad could she have taken him for? The sea turned to an oily grey. And George, rising, strode back in the direction of his hotel in a mood that made him forget that he had brown boots on at all. His mind was active. Several times since he had come to Roville he had been conscious of a sensation which he could not understand, a vague, yearning sensation, a feeling that, splendid as everything was in this paradise of color, there was nevertheless something lacking. Now he understood. You had to be in love to get the full flavor of these vivid whites and blues. He was getting it now. His mood of dejection had passed swiftly, to be succeeded by an exhilaration such as he had only felt once in his life before. About halfway through a dinner given to the Planet staff on a princely scale by a retiring general manager, he was exalted. Nothing seemed impossible to him. He would meet the girl again on the promenade, he told himself, dashingly renew the acquaintance, show her that he was not the gaping idiot he had appeared. His imagination donned its 7-league boots. He saw himself proposing, eloquently, accepted, married, living happily ever after. It occurred to him that an excellent first move would be to find out where she was staying. He bought a paper and turned to the list of visitors. Miss Waveney. Where was it? He ran his eye down the column. And then, with a crash, down came his air castles in hideous ruin. Hotel Cercle de la Méditerranée. Lord Frederick Weston. The Countess of Southbourne and the Hon. Adelaide Liss. Lady Julia Waveney. He dropped the paper and hobbled on to his hotel. His boots had begun to hurt him again, for he no longer walked on air. At Roville there are several institutions provided by the municipality for the purpose of enabling visitors temporarily to kill thought. Chief among these is the Casino Municipal, where, for a price, the sorrowful may obtain oblivion by means of the ingenious game of boule. Disappointed lovers at Roville take to boule as in other places they might take to drink. It is a fascinating game. A wooden-faced high priest flicks a red india rubber ball into a polished oaken bowl, at the bottom of which are holes, each bearing a number up to 9. The ball swings round and round like a planet, slows down, stumbles among the holes, rests for a moment in the one which you have backed, then hops into the next one, and you lose. If ever there was a pastime calculated to place young Adam Cupid in the background, this is it. To the boule tables that night fled George with his hopeless passion. From the instant when he read the fatal words in the paper he had recognized its hopelessness. All other obstacles he had been prepared to overcome, but a title, no. He had no illusions as to his place in the social scale. The Lady Julius of this world did not marry insurance clerks, even if their late mother's cousin had left them £1,000. That daydream was definitely ended. It was a thing of the past, all over except the heartache. By way of a preliminary sip of the waters of Lethe, before beginning the full draught, he placed a franc on number 7 and lost. Another franc on 6 suffered the same fate. He threw a 5-franc cartwheel recklessly on evens. It won. It was enough. Thrusting his hat on the back of his head and wedging himself firmly against the table, he settled down to make a night of it. There is nothing like boule for absorbing the mind. It was some time before George became aware that a hand was prodding him in the ribs. He turned, irritated. Immediately behind him, filling the landscape, were 2 stout Frenchmen. But, even as he searched his brain for words that would convey to them in their native tongue his disapproval of this jostling, he perceived that they, though stout and in a general way offensive, were in this particular respect guiltless. The prodding hand belonged to somebody invisible behind them. It was small and gloved, a woman's hand. It held a 5-franc piece. Then in a gap, caused by a movement in the crowd, he saw the face of Lady Julia Waveny. She smiled at him. "On 8, please, would you mind?" He heard her say, and then the crowd shifted again and she disappeared, leaving him holding the coin, his mind in a whirl. The game of boule demands undivided attention from its devotees. To play with a mind full of other matters is a mistake. This mistake George made. Hardly conscious of what he was doing, he flung the coin on the board. She had asked him to place it on 8, and he thought that he had placed it on 8. That, in reality, blinded by emotion, he had placed it on 3 was a fact which came home to him neither then nor later. Consequently, when the ball ceased to roll and a sepulchral voice croaked the news that 8 was the winning number, he fixed on the croupier a gaze that began by being joyful and expectant and ended, the croupier remaining entirely unresponsive, by being wrathful. He leaned towards him. "Monsieur," he said. "Moi. J'ai jeté 5 francs sur Hewitt." The croupier was a man with a pointed mustache and an air of having seen all the sorrow and wickedness that there had ever been in the world. He twisted the former and permitted a faint smile to deepen the melancholy of the latter, but he did not speak. George moved to his side. The 2 stout Frenchmen had strolled off, leaving elbow room behind them. He tapped the croupier on the shoulder. "I say," he said. "What's the game?" "J'ai jeté 5 francs sur Hewitt, I tell you, moi." A forgotten idiom from the days of boyhood and French exercises came to him. "Moi que parle," he added. "Messrs, faites vos jeux," crooned the croupier, in a detached manner. To the normal George, as to most Englishmen of his age, the one cardinal rule in life was at all costs to avoid rendering himself conspicuous in public. Then George, normal, no violet that ever hid itself in a mossy bank could have had a greater distaste for scenes. But tonight he was not normal. Roville and its color had wrought a sort of fever in his brain. Boule had increased it. And love had caused it to rage. If this had been entirely his own affair, it is probable that the croupier's frigid calm would have quelled him and he would have retired, fermenting but baffled. But it was not his own affair. He was fighting the cause of the only girl in the world. She had trusted him. Could he fail her? No, he was dashed if he could. He would show her what he was made of. His heart swelled within him. A thrill permeated his entire being, starting at his head and running out at his heels. He felt tremendous, a sort of blend of Oliver Cromwell, a berserk warrior, and Sir Galahad. "Monsieur," he said again. "Hi. What about it?" This time the croupier did speak. "C'est fini," he said, and print cannot convey the pensive scorn of his voice. It stung George, in his exalted mood, like a blow. Finished, was it? All right, now he would show them. They had asked for it, and now they should get it. How much did it come to? 5 francs the stake had been, and you got 7 times your stake. And you got your stake back. He was nearly forgetting that. 40 francs in all, then. 2 of those gold what do you call EMS, in fact. Very well, then. He leaned forward quickly across the croupier, snatched the lid off the gold tray, and removed 2 louis. It is a remarkable fact in life that the scenes which we have rehearsed in our minds never happen as we have pictured them happening. In the present case, for instance, it had been George's intention to handle the subsequent stages of this little dispute with an easy dignity. He had proposed, the money obtained, to hand it over to its rightful owner, raise his hat, and retire with an air, a gallant champion of the oppressed. It was probably about 1/16 of a second after his hand had closed on the coins that he realized in the most vivid manner that these were not the lines on which the incident was to develop. And, with all his heart, he congratulated himself on having discarded those brown boots in favor of a worn but roomy pair of gents' Oxfords. For a moment there was a pause and a silence of utter astonishment, while the minds of those who had witnessed the affair adjusted themselves to the marvel. And then the world became full of starting eyes, yelling throats, and clutching hands. From all over the casino fresh units swarmed like bees to swell the crowd at the center of things. Promenaders ceased to promenade, waiters to wait. Elderly gentlemen sprang on to tables. But in that momentary pause George had got off the mark. The table at which he had been standing was the one nearest to the door, and he had been on the door side of it. As the first eyes began to start, the first throats to yell, and the first hands to clutch, he was passing the counter of the money changer. He charged the swing door at full speed, and, true to its mission, it swung. He had a vague glimpse from the corner of his eye of the hat and cloak counter. And then he was in the square with the cold night breeze blowing on his forehead and the stars winking down from the blue sky. A paper seller on the pavement, ever the man of business, stepped forward and offered him the Paris edition of the Daily Mail, and, being in the direct line of transit, shot swiftly into the road and fell into a heap, while George, shaken but going well, turned off to the left, where there seemed to be rather more darkness than anywhere else. And then the casino disgorged the pursuers. To George, looking hastily over his shoulder, there seemed 1,000 of them. The square rang with their cries. He could not understand them, but gathered that they were uncomplimentary. At any rate, they stimulated a little man in evening dress strolling along the pavement towards him, to become suddenly animated and to leap from side to side with outstretched arms. Panic makes harlequin 3/4 of us all. For one who had never played rugby football, George handled the situation well. He drew the defense with a feint to the left, then, swerving to the right, shot past into the friendly darkness. From behind came the ringing of feet and an ever-growing din. It is one of the few compensations a fugitive pursued by a crowd enjoys that, while he has space for his maneuvers, those who pursue are hampered by their numbers. In the little regiment that pounded at his heels it is probable that there were many faster runners than George. On the other hand, there were many slower, and in the early stages of the chase these impeded their swifter brethren. At the end of the first half-minute, therefore, George, not sparing himself, had drawn well ahead, and for the first time found leisure for connected thought. His brain became preternaturally alert, so that when, rounding a corner, he perceived entering the main road from a side street in front of him a small knot of pedestrians, he did not waver, but was seized with a keen spasm of presence of mind. Without pausing in his stride, he pointed excitedly before him, and at the same moment shouted the words, "La! La! Vite! Vite!" His stock of French was small, but it ran to that, and for his purpose it was ample. The French temperament is not stolid. When the French temperament sees a man running rapidly and pointing into the middle distance and hears him shouting, "La! La! Vite! Vite!" it does not stop to make formal inquiries. It sprints like a mustang. It did so now, with the happy result that a moment later George was racing down the road, the center and recognized leader of an enthusiastic band of 6, which, in the next 20 yards, swelled to 11. 5 minutes later, in a wineshop near the harbor, he was sipping the first glass of a bottle of cheap but comforting vin ordinaire while he explained to the interested proprietor, by means of a mixture of English, broken French, and gestures, that he had been helping to chase a thief, but had been forced by fatigue to retire prematurely for refreshment. The proprietor gathered, however, that he had every confidence in the zeal of his still active colleagues. It is convincing evidence of the extent to which love had triumphed over prudence in George's soul that the advisability of lying hid in his hotel on the following day did not even cross his mind. Immediately after breakfast, or what passed for it at Roville, he set out for the Hotel Cercle de la Méditerranée to hand over the 2 louis to their owner. Lady Julia, he was informed on arrival, was out. The porter, politely genial, advised Monsieur to seek her on the Promenade des Étrangers. She was there, on the same seat where she had left the book. "Good morning," he said. She had not seen him coming, and she started at his voice. The flush was back on her face as she turned to him. There was a look of astonishment in the grey eyes. He held out the 2 louis. "I couldn't give them to you last night," he said. A horrible idea seized him. It had not occurred to him before. "I say," he stammered, "I say, I hope you don't think I had run off with your winnings for good. The croupier wouldn't give them up, you know, so I had to grab them and run. They came to exactly 2 louis. You put on 5 francs, you know, and you get 7 times your stake." An elderly lady seated on the bench, who had loomed from behind a parasol towards the middle of these remarks, broke abruptly into speech. "Who is this young man?" George looked at her, startled. He had hardly been aware of her presence till now. Rapidly he diagnosed her as a mother, or aunt. She looked more like an aunt. Of course, it must seem odd to her, his charging in like this, a perfect stranger, and beginning to chat with her daughter, or niece, or whatever it was. He began to justify himself. "I met this young lady," something told him that was not the proper way to put it, but hang it, what else could he say, "at the casino last night." He stopped. The effect of his words on the elderly lady was remarkable. Her face seemed to turn to stone and become all sharp points. She stared at the girl. "So you were gambling at the casino last night?" she said. She rose from the seat, a frozen statue of displeasure. "I shall return to the hotel. When you have arranged your financial transactions with your friend, should like to speak to you. You will find me in my room." George looked after her dumbly. The girl spoke, in a curiously strained voice, as if she were speaking to herself. "I don't care," she said. "I'm glad." George was concerned. "I'm afraid your mother is offended, Lady Julia." There was a puzzled look in her grey eyes as they met his. Then they lit up. She leaned back in the seat and began to laugh, softly at first, and then with a note that jarred on George. Whatever the humor of the situation, and he had not detected it at present, this mirth, he felt, was unnatural and excessive. She checked herself at length, and a flush crept over her face. "I don't know why I did that," she said, abruptly. "I'm sorry. There was nothing funny in what you said. But I'm not Lady Julia, and I have no mother. That was Lady Julia who has just gone, and I am nothing more important than her companion." Her companion. I had better say her late companion. It will soon be that. I had strict orders, you see, not to go near the casino without her, and I went. Then I've lost you your job, I mean, your position. If it hadn't been for me she wouldn't have known. You have done me a great service," she said. "You have cut the painter for me when I have been trying for months to muster up the courage to cut it for myself. I don't suppose you know what it is to get into a groove and long to get out of it and not have the pluck. My brother has been writing to me for a long time to join him in Canada. And I hadn't the courage, or the energy, or whatever it is that takes people out of grooves. I knew I was wasting my life, but I was fairly happy, at least, not unhappy, so, well, there it was. I suppose women are like that. And now? And now you have jerked me out of the groove. I shall go out to Bob by the first boat. He scratched the concrete thoughtfully with his stick. It's a hard life out there, he said. But it is a life. He looked at the strollers on the promenade. They seemed very far away, in another world. Look here, he said, hoarsely, and stopped. May I sit down? He asked, abruptly. I've got something to say, and I can't say it when I'm looking at you. He sat down, and fastened his gaze on a yacht that swayed at anchor against the cloudless sky. Look here, he said. Will you marry me? He heard her turn quickly, and felt her eyes upon him. He went on doggedly. I know, he said, we only met yesterday. You probably think I'm mad. I don't think you're mad, she said, quietly. I only think you're too quixotic. You're sorry for me and you are letting a kind impulse carry you away, as you did last night at the casino. It's like you. For the first time he turned towards her. I don't know what you suppose I am, he said, but I'll tell you. I'm a clerk in an insurance office. I get 100 a year and 10 days holiday. Did you take me for a millionaire? If I am, I'm only a tuppenny one. Somebody left me £1,000 a few weeks ago. That's how I come to be here. Now you know all about me. I don't know anything about you except that I shall never love anybody else. Marry me, and we'll go to Canada together. You say I've helped you out of your groove. Well, I've only one chance of getting out of mine, and that's through you. If you won't help me, I don't care if I get out of it or not. Will you pull me out? She did not speak. She sat looking out to sea, past the many-colored crowd. He watched her face, but her hat shaded her eyes and he could read nothing in it. And then, suddenly, without quite knowing how it had got there, he found that her hand was in his, and he was clutching it as a drowning man clutches a rope. He could see her eyes now, and there was a message in them that set his heart racing. A great content filled him. She was so companionable, such a friend. It seemed incredible to him that it was only yesterday that they had met for the first time. And now, she said, would you mind telling me your name? The little waves murmured as they rolled lazily up the beach. Somewhere behind the trees in the gardens a band had begun to play. The breeze, blowing in from the blue Mediterranean, was charged with salt and happiness. And from a seat on the promenade, a young man swept the crowd with a defiant gaze. It isn't true, it seemed to say. I'm not a jellyfish. Something to worry about. A girl stood on the shingle that fringes Milbourne Bay, gazing at the red roofs of the little village across the water. She was a pretty girl, small and trim. Just now some secret sorrow seemed to be troubling her, for on her forehead were wrinkles and in her eyes a look of wistfulness. She had, in fact, all the distinguishing marks of one who is thinking of her sailor lover. But she was not. She had no sailor lover. What she was thinking of was that at about this time they would be lighting up the shop windows in London, and that of all the deadly, depressing spots she had ever visited this village of Milbourne was the deadliest. The evening shadows deepened. The incoming tide glistened oilily as it rolled over the mud flats. She rose and shivered. Goo! What a hole, she said, eyeing the unconscious village morosely. What a hole! This was Sally Preston's first evening in Milbourne. She had arrived by the afternoon train from London, not of her own free will. Left to herself, she would not have come within 60 miles of the place. London supplied all that she demanded from life. She had been born in London. She had lived there ever since, she hoped to die there. She liked fogs, motorbuses, noise, policemen, paperboys, shops, taxicabs, artificial light, stone pavements, houses in long, grey rows, mud, banana skins, and moving picture exhibitions. Especially moving picture exhibitions. It was, indeed, her taste for these that had caused her banishment to Milbourne. The great public is not yet unanimous on the subject of moving picture exhibitions. Sally, as I have said, approved of them. Her father, on the other hand, did not. An austere ex-butler, who let lodgings in Ebury Street and preached on Sundays in Hyde Park, he looked askance at the movies. It was his boast that he had never been inside a theatre in his life, and he classed cinema palaces with theatres as wiles of the devil. Sally, suddenly unmasked as an habitual frequenter of these abandoned places, sprang with one bound into prominence as the bad girl of the family. Instant removal from the range of temptation being the only possible plan, it seemed to Mr. Preston that a trip to the country was indicated. He selected Milbourne because he had been butler at the Hall there, and because his sister Jane, who had been a parlour-maid at the rectory, was now married and living in the village. Certainly he could not have chosen a more promising reformatory for Sally. Here, if anywhere, might she forget the heady joys of the cinema. Tucked away in the corner of its little bay, which an accommodating island converts into a still lagoon, Milbourne lies dozing. In all sleepy Hampshire there is no sleepier spot. It is a place of calm-eyed men and drowsy dogs. Things crumble away and are not replaced. Tradesmen book orders, and then lose interest and forget to deliver the goods. Only centenarians die, and nobody worries about anything, or did not until Sally came and gave them something to worry about. Next door to Sally's Aunt Jane, in a cozy little cottage with a wonderful little garden, lived Thomas Kitchener, a large, grave, self-sufficing young man, who, by sheer application to work, had become already, though only 25, second gardener at the Hall. Gardening absorbed him. When he was not working at the Hall he was working at home. On the morning following Sally's arrival, it being a Thursday and his day off, he was crouching in a constrained attitude in his garden. Every fibre of his being concentrated on the interment of a plump young bulb. Consequently, when a chunk of mud came sailing over the fence, he did not notice it. A second, however, compelled attention by bursting like a shell on the back of his neck. He looked up, startled. Nobody was in sight. He was puzzled. It could hardly be raining mud. Yet the alternative theory, that someone in the next garden was throwing it, was hardly less bizarre. The nature of his friendship with Sally's Aunt Jane and old Mr. Williams, her husband, was comfortable rather than rollicking. It was inconceivable that they should be flinging clods at him. As he stood wondering whether he should go to the fence and look over, or simply accept the phenomenon as one of those things which no fellow can understand, there popped up before him the head and shoulders of a girl. Poised in her right hand was a third clod, which, seeing that there was now no need for its services, she allowed to fall to the ground. "Hello," she said. "Good morning." She was a pretty girl, small and trim. Tom was by way of being the strong, silent man with a career to think of and no time for bothering about girls, but he saw that. There was, moreover, a certain alertness in her expression rarely found in the feminine population of Milbourne, who were apt to be slightly bovine. "What do you think you're messing about at?" she said, affably. Tom was a slow-minded young man, who liked to have his thoughts well under control before he spoke. He was not one of your gay rattlers. Besides, there was something about this girl which confused him to an extraordinary extent. He was conscious of new and strange emotions. He stood staring silently. "What's your name, anyway?" He could answer that. He did so. "Oh. Mine's Sally Preston. Mrs. Williams is my aunt. I've come from London." Tom had no remarks to make about London. "Have you lived here all your life?" "Yes," said Tom. My goodness. Don't you ever feel fed up? Don't you want a change? Tom considered the point. No, he said. Well, I do. I want one now. It's a nice place, hazarded Tom. It's nothing of the sort. It's the beastliest hole in existence. It's absolutely chronic. Perhaps you wonder why I'm here. Don't think I wanted to come here. Not me. I was sent. It was like this. She gave him a rapid summary of her troubles. There. Don't you call it a bit thick, she concluded. Tom considered this point, too. You must make the best of it, he said, at length. I won't. I'll make father take me back. Tom considered this point also. Rarely, if ever, had he been given so many things to think about in one morning. How? He inquired, at length. I don't know. I'll find some way. You see if I don't. I'll get away from here jolly quick, I give you my word. Tom bent low over a rosebush. His face was hidden, but the brown of his neck seemed to take on a richer hue, and his ears were undeniably crimson. His feet moved restlessly, and from his unseen mouth there proceeded the first gallant speech his lips had ever framed. Merely considered as a speech, it was, perhaps, nothing wonderful. But from Tom it was a miracle of chivalry and polish. What he said was, I hope not. And instinct telling him that he had made his supreme effort, and that anything further must be bathos, he turned abruptly and stalked into his cottage, where he drank tea and ate bacon and thought chaotic thoughts. And when his appetite declined to carry him more than halfway through the third rasher, he understood. He was in love. These strong, silent men who mean to be head gardeners before they are 30, and eliminate woman from their lives as a dangerous obstacle to the successful career, pay a heavy penalty when they do fall in love. The average irresponsible young man who has hung about North Street on Saturday nights, walked through the meadows and round by the mill and back home past the creek on Sunday afternoons, taken his seat in the brake for the annual outing, shuffled his way through the polka at the tradesman's ball, and generally seized all legitimate opportunities for sporting with Amaryllis in the shade, has 100 advantages which your successful career lacks. There was hardly a moment during the days which followed when Tom did not regret his neglected education. For he was not Sally's only victim in Milbourne. That was the trouble. Her beauty was not of that elusive type which steals imperceptibly into the vision of the rare connoisseur. It was sudden and compelling. It hit you. Bright brown eyes beneath a mass of fair hair, a determined little chin, a slim figure, these are disturbing things, and the youths of peaceful Milbourne sat up and took notice as one youth. Throw your mind back to the last musical comedy you saw. Recall the leading lady's song with chorus of young men, all proffering devotion simultaneously in a neat row. Well, that was how the lads of the village comported themselves towards Sally. Mr. and Mrs. Williams, till then a highly esteemed but little frequented couple, were astonished at the sudden influx of visitors. The cottage became practically a salon. There was not an evening when the little sitting room looking out on the garden was not packed. It is true that the conversation lacked some of the sparkle generally found in the better class of salon. To be absolutely accurate, there was hardly any conversation. The youths of Melbourne were sturdy and honest. They were the backbone of England. England, in her hour of need, could have called upon them with the comfortable certainty that, unless they happened to be otherwise engaged, they would leap to her aid. But they did not shine at small talk. Conversationally they were a spent force after they had asked Mr. Williams how his rheumatism was. Thereafter they contented themselves with sitting massively about in corners, glowering at each other. Still, it was all very jolly and sociable, and helped to pass the long evenings. And, as Mrs. Williams pointed out, in reply to some rather strong remarks from Mr. Williams on the subject of packs of young fools who made it impossible for a man to get a quiet smoke in his own home, it kept them out of the public houses. Tom Kitchener, meanwhile, observed the invasion with growing dismay. Shyness barred him from the evening gatherings, and what was going on in that house, with young bloods like Ted Pringle, Albert Parsons, Arthur Brown, and Joe Blossom, to name four of the most assiduous, exercising their fascinations at close range, he did not like to think. Again and again he strove to brace himself up to join the feasts of reason and flows of soul which he knew were taking place nightly around the object of his devotions, but every time he failed. Habit is a terrible thing, it shackles the strongest, and Tom had fallen into the habit of inquiring after Mr. Williams' rheumatism over the garden fence first thing in the morning. It was a civil, neighborly thing to do, but it annihilated the only excuse he could think of for looking in at night. He could not help himself. It was like some frightful scourge, the morphine habit or something of that sort. Every morning he swore to himself that nothing would induce him to mention the subject of rheumatism, but no sooner had the stricken old gentleman's head appeared above the fence than out it came. "Morning, Mr. Williams." "Morning, Tom." Pause, indicative of a strong man struggling with himself, then. "How's the rheumatism, Mr. Williams?" "Better, thank ye, Tom." And there he was, with his guns spiked. However, he did not give up. He brought to his wooing the same determination which had made him second gardener at the Hall at 25. He was a novice at the game, but instinct told him that a good line of action was to shower gifts. He did so. All he had to shower was vegetables, and he showered them in a way that would have caused the goddess Ceres to be talked about. His garden became a perfect crater, erupting vegetables. Why vegetables? I think I hear some heckler cry. Why not flowers, fresh, fair, fragrant flowers? You can do a lot with flowers. Girls love them. There is poetry in them. And, what is more, there is a recognized language of flowers. Shoot in a rose, or a calceolaria, or an herbaceous border, or something, I gather. And you have made a formal proposal of marriage without any of the trouble of rehearsing a long speech and practicing appropriate gestures in front of your bedroom looking-glass. Why, then, did not Thomas Kitchener give Sally Preston flowers? Well, you see, unfortunately, it was now late autumn, and there were no flowers. Nature had temporarily exhausted her floral blessings, and was jogging along with potatoes and artichokes and things. Love is like that. It invariably comes just at the wrong time. A few months before there had been enough roses in Tom Kitchener's garden to win the hearts of a dozen girls. Now there were only vegetables. 'Twas ever thus. It was not to be expected that a devotion so practically displayed should escape comment. This was supplied by that shrewd observer, old Mr. Williams. He spoke seriously to Tom across the fence on the subject of his passion. "Young Tom," he said, "drop it." Tom muttered unintelligibly. Mr. Williams adjusted the top hat without which he never stirred abroad, even into his garden. He blinked benevolently at Tom. "You're making up to that young gal of Jane's," he proceeded. "You can't deceive me. All these pitaties, and what not. I seen your game fast enough. Just you drop it, young Tom." "Why?" muttered Tom, rebelliously. A sudden distaste for old Mr. Williams blazed within him. "Why? 'Cause you'll only burn your fingers if you don't, that's why. I been watching this young gal of Jane's, and I seen what sort of a young gal she be. She's a flipperty piece, that's what she be. You marry that young gal, Tom, and you'll never have no more quiet and happiness. She'd just take and turn the place upside down on you. The man as marries that young gal has got to be master in his own home. He's got to show her what's what. Now, you ain't got the devil in you to do that, Tom. You're what I might call a sort of a sheep. I admires it in you, Tom. I like to see a young man steady and quiet, same as what you be. So that's how it is, you see. Just you drop this foolishness, young Tom, and leave that young gal be, else you'll burn your fingers, same as what I say. And, giving his top hat a rakish tilt, the old gentleman ambled indoors, satisfied that he had dropped a guarded hint in a pleasant and tactful manner. It is to be supposed that this interview stung Tom to swift action. Otherwise, one cannot explain why he should not have been just as reticent on the subject nearest his heart when bestowing on Sally the 27th cabbage as he had been when administering the 160th potato. At any rate, the fact remains that, as that fateful vegetable changed hands across the fence, something resembling a proposal of marriage did actually proceed from him. As a sustained piece of emotional prose it fell short of the highest standard. Most of it was lost at the back of his throat, and what did emerge was mainly inaudible. However, as she distinctly caught the word love twice, and as Tom was shuffling his feet and streaming with perspiration, and looking everywhere at once except at her, Sally grasped the situation. Whereupon, without any visible emotion, she accepted him. Tom had to ask her to repeat her remark. He could not believe his luck. It is singular how diffident a normally self-confident man can become, once he is in love. When Colonel Milvery, of the Hall, had informed him of his promotion to the post of second gardener, Tom had demanded no encore. He knew his worth. He was perfectly aware that he was a good gardener, and official recognition of the fact left him gratified, but unperturbed. But this affair of Sally was quite another matter. It had revolutionized his standards of value, forced him to consider himself as a man, entirely apart from his skill as a gardener. And until this moment he had had grave doubt as to whether, apart from his skill as a gardener, he amounted to much. He was overwhelmed. He kissed Sally across the fence humbly. Sally, for her part, seemed very unconcerned about it all. A more critical man than Thomas Kitchener might have said that, to all appearances, the thing rather bored Sally. "Don't tell anybody just yet," she stipulated. Tom would have given much to be allowed to announce his triumph defiantly to old Mr. Williams, to say nothing of making a considerable noise about it in the village. But her wish was law, and he reluctantly agreed. There are moments in a man's life when, however enthusiastic a gardener he may be, his soul soars above vegetables. Tom's shot with a jerk into the animal kingdom. The first present he gave Sally in his capacity of fiancé was a dog. It was a half-grown puppy with long legs and a long tail, belonging to no one species, but generously distributing itself among about 6. Sally loved it, and took it with her wherever she went. And on one of these rambles down swooped Constable Cobb, the village policeman, pointing out that, contrary to regulations, the puppy had no collar. It is possible that a judicious meekness on Sally's part might have averted disaster. Mr. Cobb was human, and Sally was looking particularly attractive that morning. Meekness, however, did not come easily to Sally. In a speech which began as argument and ended, Mr. Cobb proving solid and unyielding, as pure cheek, she utterly routed the constable. But her victory was only a moral one, for as she turned to go Mr. Cobb, dull red and puffing slightly, was already entering particulars of the affair in his notebook. And Sally knew that the last word was with him. On her way back she met Tom Kitchener. He was looking very tough and strong, and at the sight of him a half-formed idea, which she had regretfully dismissed as impracticable, of assaulting Constable Cobb, returned to her in an amended form. Tom did not know it, but the reason why she smiled so radiantly upon him at that moment was that she had just elected him to the post of hired assassin. While she did not want Constable Cobb actually assassinated, she earnestly desired him to have his helmet smashed down over his eyes, and it seemed to her that Tom was the man to do it. She poured out her grievance to him and suggested her scheme. She even elaborated it. "Why shouldn't you wait for him one night and throw him into the creek? It isn't deep, and it's jolly muddy." Said Tom, doubtfully. "It would just teach him," she pointed out. But the prospect of undertaking the higher education of the police did not seem to appeal to Tom. In his heart he rather sympathized with Constable Cobb. He saw the policeman's point of view. It is all very well to talk, but when you are stationed in a sleepy village where no one ever murders, or robs, or commits arson, or even gets drunk and disorderly in the street. A puppy without a collar is simply a godsend. A man must look out for himself. He tried to make this side of the question clear to Sally, but failed signally. She took a deplorable view of his attitude. "I might have known you'd have been afraid," she said, with a contemptuous jerk of her chin. "Good morning." Tom flushed. He knew he had never been afraid of anything in his life, except her. But nevertheless the accusation stung. And as he was still afraid of her he stammered as he began to deny the charge. "Oh, leave off," said Sally, irritably. "Suck a lozenge." "I'm not afraid," said Tom, condensing his remarks to their minimum as his only chance of being intelligible. "You are." "I'm not. It's just that A nasty gleam came into Sally's eyes. Her manner was haughty. "It doesn't matter." She paused. "I've no doubt Ted Pringle will do what I want." For all her contempt, she could not keep a touch of uneasiness from her eyes as she prepared to make her next remark. There was a look about Tom's set jaw which made her hesitate. But her temper had run away with her, and she went on. "I am sure he will," she said. "When we became engaged he said that he would do anything for me. There are some speeches that are such conversational knockout blows that one can hardly believe that life will ever pick itself up and go on again after them. Yet it does. The dramatist brings down the curtain on such speeches. The novelist blocks his reader's path with a zareba of stars. But in life there are no curtains, no stars, nothing final and definite, only ragged pauses and discomfort." There was such a pause now. "What do you mean?" said Tom at last. "You promised to marry me." "I know I did, and I promised to marry Ted Pringle." That touch of panic which she could not wholly repress, the panic that comes to everyone when a situation has run away with them like a strange, unmanageable machine, infused a shade too much of the defiant into Sally's manner. She had wished to be cool, even casual, but she was beginning to be afraid. Why, she could not have said. Certainly she did not anticipate violence on Tom's part. Perhaps that was it. Perhaps it was just because he was so quiet that she was afraid. She had always looked on him contemptuously as an amiable, transparent lout, and now he was puzzling her. She got an impression of something formidable behind his stolidity, something that made her feel mean and insignificant. She fought against the feeling, but it gripped her. And, in spite of herself, she found her voice growing shrill and out of control. "I promised to marry Ted Pringle, and I promised to marry Joe Blossom, and I promised to marry Albert Parsons. And I was going to promise to marry Arthur Brown and anybody else who asked me. So now you know. I told you I'd make father take me back to London. Well, when he hears that I've promised to marry 4 different men, I bet he'll have me home by the first train." She stopped. She had more to say, but she could not say it. She stood looking at him. And he looked at her. His face was gray and his mouth oddly twisted. Silence seemed to fall on the whole universe. Sally was really afraid now, and she knew it. She was feeling very small and defenseless in an extremely alarming world. She could not have said what it was that had happened to her. She only knew that life had become of a sudden very vivid, and that her ideas as to what was amusing had undergone a striking change. A man's development is a slow and steady process of the years, a woman's a thing of an instant. In the silence which followed her words Sally had grown up. Tom broke the silence. "Is that true?" he said. His voice made her start. He had spoken quietly, but there was a new note in it, strange to her. Just as she could not have said what it was that had happened to her, so now she could not have said what had happened to Tom. He, too, had changed, but how she did not know. Yet the explanation was simple. He also had, in a sense, grown up. He was no longer afraid of her. He stood thinking. Hours seemed to pass. "Come along," he said, at last, and he began to move off down the road. Sally followed. The possibility of refusing did not enter her mind. "Where are you going?" she asked. It was unbearable, this silence. He did not answer. In this fashion, he leading, she following, they went down the road into a lane, and through a gate into a field. They passed into a second field, and as they did so Sally's heart gave a leap. Ted Pringle was there. Ted Pringle was a big young man, bigger even than Tom Kitchener, and, like Tom, he was of silent habit. He eyed the little procession inquiringly, but spoke no word. There was a pause. "Ted," said Tom, "there's been a mistake." He stepped quickly to Sally's side, and the next moment he had swung her off her feet and kissed her. To the type of mind that Milbourne breeds, actions speak louder than words, and Ted Pringle, who had gaped no more. He sprang forward, and Tom, pushing Sally aside, turned to meet him. I cannot help feeling a little sorry for Ted Pringle. In the light of what happened, I could wish that it were possible to portray him as a hulking brute of evil appearance and worse morals, the sort of person concerning whom one could reflect comfortably that he deserved all he got. I should like to make him an unsympathetic character, over whose downfall the reader would gloat. But honesty compels me to own that Ted was a thoroughly decent young man in every way. He was a good citizen, a dutiful son, and would certainly have made an excellent husband. Furthermore, in the dispute on hand he had right on his side fully as much as Tom. The whole affair was one of those elemental clashings of man and man where the historian cannot sympathize with either side at the expense of the other, but must confine himself to a mere statement of what occurred. And, briefly, what occurred was that Tom, bringing to the fray a pent-up fury which his adversary had had no time to generate, fought Ted to a complete standstill in the space of 2 minutes and a half. Sally had watched the proceedings, sick and horrified. She had never seen men fight before, and the terror of it overwhelmed her. Her vanity received no pleasant stimulation from the thought that it was for her sake that this storm had been let loose. For the moment her vanity was dead, stunned by collision with the realities. She found herself watching in a dream. She saw Ted fall, rise, fall again, and lie where he had fallen, and then she was aware that Tom was speaking. "Come along." She hung back. Ted was lying very still. Gruesome ideas presented themselves. She had just accepted them as truth when Ted wriggled. He wriggled again. Then he sat up suddenly, looked at her with unseeing eyes, and said something in a thick voice. She gave a little sob of relief. It was ghastly, but not so ghastly as what she had been imagining. Somebody touched her arm. Tom was by her side, grim and formidable. He was wiping blood from his face. "Come along." She followed him without a word. And presently, behold, in another field, whistling meditatively and regardless of impending ill, Albert Parsons. In everything that he did Tom was a man of method. He did not depart from his chosen formula. "Albert," he said, "there's been a mistake." And Albert gaped, as Ted had gaped. Tom kissed Sally with the gravity of one performing a ritual. The uglinesses of life, as we grow accustomed to them, lose their power to shock, and there is no doubt that Sally looked with a different eye upon this second struggle. She was conscious of a thrill of excitement, very different from the shrinking horror which had seized her before. Her stunned vanity began to tingle into life again. The fight was raging furiously over the trampled turf, and quite suddenly, as she watched, she was aware that her heart was with Tom. It was no longer two strange brutes fighting in a field. It was her man battling for her sake. She desired overwhelmingly that he should win, that he should not be hurt, that he should sweep triumphantly over Albert Parsons as he had swept over Ted Pringle. Unfortunately, it was evident, even to her, that he was being hurt, and that he was very far from sweeping triumphantly over Albert Parsons. He had not allowed himself time to recover from his first battle, and his blows were slow and weary. Albert, moreover, was made of sterner stuff than Ted. Though now a peaceful tender of cows, there had been a time in his hot youth when, traveling with a circus, he had fought, week in, week out, relays of just such rustic warriors as Tom. He knew their methods, their headlong rushes, their swinging blows. They were the merest commonplaces of life to him. He slipped Tom, he sidestepped Tom, he jabbed Tom. He did everything to Tom that a trained boxer can do to a reckless novice, except knock the fight out of him, until presently, through the sheer labor of hitting, he, too, grew weary. Now, in the days when Albert Parsons had fought whole families of Toms in an evening, he had fought in rounds, with the boss holding the watch, and half-minute rests, and water to refresh him. And all orderly and proper. Today there were no rounds, no rests, no water, and the peaceful tending of cows had caused flesh to grow where there had been only muscle. Tom's headlong rushes became less easy to sidestep, his swinging blows more difficult than the scientific counter that shot out to check them. As he tired, Tom seemed to regain strength. The tide of the battle began to ebb. He clinched, and Tom threw him off. He fainted, and while he was fainting Tom was on him. It was the climax of the battle, the last rally. Down went Albert, and stayed down. Physically, he was not finished, but in his mind a question had framed itself, the question. Was it worth it? And he was answering, no. There were other girls in the world. No girl was worth all this trouble. He did not rise. Come along, said Tom. He spoke thickly. His breath was coming in gasps. He was a terrible spectacle, but Sally was past the weaker emotions. She was back in the Stone Age, and her only feeling was one of passionate pride. She tried to speak. She struggled to put all she felt into words, but something kept her dumb, and she followed him in silence. In the lane outside his cottage, down by the creek, Joe Blossom was clipping a hedge. The sound of footsteps made him turn. He did not recognize Tom till he spoke. "Joe, there's been a mistake," said Tom. "Been a gunpowder explosion, more like," said Joe, a simple, practical man. "What you been doin' to your face?" "She's going to marry me, Joe." Joe eyed Sally inquiringly. You promised to marry me." "She promised to marry all of us. You, me, Ted Pringle, and Albert Parsons. Promised to marry all of us. That's where the mistake was. She's only going to marry me. I've arranged it with Ted and Albert, and now I've come to explain to you, Joe. You promised to marry." The colossal nature of Sally's deceit was plainly troubling Joe Blossom. He expelled his breath in a long note of amazement. Then he summed up. "Why, you're nothing more nor less than a Joshua." The years that had passed since Joe had attended the village Sunday school had weakened his once easy familiarity with the characters of the Old Testament. It is possible that he had somebody else in his mind. Tom stuck doggedly to his point. "You can't marry her, Joe." Joe Blossom raised his shears and clipped a protruding branch. The point under discussion seemed to have ceased to interest him. "Who wants to?" he said. "Good riddance." They went down the lane. Silence still brooded over them. The word she wanted continued to evade her. They came to a grassy bank. Tom sat down. He was feeling unutterably tired. "Tom." He looked up. His mind was working dizzily. "You're going to marry me," he muttered. She sat down beside him. "I know," she said. "Tom, dear, lay your head on my lap and go to sleep. If this story proves anything, beyond the advantage of being in good training when you fight, it proves that you cannot get away from the moving pictures even in a place like Milbourne." For as Sally sat there, nursing Tom, it suddenly struck her that this was the very situation with which that Romance of the Middle Ages film ended. "You know the one I mean." Sir Percival ye something, which has slipped my memory for the moment, goes out after the Holy Grail, meets damsel in distress, overcomes her persecutors, rescues her. Gets wounded, and is nursed back to life in her arms. Sally had seen it a dozen times. And every time she had reflected that the days of romance are dead, and that that sort of thing can't happen nowadays. Crowned heads. Katy had never been more surprised in her life than when the serious young man with the brown eyes and the Charles Dana Gibson profile spirited her away from his friend and Genevieve. Till that moment she had looked on herself as playing a sort of villager and retainer, part to the brown-eyed young man's hero and Genevieve's heroine. She knew she was not pretty, though somebody, unidentified, had once said that she had nice eyes. Whereas Genevieve was notoriously a beauty, incessantly pestered, so report had it, by musical comedy managers to go on the stage. Genevieve was tall and blonde, a destroyer of masculine peace of mind. She said "harf" and "rother," and might easily have been taken for an English duchess instead of a cloak model at Macy's. You would have said, in short, that, in the matter of personable young men, Genevieve would have swept the board. Yet, here was this one deliberately selecting her, Katy, for his companion. It was almost a miracle. He had managed it with the utmost dexterity at the merry-go-round. With winning politeness he had assisted Genevieve on her wooden steed, and then, as the machinery began to work, had grasped Katy's arm and led her at a rapid walk out into the sunlight. Katy's last glimpse of Genevieve had been the sight of her amazed and offended face as it whizzed round the corner. While the steam melodeon drowned protests with a spirited plunge into Alexander's Ragtime Band. Katy felt shy. This young man was a perfect stranger. It was true she had had a formal introduction to him, but only from Genevieve, who had scraped acquaintance with him exactly 2 minutes previously. It had happened on the ferryboat on the way to Palisades Park. Genevieve's bright eye, roving among the throng on the lower deck, had singled out this young man and his companion as suitable cavaliers for the expedition. The young man pleased her, and his friend, with the broken nose and the face like a good-natured bulldog, was obviously suitable for Katy. Etiquette is not rigid on New York ferryboats. Without fuss or delay she proceeded to make their acquaintance, to Katy's concern, for she could never get used to Genevieve's short way with strangers. The quiet life she had led had made her almost prudish, and there were times when Genevieve's conduct shocked her. Of course, she knew there was no harm in Genevieve. As the latter herself had once put it, the feller that tries to get gay with me is going to get a call down that'll make him holler for his winter overcoat. But all the same she could not approve. And the net result of her disapproval was to make her shy and silent as she walked by this young man's side. The young man seemed to divine her thoughts. "Say, I'm on the level," he observed. "You want to get that? Right on the square. See?" "Oh, yes," said Katy, relieved but yet embarrassed. It was awkward to have one's thoughts read like this. "You ain't like your friend. Don't think I don't see that." "Genevieve's a sweet girl," said Katy, loyally. "A darned sight too sweet. Somebody ought to tell her mother." "Why did you speak to her if you did not like her?" "Wanted to get to know you," said the young man simply. They walked on in silence. Katy's heart was beating with a rapidity that forbade speech. Nothing like this very direct young man had ever happened to her before. She had grown so accustomed to regarding herself as something too insignificant and unattractive for the notice of the lordly male that she was overwhelmed. She had a vague feeling that there was a mistake somewhere. It surely could not be she who was proving so alluring to this fairy prince. The novelty of the situation frightened her. "Come here often?" asked her companion. "I've never been here before." "Often go to Coney?" "I've never been." He regarded her with astonishment. "You've never been to Coney Island? Why, you don't know what this sort of thing is till you've taken in Coney. This place isn't on the map with Coney. Do you mean to say you've never seen Luna Park, or Dreamland, or Steeplechase, or the Diving Ducks?" Haven't you had a look at the Mardi Gras stunts? Why, Coney during Mardi Gras is the greatest thing on earth. It's a knockout. Just about 1,000,000 boys and girls having the best time that ever was. Say, I guess you don't go out much, do you? Not much. If it's not a rude question, what do you do? I've been trying to place you all along. Now I reckon your friend works in a store, don't she? Yes. She's a cloak model. She has a lovely figure, hasn't she? Didn't notice it. I guess so, if she's what you say. It's what they pay her for, ain't it? Do you work in a store, too? Not exactly. I keep a little shop. All by yourself? I do all the work now. It was my father's shop, but he's dead. It began by being my grandfather's. He started it. But he's so old now that, of course, he can't work any longer, so I look after things. Say, you're a wonder. What sort of a shop? It's only a little second-hand bookshop. There really isn't much to do. Where is it? 6th Avenue. Near Washington Square. What name? Bennett. That's your name, then? Yes. Anything besides Bennett? My name's Kate. The young man nodded. I'd make a pretty good district attorney, he said, disarming possible resentment at this cross-examination. I guess you're wondering if I'm ever going to stop asking you questions. Well, what would you like to do? Don't you think we ought to go back and find your friend and Genevieve? They will be wondering where we are. Let em, said the young man briefly. I've had all I want of Jenny. I can't understand why you don't like her. I like you. Shall we have some ice cream, or would you rather go on the scenic railway? Katy decided on the more peaceful pleasure. They resumed their walk, socially licking 2 cones. Out of the corner of her eyes Katy cast swift glances at her friend's face. He was a very grave young man. There was something important as well as handsome about him. Once, as they made their way through the crowds, she saw a couple of boys look almost reverently at him. She wondered who he could be, but was too shy to inquire. She had got over her nervousness to a great extent, but there were still limits to what she felt herself equal to saying. It did not strike her that it was only fair that she should ask a few questions in return for those which he had put. She had always repressed herself, and she did so now. She was content to be with him without finding out his name and history. He supplied the former just before he finally consented to let her go. They were standing looking over the river. The sun had spent its force, and it was cool and pleasant in the breeze which was coming up the Hudson. Katy was conscious of a vague feeling that was almost melancholy. It had been a lovely afternoon, and she was sorry that it was over. The young man shuffled his feet on the loose stones. I'm mighty glad I met you, he said. Say, I'm coming to see you. On 6th Avenue. Don't mind, do you? He did not wait for a reply. Brady's my name. Ted Brady, Glencoe Athletic Club, he paused. I'm on the level, he added, and paused again. I like you a whole lot. There's your friend, Genevieve. Better go after her, hadn't you? Goodbye. And he was gone, walking swiftly through the crowd about the bandstand. Katy went back to Genevieve, and Genevieve was simply horrid. Cold and haughty, a beautiful iceberg of dudgeon, she refused to speak a single word during the whole long journey back to 6th Avenue. And Katy, whose tender heart would at other times have been tortured by this hostility, leant back in her seat, and was happy. Her mind was far away from Genevieve's frozen gloom, living over again the wonderful happenings of the afternoon. Yes, it had been a wonderful afternoon, but trouble was waiting for her in 6th Avenue. Trouble was never absent for very long from Katy's unselfish life. Arriving at the little bookshop, she found Mr. Murdoch, the glazier, preparing for departure. Mr. Murdoch came in on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays to play draughts with her grandfather, who was paralyzed from the waist. and unable to leave the house except when Katy took him for his outing in Washington Square each morning in his bath chair. Mr. Murdoch welcomed Katy with joy. "I was wondering whenever you would come back, Katy. I'm afraid the old man's a little upset." "Not ill?" "Not ill. Upset. And it was my fault, too. Thinking he'd be interested, I read him a piece from the paper where I seen about these English suffragettes, and he just went up in the air. I guess he'll be all right now you've come back. I was a fool to read it, I reckon. I kind of forgot for the moment. Please don't worry yourself about it, Mr. Murdoch. He'll be all right soon. I'll go to him." In the inner room the old man was sitting. His face was flushed, and he gesticulated from time to time. "I won't have it," he cried as Katy entered. "I tell you I won't have it. If Parliament can't do anything, I'll send Parliament about its business." "Here I am, Grandpapa," said Katy quickly. "I've had the greatest time. It was lovely up there. I tell you it's got to stop. I've spoken about it before. I won't have it. I expect they're doing their best. It's your being so far away that makes it hard for them. But I do think you might write them a very sharp letter." "I will. I will. Get out the paper. Are you ready?" He stopped, and looked piteously at Katy. "I don't know what to say. I don't know how to begin." Katy scribbled a few lines. "How would this do? His Majesty informs his government that he is greatly surprised and indignant that no notice has been taken of his previous communications. If this goes on, he will be reluctantly compelled to put the matter in other hands." She read it glibly as she had written it. The formula had been a favorite one of her late father, when roused to fall upon offending patrons of the bookshop. The old man beamed. His resentment was gone. He was soothed and happy. "That'll wake 'em up," he said. "I won't have these goings on while I'm king, and if they don't like it, they know what to do. You're a good girl, Katy." He chuckled. "I beat Lord Murdoch 5 games to nothing," he said. It was now nearly 2 years since the morning when old Matthew Bennet had announced to an audience consisting of Katy and a smoky blue cat, which had wandered in from Washington Square to take potluck, that he was the King of England. This was a long time for any one delusion of the old man's to last. Usually they came and went with a rapidity which made it hard for Katy, for all her tact, to keep abreast of them. She was not likely to forget the time when he went to bed President Roosevelt and woke up the prophet Elijah. It was the only occasion in all the years they had passed together when she had felt like giving way and indulging in the fit of hysterics which most girls of her age would have had as a matter of course. She had handled that crisis, and she handled the present one with equal smoothness. When her grandfather made his announcement, which he did rather as one stating a generally recognized fact than as if the information were in any way sensational, she neither screamed nor swooned. Nor did she rush to the neighbors for advice. She merely gave the old man his breakfast, not forgetting to set aside a suitable portion for the smoky cat, and then went round to notify Mr. Murdoch of what had happened. Mr. Murdoch, excellent man, received the news without any fuss or excitement at all, and promised to look in on Schwartz, the stout saloon-keeper, who was Mr. Bennet's companion and antagonist at draughts on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and, as he expressed it, put him wise. Life ran comfortably in the new groove. Old Mr. Bennet continued to play draughts and pore over his second-hand classics. Every morning he took his outing in Washington Square where, from his invalid's chair, he surveyed somnolent Italians and roller-skating children with his old air of kindly approval. Katy, whom circumstances had taught to be thankful for small mercies, was perfectly happy in the shadow of the throne. She liked her work, she liked looking after her grandfather. And now that Ted Brady had come into her life, she really began to look on herself as an exceptionally lucky girl, a spoilt favorite of fortune. For Ted Brady had called, as he said he would, and from the very first he had made plain in his grave, direct way the objects of his visits. There was no subtlety about Ted, no finesse. He was as frank as a music-hall love song. On his first visit, having handed Katy a large bunch of roses with the stolidity of a messenger boy handing over a parcel, he had proceeded, by way of establishing his bona fides, to tell her all about himself. He supplied the facts in no settled order, just as they happened to occur to him in the long silences with which his speech was punctuated. Small facts jostled large facts. He spoke of his morals and his fox terrier in the same breath. I'm on the level. Ask anyone who knows me. They'll tell you that. Say, I got the cutest little dog you ever seen. Do you like dogs? I've never been a fellow that's got himself mixed up with girls. I don't like 'em as a general thing. A fellow's got too much to do keeping himself in training, if his club expects him to do things. I belong to the Glencoe Athletic. I ran the 100 yards dash in Evan's last sports there was. They expect me to do it at the Glencoe, so I've never got myself mixed up with girls. Till I seen you that afternoon I reckon I'd hardly looked at a girl, honest. They didn't seem to kind of make any hit with me. And then I seen you, and I says to myself, that's the one. It sort of came over me in a flash. I fell for you directly I seen you. And I'm on the level. Don't forget that. And more in the same strain, leaning on the counter and looking into Katy's eyes with a devotion that added emphasis to his measured speech. Next day he came again, and kissed her respectfully but firmly, making a sort of shuffling dive across the counter. Breaking away, he fumbled in his pocket and produced a ring, which he proceeded to place on her finger with the serious air which accompanied all his actions. That looks pretty good to me, he said, as he stepped back and eyed it. It struck Katy, when he had gone, how differently different men did things. Genevieve had often related stories of men who had proposed to her, and according to Genevieve, they always got excited and emotional, and sometimes cried. Ted Brady had fitted her with the ring more like a glover's assistant than anything else, and he had hardly spoken a word from beginning to end. He had seemed to take her acquiescence for granted. And yet there had been nothing flat or disappointing about the proceedings. She had been thrilled throughout. It is to be supposed that Mr. Brady had the force of character which does not require the aid of speech. It was not till she took the news of her engagement to old Mr. Bennet that it was borne in upon Katy that fate did not intend to be so wholly benevolent to her as she supposed. That her grandfather could offer any opposition had not occurred to her as a possibility. She took his approval for granted. Never, as long as she could remember, had he been anything but kind to her. And the only possible objections to marriage from a grandfather's point of view, badness of character, insufficient means, or inferiority of social position, were in this case gloriously absent. She could not see how anyone, however hypercritical, could find a flaw in Ted. His character was spotless. He was comfortably off. And so far from being in any way inferior socially, it was he who condescended. For Ted, she had discovered from conversation with Mr. Murdoch, the glazier, was no ordinary young man. He was a celebrity. So much so that for a moment, when told the news of the engagement, Mr. Murdoch, startled out of his usual tact, had exhibited frank surprise that the great Ted Brady should not have aimed higher. "You're sure you've got the name right, Katy?" he had said. "It's really Ted Brady? No mistake about the first name? Well-built, good-looking young chap with brown eyes? Well, this beats me. Not," he went on hurriedly, "that any young fellow mightn't think himself lucky to get a wife like you, Katy, but Ted Brady. Why, there isn't a girl in this part of the town, or in Harlem or the Bronx, for that matter, who wouldn't give her eyes to be in your place. Why, Ted Brady is the big noise. He's the star of the Glencoe. He told me he belonged to the Glencoe Athletic. Don't you believe it? It belongs to him. Why, the way that boy runs and jumps is the real limit. There's only Billy Burton, of the Irish American, that can touch him. You've certainly got the pick of the bunch, Katy. He stared at her admiringly, as if for the first time realizing her true worth. For Mr. Murdoch was a great patron of sport. With these facts in her possession, Katy had approached the interview with her grandfather with a good deal of confidence. The old man listened to her recital of Mr. Brady's qualities in silence. Then he shook his head. "It can't be, Katy. I couldn't have it. Grandpapa. You're forgetting, my dear." Forgetting? Who ever heard of such a thing? The granddaughter of the King of England marrying a commoner. It wouldn't do at all. Consternation, surprise, and misery kept Katy dumb. She had learned in a hard school to be prepared for sudden blows from the hand of fate, but this one was so entirely unforeseen that it found her unprepared, and she was crushed by it. She knew her grandfather's obstinacy too well to argue against the decision. "Oh, no, not at all," he repeated. "Oh, no, it wouldn't do." Katy said nothing. She was beyond speech. She stood there wide-eyed and silent among the ruins of her little air castle. The old man patted her hand affectionately. He was pleased at her docility. It was the right attitude, becoming in one of her high rank. "I am very sorry, my dear, but, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no," his voice trailed away into an unintelligible mutter. He was a very old man, and he was not always able to concentrate his thoughts on a subject for any length of time. So little did Ted Brady realize at first the true complexity of the situation that he was inclined, when he heard of the news, to treat the crisis in the jaunty, dashing, love-laughs-at-locksmith fashion so popular with young men of spirit when thwarted in their loves by the interference of parents and guardians. It took Katy some time to convince him that, just because he had the license in his pocket, he could not snatch her up on his saddlebow and carry her off to the nearest clergyman after the manner of young Lochinvar. In the first flush of his resentment at restraint he saw no reason why he should differentiate between old Mr. Bennet and the conventional bands forbidding father of the novelettes with which he was accustomed to sweeten his hours of idleness. To him, till Katy explained the intricacies of the position, Mr. Bennet was simply the proud millionaire who would not hear of his daughter marrying the artist. "But, Ted, dear, you don't understand," Katy said. "We simply couldn't do that. There's no one but me to look after him, poor old man. How could I run away like that and get married? What would become of him?" "You wouldn't be away long," urged Mr. Brady, a man of many parts, but not a rapid thinker. "The minister would have us fixed up inside of half an hour. Then we'd look in at Mookins for a steak and fried, just to make a sort of wedding breakfast. And then back we'd come, hand in hand, and say, 'Well, here we are. Now what?' He would never forgive me." "That," said Ted judicially, "would be up to him. It would kill him. Don't you see, we know that it's all nonsense, this idea of his. But he really thinks he is the king, and he's so old that the shock of my disobeying him would be too much. Honest, Ted, dear, I couldn't." Gloom unutterable darkened Ted Brady's always serious countenance. The difficulties of the situation were beginning to come home to him. "Maybe if I went and saw him," he suggested at last. "You could," said Katy doubtfully. Ted tightened his belt with an air of determination, and bit resolutely on the chewing gum which was his inseparable companion. "I will," he said. "You'll be nice to him, Ted?" He nodded. He was the man of action, not words. It was perhaps 10 minutes before he came out of the inner room in which Mr. Bennet passed his days. When he did, there was no light of jubilation on his face. His brow was darker than ever. Katy looked at him anxiously. He returned the look with a somber shake of the head. "Nothing doing," he said shortly. He paused. "Unless," he added, "you counted anything that he's made me an earl." In the next 2 weeks several brains busied themselves with the situation. Genevieve, reconciled to Katy after a decent interval of wounded dignity, said she supposed there was a way out, if one could only think of it, but it certainly got past her. The only approach to a plan of action was suggested by the broken-nosed individual who had been Ted's companion that day at Palisades Park, a gentleman of some eminence in the boxing world, who rejoiced in the name of the Tennessee Bearcat. What they ought to do, in the Bearcat's opinion, was to get the old man out into Washington Square one morning. He of Tennessee would then sass hay up in a flip manner and make a break. Ted, waiting close by, would resent his insolence. There would be words, followed by blows. "See what I mean?" pursued the Bearcat. "There's you and me mixing it. I'll square the cop on the beat to leave us be, he's a friend of mine. Pretty soon you land me one on the plexus, and I take count. Then there's you hauling me up by collar to the old gentleman, and me saying I quits and apologizing. See what I mean? The whole, presumably, to conclude with warm expressions of gratitude and esteem from Mr. Bennet, and an instant withdrawal of the veto. Ted himself approved of the scheme. He said it was a crackerjaw, and he wondered how one so notoriously ivory-skulled as the other could have had such an idea. The Bearcat said modestly that he had sometimes. And it is probable that all would have been well, had it not been necessary to tell the plan to Katy, who was horrified at the very idea. Spoke warmly of the danger to her grandfather's nervous system, and said she did not think the Bearcat could be a nice friend for Ted. And matters relapsed into their old state of hopelessness. And then, one day, Katy forced herself to tell Ted that she thought it would be better if they did not see each other for a time. She said that these meetings were only a source of pain to both of them. It would really be better if he did not come round for, well, quite some time. It had not been easy for her to say it. The decision was the outcome of many wakeful nights. She had asked herself the question whether it was fair for her to keep Ted chained to her in this hopeless fashion, when, left to himself and away from her, he might so easily find some other girl to make him happy. So Ted went, reluctantly, and the little shop on 6th Avenue knew him no more. And Katy spent her time looking after old Mr. Bennet, who had completely forgotten the affair by now, and sometimes wondered why Katy was not so cheerful as she had been, and, though unselfish, she was human, hating those unknown girls whom in her mind's eye she could see clustering round Ted, smiling at him, making much of him, and driving the bare recollection of her out of his mind. The summer passed. July came and went, making New York an oven. August followed, and one wondered why one had complained of July's tepid advances. It was on the evening of September the 11th that Katy, having closed the little shop, sat in the dusk on the steps, as many thousands of her fellow townsmen and townswomen were doing, turning her face to the first breeze which New York had known for 2 months. The hot spell had broken abruptly that afternoon, and the city was drinking in the coolness as a flower drinks water. From round the corner, where the yellow cross of the Judson Hotel shone down on Washington Square, came the shouts of children, and the strains, mellowed by distance, of the indefatigable barrel organ which had played the same tunes in the same place since the spring. Katy closed her eyes, and listened. It was very peaceful this evening, so peaceful that for an instant she forgot even to think of Ted. And it was just during this instant that she heard his voice. "That you, kid?" He was standing before her, his hands in his pockets, one foot on the pavement, the other in the road, and if he was agitated, his voice did not show it. "Ted! That's me. Can I see the old man for a minute, Katy?" This time it did seem to her that she could detect a slight ring of excitement. "It's no use, Ted. Honest. No harm in going in and passing the time of day, is there? I've got something I want to say to him." "What?" "Tell you later, maybe." "Is he in his room?" He stepped past her, and went in. As he went, he caught her arm and pressed it, but he did not stop. She saw him go into the inner room and heard through the door as he closed it behind him, the murmur of voices. And almost immediately, it seemed to her, her name was called. It was her grandfather's voice which called, high and excited. The door opened, and Ted appeared. "Come here a minute, Katie, will you?" he said. "You're wanted." The old man was leaning forward in his chair. He was in a state of extraordinary excitement. He quivered and jumped. Ted, standing by the wall, looked as stolid as ever, but his eyes glittered. "Katie," cried the old man, "this is a most remarkable piece of news. This gentleman has just been telling me, extraordinary. He broke off, and looked at Ted, as he had looked at Katie when he had tried to write the letter to the Parliament of England. Ted's eye, as it met Katie's, was almost defiant. "I want to marry you," he said. "Yes, yes," broke in Mr. Bennet, impatiently, "but... and I'm a king." "Yes, yes, that's it, Katie. This gentleman is a king." Once more Ted's eye met Katie's, and this time there was an imploring look in it. "That's right," he said, slowly. "I've just been telling your grandfather I'm the king of Coney Island." "That's it. Of Coney Island. So there's no objection now to us getting married, kid, your royal highness. It's a royal alliance, see?" "A royal alliance," echoed Mr. Bennet. Out in the street, Ted held Katie's hand, and grinned a little sheepishly. "You're mighty quiet, kid," he said. "It looks as if it don't make much of a hit with you, the notion of being married to me." "Oh, Ted. But..." He squeezed her hand. "I know what you're thinking. I guess it was raw work pulling a tale like that on the old man. I hated to do it, but gee. When a fellow's up against it like I was, he's apt to grab most any chance that comes along. Why, say, kid, it kind of looked to me as if it was sort of meant. Coming just now, like it did, just when it was wanted, and just when it didn't seem possible it could happen. Why, a week ago I was nigh on 200 votes behind Billy Burton. The Irish-American put him up, and everybody thought he'd be king at the Mardi Gras. And then suddenly they came pouring in for me, till at the finish I had Billy looking like a regular has-been. It's funny the way the voting jumps about every year in this Coney election. It was just Providence, and it didn't seem right to let it go by. So I went in to the old man, and told him. Say, I tell you I was just sweating when I got ready to hand it to him. It was an outside chance he'd remember all about what the Mardi Gras at Coney was, and just what being a king at it amounted to. Then I remembered you telling me you'd never been to Coney, so I figured your grandfather wouldn't be what you'd call well fixed in his information about it, so I took the chance. I tried him out first. I tried him with Brooklyn. Why, say, from the way he took it, he'd either never heard of the place, or else he'd forgotten what it was. I guess he don't remember much, poor old fellow. Then I mentioned Yonkers. He asked me what Yonkers were. Then I reckoned it was safe to bring on Coney, and he fell for it right away. I felt mean, but it had to be done. He caught her up, and swung her into the air with a perfectly impassive face. Then, having kissed her, he lowered her gently to the ground again. The action seemed to have relieved his feelings, for when he spoke again it was plain that his conscience no longer troubled him. And say, he said, come to think of it, I don't see where there's so much call for me to feel mean. I'm not so far short of being a regular king. Coney's just as big as some of those kingdoms you read about on the other side. And, from what you see in the papers about the goings-on there, it looks to me that, having a whole week on the throne like I'm going to have, amounts to a pretty steady job as kings go. Death at the Excelsior. Chapter 1. The room was the typical bedroom of the typical boarding house, furnished, insofar as it could be said to be furnished at all, with a severe simplicity. It contained 2 beds, a pine chest of drawers, a strip of faded carpet, and a wash basin. But there was that on the floor which set this room apart from 1,000 rooms of the same kind. Flat on his back, with his hands tightly clenched and one leg twisted oddly under him and with his teeth gleaming through his grey beard in a horrible grin, Captain John Gunner stared up at the ceiling with eyes that saw nothing. Until a moment before, he had had the little room all to himself. But now two people were standing just inside the door, looking down at him. One was a large policeman, who twisted his helmet nervously in his hands. The other was a tall, gaunt old woman in a rusty black dress, who gazed with pale eyes at the dead man. Her face was quite expressionless. The woman was Mrs. Pickett, owner of the Excelsior boarding house. The policeman's name was Grogan. He was a genial giant, a terror to the riotous element of the waterfront, but obviously ill at ease in the presence of death. He drew in his breath, wiped his forehead, and whispered, "Look at his eyes, ma'am." Mrs. Pickett had not spoken a word since she had brought the policeman into the room, and she did not do so now. Constable Grogan looked at her quickly. He was afraid of Mother Pickett, as was everybody else along the waterfront. Her silence, her pale eyes, and the quiet decisiveness of her personality cowed even the tough old salts who patronized the Excelsior. She was a formidable influence in that little community of sailormen. "That's just how I found him," said Mrs. Pickett. She did not speak loudly, but her voice made the policeman start. He wiped his forehead again. "It might have been apoplexy," he hazarded. Mrs. Pickett said nothing. There was a sound of footsteps outside, and a young man entered, carrying a black bag. "Good morning, Mrs. Pickett. I was told that, good Lord." The young doctor dropped to his knees beside the body and raised one of the arms. After a moment he lowered it gently to the floor, and shook his head in grim resignation. "He's been dead for hours," he announced. "When did you find him?" 20 minutes back," replied the old woman. "I guess he died last night. He never would be called in the morning. Said he liked to sleep on. Well, he's got his wish." "What did he die of, sir?" asked the policeman. "It's impossible to say without an examination," the doctor answered. "It looks like a stroke, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. It might be a coronary attack, but I happen to know his blood pressure was normal, and his heart sound. He called in to see me only a week ago, and I examined him thoroughly. But sometimes you can be deceived. The inquest will tell us." He eyed the body almost resentfully. "I can't understand it. The man had no right to drop dead like this. He was a tough old sailor who ought to have been good for another 20 years. If you want my honest opinion, though I can't possibly be certain until after the inquest, I should say he had been poisoned." "How would he be poisoned?" asked Mrs. Pickett quietly. "That's more than I can tell you. There's no glass about that he could have drunk it from. He might have got it in capsule form. But why should he have done it? He was always a pretty cheerful sort of old man, wasn't he?" "Yes, sir," said the constable. "He had the name of being a joker in these parts. Kind of sarcastic, they tell me, though he never tried it on me. He must have died quite early last night," said the doctor. He turned to Mrs. Pickett. "What's become of Captain Muller? If he shares this room he ought to be able to tell us something about it." "Captain Muller spent the night with some friends at Portsmouth," said Mrs. Pickett. "He left right after supper, and hasn't returned." The doctor stared thoughtfully about the room, frowning. "I don't like it. I can't understand it. If this had happened in India I should have said the man had died from some form of snakebite. I was out there 2 years, and I've seen 100 cases of it. The poor devils all looked just like this. But the thing's ridiculous. How could a man be bitten by a snake in a Southampton waterfront boarding house? Was the door locked when you found him, Mrs. Pickett?" Mrs. Pickett nodded. "I opened it with my own key. I had been calling to him and he didn't answer, so I guessed something was wrong." The constable spoke. "You ain't touched anything, ma'am? They're always very particular about that. If the doctor's right, and there's been anything up, that's the first thing they'll ask. Everything's just as I found it." "What's that on the floor beside him?" the doctor asked. "Only his harmonica. He liked to play it of an evening in his room." I've had some complaints about it from some of the gentlemen, but I never saw any harm, so long as he didn't play it too late. Seems as if he was playing it when it happened, Constable Grogan said. That don't look much like suicide, sir. I didn't say it was suicide. Grogan whistled. You don't think? I'm not thinking anything, until after the inquest. All I say is that it's queer. Another aspect of the matter seemed to strike the policeman. I guess this ain't going to do the Excelsior any good, ma'am, he said sympathetically. Mrs. Pickett shrugged her shoulders. I suppose I had better go and notify the coroner, said the doctor. He went out, and after a momentary pause the policeman followed him. Constable Grogan was not greatly troubled with nerves, but he felt a decided desire to be somewhere where he could not see the dead man's staring eyes. Mrs. Pickett remained where she was, looking down at the still form on the floor. Her face was expressionless, but inwardly she was tormented and alarmed. It was the first time such a thing as this had happened at the Excelsior, and, as Constable Grogan had hinted, it was not likely to increase the attractiveness of the house in the eyes of possible boarders. It was not the threatened pecuniary loss which was troubling her. As far as money was concerned, she could have lived comfortably on her savings, for she was richer than most of her friends supposed. It was the blot on the escutcheon of the Excelsior, the stain on its reputation, which was tormenting her. The Excelsior was her life. Starting many years before, beyond the memory of the oldest boarder, she had built up the model establishment, the fame of which had been carried to every corner of the world. Men spoke of it as a place where you were fed well, cleanly housed, and where petty robbery was unknown. Such was the chorus of praise that it is not likely that much harm could come to the Excelsior from a single mysterious death, but Mother Pickett was not consoling herself with such reflections. She looked at the dead man with pale, grim eyes. Out in the hallway the doctor's voice further increased her despair. He was talking to the police on the telephone, and she could distinctly hear his every word. Chapter 2. The offices of Mr. Paul Snyder's detective agency in New Oxford Street had grown in the course of a dozen years from a single room to an impressive suite bright with polished wood, clicking typewriters, and other evidences of success. Where once Mr. Snyder had sat and waited for clients and attended to them himself, he now sat in his private office and directed 8 assistants. He had just accepted a case that might be nothing at all or something exceedingly big. It was on the latter possibility that he had gambled. The fee offered was, judged by his present standards of prosperity, small. But the bizarre facts, coupled with something in the personality of the client, had won him over. He briskly touched the bell and requested that Mr. Oakes should be sent in to him. Elliot Oakes was a young man who both amused and interested Mr. Snyder, for though he had only recently joined the staff, he made no secret of his intention of revolutionizing the methods of the agency. Mr. Snyder himself, in common with most of his assistants, relied for results on hard work and plenty of common sense. He had never been a detective of the showy type. Results had justified his methods, but he was perfectly aware that young Mr. Oakes looked on him as a dull old man who had been miraculously favored by luck. Mr. Snyder had selected Oakes for the case in hand principally because it was one where inexperience could do no harm, and where the brilliant guesswork which Oakes preferred to call his inductive reasoning might achieve an unexpected success. Another motive actuated Mr. Snyder in his choice. He had a strong suspicion that the conduct of this case was going to have the beneficial result of lowering Oakes' self-esteem. If failure achieved this end, Mr. Snyder felt that failure, though it would not help the agency, would not be an unmixed ill. The door opened and Oakes entered tensely. He did everything tensely, partly from a natural nervous energy, and partly as a pose. He was a lean young man, with dark eyes and a thin-lipped mouth, and he looked quite as much like a typical detective as Mr. Snyder looked like a comfortable and prosperous stockbroker. "Sit down, Oakes," said Mr. Snyder. "I've got a job for you." Oakes sank into a chair like a crouching leopard, and placed the tips of his fingers together. He nodded curtly. It was part of his pose to be keen and silent. "I want you to go to this address." Mr. Snyder handed him an envelope, "and look around. The address on that envelope is of a sailor's boarding house down in Southampton. You know the sort of place, retired sea captains and so on live there. All most respectable. In all its history nothing more sensational has ever happened than a case of suspected cheating at halfpenny nap. Well, a man had died there." "Murdered?" Oakes asked. "I don't know. That's for you to find out. The coroner left it open. Death by misadventure was the verdict, and I don't blame him. I don't see how it could have been murder. The door was locked on the inside, so nobody could have got in. The window? The window was open, granted. But the room is on the second floor. Anyway, you may dismiss the window. I remember the old lady saying there was a bar across it, and that nobody could have squeezed through." Oak's eyes glistened. He was interested. "What was the cause of death?" he asked. Mr. Snyder coughed. "Snake bite," he said. Oak's careful calm deserted him. He uttered a cry of astonishment. "Why, that's incredible. It's the literal truth. The medical examination proved that the fellow had been killed by snake poison, cobra, to be exact, which is found principally in India." "Cobra?" "Just so. In a Southampton boarding house, in a room with a locked door, this man was stung by a cobra. To add a little mystification to the limpid simplicity of the affair, when the door was opened there was no sign of any cobra. It couldn't have got out through the door, because the door was locked. It couldn't have got out of the window, because the window was too high up, and snakes can't jump. And it couldn't have gotten up the chimney, because there was no chimney. So there you have it." He looked at Oakes with a certain quiet satisfaction. It had come to his ears that Oakes had been heard to complain of the infantile nature and unworthiness of the last two cases to which he had been assigned. He had even said that he hoped some day to be given a problem which should be beyond the reasoning powers of a child of 6. It seemed to Mr. Snyder that Oakes was about to get his wish. "I should like further details," said Oakes, a little breathlessly. "You had better apply to Mrs. Pickett, who owns the boarding house," Mr. Snyder said. "It was she who put the case in my hands. She is convinced that it is murder. But, if we exclude ghosts, I don't see how any third party could have taken a hand in the thing at all. However, she wanted a man from this agency, and was prepared to pay for him, so I promised her I would send one. It is not our policy to turn business away." He smiled wryly. "In pursuance of that policy I want you to go and put up at Mrs. Pickett's boarding house and do your best to enhance the reputation of our agency. I would suggest that you pose as a ship's chandler or something of that sort. You will have to be something maritime or they'll be suspicious of you. And if your visit produces no other results, it will, at least, enable you to make the acquaintance of a very remarkable woman. I commend Mrs. Pickett to your notice. By the way, she says she will help you in your investigations." Oakes laughed shortly. The idea amused him. "It's a mistake to scoff at amateur assistants, my boy," said Mr. Snyder in the benevolently paternal manner which had made a score of criminals refuse to believe him a detective until the moment when the handcuffs snapped on their wrists. "Crime investigation isn't an exact science. Success or failure depends in a large measure on applied common sense, and the possession of a great deal of special information. Mrs. Pickett knows certain things which neither you nor I know, and it's just possible that she may have some stray piece of information which will provide the key to the entire mystery." Oakes laughed again. "It is very kind of Mrs. Pickett," he said, "but I prefer to trust to my own methods." Oakes rose, his face purposeful. "I'd better be starting at once," he said. "I'll send you reports from time to time." "Good. The more detailed the better," said Mr. Snyder genially. "I hope your visit to the Excelsior will be pleasant. And cultivate Mrs. Pickett. She's worthwhile." The door closed, and Mr. Snyder lighted a fresh cigar. "Dashed young fool," he murmured, as he turned his mind to other matters. Chapter 3. A day later Mr. Snyder sat in his office reading a typewritten report. It appeared to be of a humorous nature, for, as he read, chuckles escaped him. Finishing the last sheet he threw his head back and laughed heartily. The manuscript had not been intended by its author for a humorous effort. What Mr. Snyder had been reading was the first of Elliot Oakes' reports from the Excelsior. It read as follows. I am sorry to be unable to report any real progress. I have formed several theories which I will put forward later, but at present I cannot say that I am hopeful. Directly I arrived here I sought out Mrs. Pickett, explained who I was, and requested her to furnish me with any further information which might be of service to me. She is a strange, silent woman, who impressed me as having very little intelligence. Your suggestion that I should avail myself of her assistance seems more curious than ever, now that I have seen her. The whole affair seems to me at the moment of writing quite inexplicable. Assuming that this Captain Gunner was murdered, there appears to have been no motive for the crime whatsoever. I have made careful inquiries about him, and find that he was a man of 55. Had spent nearly 40 years of his life at sea, the last dozen in command of his own ship, was of a somewhat overbearing disposition, though with a fund of rough humor. Had traveled all over the world, and had been an inmate of the Excelsior for about 10 months. He had a small annuity, and no other money at all, which disposes of money as the motive for the crime. In my character of James Burton, a retired ship's chandler, I have mixed with the other boarders, and have heard all they have to say about the affair. I gather that the deceased was by no means popular. He appears to have had a bitter tongue, and I have not met one man who seems to regret his death. On the other hand, I have heard nothing which would suggest that he had any active and violent enemies. He was simply the unpopular boarder, there is always one in every boarding house, but nothing more. I have seen a good deal of the man who shared his room, another sea captain, named Muller. He is a big, silent person, and it is not easy to get him to talk. As regards the death of Captain Gunner he can tell me nothing. It seems that on the night of the tragedy he was away at Portsmouth with some friends. All I have got from him is some information as to Captain Gunner's habits, which leads nowhere. The dead man seldom drank, except at night when he would take some whiskey. His head was not strong, and a little of the spirit was enough to make him semi-intoxicated, when he would be hilarious and often insulting. I gather that Muller found him a difficult roommate, but he is one of those placid persons who can put up with anything. He and Gunner were in the habit of playing draughts together every night in their room, and Gunner had a harmonica which he played frequently. Apparently, he was playing it very soon before he died, which is significant, as seeming to dispose of the idea of suicide. As I say, I have one or two theories, but they are in a very nebulous state. The most plausible is that on one of his visits to India, I have ascertained that he made several voyages there, Captain Gunner may in some way have fallen foul of the natives. The fact that he certainly died of the poison of an Indian snake supports this theory. I am making inquiries as to the movements of several Indian sailors who were here in their ships at the time of the tragedy. I have another theory. Does Mrs. Pickett know more about this affair than she appears to? I may be wrong in my estimate of her mental qualities. Her apparent stupidity may be cunning. But here again, the absence of motive brings me up against a dead wall. I must confess that at present I do not see my way clearly. However, I will write again shortly. Mr. Snyder derived the utmost enjoyment from the report. He liked the substance of it, and above all, he was tickled by the bitter tone of frustration which characterized it. Oakes was baffled, and his knowledge of Oakes told him that the sensation of being baffled was gall and wormwood to that high-spirited young man. Whatever might be the result of this investigation, it would teach him the virtue of patience. He wrote his assistant a short note. Dear Oakes. Your report received. You certainly seem to have got the hard case which, I hear, you were pining for. Don't build too much on plausible motives in a case of this sort. Fauntleroy, the London murderer, killed a woman for no other reason than that she had thick ankles. Many years ago, I myself was on a case where a man murdered an intimate friend because of a dispute about a bet. My experience is that 5 murderers out of 10 act on the whim of the moment, without anything which, properly speaking, you could call a motive at all. Yours very cordially, Paul Snyder. P.S. I don't think much of your picket theory. However, you're in charge. I wish you luck. Chapter 4. Young Mr. Oakes was not enjoying himself. For the first time in his life, the self-confidence which characterized all his actions seemed to be failing him. The change had taken place almost overnight. The fact that the case had the appearance of presenting the unusual had merely stimulated him at first. But then doubts had crept in and the problem had begun to appear insoluble. True, he had only just taken it up, but something told him that, for all the progress he was likely to make, he might just as well have been working on it steadily for a month. He was completely baffled. And every moment which he spent in the Excelsior boarding house made it clearer to him that that infernal old woman with the pale eyes thought him an incompetent fool. It was that, more than anything, which made him acutely conscious of his lack of success. His nerves were being sorely troubled by the quiet scorn of Mrs. Pickett's gaze. He began to think that perhaps he had been a shade too self-confident and abrupt in the short interview which he had had with her on his arrival. As might have been expected, his first act, after his brief interview with Mrs. Pickett, was to examine the room where the tragedy had taken place. The body was gone, but otherwise nothing had been moved. Oakes belonged to the magnifying glass school of detection. The first thing he did on entering the room was to make a careful examination of the floor, the walls, the furniture, and the windowsill. He would have hotly denied the assertion that he did this because it looked well, but he would have been hard put to it to advance any other reason. If he discovered anything, his discoveries were entirely negative, and served only to deepen the mystery of the case. As Mr. Snyder had said, there was no chimney, and nobody could have entered through the locked door. There remained the window. It was small, and apprehensiveness, perhaps, of the possibility of burglars, had caused the proprietress to make it doubly secure with an iron bar. No human being could have squeezed his way through it. It was late that night that he wrote and dispatched to headquarters the report which had amused Mr. Snyder. Chapter 5. 2 days later Mr. Snyder sat at his desk, staring with wide, unbelieving eyes at a telegram he had just received. It read as follows. Have solved Gunner mystery. Returning. Oakes. Mr. Snyder narrowed his eyes and rang the bell. Send Mr. Oakes to me directly he arrives, he said. He was pained to find that his chief emotion was one of bitter annoyance. The swift solution of such an apparently insoluble problem would reflect the highest credit on the agency. And there were picturesque circumstances connected with the case which would make it popular with the newspapers and lead to its being given a great deal of publicity. Yet, in spite of all this, Mr. Snyder was annoyed. He realized now how large a part the desire to reduce Oakes' self-esteem had played with him. He further realized, looking at the thing honestly, that he had been firmly convinced that the young man would not come within a mile of a reasonable solution of the mystery. He had desired only that his failure would prove a valuable educational experience for him. For he believed that failure at this particular point in his career would make Oakes a more valuable asset to the agency. But now here Oakes was, within a ridiculously short space of time, returning to the fold, not humble and defeated, but triumphant. Mr. Snyder looked forward with apprehension to the young man's probable demeanor under the intoxicating influence of victory. His apprehensions were well grounded. He had barely finished the third of the series of cigars, which, like milestones, marked the progress of his afternoon, when the door opened and young Oakes entered. Mr. Snyder could not repress a faint moan at the sight of him. One glance was enough to tell him that his worst fears were realized. I got your telegram, said Mr. Snyder. Oakes nodded. It surprised you, eh? He asked. Mr. Snyder resented the patronizing tone of the question, but he had resigned himself to be patronized, and keep his anger in check. Yes, he replied, I must say it did surprise me. I didn't gather from your report that you had even found a clue. Was it the Indian theory that turned the trick? Oakes laughed tolerantly. Oh, I never really believed that preposterous theory for one moment. I just put it in to round out my report. I hadn't begun to think about the case then, not really think. Mr. Snyder, nearly exploding with wrath, extended his cigar case. Light up, and tell me all about it, he said, controlling his anger. Well, I won't say I haven't earned this, said Oakes, puffing away. He let the ash of his cigar fall delicately to the floor, another action which seemed significant to his employer. As a rule, his assistants, unless particularly pleased with themselves, used the ashtray. My first act on arriving, Oakes said, was to have a talk with Mrs. Pickett. A very dull old woman. Curious. She struck me as rather intelligent. Not on your life. She gave me no assistance whatever. I then examined the room where the death had taken place. It was exactly as you described it. There was no chimney, the door had been locked on the inside, and the one window was very high up. At first sight, it looked extremely unpromising. Then I had a chat with some of the other boarders. They had nothing of any importance to contribute. Most of them simply gibbered. I then gave up trying to get help from the outside, and resolved to rely on my own intelligence. He smiled triumphantly. It is a theory of mine, Mr. Snyder, which I have found valuable that, in 9 cases out of 10, remarkable things don't happen. I don't quite follow you there, Mr. Snyder interrupted. I will put it another way, if you like. What I mean is that the simplest explanation is nearly always the right one. Consider this case. It seemed impossible that there should have been any reasonable explanation of the man's death. Most men would have worn themselves out guessing at wild theories. If I had started to do that, I should have been guessing now. As it is, here I am. I trusted to my belief that nothing remarkable ever happens, and I won out. Mr. Snyder sighed softly. Oakes was entitled to a certain amount of gloating, but there could be no doubt that his way of telling a story was downright infuriating. I believe in the logical sequence of events. I refuse to accept effects unless they are preceded by causes. In other words, with all due respect to your possibly contrary opinions, Mr. Snyder, I simply decline to believe in a murder unless there was a motive for it. The first thing I set myself to ascertain was, what was the motive for the murder of Captain Gunner? And, after thinking it over and making every possible inquiry, I decided that there was no motive. Therefore, there was no murder. Mr. Snyder's mouth opened, and he obviously was about to protest. But he appeared to think better of it, and Oakes proceeded. I then tested the suicide theory. What motive was there for suicide? There was no motive. Therefore, there was no suicide. This time Mr. Snyder spoke. You haven't been spending the last few days in the wrong house by any chance, have you? You will be telling me next that there wasn't any dead man. Oakes smiled. Not at all. Captain John Gunner was dead, all right. As the medical evidence proved, he died of the bite of a cobra. It was a small cobra which came from Java. Mr. Snyder stared at him. How do you know? I do know, beyond any possibility of doubt. Did you see the snake? Oakes shook his head. Then, how in heaven's name? I have enough evidence to make a jury convict Mr. Snake without leaving the box. Then suppose you tell me this. How did your cobra from Java get out of the room? By the window, replied Oakes, impassively. How can you possibly explain that? You say yourself that the window was high up. Nevertheless, it got out by the window. The logical sequence of events is proof enough that it was in the room. It killed Captain Gunner there, and left traces of its presence outside. Therefore, as the window was the only exit, it must have escaped by that route. It may have climbed or it may have jumped, but somehow it got out of that window. What do you mean, it left traces of its presence outside? It killed a dog in the backyard behind the house, Oakes said. The window of Captain Gunner's room projects out over it. It is full of boxes and litter and there are a few stunted shrubs scattered about. In fact, there is enough cover to hide any small object like the body of a dog. That's why it was not discovered at first. The maid at the Excelsior came on it the morning after I sent you my report while she was emptying a box of ashes in the yard. It was just an ordinary stray dog without collar or license. The analyst examined the body, and found that the dog had died of the bite of a cobra. But you didn't find the snake? No. We cleaned out that yard till you could have eaten your breakfast there, but the snake had gone. It must have escaped through the door of the yard, which was standing ajar. That was a couple of days ago, and there has been no further tragedy. In all likelihood it is dead. The nights are pretty cold now, and it would probably have died of exposure. But, I just don't understand how a cobra got to Southampton, said the amazed Mr. Snyder. Can't you guess it? I told you it came from Java. How did you know it did? Captain Muller told me. Not directly, but I pieced it together from what he said. It seems that an old shipmate of Captain Gunner's was living in Java. They corresponded, and occasionally this man would send the captain a present as a mark of his esteem. The last present he sent was a crate of bananas. Unfortunately, the snake must have got in unnoticed. That's why I told you the cobra was a small one. Well, that's my case against Mr. Snake, and short of catching him with the goods, I don't see how I could have made out a stronger one. Don't you agree? It went against the grain for Mr. Snyder to acknowledge defeat, but he was a fair-minded man, and he was forced to admit that Oakes did certainly seem to have solved the impossible. I congratulate you, my boy, he said as heartily as he could. To be completely frank, when you started out, I didn't think you could do it. By the way, I suppose Mrs. Pickett was pleased? If she was, she didn't show it. I'm pretty well convinced she hasn't enough sense to be pleased at anything. However, she has invited me to dinner with her tonight. I imagine she'll be as boring as usual, but she made such a point of it, I had to accept. Chapter 6. For some time after Oakes had gone, Mr. Snyder sat smoking and thinking, in embittered meditation. Suddenly there was brought the card of Mrs. Pickett, who would be grateful if he could spare her a few moments. Mr. Snyder was glad to see Mrs. Pickett. He was a student of character, and she had interested him at their first meeting. There was something about her which had seemed to him unique, and he welcomed this second chance of studying her at close range. She came in and sat down stiffly, balancing herself on the extreme edge of the chair in which a short while before young Oakes had lounged so luxuriously. "How are you, Mrs. Pickett?" said Mr. Snyder genially. "I'm very glad that you could find time to pay me a visit." "Well, so it wasn't murder after all." "Sir?" "I've just been talking to Mr. Oakes, whom you met as James Burton," said the detective. "He has told me all about it." "He told me all about it," said Mrs. Pickett dryly. Mr. Snyder looked at her inquiringly. Her manner seemed more suggestive than her words. "A conceited, headstrong young fool," said Mrs. Pickett. It was no new picture of his assistant that she had drawn. Mr. Snyder had often drawn it himself, but at the present juncture it surprised him. Oakes, in his hour of triumph, surely did not deserve this sweeping condemnation. Did not Mr. Oakes' solution of the mystery satisfy you, Mrs. Pickett? No. It struck me as logical and convincing, Mr. Snyder said. You may call it all the fancy names you please, Mr. Snyder. But Mr. Oakes' solution was not the right one. Have you an alternative to offer? Mrs. Pickett tightened her lips. If you have, I should like to hear it. You will, at the proper time. What makes you so certain that Mr. Oakes is wrong? He starts out with an impossible explanation, and rests his whole case on it. There couldn't have been a snake in that room because it couldn't have gotten out. The window was too high. But surely the evidence of the dead dog? Mrs. Pickett looked at him as if he had disappointed her. I had always heard you spoken of as a man with common sense, Mr. Snyder. I have always tried to use common sense. Then why are you trying now to make yourself believe that something happened which could not possibly have happened just because it fits in with something which isn't easy to explain? You mean that there is another explanation of the dead dog? Mr. Snyder asked. Not another. What Mr. Oakes takes for granted is not an explanation. But there is a common-sense explanation, and if he had not been so headstrong and conceited he might have found it. You speak as if you had found it, chided Mr. Snyder. I have. Mrs. Pickett leaned forward as she spoke, and stared at him defiantly. Mr. Snyder started. You have? Yes. What is it? You will know before tomorrow. In the meantime try and think it out for yourself. A successful and prosperous detective agency like yours, Mr. Snyder, ought to do something in return for a fee. There was something in her manner so reminiscent of the school teacher reprimanding a recalcitrant pupil that Mr. Snyder's sense of humor came to his rescue. We do our best, Mrs. Pickett, he said. But you mustn't forget that we are only human and cannot guarantee results. Mrs. Pickett did not pursue the subject. Instead, she proceeded to astonish Mr. Snyder by asking him to swear out a warrant for the arrest of a man known to them both on a charge of murder. Mr. Snyder's breath was not often taken away in his own office. As a rule, he received his clients' communications calmly, strange as they often were. But at her words he gasped. The thought crossed his mind that Mrs. Pickett might well be mentally unbalanced. The details of the case were fresh in his memory, and he distinctly recollected that the person she mentioned had been away from the boarding house on the night of Captain Gunner's death, and could, he imagined, produce witnesses to prove it. Mrs. Pickett was regarding him with an unfaltering stare. To all outward appearances, she was the opposite of unbalanced. But you can't swear out a warrant without evidence, he told her. I have evidence, she replied firmly. Precisely what kind of evidence? He demanded. If I told you now you would think that I was out of my mind. But, Mrs. Pickett, do you realize what you are asking me to do? I cannot make this agency responsible for the arbitrary arrest of a man on the strength of a single individual's suspicions. It might ruin me. At the least it would make me a laughing stock. Mr. Snyder, you may use your own judgment whether or not to make the arrest on that warrant. You will listen to what I have to say, and you will see for yourself how the crime was committed. If after that you feel that you cannot make the arrest, I will accept your decision. I know who killed Captain Gunner, she said. I knew it from the beginning. It was like a vision. But I had no proof. Now things have come to light and everything is clear. Against his judgment, Mr. Snyder was impressed. This woman had the magnetism which makes for persuasiveness. It sounds incredible. Even as he spoke, he remembered that it had long been a professional maxim of his that nothing was incredible, and he weakened still further. Mr. Snyder, I ask you to swear out that warrant. The detective gave in. Very well, he said. Mrs. Pickett rose. If you will come and dine at my house tonight, I think I can prove to you that it will be needed. Will you come? I'll come, promised Mr. Snyder. Chapter 7. When Mr. Snyder arrived at the Excelsior and shortly after he was shown into the little private sitting room where he found Oakes, the third guest of the evening unexpectedly arrived. Mr. Snyder looked curiously at the newcomer. Captain Muller had a peculiar fascination for him. It was not Mr. Snyder's habit to trust overmuch to appearances. But he could not help admitting that there was something about this man's aspect which brought Mrs. Pickett's charges out of the realm of the fantastic into that of the possible. There was something odd, an unnatural aspect of gloom, about the man. He bore himself like one carrying a heavy burden. His eyes were dull, his face haggard. The next moment the detective was reproaching himself with allowing his imagination to run away with his calmer judgment. The door opened, and Mrs. Pickett came in. She made no apology for her lateness. To Mr. Snyder, one of the most remarkable points about the dinner was the peculiar metamorphosis of Mrs. Pickett from the brooding silent woman he had known to the gracious and considerate hostess. Oakes appeared also to be overcome with surprise, so much so that he was unable to keep his astonishment to himself. He had come prepared to endure a dull evening absorbed in grim silence, and he found himself instead opposite a bottle of champagne of a brand and year which commanded his utmost respect. What was even more incredible, his hostess had transformed herself into a pleasant old lady whose only aim seemed to be to make him feel at home. Beside each of the guests' plates was a neat paper parcel. Oakes picked his up, and stared at it in wonderment. "Why, this is more than a party souvenir, Mrs. Pickett," he said. "It's the kind of mechanical marvel I've always wanted to have on my desk." "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Oakes," Mrs. Pickett said, smiling. "You must not think of me simply as a tired old woman whom age has completely defeated. I am an ambitious hostess. When I give these little parties, I like to make them a success. I want each of you to remember this dinner. I'm sure I will." Mrs. Pickett smiled again. "I think you all will. You, Mr. Snyder." She paused. "And you, Captain Muller." To Mr. Snyder there was so much meaning in her voice as she said this that he was amazed that it conveyed no warning to Muller. Captain Muller, however, was already drinking heavily. He looked up when addressed and uttered a sound which might have been taken for an expression of polite acquiescence. Then he filled his glass again. Mr. Snyder's parcel revealed a watch charm fashioned in the shape of a tiny, candid eye camera. "That," said Mrs. Pickett, "is a compliment to your profession." She leaned toward the captain. "Mr. Snyder is a detective, Captain Muller." He looked up. It seemed to Mr. Snyder that a look of fear lit up his heavy eyes for an instant. It came and went, if indeed it came at all, so swiftly that he could not be certain. "So," said Captain Muller. He spoke quite evenly, with just the amount of interest which such an announcement would naturally produce. "Now for yours, Captain," said Oakes. "I guess it's something special. It's twice the size of mine, anyway." It may have been something in the old woman's expression as she watched Captain Muller slowly tearing the paper that sent a thrill of excitement through Mr. Snyder. Something seemed to warn him of the approach of a psychological moment. He bent forward eagerly. There was a strangled gasp, a thump, and onto the table from the captain's hands there fell a little harmonica. There was no mistaking the look on Muller's face now. His cheeks were like wax, and his eyes, so dull till then, blazed with a panic and horror which he could not repress. The glasses on the table rocked as he clutched at the cloth. Mrs. Pickett spoke. "Why, Captain Muller, has it upset you? I thought that, as his best friend, the man who shared his room, you would value a memento of Captain Gunner. How fond you must have been of him for the sight of his harmonica to be such a shock." The captain did not speak. He was staring fascinated at the thing on the table. Mrs. Pickett turned to Mr. Snyder. Her eyes, as they met his, held him entranced. "Mr. Snyder, as a detective, you will be interested in a curious and very tragic affair which happened in this house a few days ago. One of my boarders, Captain Gunner, was found dead in his room. It was the room which he shared with Captain Muller. I am very proud of the reputation of my house, Mr. Snyder, and it was a blow to me that this should have happened. I applied to an agency for a detective, and they sent me a stupid boy, with nothing to recommend him except his belief in himself. He said that Captain Gunner had died by accident, killed by a snake which had come out of a crate of bananas. I knew better. I knew that Captain Gunner had been murdered. Are you listening, Captain Muller? This will interest you, as you were such a friend of his." The captain did not answer. He was staring straight before him, as if he saw something invisible in eyes forever closed in death. Yesterday we found the body of a dog. It had been killed, as Captain Gunner had been, by the poison of a snake. The boy from the agency said that this was conclusive. He said that the snake had escaped from the room after killing Captain Gunner and had in turn killed the dog. I knew that to be impossible, for, if there had been a snake in that room it could not have made its escape. Her eyes flashed, and became remorselessly accusing. It was not a snake that killed Captain Gunner. It was a cat. Captain Gunner had a friend who hated him. One day, in opening a crate of bananas, this friend found a snake. He killed it, and extracted the poison. He knew Captain Gunner's habits. He knew that he played a harmonica. This man also had a cat. He knew that cats hated the sound of a harmonica. He had often seen this particular cat fly at Captain Gunner and scratch him when he played. He took the cat and covered its claws with the poison. And then he left it in the room with Captain Gunner. He knew what would happen. Oakes and Mr. Snyder were on their feet. Captain Muller had not moved. He sat there, his fingers gripping the cloth. Mrs. Pickett rose and went to a closet. She unlocked the door. "Kitty," she called. "Kitty. Kitty." A black cat ran swiftly out into the room. With a clatter and a crash of crockery and a ringing of glass the table heaved, rocked and overturned as Muller staggered to his feet. He threw up his hands as if to ward something off. A choking cry came from his lips. "Got! Got!" Mrs. Pickett's voice rang through the room, cold and biting. "Captain Muller, you murdered Captain Gunner." The captain shuddered. Then mechanically he replied, "Got! Yes, I killed him." "You heard, Mr. Snyder," said Mrs. Pickett. "He has confessed before witnesses. Take him away." Muller allowed himself to be moved toward the door. His arm in Mr. Snyder's grip felt limp. Mrs. Pickett stopped and took something from the debris on the floor. She rose, holding the harmonica. "You are forgetting your souvenir, Captain Muller," she said. One touch of nature. The feelings of Mr. J. Wilmot Birdsey, as he stood wedged in the crowd that moved inch by inch towards the gates of the Chelsea football ground, rather resembled those of a starving man who has just been given a meal but realizes that he is not likely to get another for many days. He was full and happy. He bubbled over with the joy of living and a warm affection for his fellowman. At the back of his mind there lurked the black shadow of future privations, but for the moment he did not allow it to disturb him. On this maddest, merriest day of all the glad new year he was content to revel in the present and allow the future to take care of itself. Mr. Birdsey had been doing something which he had not done since he left New York 5 years ago. He had been watching a game of baseball. New York lost a great baseball fan when Hugo Percy de Winter Framlinghame, 6th Earl of Carricksteed, married May Eleanor, only daughter of Mr. and Mrs. J. Wilmot Birdsey of East 73rd Street. For scarcely had that internationally important event taken place when Mrs. Birdsey, announcing that for the future the home would be in England as near as possible to dear May and dear Hugo, scooped J. Wilmot out of his comfortable Morris chair as if he had been a clam, corked him up in a swift taxicab, and decanted him into a Deck B stateroom on the Olympic. And there he was, an exile. Mr. Birdsey submitted to the worst bit of kidnapping since the days of the old press gang with that delightful amiability which made him so popular among his fellows and such a cipher in his home. At an early date in his married life his position had been clearly defined beyond possibility of mistake. It was his business to make money, and, when called upon, to jump through hoops and sham dead at the bidding of his wife and daughter May. These duties he had been performing conscientiously for a matter of 20 years. It was only occasionally that his humble role jarred upon him, for he loved his wife and idolized his daughter. The International Alliance had been one of these occasions. He had no objection to Hugo Percy, 6th Earl of Carricksteed. The crushing blow had been the sentence of exile. He loved baseball with a love passing the love of women, and the prospect of never seeing a game again in his life appalled him. And then, one morning, like a voice from another world, had come the news that the White Sox and the Giants were to give an exhibition in London at the Chelsea football ground. He had counted the days like a child before Christmas. There had been obstacles to overcome before he could attend the game, but he had overcome them, and had been seated in the front row when the two teams lined up before King George. And now he was moving slowly from the ground with the rest of the spectators. Fate had been very good to him. It had given him a great game, even unto 2 home runs. But its crowning benevolence had been to allot the seats on either side of him to 2 men of his own mettle, 2 godlike beings who knew every move on the board, and howled like wolves when they did not see eye to eye with the umpire. Long before the 9th innings he was feeling towards them the affection of a shipwrecked mariner who meets a couple of boyhood's chums on a desert island. As he shouldered his way towards the gate he was aware of these 2 men, one on either side of him. He looked at them fondly, trying to make up his mind which of them he liked best. It was sad to think that they must soon go out of his life again forever. He came to a sudden resolution. He would postpone the parting. He would ask them to dinner. Over the best that the Savoy Hotel could provide they would fight the afternoon's battle over again. He did not know who they were or anything about them, but what did that matter? They were brother fans. That was enough for him. The man on his right was young, clean-shaven, and of a somewhat vulturine cast of countenance. His face was cold and impassive now, almost forbiddingly so. But only half an hour before it had been a battlefield of conflicting emotions. And his hat still showed the dent where he had banged it against the edge of his seat on the occasion of Mr. Daly's home run. A worthy guest. The man on Mr. Birdse's left belonged to another species of fan. Though there had been times during the game when he had howled. For the most part he had watched in silence so hungrily tense that a less experienced observer than Mr. Birdsey might have attributed his immobility to boredom. But one glance at his set jaw and gleaming eyes told him that here also was a man and a brother. This man's eyes were still gleaming, and under their curiously deep tan his bearded cheeks were pale. He was staring straight in front of him with an unseeing gaze. Mr. Birdsey tapped the young man on the shoulder. "Some game," he said. The young man looked at him and smiled. "You bet," he said. "I haven't seen a ball game in 5 years. The last one I saw was 2 years ago next June. Come and have some dinner at my hotel and talk it over," said Mr. Birdsey impulsively. "Sure," said the young man. Mr. Birdsey turned and tapped the shoulder of the man on his left. The result was a little unexpected. The man gave a start that was almost a leap, and the pallor of his face became a sickly white. His eyes, as he swung round, met Mr. Birdsey's for an instant before they dropped, and there was panic fear in them. His breath whistled softly through clenched teeth. Mr. Birdsey was taken aback. The cordiality of the clean-shaven young man had not prepared him for the possibility of such a reception. He felt chilled. He was on the point of apologizing with some murmur about a mistake, when the man reassured him by smiling. It was rather a painful smile, but it was enough for Mr. Birdsey. This man might be of a nervous temperament, but his heart was in the right place. He, too, smiled. He was a small, stout, red-faced little man, and he possessed a smile that rarely failed to set strangers at their ease. Many strenuous years on the New York Stock Exchange had not destroyed a certain childlike amiability in Mr. Birdsey, and it shone out when he smiled at you. "I'm afraid I startled you," he said soothingly. "I wanted to ask you if you would let a perfect stranger, who also happens to be an exile, offer you dinner tonight." The man winced. "Exile? An exiled fan? Don't you feel that the Polo Grounds are a good long way away? This gentleman is joining me. I have a suite at the Savoy Hotel, and I thought we might all have a quiet little dinner there and talk about the game. I haven't seen a ball game in 5 years. Nor have I. Then you must come. You really must. We fans ought to stick to one another in a strange land. Do come. Thank you, said the bearded man, I will. When three men, all strangers, sit down to dinner together, conversation, even if they happen to have a mutual passion for baseball, is apt to be for a while a little difficult. The first fine frenzy in which Mr. Birdsey had issued his invitations had begun to ebb by the time the soup was served, and he was conscious of a feeling of embarrassment. There was some subtle hitch in the orderly progress of affairs. He sensed it in the air. Both of his guests were disposed to silence, and the clean-shaven young man had developed a trick of staring at the man with the beard, which was obviously distressing that sensitive person. Wine, murmured Mr. Birdsey to the waiter. Wine, wine. He spoke with the earnestness of a general calling up his reserves for the grand attack. The success of this little dinner mattered enormously to him. There were circumstances which were going to make it an oasis in his life. He wanted it to be an occasion to which, in grey days to come, he could look back and be consoled. He could not let it be a failure. He was about to speak when the young man anticipated him. Leaning forward, he addressed the bearded man, who was crumbling bread with an absent look in his eyes. Surely we have met before, he said. I'm sure I remember your face. The effect of these words on the other was as curious as the effect of Mr. Birdsey's tap on the shoulder had been. He looked up like a hunted animal. He shook his head without speaking. Curious, said the young man. I could have sworn to it, and I am positive that it was somewhere in New York. Do you come from New York? Yes. It seems to me, said Mr. Birdsey, that we ought to introduce ourselves. Funny it didn't strike any of us before. My name is Birdsey, J. Wilmot Birdsey. I come from New York. My name is Waterall, said the young man. I come from New York. The bearded man hesitated. My name is Johnson. I used to live in New York. Where do you live now, Mr. Johnson? Asked Waterall. The bearded man hesitated again. Algiers, he said. Mr. Birdsey was inspired to help matters along with small talk. Algiers, he said. I have never been there, but I understand that it is quite a place. Are you in business there, Mr. Johnson? I live there for my health. Have you been there some time? Inquired Waterall. 5 years. Then it must have been in New York that I saw you, for I have never been to Algiers, and I'm certain I have seen you somewhere. I'm afraid you will think me a bore for sticking to the point like this, but the fact is, the one thing I pride myself on is my memory for faces. It's a hobby of mine. If I think I remember a face, and can't place it, I worry myself into insomnia. It's partly sheer vanity, and partly because in my job a good memory for faces is a mighty fine asset. It has helped me 100 times. Mr. Birdsey was an intelligent man, and he could see that Waterall's table talk was for some reason getting upon Johnson's nerves. Like a good host, he endeavored to cut in and make things smooth. I've heard great accounts of Algiers, he said helpfully. A friend of mine was there in his yacht last year. It must be a delightful spot. It's a hell on earth, snapped Johnson, and slew the conversation on the spot. Through a grim silence an angel in human form fluttered in, a waiter bearing a bottle. The pop of the cork was more than music to Mr. Birdsey's ears. It was the booming of the guns of the relieving army. The first glass, as first glasses will, thawed the bearded man, to the extent of inducing him to try and pick up the fragments of the conversation which he had shattered. I am afraid you will have thought me abrupt, Mr. Birdsey, he said awkwardly, but then you haven't lived in Algiers for 5 years, and I have. Mr. Birdsey chirruped sympathetically. I liked it at first. It looked mighty good to me. But 5 years of it, and nothing else to look forward to till you die. He stopped, and emptied his glass. Mr. Birdsey was still perturbed. True, conversation was proceeding in a sort of way, but it had taken a distinctly gloomy turn. Slightly flushed with the excellent champagne which he had selected for this important dinner, he endeavored to lighten it. "I wonder," he said, "which of us three fans had the greatest difficulty in getting to the bleachers today. I guess none of us found it too easy." The young man shook his head. "Don't count on me to contribute a romantic story to this Arabian Nights entertainment. My difficulty would have been to stop away. My name's Waterall, and I'm the London correspondent of the New York Chronicle. I had to be there this afternoon in the way of business." Mr. Birdsey giggled self-consciously, but not without a certain impish pride. "The laugh will be on me when you hear my confession. My daughter married an English earl, and my wife brought me over here to mix with his crowd. There was a big dinner party tonight, at which the whole gang were to be present, and it was as much as my life was worth to sidestep it. But when you get the Giants and the White Sox playing ball within 50 miles of you, well, I packed a grip and sneaked out the back way, and got to the station and caught the fast train to London. And what is going on back there at this moment I don't like to think. About now," said Mr. Birdsey, looking at his watch, "I guess they'll be pronging the hors d'oeuvres and gazing at the empty chair. It was a shame to do it, but, for the love of Mike, what else could I have done?" He looked at the bearded man. "Did you have any adventures, Mr. Johnson?" "No. I just came." The young man Waterall leaned forward. His manner was quiet, but his eyes were glittering. "Wasn't that enough of an adventure for you?" he said. Their eyes met across the table. Seated between them, Mr. Birdsey looked from one to the other, vaguely disturbed. Something was happening, a drama was going on, and he had not the key to it. Johnson's face was pale, and the tablecloth crumpled into a crooked ridge under his fingers, but his voice was steady as he replied. "I don't understand." "Will you understand if I give you your right name, Mr. Benyon?" "What's all this?" said Mr. Birdsey feebly. Waterall turned to him, the vulturine cast of his face more noticeable than ever. Mr. Birdsey was conscious of a sudden distaste for this young man. "It's quite simple, Mr. Birdsey. If you have not been entertaining angels unawares, you have at least been giving a dinner to a celebrity. I told you I was sure I had seen this gentleman before. I have just remembered where, and when. This is Mr. John Benyon, and I last saw him 5 years ago when I was a reporter in New York, and covered his trial." "His trial?" "He robbed the New Asiatic Bank of $100,000, jumped his bail, and was never heard of again." "For the love of Mike." Mr. Birdsey stared at his guest with eyes that grew momently wider. He was amazed to find that deep down in him there was an unmistakable feeling of elation. He had made up his mind, when he left home that morning, that this was to be a day of days. Well, nobody could call this an anticlimax. "So that's why you have been living in Algiers?" Benyon did not reply. Outside, the Strand traffic sent a faint murmur into the warm, comfortable room. Waterall spoke. "What on earth induced you, Benyon, to run the risk of coming to London, where every second man you meet is a New Yorker? I can't understand. The chances were 2 to 1 that you would be recognized. You made a pretty big splash with that little affair of yours 5 years ago." Benyon raised his head. His hands were trembling. "I'll tell you," he said with a kind of savage force, which hurt kindly little Mr. Birdsey like a blow. "It was because I was a dead man, and saw a chance of coming to life for a day. Because I was sick of the damned tomb I've been living in for 5 centuries, because I've been aching for New York ever since I've left it, and here was a chance of being back there for a few hours. I knew there was a risk. I took a chance on it." "Well?" Mr. Birdsey's heart was almost too full for words. He had found him at last, the superfan, the man who would go through fire and water for a sight of a game of baseball. Till that moment he had been regarding himself as the nearest approach to that dizzy eminence. He had braved great perils to see this game. Even in this moment his mind would not wholly detach itself from speculation as to what his wife would say to him when he slunk back into the fold. But what had he risked compared with this man Benyon? Mr. Birdsey glowed. He could not restrain his sympathy and admiration. True, the man was a criminal. He had robbed a bank of $100,000. But, after all, what was that? They would probably have wasted the money in foolishness. And, anyway, a bank which couldn't take care of its money deserved to lose it. Mr. Birdsey felt almost a righteous glow of indignation against the new Asiatic bank. He broke the silence which had followed Benyon's words with a peculiarly immoral remark. "Well, it's lucky it's only us that's recognized you," he said. Waterall stared. "Are you proposing that we should hush this thing up, Mr. Birdsey?" he said coldly. "Oh, well." Waterall rose and went to the telephone. "What are you going to do?" "Call up Scotland Yard, of course." "What did you think?" Undoubtedly the young man was doing his duty as a citizen, yet it is to be recorded that Mr. Birdsey eyed him with unmixed horror. "You can't. You mustn't," he cried. "I certainly shall." But, this fellow came all that way to see the ballgame. It seemed incredible to Mr. Birdsey that this aspect of the affair should not be the one to strike everybody to the exclusion of all other aspects. "You can't give him up. It's too raw. He's a convicted criminal. He's a fan. Why, say, he's the fan." Waterall shrugged his shoulders, and walked to the telephone. Benyon spoke. "One moment." Waterall turned, and found himself looking into the muzzle of a small pistol. He laughed. "I expected that. Wave it about all you want." Benyon rested his shaking hand on the edge of the table. "I'll shoot if you move." "You won't. You haven't the nerve. There's nothing to you. You're just a cheap crook, and that's all. You wouldn't find the nerve to pull that trigger in a million years." He took off the receiver. "Give me Scotland Yard," he said. He had turned his back to Benyon. Benyon sat motionless. Then, with a thud, the pistol fell to the ground. The next moment Benyon had broken down. His face was buried in his arms, and he was a wreck of a man, sobbing like a hurt child. Mr. Birdsey was profoundly distressed. He sat tingling and helpless. This was a nightmare. Waterall's level voice spoke at the telephone. "Is this Scotland Yard? I am Waterall, of the New York Chronicle. Is Inspector Jarvis there? Ask him to come to the phone." "Is that you, Jarvis?" "This is Waterall. I'm speaking from the Savoy, Mr. Birdsey's rooms." "Birdsey. Listen, Jarvis. There's a man here that's wanted by the American police. Send someone here and get him." Benyon. "Robbed the new Asiatic bank in New York." "Yes, you've a warrant out for him, 5 years old." "All right." He hung up the receiver. Benyon sprang to his feet. He stood, shaking, a pitiable sight. Mr. Birdsey had risen with him. They stood looking at Waterall. "You, skunk," said Mr. Birdsey. "I'm an American citizen," said Waterall, "and I happen to have some idea of a citizen's duties. What is more, I'm a newspaper man, and I have some idea of my duty to my paper. Call me what you like, you won't alter that." Mr. Birdsey snorted. "You're suffering from ingrowing sentimentality, Mr. Birdsey. That's what's the matter with you. Just because this man has escaped justice for 5 years, you think he ought to be considered quit of the whole thing. But, I don't." He took out his cigarette case. He was feeling a great deal more strung up and nervous than he would have had the others suspect. He had had a moment of very swift thinking before he had decided to treat that ugly little pistol in a spirit of contempt. Its production had given him a decided shock, and now he was suffering from reaction. As a consequence, because his nerves were strained, he lit his cigarette very languidly, very carefully, and with an offensive superiority which was to Mr. Birdsey the last straw. These things are matters of an instant. Only an infinitesimal fraction of time elapsed between the spectacle of Mr. Birdsey, indignant but inactive, and Mr. Birdsey berserk, seeing red, frankly and undisguisedly running amok. The transformation took place in the space of time required for the lighting of a match. Even as the match gave out its flame, Mr. Birdsey sprang. Eons before, when the young blood ran swiftly in his veins and life was all before him, Mr. Birdsey had played football. Once a footballer, always a potential footballer, even to the grave. Time had removed the flying tackle as a factor in Mr. Birdsey's life. Wrath brought it back. He dived at young Mr. Waterall's neatly trousered legs as he had dived at other legs, less neatly trousered, 30 years ago. They crashed to the floor together. And with the crash came Mr. Birdsey's shout. "Run! Run, you fool! Run!" And, even as he clung to his man, breathless, bruised, feeling as if all the world had dissolved in one vast explosion of dynamite, the door opened, banged to, and feet fled down the passage. Mr. Birdsey disentangled himself, and rose painfully. The shock had brought him to himself. He was no longer berserk. He was a middle-aged gentleman of high respectability who had been behaving in a very peculiar way. Waterall, flushed and disheveled, glared at him speechlessly. He gulped. "Are you crazy?" Mr. Birdsey tested gingerly the mechanism of a leg which lay under suspicion of being broken. Relieved, he put his foot to the ground again. He shook his head at Waterall. He was slightly crumpled, but he achieved a manner of dignified reproof. "You shouldn't have done it, young man. It was raw work." "Oh, yes, I know all about that duty of a citizen stuff. It doesn't go. There are exceptions to every rule, and this was one of them. When a man risks his liberty to come and root at a ballgame, you've got to hand it to him. He isn't a crook. He's a fan. And we exiled fans have got to stick together." Waterall was quivering with fury, disappointment, and the peculiar unpleasantness of being treated by an elderly gentleman like a sack of coals. He stammered with rage. "You damned old fool, do you realize what you've done? The police will be here in another minute. Let them come. But what am I to say to them? What explanation can I give? What story can I tell them? Can't you see what a hole you've put me in?" Something seemed to click inside Mr. Birdsey's soul. It was the berserk mood vanishing and reason leaping back onto her throne. He was able now to think calmly, and what he thought about filled him with a sudden gloom. "Young man," he said, "don't worry yourself. You've got a cinch. You've only got to hand a story to the police. Any old tale will do for them. I'm the man with the really difficult job. I've got to square myself with my wife. At Geisenheimer's. As I walked to Geisenheimer's that night I was feeling blue and restless, tired of New York, tired of dancing, tired of everything. Broadway was full of people hurrying to the theaters. Cars rattled by. All the electric lights in the world were blazing down on the Great White Way. And it all seemed stale and dreary to me. Geisenheimer's was full as usual. All the tables were occupied, and there were several couples already on the dancing floor in the center. The band was playing Michigan. I want to go back, I want to go back. To the place where I was born. Far away from harm. With a milk pail on my arm. I suppose the fellow who wrote that would have called for the police if anyone had ever really tried to get him onto a farm. But he has certainly put something into the tune which makes you think he meant what he said. It's a homesick tune, that. I was just looking round for an empty table, when a man jumped up and came towards me, registering joy as if I had been his long-lost sister. He was from the country. I could see that. It was written all over him, from his face to his shoes. He came up with his hand out, beaming. "Why, Miss Roxborough? Why not?" I said. "Don't you remember me?" I didn't. "My name is Ferris. It's a nice name, but it means nothing in my young life. I was introduced to you last time I came here. We danced together. This seemed to bear the stamp of truth. If he was introduced to me, he probably danced with me. It's what I'm at Geisenheimer's for. When was it? A year ago last April. You can't beat these rural charmers. They think New York is folded up and put away in camphor when they leave, and only taken out again when they pay their next visit. The notion that anything could possibly have happened since he was last in our midst to blur the memory of that happy evening had not occurred to Mr. Ferris. I suppose he was so accustomed to dating things from when I was in New York, that he thought everybody else must do the same. Why, sure, I remember you, I said. Algernon Clarence, isn't it? Not Algernon Clarence. My name's Charlie. My mistake. And what's the great scheme, Mr. Ferris? Do you want to dance with me again? He did. So we started. Mine not to reason why, mine but to do and die, as the poem says. If an elephant had come into Geisenheimer's and asked me to dance, I'd have had to do it. And I'm not saying that Mr. Ferris wasn't the next thing to it. He was one of those earnest, persevering dancers, the kind that have taken 12 correspondence lessons. I guess I was about due that night to meet someone from the country. There still come days in the spring when the country seems to get a stranglehold on me and start in pulling. This particular day had been one of them. I got up in the morning and looked out of the window, and the breeze just wrapped me round and began whispering about pigs and chickens. And when I went out on Fifth Avenue there seemed to be flowers everywhere. I headed for the park, and there was the grass all green, and the trees coming out, and a sort of something in the air. Why, say, if there hadn't have been a big policeman keeping an eye on me, I'd have flung myself down and bitten chunks out of the turf. And as soon as I got to Geisenheimer's they played that Michigan thing. Why, Charlie from Squeedunk's entrance couldn't have been better worked up if he'd been a star in a Broadway show. The stage was just waiting for him. But somebody's always taking the joy out of life. I ought to have remembered that the most metropolitan thing in the metropolis is a rustic who's putting in a week there. We weren't thinking on the same plane, Charlie and me. The way I had been feeling all day, what I wanted to talk about was last season's crops. The subject he fancied was this season's chorus girls. Our souls didn't touch by a mile and a half. This is the life, he said. There's always a point when that sort of man says that. I suppose you come here quite a lot, he said. Pretty often. I didn't tell him that I came there every night, and that I came because I was paid for it. If you're a professional dancer at Geisenheimer's, you aren't supposed to advertise the fact. The management thinks that if you did it might send the public away thinking too hard when they saw you win the great contest for the Love RLY Silver Cup which they offer later in the evening. Say, that Love RLY Cup's a joke. I win it on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Mabel Francis wins it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. It's all perfectly fair and square, of course. It's purely a matter of merit who wins the Love RLY Cup. Anybody could win it. Only somehow they don't. And the coincidence of the fact that Mabel and I always do has kind of got on the management's nerves, and they don't like us to tell people we're employed there. They prefer us to blush unseen. It's a great place, said Mr. Ferris, and New York's a great place. I'd like to live in New York. The loss is ours. Why don't you? Some city. But Dad's dead now, and I've got the drugstore, you know. He spoke as if I ought to remember reading about it in the papers. And I'm making good with it, what's more. I've got push and ideas. Say, I got married since I saw you last. You did you? I said. Then what are you doing, may I ask, dancing on Broadway like a gay bachelor? I suppose you have left your wife at Hicks Corners, singing, Where is my wandering boy tonight? Not Hicks Corners. Ashley, Maine. That's where I live. My wife comes from Rodney. Pardon me, I'm afraid I stepped on your foot. My fault, I said, I lost step. Well, I wonder you aren't ashamed even to think of your wife, when you've left her all alone out there while you come whooping it up in New York. Haven't you got any conscience? But I haven't left her. She's here. In New York? In this restaurant. That's her up there. I looked up at the balcony. There was a face hanging over the red plush rail. It looked to me as if it had some hidden sorrow. I'd noticed it before, when we were dancing around, and I had wondered what the trouble was. Now I began to see. Why aren't you dancing with her and giving her a good time, then? I said. Oh, she's having a good time. She doesn't look it. She looks as if she would like to be down here, treading the measure. She doesn't dance much. Don't you have dances at Ashley? It's different at home. She dances well enough for Ashley, but, well, this isn't Ashley. I see. But you're not like that? He gave a kind of smirk. Oh, I've been in New York before. I could have bitten him, the sawn-off little rube. It made me mad. He was ashamed to dance in public with his wife, didn't think her good enough for him. So he had dumped her in a chair, given her a lemonade, and told her to be good, and then gone off to have a good time. They could have had me arrested for what I was thinking just then. The band began to play something else. This is the life, said Mr. Ferris. Let's do it again. Let somebody else do it, I said. I'm tired. I'll introduce you to some friends of mine. So I took him off, and whisked him on to some girls I knew at one of the tables. Shake hands with my friend Mr. Ferris, I said. He wants to show you the latest steps. He does most of them on your feet. I could have bet on Charlie, the debonair pride of Ashley. Guess what he said? He said, this is the life. And I left him, and went up to the balcony. She was leaning with her elbows on the red plush, looking down on the dancing floor. They had just started another tune, and hubby was moving around with one of the girls I'd introduced him to. She didn't have to prove to me that she came from the country. I knew it. She was a little bit of a thing, old-fashioned looking. She was dressed in gray, with white muslin collar and cuffs, and her hair done simple. She had a black hat. I kind of hovered for a while. It isn't the best thing I do, being shy. As a general thing I'm more or less there with the nerve, but somehow I sort of hesitated to charge in. Then I braced up, and made for the vacant chair. I'll sit here, if you don't mind, I said. She turned in a startled way. I could see she was wondering who I was, and what right I had there, but wasn't certain whether it might not be city etiquette for strangers to come and dump themselves down and start chatting. I've just been dancing with your husband, I said, to ease things along. I saw you. She fixed me with a pair of big brown eyes. I took one look at them, and then I had to tell myself that it might be pleasant, and a relief to my feelings, to take something solid and heavy and drop it over the rail onto hubby. But the management wouldn't like it. That was how I felt about him just then. The poor kid was doing everything with those eyes except crying. She looked like a dog that's been kicked. She looked away, and fiddled with the string of the electric light. There was a hatpin lying on the table. She picked it up, and began to dig at the red plush. Ah, come on sis, I said. Tell me all about it. I don't know what you mean. You can't fool me. Tell me your troubles. I don't know you. You don't have to know a person to tell her your troubles. I sometimes tell mine to the cat that camps out on the wall opposite my room. What did you want to leave the country for, with summer coming on? She didn't answer, but I could see it coming, so I sat still and waited. And presently she seemed to make up her mind that, even if it was no business of mine, it would be a relief to talk about it. We're on our honeymoon. Charlie wanted to come to New York. I didn't want to, but he was set on it. He's been here before. So he told me. He's wild about New York. But you're not. I hate it. Why? She dug away at the red plush with the hatpin, picking out little bits and dropping them over the edge. I could see she was bracing herself to put me wise to the whole trouble. There's a time comes when things aren't going right, and you've had all you can stand, when you have got to tell somebody about it, no matter who it is. I hate New York, she said, getting it out at last with a rush. I'm scared of it. It isn't fair, Charlie, bringing me here. I didn't want to come. I knew what would happen. I felt it all along. What do you think will happen, then? She must have picked away at least an inch of the red plush before she answered. It's lucky Jimmy, the balcony waiter, didn't see her. It would have broken his heart. He's as proud of that red plush as if he had paid for it himself. When I first went to live at Rodney, she said, 2 years ago, we moved there from Illinois, there was a man there named Tyson, Jack Tyson. He lived all alone and didn't seem to want to know anyone. I couldn't understand it till somebody told me all about him. I can understand it now. Jack Tyson married a Rodney girl, and they came to New York for their honeymoon, just like us. And when they got there, I guess she got to comparing him with the fellows she saw, and comparing the city with Rodney, and when she got home she just couldn't settle down. Well? After they had been back in Rodney for a little while, she ran away. Back to the city, I guess. I suppose he got a divorce? No, he didn't. He still thinks she may come back to him. He still thinks she will come back. I said. After she has been away 3 years. Yes. He keeps her things just the same as she left them when she went away, everything just the same. But isn't he angry with her for what she did? If I was a man and a girl treated me that way, I'd be apt to murder her if she tried to show up again. He wouldn't. Nor would I, if anything like that happened to me, I'd wait, and go on hoping all the time. And I'd go down to the station to meet the train every afternoon, just like Jack Tyson. Something splashed on the tablecloth. It made me jump. For goodness sake, I said, what's your trouble? Brace up. I know it's a sad story, but it's not your funeral. It is. It is. The same thing's going to happen to me. Take a hold on yourself. Don't cry like that. I can't help it. Oh. I knew it would happen. It's happening right now. Look at him. I glanced over the rail, and I saw what she meant. There was her Charlie, dancing about all over the floor as if he had just discovered that he hadn't lived till then. I saw him say something to the girl he was dancing with. I wasn't near enough to hear it, but I bet it was, "This is the life." If I had been his wife, in the same position as this kid, I guess I'd have felt as bad as she did, for if ever a man exhibited all the symptoms of incurable New Yorkitis, it was this Charlie Ferris. I'm not like these New York girls, she choked. I can't be smart. I don't want to be. I just want to live at home and be happy. I knew it would happen if we came to the city. He doesn't think me good enough for him. He looks down on me. Pull yourself together. And I do love him so. Goodness knows what I should have said if I could have thought of anything to say. But just then the music stopped, and somebody on the floor below began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "there will now take place our great number contest. This genuine sporting contest." It was Izzy Bearman making his nightly speech, introducing the Love ROY Cup, and it meant that, for me, duty called. From where I sat I could see Izzy looking about the room, and I knew he was looking for me. It's the management's nightmare that one of these evenings Mabel or I won't show up, and somebody else will get away with the Love ROY Cup. "Sorry, I've got to go," I said. "I have to be in this." And then suddenly I had the great idea. It came to me like a flash. I looked at her, crying there, and I looked over the rail at Charlie the Boy Wonder, and I knew that this was where I got a stranglehold on my place in the Hall of Fame. Along with the great thinkers of the age. "Come on," I said. "Come along. Stop crying and powder your nose and get a move on. You're going to dance this. But Charlie doesn't want to dance with me. It may have escaped your notice, I said, but your Charlie is not the only man in New York, or even in this restaurant. I'm going to dance with Charlie myself, and I'll introduce you to someone who can go through the movements. Listen. The lady of each couple, this was Izzy, getting it off his diaphragm, will receive a ticket containing a number bar. The dance will then proceed, and the number boss will be eliminated one by one, those called out by the judge kindly returning to their seats as their number bar is called. The number bar finally remaining is the winning number bar. The contest is a genuine sporting contest, decided purely by the skill of the holders of the various number bars. Izzy stopped blushing at the age of 6. Will ladies now kindly step forward and receive their number boss? The winner, the holder of the number ball left on the floor when the other number boss have been eliminated. I could see Izzy getting more and more uneasy, wondering where on earth I'd got to. Will receive this Love ROY silver cup, presented by the management. Ladies will now kindly step forward and receive their number boss. I turned to Mrs. Charlie. There, I said, don't you want to win a Love ROY silver cup? But I couldn't. You never know your luck. But it isn't luck. Didn't you hear him say it's a contest decided purely by skill? Well, try your skill, then. I felt as if I could have shaken her. For goodness sake, I said, show a little grit. Aren't you going to stir a finger to keep your Charlie? Suppose you win, think what it will mean. He will look up to you for the rest of your life. When he starts talking about New York, all you will have to say is, New York? Ah, yes, that was the town I won that Love ROY silver cup in, was it not? And he'll drop as if you had hit him behind the ear with a sandbag. Pull yourself together and try. I saw those brown eyes of hers flash, and she said, I'll try. Good for you, I said. Now you get those tears dried, and fix yourself up, and I'll go down and get the tickets. Izzy was mighty relieved when I bore down on him. Gee. He said, I thought you had run away, or was sick or something. Here's your ticket. I want 2, Izzy. One's for a friend of mine. And I say, Izzy, I'd take it as a personal favor if you would let her stop on the floor as one of the last 2 couples. There's a reason. She's a kid from the country, and she wants to make a hit. Sure, that'll be all right. Here are the tickets. Yours is 36, hers is 10. He lowered his voice. Don't go mixing them. I went back to the balcony. On the way I got hold of Charlie. We're dancing this together, I said. He grinned all across his face. I found Mrs. Charlie looking as if she had never shed a tear in her life. She certainly had pluck, that kid. Come on, I said. Stick to your ticket like wax and watch your step. I guess you've seen these sporting contests at Geisenheimer's. Or, if you haven't seen them at Geisenheimer's, you've seen them somewhere else. They're all the same. When we began, the floor was so crowded that there was hardly elbow room. Don't tell me there aren't any optimists nowadays. Everyone was looking as if they were wondering whether to have the Love ROY cup in the sitting room or the bedroom. You never saw such a hopeful gang in your life. Presently Izzy gave tongue. The management expects him to be humorous on these occasions, so he did his best. Number boss, 7, 11, and 21 will kindly rejoin their sorrowing friends. This gave us a little more elbow room, and the band started again. A few minutes later, Izzy once more, number boss 13, 16, and 17, goodbye. Off we went again. Number bar 12, we hate to part with you, but, back to your table. A plump girl in a red hat, who had been dancing with a kind smile, as if she were doing it to amuse the children, left the floor. Number boss 6, 15, and 20, thumbs down. And pretty soon the only couples left were Charlie and me, Mrs. Charlie and the fellow I'd introduced her to, and a bald-headed man and a girl in a white hat. He was one of your stick-at-it performers. He had been dancing all the evening. I had noticed him from the balcony. He looked like a hard-boiled egg from up there. He was a trier all right, that fellow, and had things been otherwise, so to speak, I'd have been glad to see him win. But it was not to be. Ah, no. Number 19, you're getting all flushed. Take a rest. So there it was, a straight contest between me and Charlie and Mrs. Charlie and her man. Every nerve in my system was tingling with suspense and excitement, was it not? It was not. Charlie, as I've already hinted, was not a dancer who took much of his attention off his feet while in action. He was there to do his darndest, not to inspect objects of interest by the wayside. The correspondence college he'd attended doesn't guarantee to teach you to do two things at once. It won't bind itself to teach you to look round the room while you're dancing. So Charlie hadn't the least suspicion of the state of the drama. He was breathing heavily down my neck in a determined sort of way, with his eyes glued to the floor. All he knew was that the competition had thinned out a bit, and the honor of Ashley, Maine, was in his hands. You know how the public begins to sit up and take notice when these dance contests have been narrowed down to two couples. There are evenings when I quite forget myself, when I'm one of the last two left in, and get all excited. There's a sort of hum in the air, and, as you go round the room, people at the tables start applauding. Why, if you didn't know about the inner workings of the thing, you'd be all of a twitter. It didn't take my practiced ear long to discover that it wasn't me and Charlie that the great public was cheering for. We would go round the floor without getting a hand, and every time Mrs. Charlie and her guy got to a corner there was a noise like election night. She sure had made a hit. I took a look at her across the floor, and I didn't wonder. She was a different kid from what she'd been upstairs. I never saw anybody look so happy and pleased with herself. Her eyes were like lamps, and her cheeks all pink, and she was going at it like a champion. I knew what had made a hit with the people. It was the look of her. She made you think of fresh milk and new-laid eggs and birds singing. To see her was like getting away to the country in August. It's funny about people who live in the city. They chuck out their chests, and talk about little old New York being good enough for them, and there's a street in heaven they call Broadway, and all the rest of it. But it seems to me that what they really live for is that 3 weeks in the summer when they get away into the country. I knew exactly why they were cheering so hard for Mrs. Charlie. She made them think of their holidays which were coming along, when they would go and board at the farm and drink out of the old oaken bucket, and call the cows by their first names. Gee! I felt just like that myself. All day the country had been tugging at me, and now it tugged worse than ever. I could have smelled the new mown hay if it wasn't that when you're in Geisenheimer's you have to smell Geisenheimer's, because it leaves no chance for competition. Keep working, I said to Charlie. It looks to me as if we are going back in the betting. He says, too busy to blink. Do some of those fancy steps of yours. We need them in our business. And the way that boy worked, it was astonishing. Out of the corner of my eye I could see Izzy Bearman, and he wasn't looking happy. He was nerving himself for one of those quick referee's decisions, the sort you make and then duck under the ropes, and run 5 miles, to avoid the incensed populace. It was this kind of thing happening every now and then that prevented his job being perfect. Mabel Francis told me that one night when Izzy declared her the winner of the great sporting contest, it was such raw work that she thought there'd have been a riot. It looked pretty much as if he was afraid the same thing was going to happen now. There wasn't a doubt which of us two couples was the one that the customers wanted to see win that Love RLY Silver Cup. It was a walkover for Mrs. Charlie and I were simply among those present. But Izzy had his duty to do, and drew a salary for doing it, so he moistened his lips, looked round to see that his strategic railways weren't blocked, swallowed twice, and said in a husky voice, "Number 10, please retire." I stopped at once. "Come along," said I to Charlie. "That's our exit cue." And we walked off the floor amidst applause. Well, says Charlie, taking out his handkerchief and attending to his brow, which was like the village blacksmith's, we didn't do so bad, did we? We didn't do so bad, I guess. And he looked up at the balcony, expecting to see the dear little wife, draped over the rail, worshipping him. When, just as his eye is moving up, it gets caught by the sight of her a whole heap lower down than he had expected, on the floor, in fact. She wasn't doing much in the worshipping line just at that moment. She was too busy. It was a regular triumphal progress for the kid. She and her partner were doing 1 or 2 rounds now for exhibition purposes, like the winning couple always do at Geisenheimer's, and the room was fairly rising at them. You'd have thought from the way they were clapping that they had been betting all their spare cash on her. Charlie gets her well focused, then he lets his jaw drop, till he pretty near bumped it against the floor. But, he begins. I know, I said. It begins to look as if she could dance well enough for the city after all. It begins to look as if she had sort of put one over on somebody, don't it? It begins to look as if it were a pity you didn't think of dancing with her yourself. You come along and have a nice cold drink, I said, and you'll soon pick up. He tottered after me to a table, looking as if he had been hit by a streetcar. He had got his. I was so busy looking after Charlie, flapping the towel and working on him with the oxygen, that, if you'll believe me, it wasn't for quite a time that I thought of glancing around to see how the thing had struck Izzy Bearman. If you can imagine a fond father whose only son has hit him with a brick, jumped on his stomach, and then gone off with all his money, you have a pretty good notion of how poor old Izzy looked. He was staring at me across the room, and talking to himself and jerking his hands about. Whether he thought he was talking to me, or whether he was rehearsing the scene where he broke it to the boss that a mere stranger had got away with his Love RLY silver cup, I don't know. Whichever it was, he was being mighty eloquent. I gave him a nod, as much as to say that it would all come right in the future, and then I turned to Charlie again. He was beginning to pick up. She won the cup, he said in a dazed voice, looking at me as if I could do something about it. You bet she did. But, well, what do you know about that? I saw that the moment had come to put it straight to him. I'll tell you what I know about it, I said. If you take my advice, you'll hustle that kid straight back to Ashley, or wherever it is that you said you poison the natives by making up the wrong prescriptions, before she gets New York into her system. When I was talking to her upstairs, she was telling me about a fellow in her village who got it in the neck just the same as you're apt to do. He started. She was telling you about Jack Tyson? That was his name, Jack Tyson. He lost his wife through letting her have too much New York. Don't you think it's funny she should have mentioned him if she hadn't had some idea that she might act just the same as his wife did? He turned quite green. You don't think she would do that? Well, if you'd heard her, she couldn't talk of anything except this Tyson, and what his wife did to him. She talked of it sort of sad, kind of regretful, as if she was sorry, but felt that it had to be. I could see she had been thinking about it a whole lot. Charlie stiffened in his seat, and then began to melt with pure fright. He took up his empty glass with a shaking hand and drank a long drink out of it. It didn't take much observation to see that he had had the jolt he wanted, and was going to be a whole heap less jaunty and metropolitan from now on. In fact, the way he looked, I should say he had finished with metropolitan jauntiness for the rest of his life. I'll take her home tomorrow, he said. But, will she come? That's up to you. If you can persuade her, here she is now. I should start at once. Mrs. Charlie, carrying the cup, came to the table. I was wondering what would be the first thing she would say. If it had been Charlie, of course he'd have said, "This is the life," but I looked for something snappier from her. If I had been in her place there were at least 10 things I could have thought of to say, each nastier than the other. She sat down and put the cup on the table. Then she gave the cup a long look. Then she drew a deep breath. Then she looked at Charlie. "Oh, Charlie, dear," she said, "I do wish I'd been dancing with you." Well, I'm not sure that that wasn't just as good as anything I would have said. Charlie got right off the mark. After what I had told him, he wasn't wasting any time. "Darling," he said, humbly, "you're a wonder. What will they say about this at home?" He did pause here for a moment, for it took nerve to say it, but then he went right on. "Mary, how would it be if we went home right away, first train tomorrow, and showed it to them?" "Oh, Charlie," she said. His face lit up as if somebody had pulled a switch. "You will? You don't want to stop on? You aren't wild about New York?" "If there was a train," she said, "I'd start tonight." "But I thought you loved the city so, Charlie." He gave a kind of shiver. "I never want to see it again in my life," he said. "You'll excuse me," I said, getting up, "I think there's a friend of mine wants to speak to me." And I crossed over to where Izzy had been standing for the last 5 minutes, making signals to me with his eyebrows. You couldn't have called Izzy coherent at first. He certainly had trouble with his vocal cords, poor fellow. There was one of those African explorer men used to come to Geisenheimer's a lot when he was home from roaming the trackless desert. And he used to tell me about tribes he had met who didn't use real words at all, but talked to one another in clicks and gurgles. He imitated some of their chatter one night to amuse me, and, believe me, Izzy Bearman started talking the same language now. Only he didn't do it to amuse me. He was like one of those gramophone records when it's getting into its stride. "Be calm, Isidore," I said. "Something is troubling you. Tell me all about it." He clicked some more, and then he got it out. "Say, are you crazy? What did you do it for? Didn't I tell you as plain as I could? Didn't I say it 20 times, when you came for the tickets, that yours was 36? Didn't you say my friend's was 36? Are you deaf? I said hers was 10. Then, I said handsomely, say no more. The mistake was mine. It begins to look as if I must have got them mixed." He did a few Swedish exercises. "Say no more? That's good. That's great. You've got nerve. I'll say that. It was a lucky mistake, Izzy. It saved your life. The people would have lynched you if you had given me the cup. They were solid for her. What's the boss going to say when I tell him?" "Never mind what the boss will say. Haven't you any romance in your system, Izzy? Look at those two sitting there with their heads together. Isn't it worth a silver cup to have made them happy for life? They are on their honeymoon, Isidore. Tell the boss exactly how it happened, and say that I thought it was up to Geisenheimer's to give them a wedding present." He clicked for a spell. "Ah," he said. "Ah. Now you've done it. Now you've given yourself away. You did it on purpose. You mixed those tickets on purpose. I thought as much. Say, who do you think you are, doing this sort of thing? Don't you know that professional dancers are 3 for 10 cents? I could go out right now and whistle, and get a dozen girls for your job. The boss'll sack you just 1 minute after I tell him." "No, he won't, Izzy, because I'm going to resign." "You'd better. That's what I think. I'm sick of this place, Izzy. I'm sick of dancing. I'm sick of New York. I'm sick of everything. I'm going back to the country. I thought I had got the pigs and chickens clear out of my system, but I hadn't. I've suspected it for a long, long time, and tonight I know it. Tell the boss, with my love, that I'm sorry, but it had to be done. And if he wants to talk back, he must do it by letter. Mrs. John Tyson, Rodney, Maine, is the address. Bill the Bloodhound. There's a divinity that shapes our ends. Consider the case of Henry Piffield Rice, detective. I must explain Henry early, to avoid disappointment. If I simply said he was a detective, and let it go at that, I should be obtaining the reader's interest under false pretenses. He was really only a sort of detective, a species of sleuth. At Stafford's International Investigation Bureau, in the Strand, where he was employed, they did not require him to solve mysteries which had baffled the police. He had never measured a footprint in his life, and what he did not know about bloodstains would have filled a library. The sort of job they gave Henry was to stand outside a restaurant in the rain, and note what time someone inside left it. In short, it is not Piffield Rice, investigator. Number 1. The Adventure of the Maharaja's Ruby, that I submit to your notice, but the unsensational doings of a quite commonplace young man, variously known to his comrades at the Bureau as Fathead. That blighter what's his name, and here, you. Henry lived in a boarding house in Guilford Street. One day a new girl came to the boarding house, and sat next to Henry at meals. Her name was Alice Weston. She was small and quiet, and rather pretty. They got on splendidly. Their conversation, at first confined to the weather and the moving pictures, rapidly became more intimate. Henry was surprised to find that she was on the stage, in the chorus. Previous chorus girls at the boarding house had been of a more pronounced type, good girls, but noisy, and apt to wear beauty spots. Alice Weston was different. "I'm rehearsing at present," she said. "I'm going out on tour next month in The Girl from Brighton." "What do you do, Mr. Rice?" Henry paused for a moment before replying. He knew how sensational he was going to be. "I'm a detective." Usually, when he told girls his profession, squeaks of amazed admiration greeted him. Now he was chagrined to perceive in the brown eyes that met his distinct disapproval. "What's the matter?" he said, a little anxiously, for even at this early stage in their acquaintance he was conscious of a strong desire to win her approval. "Don't you like detectives?" "I don't know. Somehow I shouldn't have thought you were one." This restored Henry's equanimity somewhat. Naturally, a detective does not want to look like a detective and give the whole thing away right at the start. "I think, you won't be offended?" "Go on." "I've always looked on it as rather a sneaky job." "Sneaky," moaned Henry. "Well, creeping about, spying on people." Henry was appalled. She had defined his own trade to a nicety. There might be detectives whose work was above this reproach, but he was a confirmed creeper, and he knew it. It wasn't his fault. The boss told him to creep, and he crept. If he declined to creep, he would be sacked instanter. It was hard, and yet he felt the sting of her words, and in his bosom the first seeds of dissatisfaction with his occupation took root. You might have thought that this frankness on the girl's part would have kept Henry from falling in love with her. Certainly the dignified thing would have been to change his seat at table, and take his meals next to someone who appreciated the romance of detective work a little more. But no, he remained where he was, and presently Cupid, who never shoots with a surer aim than through the steam of boarding-house hash, sniped him where he sat. He proposed to Alice Weston. She refused him. "It's not because I'm not fond of you. I think you're the nicest man I ever met." A good deal of assiduous attention had enabled Henry to win this place in her affections. He had worked patiently and well before actually putting his fortune to the test. "I'd marry you tomorrow if things were different. But I'm on the stage, and I mean to stick there. Most of the girls want to get off it, but not me. And one thing I'll never do is marry someone who isn't in the profession. My sister Genevieve did, and look what happened to her. She married a commercial traveler, and take it from me he traveled. She never saw him for more than 5 minutes in the year, except when he was selling gents' hosiery in the same town where she was doing her refined speciality. And then he'd just wave his hand and whiz by, and start traveling again. My husband has got to be close by, where I can see him. I'm sorry, Henry, but I know I'm right." It seemed final, but Henry did not wholly despair. He was a resolute young man. You have to be to wait outside restaurants in the rain for any length of time. He had an inspiration. He sought out a dramatic agent. "I want to go on the stage, in musical comedy. Let's see you dance. I can't dance. Sing, said the agent. Stop singing, added the agent, hastily. You go away and have a nice cup of hot tea, said the agent, soothingly, and you'll be as right as anything in the morning. Henry went away. A few days later, at the bureau, his fellow detective Simmons hailed him. Here, you. The boss wants you. Buck up. Mr. Stafford was talking into the telephone. He replaced the receiver as Henry entered. Oh, Rice, here's a woman wants her husband shadowed while he's on the road. He's an actor. I'm sending you. Go to this address, and get photographs and all particulars. You'll have to catch the 11 o'clock train on Friday. Yes, sir. He's in the Girl from Brighton company. They open at Bristol. It sometimes seemed to Henry as if fate did it on purpose. If the commission had had to do with any other company, it would have been well enough, for, professionally speaking, it was the most important with which he had ever been entrusted. If he had never met Alice Weston, and heard her views upon detective work, he would have been pleased and flattered. Things being as they were, it was Henry's considered opinion that fate had slipped one over on him. In the first place, what torture to be always near her, unable to reveal himself. To watch her while she disported herself in the company of other men. He would be disguised, and she would not recognize him, but he would recognize her, and his sufferings would be dreadful. In the second place, to have to do his creeping about and spying practically in her presence. Still, business was business. At 5 minutes to 11 on the morning named he was at the station, a false beard and spectacles shielding his identity from the public eye. If you had asked him he would have said that he was a Scotch businessman. As a matter of fact, he looked far more like a motor car coming through a haystack. The platform was crowded. Friends of the company had come to see the company off. Henry looked on discreetly from behind a stout porter, whose bulk formed a capital screen. In spite of himself, he was impressed. The stage at close quarters always thrilled him. He recognized celebrities. The fat man in the brown suit was Walter Jelliffe, the comedian and star of the company. He stared keenly at him through the spectacles. Others of the famous were scattered about. He saw Alice. She was talking to a man with a face like a hatchet, and smiling, too, as if she enjoyed it. Behind the matted foliage which he had inflicted on his face, Henry's teeth came together with a snap. In the weeks that followed, as he dogged the Girl from Brighton company from town to town, it would be difficult to say whether Henry was happy or unhappy. On the one hand, to realize that Alice was so near and yet so inaccessible was a constant source of misery. Yet, on the other, he could not but admit that he was having the very dickens of a time, loafing round the country like this. He was made for this sort of life, he considered. Fate had placed him in a London office, but what he really enjoyed was this unfettered travel. Some gypsy strain in him rendered even the obvious discomforts of theatrical touring agreeable. He liked catching trains, he liked invading strange hotels, above all, he reveled in the artistic pleasure of watching unsuspecting fellow men as if they were so many ants. That was really the best part of the whole thing. It was all very well for Alice to talk about creeping and spying, but, if you considered it without bias, there was nothing degrading about it at all. It was an art. It took brains and a genius for disguise to make a man a successful creeper and spyer. You couldn't simply say to yourself, I will creep. If you attempted to do it in your own person, you would be detected instantly. You had to be an adept at masking your personality. You had to be one man at Bristol and another quite different man at Hull, especially if, like Henry, you were of a gregarious disposition, and liked the society of actors. The stage had always fascinated Henry. To meet even minor members of the profession off the boards gave him a thrill. There was a resting juvenile, of fit-up caliber at his boarding house who could always get a shilling out of him simply by talking about how he had jumped in and saved the show at the hamlets which he had visited in the course of his wanderings. And on this the girl from Brighton tour he was in constant touch with men who really amounted to something. Walter Jelliffe had been a celebrity when Henry was going to school. And Sidney Crane, the baritone, and others of the lengthy cast, were all players not unknown in London. Henry courted them assiduously. It had not been hard to scrape acquaintance with them. The principals of the company always put up at the best hotel, and, his expenses being paid by his employer, so did Henry. It was the easiest thing possible to bridge with a well-timed whiskey and soda the gulf between non-acquaintance and warm friendship. Walter Jelliffe, in particular, was peculiarly accessible. Every time Henry accosted him, as a different individual, of course, and renewed in a fresh disguise the friendship which he had enjoyed at the last town, Walter Jelliffe met him more than halfway. It was in the 6th week of the tour that the comedian, promoting him from mere casual acquaintanceship, invited him to come up to his room and smoke a cigar. Henry was pleased and flattered. Jelliffe was a personage, always surrounded by admirers, and the compliment was consequently of a high order. He lit his cigar. Among his friends at the Green Room Club it was unanimously held that Walter Jelliffe's cigars brought him within the scope of the law forbidding the carrying of concealed weapons. But Henry would have smoked the gift of such a man if it had been a cabbage leaf. He puffed away contentedly. He was made up as an old Indian colonel that week, and he complimented his host on the aroma with a fine old-world courtesy. Walter Jelliffe seemed gratified. "Quite comfortable?" he asked. "Quite, I thank you," said Henry, fondling his silver mustache. "That's right. And now tell me, old man, which of us is it you're trailing?" Henry nearly swallowed his cigar. "What do you mean?" "Oh, come," protested Jelliffe, "there's no need to keep it up with me. I know you're a detective. The question is, who's the man you're after? That's what we've all been wondering all this time." All. They had all been wondering. It was worse than Henry could have imagined. Till now he had pictured his position with regard to the girl from Brighton Company rather as that of some scientist who, seeing but unseen, keeps a watchful eye on the denizens of a drop of water under his microscope. And they had all detected him, every one of them. It was a stunning blow. If there was one thing on which Henry prided himself it was the impenetrability of his disguises. He might be slow. He might be on the stupid side, but he could disguise himself. He had a variety of disguises, each designed to befog the public more hopelessly than the last. Going down the street, you would meet a typical commercial traveler, dapper and alert. Anon, you encountered a heavily bearded Australian. Later, maybe, it was a courteous old retired colonel who stopped you and inquired the way to Trafalgar Square. Still later, a rather flashy individual of the sporting type asked you for a match for his cigar. Would you have suspected for one instant that each of these widely differing personalities was in reality one man? Certainly you would. Henry did not know it. But he had achieved in the eyes of the small servant who answered the front door bell at his boarding house a well-established reputation as a humorist of the more practical kind. It was his habit to try his disguises on her. He would ring the bell, inquire for the landlady, and when Bella had gone, leap up the stairs to his room. Here he would remove the disguise, resume his normal appearance, and come downstairs again, humming a careless air. Bella, meanwhile, in the kitchen, would be confiding to her ally the cook that Mr. Rice had just come in, lookin' sort o' funny again. He sat and gaped at Walter Jelliffe. The comedian regarded him curiously. "You look at least 100 years old," he said. "What are you made up as? A piece of gorgonzola?" Henry glanced hastily at the mirror. Yes, he did look rather old. He must have overdone some of the lines on his forehead. He looked something between a youngish centenarian and a nonagenarian who had seen a good deal of trouble. "If you knew how you were demoralizing the company," Jelliffe went on, "you would drop it. As steady and quiet a lot of boys as ever you met till you came along. Now they do nothing but bet on what disguise you're going to choose for the next town. I don't see why you need to change so often. You were all right as the Scotchman at Bristol. We were all saying how nice you looked. You should have stuck to that. But what do you do at Hull but roll in a scrubby mustache and a tweed suit, looking rotten? However, all that is beside the point. It's a free country. If you like to spoil your beauty, I suppose there's no law against it. What I want to know is, who's the man? Whose track are you sniffing on, Bill? You'll pardon my calling you Bill. You're known as Bill the Bloodhound in the company. Who's the man? Never mind, said Henry. He was aware, as he made it, that it was not a very able retort, but he was feeling too limp for satisfactory repartee. Criticisms in the bureau, dealing with his alleged solidity of skull, he did not resent. He attributed them to man's natural desire to chaff his fellowman. But to be unmasked by the general public in this way was another matter. It struck at the root of all things. But I do mind, objected Jelliffe. It's most important. A lot of money hangs on it. We've got a sweepstake on in the company, the holder of the winning name to take the entire receipts. Come on. Who is he? Henry rose and made for the door. His feelings were too deep for words. Even a minor detective has his professional pride, and the knowledge that his espionage is being made the basis of sweepstakes by his quarry cuts this to the quick. Here, don't go. Where are you going? Back to London, said Henry, bitterly. It's a lot of good my staying here now, isn't it? I should say it was, to me. Don't be in a hurry. You're thinking that, now we know all about you, your utility as a sleuth has waned to some extent. Is that it? Well? Well, why worry? What does it matter to you? You don't get paid by results, do you? Your boss said, trail along. Well, do it, then. I should hate to lose you. I don't suppose you know it, but you've been the best mascot this tour that I've ever come across. Right from the start we've been playing to enormous business. I'd rather kill a black cat than lose you. Drop the disguises, and stay with us. Come behind all you want, and be sociable. A detective is only human. The less of a detective, the more human he is. Henry was not much of a detective, and his human traits were consequently highly developed. From a boy, he had never been able to resist curiosity. If a crowd collected in the street he always added himself to it, and he would have stopped to gape at a window with, "Watch this window," written on it. If he had been running for his life from wild bulls. He was, and always had been, intensely desirous of some day penetrating behind the scenes of a theater. And there was another thing. At last, if he accepted this invitation, he would be able to see and speak to Alice Weston, and interfere with the maneuvers of the hatchet-faced man, on whom he had brooded with suspicion and jealousy since that first morning at the station. To see Alice. Perhaps, with eloquence, to talk her out of that ridiculous resolve of hers. Why, there's something in that, he said. Rather. Well, that's settled. And now, touching that sweep, who is it? I can't tell you that. You see, so far as that goes, I'm just where I was before. I can still watch, whoever it is I'm watching. Dash it, so you can. I didn't think of that, said Jelliffe, who possessed a sensitive conscience. Purely between ourselves, it isn't me, is it? Henry eyed him inscrutably. He could look inscrutable at times. Ah, he said, and left quickly, with the feeling that, however poorly he had shown up during the actual interview, his exit had been good. He might have been a failure in the matter of disguise, but nobody could have put more quiet sinisterness into that, ah. It did much to soothe him and ensure a peaceful night's rest. On the following night, for the first time in his life, Henry found himself behind the scenes of a theater. And instantly began to experience all the complex emotions which come to the layman in that situation. That is to say, he felt like a cat which has strayed into a strange hostile backyard. He was in a new world, inhabited by weird creatures, who flitted about in an eerie semi-darkness, like brightly colored animals in a cavern. The Girl from Brighton was one of those exotic productions specially designed for the tired businessman. It relied for a large measure of its success on the size and appearance of its chorus, and on their constant change of costume. Henry, as a consequence, was the center of a kaleidoscopic whirl of feminine loveliness, dressed to represent such varying flora and fauna as rabbits, Parisian students, colleens, Dutch peasants, and daffodils. Musical comedy is the Irish stew of the drama. Anything may be put into it, with the certainty that it will improve the general effect. He scanned the throng for a sight of Alice. Often as he had seen the piece in the course of its 6 weeks wandering in the wilderness, he had never succeeded in recognizing her from the front of the house. Quite possibly, he thought, she might be on the stage already, hidden in a rose tree or some other shrub, ready at the signal to burst forth upon the audience in short skirts. For in The Girl from Brighton almost anything could turn suddenly into a chorus girl. Then he saw her, among the daffodils. She was not a particularly convincing daffodil, but she looked good to Henry. With wobbling knees he butted his way through the crowd and seized her hand enthusiastically. "Why, Henry! Where did you come from? I am glad to see you. How did you get here? I am glad to see you." At this point the stage manager, bellowing from the prompt box, urged Henry to desist. It is one of the mysteries of behind-the-scenes acoustics that a whisper from any minor member of the company can be heard all over the house, while the stage manager can burst himself without annoying the audience. Henry, awed by authority, relapsed into silence. From the unseen stage came the sound of someone singing a song about the moon. June was also mentioned. He recognized the song as one that had always bored him. He disliked the woman who was singing it, a Miss Clarice Weaver, who played the heroine of the piece to Sidney Crane's hero. In his opinion he was not alone. Miss Weaver was not popular in the company. She had secured the role rather as a testimony of personal esteem from the management than because of any innate ability. She sang badly, acted indifferently, and was uncertain what to do with her hands. All these things might have been forgiven her, but she supplemented them by the crime known in stage circles as throwing her weight about. That is to say, she was hard to please, and, when not pleased, apt to say so in no uncertain voice. To his personal friends Walter Jelliffe had frequently confided that, though not a rich man, he was in the market with a substantial reward for anyone who was man enough to drop a ton of iron on Miss Weaver. Tonight the song annoyed Henry more than usual, for he knew that very soon the daffodils were due on the stage to clinch the verisimilitude of the scene by dancing the tango with the rabbits. He endeavored to make the most of the time at his disposal. "I am glad to see you," he said. "Tch," said the stage manager. Henry was discouraged. Romeo could not have made love under these conditions. And then, just when he was pulling himself together to begin again, she was torn from him by the exigencies of the play. He wandered moodily off into the dusty semi-darkness. He avoided the prompt box, whence he could have caught a glimpse of her, being loath to meet the stage manager just at present. Walter Jelliffe came up to him, as he sat on a box and brooded on life. "A little less of the double forte, old man," he said. "Miss Weaver has been kicking about the noise on the side. She wanted you thrown out, but I said you were my mascot, and I would die sooner than part with you. But I should go easy on the chest notes, I think, all the same." Henry nodded moodily. He was depressed. He had the feeling, which comes so easily to the intruder behind the scenes, that nobody loved him. The piece proceeded. From the front of the house roars of laughter indicated the presence on the stage of Walter Jelliffe, while now and then a lethargic silence suggested that Miss Clarice Weaver was in action. From time to time the empty space about him filled with girls dressed in accordance with the exuberant fancy of the producer of the piece. When this happened, Henry would leap from his seat and endeavor to locate Alice. But always, just as he thought he had done so, the hidden orchestra would burst into melody and the chorus would be called to the front. It was not till late in the second act that he found an opportunity for further speech. The plot of The Girl from Brighton had by then reached a critical stage. The situation was as follows: the hero, having been disinherited by his wealthy and titled father for falling in love with the heroine, a poor shopgirl, has disguised himself, by wearing a different colored necktie, and has come in pursuit of her to a well-known seaside resort, where, having disguised herself by changing her dress, she is serving as a waitress in the rotunda, on the esplanade. The family butler, disguised as a bath-chair man, has followed the hero, and the wealthy and titled father, disguised as an Italian opera singer, has come to the place for a reason which, though extremely sound, for the moment eludes the memory. Anyhow, he is there, and they all meet on the esplanade. Each recognizes the other, but thinks he himself is unrecognized. Exeunt all, hurriedly, leaving the heroine alone on the stage. It is a crisis in the heroine's life. She meets it bravely. She sings a song entitled My Honolulu Queen, with chorus of Japanese girls and Bulgarian officers. Alice was one of the Japanese girls. She was standing a little apart from the other Japanese girls. Henry was on her with a bound. Now was his time. He felt keyed up, full of persuasive words. In the interval which had elapsed since their last conversation, yeasty emotions had been playing the dickens with his self-control. It is practically impossible for a novice, suddenly introduced behind the scenes of a musical comedy, not to fall in love with somebody. And, if he is already in love, his fervor is increased to a dangerous point. Henry felt that it was now or never. He forgot that it was perfectly possible, indeed, the reasonable course, to wait till the performance was over, and renew his appeal to Alice to marry him on the way back to her hotel. He had the feeling that he had got just about a quarter of a minute. Quick action. That was Henry's slogan. He seized her hand. Alice. Tch, hissed the stage manager. Listen. I love you. I'm crazy about you. What does it matter whether I'm on the stage or not? I love you. Stop that row there. Won't you marry me? She looked at him. It seemed to him that she hesitated. Cut it out, bellowed the stage manager, and Henry cut it out. And at this moment, when his whole fate hung in the balance, there came from the stage that devastating high note which is the sign that the solo is over and that the chorus are now about to mobilize. As if drawn by some magnetic power, she suddenly receded from him, and went on to the stage. A man in Henry's position and frame of mind is not responsible for his actions. He saw nothing but her. He was blind to the fact that important maneuvers were in progress. All he understood was that she was going from him, and that he must stop her and get this thing settled. He clutched at her. She was out of range, and getting farther away every instant. He sprang forward. The advice that should be given to every young man starting life is, if you happen to be behind the scenes at a theater, never spring forward. The whole architecture of the place is designed to undo those who so spring. Hours before, the stage carpenters have laid their traps, and in the semi-darkness you cannot but fall into them. The trap into which Henry fell was a raised board. It was not a very highly raised board. It was not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'twas enough, it served. Stubbing it squarely with his toe, Henry shot forward, all arms and legs. It is the instinct of man, in such a situation, to grab at the nearest support. Henry grabbed at the Hotel Superba, the pride of the Esplanade. It was a thin wooden edifice, and it supported him for perhaps a tenth of a second. Then he staggered with it into the limelight, tripped over a Bulgarian officer who was inflating himself for a deep note, and finally fell in a complicated heap as exactly in the center of the stage as if he had been a star of years standing. It went well, there was no question of that. Previous audiences had always been rather cold towards this particular song, but this one got on its feet and yelled for more. From all over the house came rapturous demands that Henry should go back and do it again. But Henry was giving no encores. He rose to his feet, a little stunned, and automatically began to dust his clothes. The orchestra, unnerved by this unrehearsed infusion of new business, had stopped playing. Bulgarian officers and Japanese girls alike seemed unequal to the situation. They stood about, waiting for the next thing to break loose. From somewhere far away came faintly the voice of the stage manager inventing new words, new combinations of words, and new throat noises. And then Henry, massaging a stricken elbow, was aware of Miss Weaver at his side. Looking up, he caught Miss Weaver's eye. A familiar stage direction of melodrama reads, "Exit cautious through gap in hedge." It was Henry's first appearance on any stage, but he did it like a veteran. "My dear fellow," said Walter Jelliffe. The hour was midnight, and he was sitting in Henry's bedroom at the hotel. Leaving the theater, Henry had gone to bed almost instinctively. Bed seemed the only haven for him. "My dear fellow, don't apologize. You have put me under lasting obligations. In the first place, with your unerring sense of the stage, you saw just the spot where the piece needed livening up, and you livened it up. That was good. But far better was it that you also sent our Miss Weaver into violent hysterics, from which she emerged to hand in her notice. She leaves us tomorrow." Henry was appalled at the extent of the disaster for which he was responsible. "What will you do?" "Do? Why, it's what we have all been praying for, a miracle which should eject Miss Weaver. It needed a genius like you to come to bring it off. Sidney Crane's wife can play the part without rehearsal. She understudied it all last season in London. Crane has just been speaking to her on the phone, and she is catching the night express." Henry sat up in bed. "What? What's the trouble now? Sidney Crane's wife? What about her?" A bleakness fell upon Henry's soul. "She was the woman who was employing me. Now I shall be taken off the job and have to go back to London." "You don't mean that it was really Crane's wife?" Jelliffe was regarding him with a kind of awe. "Laddie," he said, in a hushed voice, "you almost scare me. There seems to be no limit to your powers as a mascot. You fill the house every night, you get rid of the Weaver woman, and now you tell me this. I drew Crane in the sweep, and I would have taken tuppence for my chance of winning it. I shall get a telegram from my boss tomorrow recalling me. Don't go. Stick with me. Join the troupe." Henry stared. "What do you mean?" "I can't sing or act." Jelliffe's voice thrilled with earnestness. "My boy, I can go down the Strand and pick up 100 fellows who can sing and act. I don't want them. I turn them away. But a seventh son of a seventh son like you, a human horseshoe like you, a king of mascots like you, they don't make them nowadays. They've lost the pattern. If you like to come with me, I'll give you a contract for any number of years you suggest. I need you in my business." He rose. "Think it over, laddie, and let me know tomorrow. Look here upon this picture, and on that. As a sleuth you are poor. You couldn't detect a bass drum in a telephone booth. You have no future. You are merely among those present. But as a mascot, my boy, you're the only thing in sight. You can't help succeeding on the stage. You don't have to know how to act. Look at the dozens of good actors who are out of jobs. Why? Unlucky. No other reason. With your luck and a little experience you'll be a star before you know you've begun. Think it over, and let me know in the morning." Before Henry's eyes there rose a sudden vision of Alice, Alice no longer unattainable, Alice walking on his arm down the aisle, Alice mending his socks. Alice with her heavenly hands fingering his salary envelope. "Don't go," he said. "Don't go. I'll let you know now. The scene is the Strand, hard by Bedford Street. The time, that restful hour of the afternoon when they of the gnarled faces and the bright clothing gather together in groups to tell each other how good they are. Hark! A voice. Rather. Courtnage and the governor keep on trying to get me, but I turn them down every time. No, I said to Malone only yesterday, not for me. I'm going with old Wally Jelliff, the same as usual, and there isn't the money in the mint that'll get me away. Malone got all worked up. It is the voice of Piffield Rice, actor. Black for luck. He was black, but comely. Obviously in reduced circumstances, he had nevertheless contrived to retain a certain smartness, a certain air, what the French call the tournure. Nor had poverty killed in him the aristocrat's instinct of personal cleanliness, for even as Elizabeth caught sight of him he began to wash himself. At the sound of her step he looked up. He did not move, but there was suspicion in his attitude. The muscles of his back contracted, his eyes glowed like yellow lamps against black velvet, his tail switched a little, warningly. Elizabeth looked at him. He looked at Elizabeth. There was a pause, while he summed her up. Then he stalked towards her, and, suddenly lowering his head, drove it vigorously against her dress. He permitted her to pick him up and carry him into the hallway, where Francis, the janitor, stood. "Francis," said Elizabeth, "does this cat belong to anyone here?" "No, miss. That cat's a stray, that cat is. I've been trying to locate that cat's owner for days." Francis spent his time trying to locate things. It was the one recreation of his eventless life. Sometimes it was a noise, sometimes a lost letter, sometimes a piece of ice which had gone astray in the dumbwaiter. Whatever it was, Francis tried to locate it. "Has he been round here long, then?" "I seen him snooping about a considerable time." "I shall keep him." "Black cats bring luck," said Francis sententiously. "I certainly shan't object to that," said Elizabeth. She was feeling that morning that a little luck would be a pleasing novelty. Things had not been going very well with her of late. It was not so much that the usual proportion of her manuscripts had come back with editorial compliments from the magazine to which they had been sent, she accepted that as part of the game. What she did consider scurvy treatment at the hands of fate was the fact that her own pet magazine, the one to which she had been accustomed to fly for refuge, almost sure of a welcome, when coldly treated by all the others, had suddenly expired with a low gurgle for want of public support. It was like losing a kind and open-handed relative, and it made the addition of a black cat to the household almost a necessity. In her flat, the door closed, she watched her new ally with some anxiety. He had behaved admirably on the journey upstairs, but she would not have been surprised, though it would have pained her, if he had now proceeded to try to escape through the ceiling. Cats were so emotional. However, he remained calm, and, after padding silently about the room for a while, raised his head and uttered a crooning cry. "That's right," said Elizabeth, cordially. "If you don't see what you want, ask for it. The place is yours." She went to the icebox, and produced milk and sardines. There was nothing finicky or affected about her guest. He was a good trencherman, and he did not care who knew it. He concentrated himself on the restoration of his tissues with the purposeful air of one whose last meal is a dim memory. Elizabeth, brooding over him like a providence, wrinkled her forehead in thought. "Joseph," she said at last, brightening, "that's your name. Now settle down, and start being a mascot." Joseph settled down amazingly. By the end of the second day he was conveying the impression that he was the real owner of the apartment, and that it was due to his good nature that Elizabeth was allowed the run of the place. Like most of his species, he was an autocrat. He waited a day to ascertain which was Elizabeth's favorite chair, then appropriated it for his own. If Elizabeth closed a door while he was in a room, he wanted it opened so that he might go out. If she closed it while he was outside, he wanted it opened so that he might come in. If she left it open, he fussed about the draught. But the best of us have our faults, and Elizabeth adored him in spite of his. It was astonishing what a difference he made in her life. She was a friendly soul, and until Joseph's arrival she had had to depend for company mainly on the footsteps of the man in the flat across the way. Moreover, the building was an old one, and it creaked at night. There was a loose board in the passage which made burglar noises in the dark behind you when you stepped on it on the way to bed. And there were funny scratching sounds which made you jump and hold your breath. Joseph soon put a stop to all that. With Joseph around, a loose board became a loose board, nothing more, and a scratching noise just a plain scratching noise. And then one afternoon he disappeared. Having searched the flat without finding him, Elizabeth went to the window, with the intention of making a bird's-eye survey of the street. She was not hopeful, for she had just come from the street, and there had been no sign of him then. Outside the window was a broad ledge, running the width of the building. It terminated on the left, in a shallow balcony belonging to the flat whose front door faced hers, the flat of the young man whose footsteps she sometimes heard. She knew he was a young man, because Frances had told her so. His name, James Renshaw Boyd, she had learned from the same source. On this shallow balcony, licking his fur with the tip of a crimson tongue and generally behaving as if he were in his own backyard, sat Joseph. "Joseph!" cried Elizabeth, surprise, joy, and reproach combining to give her voice an almost melodramatic quiver. He looked at her coldly. Worse, he looked at her as if she had been an utter stranger. Bulging with her meat and drink, he cut her dead, and, having done so, turned and walked into the next flat. Elizabeth was a girl of spirit. Joseph might look at her as if she were a saucerful of tainted milk, but he was her cat, and she meant to get him back. She went out and rang the bell of Mr. James Renshaw Boyd's flat. The door was opened by a shirt-sleeved young man. He was by no means an unsightly young man. Indeed, of his type, the rough-haired, clean-shaven, square-jawed type, he was a distinctly good-looking young man. Even though she was regarding him at the moment purely in the light of a machine for returning strayed cats, Elizabeth noticed that. She smiled upon him. It was not the fault of this nice-looking young man that his sitting-room window was open, or that Joseph was an ungrateful little beast who should have no fish that night. "Would you mind letting me have my cat, please?" she said pleasantly. "He has gone into your sitting-room through the window." He looked faintly surprised. "Your cat?" "My black cat, Joseph. He is in your sitting-room." "I'm afraid you have come to the wrong place. I've just left my sitting-room, and the only cat there is my black cat, Reginald." "But I saw Joseph go in only a minute ago." "That was Reginald." For the first time, as one who examining a fair shrub abruptly discovers that it is a stinging nettle, Elizabeth realized the truth. This was no innocent young man who stood before her, but the blackest criminal known to criminologists, a stealer of other people's cats. Her manner shot down to zero. "May I ask how long you have had your Reginald?" "Since 4 o'clock this afternoon." "Did he come in through the window?" "Why, yes. Now you mention it, he did." "I must ask you to be good enough to give me back my cat," said Elizabeth, icily. He regarded her defensively. "Assuming," he said, "purely for the purposes of academic argument, that your Joseph is my Reginald, couldn't we come to an agreement of some sort? Let me buy you another cat." "A dozen cats." "I don't want a dozen cats. I want Joseph." "Fine, fat, soft cats," he went on persuasively. "Lovely, affectionate Persians and Angoras, Anne. Of course, if you intend to steal Joseph." These are harsh words. Any lawyer will tell you that there are special statutes regarding cats. To retain a stray cat is not a tort or a misdemeanor. In the celebrated test case of Wiggins versus Bluebody it was established. "Will you please give me back my cat?" She stood facing him, her chin in the air and her eyes shining, and the young man suddenly fell a victim to conscience. "Look here," he said, "I'll throw myself on your mercy. I admit the cat is your cat, and that I have no right to it, and that I am just a common sneak thief. But consider. I had just come back from the first rehearsal of my first play. And as I walked in at the door, that cat walked in at the window. I'm as superstitious as a coon, and I felt that to give him up would be equivalent to killing the play before ever it was produced. I know it will sound absurd to you. You have no idiotic superstitions. You are sane and practical. But, in the circumstances, if you could see your way to waiving your rights. Before the wistfulness of his eye, Elizabeth capitulated. She felt quite overcome by the revulsion of feeling which swept through her. How she had misjudged him. She had taken him for an ordinary soulless purloiner of cats, a snapper-up of cats at random and without reason. And all the time he had been reluctantly compelled to the act by this deep and praiseworthy motive. All the unselfishness and love of sacrifice innate in good women stirred within her. Why, of course you mustn't let him go. It would mean awful bad luck. But how about you? Never mind about me. Think of all the people who are dependent on your play being a success. The young man blinked. This is overwhelming, he said. I had no notion why you wanted him. He was nothing to me, at least, nothing much, that is to say, well, I suppose I was rather fond of him, but he was not vital? That's just the word I wanted. He was just company, you know. Haven't you many friends? I haven't any friends. You haven't any friends. That settles it. You must take him back. I couldn't think of it. Of course you must take him back at once. I really couldn't. You must. I won't. But, good gracious, how do you suppose I should feel, knowing that you were all alone and that I had sneaked your ewe lamb, as it were? And how do you suppose I should feel if your play failed simply for lack of a black cat? He started, and ran his fingers through his rough hair in an overwrought manner. Solomon couldn't have solved this problem, he said. How would it be? It seems the only possible way out, if you were to retain a sort of managerial right in him. Couldn't you sometimes step across and chat with him, and me, incidentally, over here? I'm very nearly as lonesome as you are. Chicago is my home. I hardly know a soul in New York. Her solitary life in the big city had forced upon Elizabeth the ability to form instantaneous judgments on the men she met. She flashed a glance at the young man and decided in his favor. It's very kind of you, she said. I should love to. I want to hear all about your play. I write myself, you know, in a very small way, so a successful playwright is someone to me. I wish I were a successful playwright. Well, you are having the first play you have ever written produced on Broadway. That's pretty wonderful. Yes, said the young man. It seemed to Elizabeth that he spoke doubtfully, and this modesty consolidated the favorable impression she had formed. The gods are just. For every ill which they inflict they also supply a compensation. It seems good to them that individuals in big cities shall be lonely, but they have so arranged that, if one of these individuals does at last contrive to seek out and form a friendship with another, that friendship shall grow more swiftly than the tepid acquaintanceships of those on whom the icy touch of loneliness has never fallen. Within a week Elizabeth was feeling that she had known this James Renshaw Boyd all her life. And yet there was a tantalizing incompleteness about his personal reminiscences. Elizabeth was one of those persons who like to begin a friendship with a full statement of their position, their previous life, and the causes which led up to their being in this particular spot at this particular time. At their next meeting, before he had had time to say much on his own account, she had told him of her life in the small Canadian town where she had passed the early part of her life. Of the rich and unexpected aunt who had sent her to college for no particular reason that anyone could ascertain except that she enjoyed being unexpected. Of the legacy from this same aunt, far smaller than might have been hoped for, but sufficient to send a grateful Elizabeth to New York, to try her luck there. Of editors, magazines, manuscripts refused or accepted, plots for stories. Of life in general, as live down where the arch spans Fifth Avenue and the lighted cross of the Judson shines by night on Washington Square. Ceasing eventually, she waited for him to begin. And he did not begin, not, that is to say, in the sense the word conveyed to Elizabeth. He spoke briefly of college, still more briefly of Chicago, which city he appeared to regard with a distaste that made Lot's attitude towards the cities of the plain almost kindly by comparison. Then, as if he had fulfilled the demands of the most exacting inquisitor in the matter of personal reminiscence, he began to speak of the play. The only facts concerning him to which Elizabeth could really have sworn with a clear conscience at the end of the second week of their acquaintance were that he was very poor, and that this play meant everything to him. The statement that it meant everything to him insinuated itself so frequently into his conversation that it weighed on Elizabeth's mind like a burden. And by degrees she found herself giving the play place of honor in her thoughts over and above her own little ventures. With this stupendous thing hanging in the balance, it seemed almost wicked of her to devote a moment to wondering whether the editor of an evening paper, who had half promised to give her the entrancing post of advisor to the lovelorn on his journal, would fulfill that half promise. At an early stage in their friendship the young man had told her the plot of the piece. And if he had not unfortunately forgotten several important episodes and had to leap back to them across a gulf of 1 or 2 acts, and if he had referred to his characters by name instead of by such descriptions as the fellow who's in love with the girl, not what's his name but the other chap, she would no doubt have got that mental half-Nelson on it which is such a help towards the proper understanding of a 4-act comedy. As it was, his précis had left her a little vague, but she said it was perfectly splendid, and he said did she really think so? And she said yes, she did, and they were both happy. Rehearsal seemed to prey on his spirits a good deal. He attended them with the pathetic regularity of the young dramatist, but they appeared to bring him little balm. Elizabeth generally found him steeped in gloom, and then she would postpone the recital, to which she had been looking forward, of whatever little triumph she might have happened to win, and devote herself to the task of cheering him up. If women were wonderful in no other way, they would be wonderful for their genius for listening to shop instead of talking it. Elizabeth was feeling more than a little proud of the way in which her judgment of this young man was being justified. Life in Bohemian New York had left her decidedly wary of strange young men, not formally introduced. Her faith in human nature had had to undergo much straining. Wolves in sheep's clothing were common objects of the wayside in her unprotected life, and perhaps her chief reason for appreciating this friendship was the feeling of safety which it gave her. Their relations, she told herself, were so splendidly unsentimental. There was no need for that silent defensiveness which had come to seem almost an inevitable accompaniment to dealings with the opposite sex. James Boyd, she felt, she could trust. And it was wonderful how soothing the reflection was. And that was why, when the thing happened, it so shocked and frightened her. It had been one of their quiet evenings. Of late they had fallen into the habit of sitting for long periods together without speaking. But it had differed from other quiet evenings through the fact that Elizabeth's silence hid a slight but well-defined feeling of injury. Usually she sat happy with her thoughts, but tonight she was ruffled. She had a grievance. That afternoon the editor of the evening paper, whose angelic status not even a bald head and an absence of wings and harp could conceal, had definitely informed her that the man who had conducted the column hitherto having resigned, the post of Heloise Milton, official advisor to readers troubled with affairs of the heart, was hers. And he looked to her to justify the daring experiment of letting a woman handle so responsible a job. Imagine how Napoleon felt after Austerlitz, picture Colonel Gothale contemplating the last spadeful of dirt from the Panama Canal. Try to visualize a suburban householder who sees a flower emerging from the soil in which he has inserted a packet of guaranteed seeds. And you will have some faint conception how Elizabeth felt as those golden words proceeded from that editor's lips. For the moment ambition was sated. The years, rolling by, might perchance open out other vistas, but for the moment she was content. Into James Boyd's apartment she had walked, stepping on fleecy clouds of rapture, to tell him the great news. She told him the great news. He said, "Ah." There are many ways of saying, "ah." You can put joy, amazement, rapture into it. You can also make it sound as if it were a reply to a remark on the weather. James Boyd made it sound just like that. His hair was rumpled, his brow contracted, and his manner absent. The impression he gave Elizabeth was that he had barely heard her. The next moment he was deep in a recital of the misdemeanors of the actors now rehearsing for his four-act comedy. The star had done this, the leading woman that, the juvenile something else. For the first time Elizabeth listened unsympathetically. The time came when speech failed James Boyd, and he sat back in his chair, brooding. Elizabeth, cross and wounded, sat in hers, nursing Joseph. And so, in a dim light, time flowed by. Just how it happened she never knew. One moment, peace, the next chaos. One moment stillness. The next, Joseph hurtling through the air, all claws and expletives, and herself caught in a clasp which shook the breath from her. One can dimly reconstruct James's train of thought. He is in despair, things are going badly at the theater, and life has lost its savor. His eye, as he sits, is caught by Elizabeth's profile. It is a pretty, above all, a soothing, profile. An almost painful sentimentality sweeps over James Boyd. There she sits, his only friend in this cruel city. If you argue that there is no necessity to spring at your only friend and nearly choke her, you argue soundly, the point is well taken. But James Boyd was beyond the reach of sound argument. Much rehearsing had frayed his nerves to ribbons. One may say that he was not responsible for his actions. That is the case for James. Elizabeth, naturally, was not in a position to take a wide and understanding view of it. All she knew was that James had played her false, abused her trust in him. For a moment, such was the shock of the surprise, she was not conscious of indignation, or, indeed, of any sensation except the purely physical one of semi-strangulation. Then, flushed, and more bitterly angry than she could ever have imagined herself capable of being, she began to struggle. She tore herself away from him. Coming on top of her grievance, this thing filled her with a sudden, very vivid hatred of James. At the back of her anger, feeding it, was the humiliating thought that it was all her own fault, that by her presence there she had invited this. She groped her way to the door. Something was writhing and struggling inside her, blinding her eyes, and robbing her of speech. She was only conscious of a desire to be alone, to be back and safe in her own home. She was aware that he was speaking, but the words did not reach her. She found the door, and pulled it open. She felt a hand on her arm, but she shook it off. And then she was back behind her own door. Alone and at liberty to contemplate at leisure the ruins of that little temple of friendship which she had built up so carefully and in which she had been so happy. The broad fact that she would never forgive him was for a while her only coherent thought. To this succeeded the determination that she would never forgive herself. And having thus placed beyond the pale the only two friends she had in New York, she was free to devote herself without hindrance to the task of feeling thoroughly lonely and wretched. The shadows deepened. Across the street a sort of bubbling explosion, followed by a jerky glare that shot athwart the room, announced the lighting of the big arc lamp on the opposite sidewalk. She resented it, being in the mood for undiluted gloom, but she had not the energy to pull down the shade and shut it out. She sat where she was, thinking thoughts that hurt. The door of the apartment opposite opened. There was a single ring at her bell. She did not answer it. There came another. She sat where she was, motionless. The door closed again. The days dragged by. Elizabeth lost count of time. Each day had its duties, which ended when you went to bed. That was all she knew, except that life had become very gray and very lonely, far lonelier even than in the time when James Boyd was nothing to her but an occasional sound of footsteps. Of James she saw nothing. It is not difficult to avoid anyone in New York, even when you live just across the way. It was Elizabeth's first act each morning, immediately on awaking, to open her front door and gather in whatever lay outside it. Sometimes there would be mail. And always, unless Francis, as he sometimes did, got mixed and absent-minded, the morning milk and the morning paper. One morning, some 2 weeks after that evening of which she tried not to think, Elizabeth, opening the door, found immediately outside it a folded scrap of paper. She unfolded it. "I am just off to the theater. Won't you wish me luck? I feel sure it is going to be a hit. Joseph is purring like a dynamo. J.R.B." In the early morning the brain works sluggishly. For an instant Elizabeth stood looking at the words uncomprehendingly, then, with a leaping of the heart, their meaning came home to her. He must have left this at her door on the previous night. The play had been produced. And somewhere in the folded interior of the morning paper at her feet must be the opinion of one in authority concerning it. Dramatic criticisms have this peculiarity, that if you are looking for them, they burrow and hide like rabbits. They dodge behind murders, they duck behind baseball scores. They lie up snugly behind the Wall Street news. It was a full minute before Elizabeth found what she sought, and the first word she read smote her like a blow. In that vein of delightful facetiousness which so endears him to all followers and perpetrators of the drama, the one in authority rent and tore James Boyd's play. He knocked James Boyd's play down, and kicked it, he jumped on it with large feet, he poured cold water on it, and chopped it into little bits. He merrily disemboweled James Boyd's play. Elizabeth quivered from head to foot. She caught at the doorpost to steady herself. In a flash all her resentment had gone, wiped away and annihilated like a mist before the sun. She loved him, and she knew now that she had always loved him. It took her 2 seconds to realize that the one in authority was a miserable incompetent, incapable of recognizing merit when it was displayed before him. It took her 5 minutes to dress. It took her a minute to run downstairs and out to the newsstand on the corner of the street. Here, with a lavishness which charmed and exhilarated the proprietor, she bought all the other papers which he could supply. Moments of tragedy are best described briefly. Each of the papers noticed the play, and each of them damned it with uncompromising heartiness. The criticisms varied only in tone. One cursed with relish and gusto, another with a certain pity. A third with a kind of wounded superiority, as of one compelled against his will to speak of something unspeakable, but the meaning of all was the same. James Boyd's play was a hideous failure. Back to the house sped Elizabeth, leaving the organs of a free people to be gathered up, smoothed, and replaced on the stand by the now more than ever charmed proprietor. Up the stairs she sped, and arriving breathlessly at James's door rang the bell. Heavy footsteps came down the passage, crushed, disheartened footsteps. Footsteps that sent a chill to Elizabeth's heart. The door opened. James Boyd stood before her, heavy-eyed and haggard. In his eyes was despair, and on his chin the blue growth of beard of the man from whom the mailed fist of fate has smitten the energy to perform his morning shave. Behind him, littering the floor, were the morning papers, and at the sight of them Elizabeth broke down. "Oh, Jimmy, darling," she cried. And the next moment she was in his arms, and for a space-time stood still. How long afterwards it was she never knew, but eventually James Boyd spoke. "If you'll marry me," he said hoarsely, "I don't care a hang." "Jimmy, darling," said Elizabeth, "of course I will." Past them, as they stood there, a black streak shot silently, and disappeared out of the door. Joseph was leaving the sinking ship. "Let him go, the fraud," said Elizabeth bitterly. "I shall never believe in black cats again." But James was not of this opinion. "Joseph has brought me all the luck I need. But the play meant everything to you." "It did then." Elizabeth hesitated. "Jimmy, dear, it's all right, you know. I know you will make a fortune out of your next play, and I've heaps for us both to live on till you make good. We can manage splendidly on my salary from the Evening Chronicle. What? Have you got a job on a New York paper? Yes, I told you about it. I am doing Heloise Milton. Why, what's the matter? He groaned hullily. And I was thinking that you would come back to Chicago with me. But I will. Of course I will. What did you think I meant to do? What? Give up a real job in New York. He blinked. This isn't really happening. I'm dreaming. But, Jimmy, are you sure you can get work in Chicago? Wouldn't it be better to stay on here, where all the managers are, and... He shook his head. I think it's time I told you about myself, he said. Am I sure I can get work in Chicago? I am, worse luck. Darling, have you in your more material moments ever toyed with a Boyd's Premier breakfast sausage or kept body and soul together with a slice off a Boyd's Excelsior home-cured ham? My father makes them, and the tragedy of my life is that he wants me to help him at it. This was my position. I loathed the family business as much as Dad loved it. I had a notion, a fool notion, as it has turned out, that I could make good in the literary line. I've scribbled in a sort of way ever since I was in college. When the time came for me to join the firm, I put it to Dad straight. I said, give me a chance, one good, square chance, to see if the divine fire is really there, or if somebody has just turned on the alarm as a practical joke. And we made a bargain. I had written this play, and we made it a test case. We fixed it up that Dad should put up the money to give it a Broadway production. If it succeeded, all right. I'm the young Gus Thomas, and may go ahead in the literary game. If it's a fizzle, off goes my coat, and I abandon pipe dreams of literary triumphs and start in as the guy who put the company in Boyd and Company. Well, events have proved that I am the guy, and now I'm going to keep my part of the bargain just as squarely as Dad kept his. I know quite well that if I refused to play fair and chose to stick on here in New York and try again, Dad would go on staking me. That's the sort of man he is. But I wouldn't do it for a million Broadway successes. I've had my chance, and I've fuzzled, and now I'm going back to make him happy by being a real live member of the firm. And the queer thing about it is that last night I hated the idea, and this morning, now that I've got you, I almost look forward to it. He gave a little shiver. And yet, I don't know. There's something rather gruesome still to my near-artist soul in living in luxury on murdered piggies. Have you ever seen them persuading a pig to play the stellar role in a Boyd Premier breakfast sausage? It's pretty ghastly. They string them up by their hind legs, and, brrrr. Never mind, said Elizabeth soothingly. Perhaps they don't mind it really. Well, I don't know, said James Boyd, doubtfully. I've watched them at it, and I'm bound to say they didn't seem any too well pleased. Try not to think of it. Very well, said James dutifully. There came a sudden shout from the floor above, and on the heels of it a shock-haired youth in pajamas burst into the apartment. Now what? Said James. By the way, Miss Harold, my fiancé. Mr. Briggs, Paul Axworthy Briggs, sometimes known as the boy novelist. What's troubling you, Paul? Mr. Briggs was stammering with excitement. Jimmy, cried the boy novelist, what do you think has happened? A black cat has just come into my apartment. I heard him mewing outside the door, and opened it, and he streaked in. And I started my new novel last night. Say, you do believe this thing of black cats bringing luck, don't you? Luck. My lad, grapple that cat to your soul with hoops of steel. He's the greatest little luck-bringer in New York. He was boarding with me till this morning. Then, by Jove! I nearly forgot to ask, your play was a hit? I haven't seen the papers yet. Well, when you see them, don't read the notices. It was the worst frost Broadway has seen since Columbus's time. But, I don't understand. Don't worry. You don't have to. Go back and fill that cat with fish, or she'll be leaving you. I suppose you left the door open? My God, said the boy novelist, paling, and dashed for the door. Do you think Joseph will bring him luck? Said Elizabeth, thoughtfully. It depends what sort of luck you mean. Joseph seems to work in devious ways. If I know Joseph's methods, Briggs's new novel will be rejected by every publisher in the city. And then, when he is sitting in his apartment, wondering which of his razors to end himself with, there will be a ring at the bell, and in will come the most beautiful girl in the world. And then, well, then, take it from me, he will be all right. He won't mind about the novel. Not in the least. Not even if it means that he will have to go away and kill pigs and things. About the pig business, dear. I've noticed a slight tendency in you to let yourself get rather morbid about it. I know they string them up by the hind legs, and all that sort of thing. But you must remember that a pig looks at these things from a different standpoint. My belief is that the pigs like it. Try not to think of it. Very well, said Elizabeth, dutifully. Concealed art. If a fellow has lots of money and lots of time and lots of curiosity about other fellows' business, it is astonishing, don't you know? What a lot of strange affairs he can get mixed up in. Now, I have money and curiosity and all the time there is. My name's Pepper, Reggie Pepper. My uncle was the colliery owner chappie, and he left me the dickens of a pile. And ever since the lawyer slipped the stuff into my hand, whispering, it's yours, life seems to have been one thing after another. For instance, the dashed rummy case of dear old Archie. I first ran into old Archie when he was studying in Paris, and when he came back to London he looked me up, and we celebrated. He always liked me because I didn't mind listening to his theories of art. For Archie, you must know, was an artist. Not an ordinary artist either, but one of those fellows you read about who are several years ahead of the times. And paint the sort of thing that people will be educated up to by about 1999 or thereabouts. Well, one day as I was sitting in the club watching the traffic coming up one way and going down the other, and thinking nothing in particular, in blew the old boy. He was looking rather worried. Reggie, I want your advice. You shall have it, I said. State your point, old top. It's like this, I'm engaged to be married. My dear old scout, a million con. Yes, I know. Thanks very much, and all that, but listen. What's the trouble? Don't you like her? A kind of rapt expression came over his face. Like her? Why, she's the only. He gibbered for a spell. When he had calmed down, I said, well then, what's your trouble? Reggie, he said, do you think a man is bound to tell his wife all about his past life? Oh, well, I said, of course, I suppose she's prepared to find that a man has, sowed his wild oats, don't you know, and all that sort of thing, Anne. He seemed quite irritated. Don't be a chump. It's nothing like that. Listen. When I came back to London and started to try and make a living by painting, I found that people simply wouldn't buy the sort of work I did at any price. Do you know, Reggie, I've been at it 3 years now, and I haven't sold a single picture. I hooped in a sort of amazed way, but I should have been far more startled if he'd told me he had sold a picture. I've seen his pictures, and they are like nothing on earth. So far as I can make out what he says, they aren't supposed to be. There's one in particular, called The Coming of Summer, which I sometimes dream about when I've been hitting it up a shade too vigorously. It's all dots and splashes, with a great eye staring out of the middle of the mess. It looks as if summer, just as it was on the way, had stubbed its toe on a bomb. He tells me it's his masterpiece, and that he will never do anything like it again. I should like to have that in writing. Well, artists eat, just the same as other people, he went on, and personally I like mine often and well cooked. Besides which, my sojourn in Paris gave me a rather nice taste in light wines. The consequence was that I came to the conclusion, after I had been back a few months, that something had to be done. Reggie, do you by any remote chance read a paper called Funny Slices? Every week. He gazed at me with a kind of wistful admiration. I envy you, Reggie. Fancy being able to make a statement like that openly and without fear. Then I take it you know the Donut family? I should say I did. His voice sank almost to a whisper, and he looked over his shoulder nervously. Reggie, I do them. You what? I do them, draw them, paint them. I am the creator of the Donut family. I stared at him, absolutely astounded. I was simply dumb. It was the biggest surprise of my life. Why, dash it, the Donut family was the best thing in its line in London. There is Pa Donut, Ma Donut, Aunt Bella, Cousin Joe, and Mabel, the daughter, and they have all sorts of slapstick adventures. Pa, Ma and Aunt Bella are pure gargoyles. Cousin Joe is a little more nearly semi-human, and Mabel is a perfect darling. I had often wondered who did them, for they were unsigned, and I had often thought what a deuced brainy fellow the chap must be. And all the time it was old Archie. I stammered as I tried to congratulate him. He winced. Don't gargle, Reggie, there's a good fellow, he said. My nerves are all on edge. Well, as I say, I do the donuts. It was that or starvation. I got the idea one night when I had a toothache, and next day I took some specimens round to an editor. He rolled in his chair, and told me to start in and go on till further notice. Since then I have done them without a break. Well, there's the position. I must go on drawing these infernal things, or I shall be penniless. The question is, am I to tell her? Tell her? Of course you must tell her. Ah, but you don't know her, Reggie. Have you ever heard of Eunice Nugent? Not to my knowledge. As she doesn't sprint up and down the Joyway at the Hippodrome, I didn't suppose you would. I thought this rather uncalled for, seeing that, as a matter of fact, I scarcely know a dozen of the Hippodrome chorus, but I made allowances for his state of mind. She's a poetess, he went on, and her work has appeared in lots of good magazines. My idea is that she would be utterly horrified if she knew, and could never be quite the same to me again. But I want you to meet her and judge for yourself. It's just possible that I am taking too morbid a view of the matter, and I want an unprejudiced outside opinion. Come and lunch with us at the Piccadilly tomorrow, will you? He was absolutely right. One glance at Miss Nugent told me that the poor old boy had got the correct idea. I hardly know how to describe the impression she made on me. On the way to the Pic, Archie had told me that what first attracted him to her was the fact that she was so utterly unlike Mabel Donut. But that had not prepared me for what she really was. She was kind of intense, if you know what I mean, kind of spiritual. She was perfectly pleasant, and drew me out about golf and all that sort of thing. But all the time I felt that she considered me an earthy worm whose loftier soul essence had been carelessly left out of his composition at birth. She made me wish that I had never seen a musical comedy or danced on a supper table on New Year's Eve. And if that was the impression she made on me, you can understand why poor old Archie jibbed at the idea of bringing her funny slices, and pointing at the donuts and saying, "Me, I did it." The notion was absolutely out of the question. The shot wasn't on the board. I told Archie so directly we were alone. "Old top," I said, "you must keep it dark." "I'm afraid so. But I hate the thought of deceiving her." "You must get used to that now you're going to be a married man," I said. "The trouble is, how am I going to account for the fact that I can do myself pretty well?" "Why, tell her you have private means, of course." "What's your money invested in?" "Practically all of it in B&O rails. It is a devilish good thing. A pal of mine put me onto it." "Tell her that you have a pile of money in B&O, then. She'll take it for granted it's a legacy. A spiritual girl like Miss Nugent isn't likely to inquire further." "Reggie, I believe you're right. It cuts both ways, that spiritual gag. I'll do it." They were married quietly. I held the towel for Archie, and a spectacled girl with a mouth like a rat trap, who was something to do with the woman's movement, saw fair play for Eunice. And then they went off to Scotland for their honeymoon. I wondered how the doughnuts were going to get on in old Archie's absence, but it seemed that he had buckled down to it and turned out 3 months' supply in advance. He told me that long practice had enabled him to doughnut almost without conscious effort. When he came back to London he would give an hour a week to them and do them on his head. Pretty soft. It seemed to me that the marriage was going to be a success. One gets out of touch with people when they marry. I am not much on the social call game, and for nearly 6 months I don't suppose I saw Archie more than 2 or 3 times. When I did, he appeared sound in wind and limb, and reported that married life was all to the velvet, and that he regarded bachelors like myself as so many excrescences on the social system. He compared me, if I remember rightly, to a wart, and advocated drastic treatment. It was perhaps 7 months after he had told Eunice that he endowed her with all his worldly goods, she not suspecting what the parcel contained, that he came to me unexpectedly one afternoon with a face so long and sick-looking that my finger was on the button and I was ordering brandy and soda before he had time to speak. "Reggie," he said, "an awful thing has happened. Have you seen the paper today?" "Yes." "Why? Did you read the stock exchange news? Did you see that some lunatic has been jumping around with a club and hammering the stuffing out of B&OP? This afternoon they are worth practically nothing. By Jove! And all your money was in it. What rotten luck." Then I spotted the silver lining. But, after all, it doesn't matter so very much. What I mean is, bang go your little savings and all that sort of thing. But, after all, you're making quite a good income, so why worry? "I might have known you would miss the point," he said. "Can't you understand the situation? This morning at breakfast Eunice got hold of the paper first. 'Archie,' she said, 'didn't you tell me all your money was in B&OP?' "'Yes,' I said. "'Why? Then we're ruined. Now do you see? If I had had time to think, I could have said that I had another chunk in something else, but I had committed myself. I have either got to tell her about those infernal doughnuts, or else conceal the fact that I had money coming in. Great Scott! What on earth are you going to do?" "I can't think. We can struggle along in a sort of way, for it appears that she has small private means of her own. The idea at present is that we shall live on them. We're selling the car, and trying to get out of the rest of our lease up at the flat, and then we're going to look about for a cheaper place, probably down Chelsea way, so as to be near my studio. What was that stuff I've been drinking? Ring for another of the same, there's a good fellow. In fact, I think you had better keep your finger permanently on the bell. I shall want all they've got." The spectacle of a fellow human being up to his neck in the consommé is painful, of course. But there's certainly what the advertisements at the top of magazine stories call a tense human interest about it. And I'm bound to say that I saw as much as possible of poor old Archie from now on. His sad case fascinated me. It was rather thrilling to see him wrestling with New Zealand mutton hash and draft beer down at his Chelsea flat. With all the suppressed anguish of a man who has let himself get accustomed to delicate food and vintage wines. And think that a word from him could send him whizzing back to the old life again whenever he wished. But at what a cost, as they say in the novels. That was the catch. He might hate this new order of things, but his lips were sealed. I personally came in for a good deal of quiet esteem for the way in which I stuck to him in his adversity. I don't think Eunice had thought much of me before, but now she seemed to feel that I had formed a corner in Golden Hearts. I took advantage of this to try and pave the way for a confession on poor old Archie's part. "I wonder, Archie, old top," I said one evening after we had dined on mutton hash and were sitting round trying to forget it, "I wonder you don't try another line in painting. I've heard that some of these fellows who draw for the comic papers." Mrs. Archie nipped me in the bud. "How can you suggest such a thing, Mr. Pepper? A man with Archie's genius. I know the public is not educated up to his work, but it is only a question of time. Archie suffers, like all pioneers, from being ahead of his generation. But, thank heaven, he need not sully his genius by stooping. No, no, I said. Sorry. I only suggested it. After that I gave more time than ever to trying to think of a solution. Sometimes I would lie awake at night, and my manner towards Wilberforce, my man, became so distrait that it almost caused a rift. He asked me one morning which suit I would wear that day, and, by Jove, I said, oh, any of them. I don't mind. There was a most frightful silence, and I woke up to find him looking at me with such a dashed wounded expression in his eyes that I had to tip him a couple of quid to bring him round again. Well, you can't go on straining your brain like that forever without something breaking loose, and one night, just after I had gone to bed, I got it. Yes, by gad, absolutely got it. And I was so excited that I hopped out from under the blankets there and then, and rang up old Archie on the phone. Archie, old scout, I said, can the missus hear what I'm saying? Well then, don't say anything to give the show away. Keep on saying, yes. Hello, so that you can tell her it was someone on the wrong wire. I've got it, my boy. All you've got to do to solve the whole problem is to tell her you've sold one of your pictures. Make the price as big as you like. Come and lunch with me tomorrow at the club, and we'll settle the details. There was a pause, and then Archie's voice said, hello, hello? It might have been a bit disappointing, only there was a tremble in it which made me understand how happy I had made the old boy. I went back to bed and slept like a king. Next day we lunched together, and fixed the thing up. I have never seen anyone so supremely braced. We examined the scheme from every angle and there wasn't a flaw in it. The only difficulty was to hit on a plausible purchaser. Archie suggested me, but I couldn't see it. I said it would sound fishy. Eventually I had a brain wave, and suggested J. Bellingwood Brackett, the American millionaire. He lives in London, and you see his name in the papers every day as having bought some painting or statue or something, so why shouldn't he buy Archie's Coming of Summer? And Archie said, exactly, why shouldn't he? And if he had had any sense in his fat head, he would have done it long ago, dash him. Which shows you that dear old Archie was bracing up, for I've heard him use much the same language in happier days about a referee. He went off, crammed to the eyebrows with good food and happiness, to tell Mrs. Archie that all was well, and that the old home was saved. And that Canterbury mutton might now be definitely considered as off the bill of fare. He told me on the phone that night that he had made the price £2,000, because he needed the money. And what was 2,000 to a man who had been fleecing the widow and the orphan for 40-odd years without a break? I thought the price was a bit high, but I agreed that J. Bellingwood could afford it. And happiness, you might say, reigned supreme. I don't know when I've had such a nasty jar as I got when Wilberforce brought me the paper in bed. And I languidly opened it and this jumped out and bit at me. Bellingwood Brackett discovers English genius. Pays stupendous price for young artist's picture. Hitherto unknown futurist received £2. 000. Underneath there was a column, some of it about Archie, the rest about the picture. And scattered over the page were 2 photographs of old Archie, looking more like Pa Donut than anything human, and a smudged reproduction of The Coming of Summer. And, believe me, frightful as the original of that weird exhibit looked, the reproduction had it licked to a whisper. It was one of the ghastliest things I have ever seen. Well, after the first shock I recovered a bit. After all, it was fame for dear old Archie. As soon as I had had lunch I went down to the flat to congratulate him. He was sitting there with Mrs. Archie. He was looking a bit dazed, but she was simmering with joy. She welcomed me as the faithful friend. Isn't it perfectly splendid, Mr. Pepper, to think that Archie's genius has at last been recognized? How quiet he kept it. I had no idea that Mr. Brackett was even interested in his work. I wonder how he heard of it. Oh, these things get about, I said. You can't keep a good man down. Think of £2,000 for one picture, and the first he has ever sold. What beats me, I said, is how the papers got hold of it. Oh, I sent it to the papers, said Mrs. Archie, in an offhand way. I wonder who did the writing up, I said. They would do that in the office, wouldn't they, said Mrs. Archie. I suppose they would, I said. They are wonders at that sort of thing. I couldn't help wishing that Archie would enter into the spirit of the thing a little more and perk up, instead of sitting there looking like a codfish. The thing seemed to have stunned the poor chappie. After this, Archie, I said, all you have to do is to sit in your studio, while the police see that the waiting line of millionaires doesn't straggle over the pavement. They'll fight. What's that? Said Archie, starting as if someone had dug a red-hot needle into his calf. It was only a ring at the bell, followed by a voice asking if Mr. Ferguson was at home. Probably an interviewer, said Mrs. Archie. I suppose we shall get no peace for a long time to come. The door opened, and the cook came in with a card. Renshaw Liggett, said Mrs. Archie, I don't know him. Do you, Archie? It must be an interviewer. Ask him to come in, Julia. And in he came. My knowledge of chappies in general, after a fairly wide experience, is that some chappies seem to kind of convey an atmosphere of unpleasantness the moment you come into contact with them. Renshaw Liggett gave me this feeling directly he came in, and when he fixed me with a sinister glance and said, Mr. Ferguson? I felt inclined to say, not guilty. I backed a step or two and jerked my head towards Archie, and Renshaw turned the searchlight off me and switched it onto him. You are Mr. Archibald Ferguson, the artist? Archie nodded pallidly, and Renshaw nodded, as much as to say that you couldn't deceive him. He produced a sheet of paper. It was the middle page of the Mail. You authorized the publication of this? Archie nodded again. I represent Mr. Brackett. The publication of this most impudent fiction has caused Mr. Brackett extreme annoyance, and, as it might also lead to other and more serious consequences. I must insist that a full denial be published without a moment's delay. What do you mean? Cried Mrs. Archie. Are you mad? She had been standing, listening to the conversation in a sort of trance. Now she jumped into the fight with a vim that turned Renshaw's attention to her in a second. No, madam, I am not mad. Nor, despite the interested assertions of certain parties whom I need not specify by name, is Mr. Brackett. It may be news to you, Mrs. Ferguson, that an action is even now pending in New York, whereby certain parties are attempting to show that my client, Mr. Brackett, is non-compos and should be legally restrained from exercising control over his property. Their case is extremely weak, for even if we admit their contention that our client did, on the 18th of June last, attempt to walk up Fifth Avenue in his pajamas, we shall be able to show that his action was the result of an election bet. But as the parties to whom I have alluded will undoubtedly snatch at every straw in their efforts to prove that Mr. Brackett is mentally infirm, the prejudicial effect of this publication cannot be overestimated. Unless Mr. Brackett can clear himself of the stigma of having given £2,000 for this extraordinary production of an absolutely unknown artist, the strength of his case must be seriously shaken. I may add that my client's lavish patronage of art is already one of the main planks in the platform of the parties already referred to. They adduce his extremely generous expenditure in this direction as evidence that he is incapable of a proper handling of his money. I need scarcely point out with what sinister pleasure, therefore, they must have contemplated this. And he looked at the coming of summer as if it were a black beetle. I must say, much as I disliked the blighter, I couldn't help feeling that he had right on his side. It hadn't occurred to me in quite that light before, but, considering it calmly now, I could see that a man who would disgorge 2,000 of the best for Archie's futurist masterpiece might very well step straight into the nut factory, and no questions asked. Mrs. Archie came right back at him, as game as you please. I am sorry for Mr. Brackett's domestic troubles, but my husband can prove without difficulty that he did buy the picture. Can't you, dear? Archie, extremely white about the gills, looked at the ceiling and at the floor and at me and Renshaw Liggett. No, he said finally. I can't. Because he didn't. Exactly, said Renshaw, and I must ask you to publish that statement in tomorrow's papers without fail. He rose, and made for the door. My client has no objection to young artists advertising themselves, realizing that this is an age of strenuous competition, but he firmly refuses to permit them to do it at his expense. Good afternoon. And he legged it, leaving behind him one of the most chunky silences I have ever been mixed up in. For the life of me, I couldn't see who was to make the next remark. I was jolly certain that it wasn't going to be me. Eventually Mrs. Archie opened the proceedings. What does it mean? Archie turned to me with a sort of frozen calm. Reggie, would you mind stepping into the kitchen and asking Julia for this week's funny slices? I know she has it. He was right. She unearthed it from a cupboard. I trotted back with it to the sitting room. Archie took the paper from me, and held it out to his wife, donuts uppermost. Look, he said. She looked. I do them. I have done them every week for 3 years. No, don't speak yet. Listen. This is where all my money came from, all the money I lost when B&O.P. rails went smash. And this is where the money came from to buy The Coming of Summer. It wasn't Brackett who bought it, it was myself. Mrs. Archie was devouring the donuts with wide-open eyes. I caught a glimpse of them myself, and only just managed not to laugh, for it was the set of pictures where Pa Donut tries to fix the electric light. One of the very finest things dear old Archie had ever done. I don't understand, she said. I draw these things. I have sold my soul. Archie. He winced, but stuck to it bravely. Yes, I knew how you would feel about it, and that was why I didn't dare to tell you, and why we fixed up this story about old Brackett. I couldn't bear to live on you any longer, and to see you roughing it here, when we might be having all the money we wanted. Suddenly, like a boiler exploding, she began to laugh. They're the funniest things I ever saw in my life, she gurgled. Mr. Pepper, do look. He's trying to cut the electric wire with the scissors, and everything blazes up. And you've been hiding this from me all that time. Archie goggled dumbly. She dived at a table, and picked up a magazine, pointing to one of the advertisement pages. Read, she cried. Read it aloud. And in a shaking voice Archie read. You think you are perfectly well, don't you? You wake up in the morning and spring out of bed and say to yourself that you have never been better in your life. You're wrong. Unless you are avoiding coffee as you would avoid the man who always tells you the smart things his little boy said yesterday, and drinking Safety First Molosine for breakfast. You cannot be perfectly well. It is a physical impossibility. Coffee contains an appreciable quantity of the deadly drug caffeine, and therefore. I wrote that, she said. And I wrote the advertisement of the Spiller baby food on page 94, and the one about the preeminent breakfast sausage on page 86. Oh, Archie, dear, the torments I have been through, fearing that you would someday find me out and despise me. I couldn't help it. I had no private means, and I didn't make enough out of my poetry to keep me in hats. I learned to write advertisements 4 years ago at a correspondence school, and I've been doing them ever since. And now I don't mind your knowing, now that you have told me this perfectly splendid news. Archie. She rushed into his arms like someone charging in for a bowl of soup at a railway station buffet. And I drifted out. It seemed to me that this was a scene in which I was not on. I sidled to the door, and slid forth. They didn't notice me. My experience is that nobody ever does, much. The Making of Max. Max Restaurant, nobody calls it McFarlane's, is a mystery. It is off the beaten track. It is not smart. It does not advertise. It provides nothing nearer to an orchestra than a solitary piano, yet, with all these things against it, it is a success. In theatrical circles especially it holds a position which might turn the white lights of many a supper palace green with envy. This is mysterious. You do not expect Soho to compete with and even eclipse Piccadilly in this way. And when Soho does so compete, there is generally romance of some kind somewhere in the background. Somebody happened to mention to me casually that Henry, the old waiter, had been at Mac's since its foundation. "Me?" said Henry, questioned during a slack spell in the afternoon. "Rather." "Then can you tell me what it was that first gave the place the impetus which started it on its upward course? What causes should you say were responsible for its phenomenal prosperity? What gave it a leg up? Is that what you're trying to get at?" "Exactly. What gave it a leg up? Can you tell me?" "Me?" said Henry. "Rather." And he told me this chapter from the unwritten history of the London whose day begins when nature's finishes. "Old Mr. McFarland," said Henry, "started the place 15 years ago. He was a widower with one son and what you might call half a daughter. That's to say, he had adopted her. Katie was her name, and she was the child of a dead friend of his. The son's name was Andy. A little freckled nipper he was when I first knew him, one of those silent kids that don't say much and have as much obstinacy in them as if they were mules. Many's the time, in them days, I've clumped him on the head and told him to do something. And he didn't run yelling to his pa, same as most kids would have done, but just said nothing and went on not doing whatever it was I had told him to do. That was the sort of disposition Andy had, and it grew on him. Why, when he came back from Oxford College the time the old man sent for him, what I'm going to tell you about soon, he had a jaw on him like the ram of a battleship. Katie was the kid for my money. I liked Katie. We all liked Katie. Old McFarland started out with two big advantages. One was Jules, and the other was me. Jules came from Paris, and he was the greatest cook you ever seen. And me, well, I was just come from 10 years as waiter at the Guelph, and I won't conceal it from you that I gave the place a tone. I gave Soho something to think about over its chop, believe me. It was a come down in the world for me, maybe, after the Guelph, but what I said to myself was that, when you get a tip in Soho, it may be only tuppence, but you keep it. Whereas at the Guelph about 99/100ths of it goes to helping to maintain some blooming head waiter in the style to which he has been accustomed. It was through my kind of harping on that fact that me and the Guelph parted company. The head waiter complained to the management the day I called him a fathead vampire. Well, what with me and what with Jules, McFarland's, it wasn't Max in them days, began to get a move on. Old McFarland, who knew a good man when he saw one and always treated me more like a brother than anything else, used to say to me, "Henry, if this keeps up, I'll be able to send the boy to Oxford College." Until one day he changed it to, "Henry, I'm going to send the boy to Oxford College," and next year, sure enough, off he went. Katie was 16 then, and she had just been given the cashier job, as a treat. She wanted to do something to help the old man, so he put her on a high chair behind a wire cage with a hole in it, and she gave the customers their change. And let me tell you, mister, that a man that wasn't satisfied after he'd had me serve him a dinner cooked by Jules and then had a chat with Katie through the wire cage would have groused at paradise. For she was pretty, was Katie, and getting prettier every day. I spoke to the boss about it. I said it was putting temptation in the girl's way to set her up there right in the public eye, as it were. And he told me to hop it. So I hopped it. Katie was wild about dancing. Nobody knew it till later, but all this while, it turned out, she was attending regular one of them schools. That was where she went to in the afternoons, when we all thought she was visiting girl friends. It all come out after, but she fooled us then. Girls are like monkeys when it comes to artfulness. She called me Uncle Bill, because she said the name Henry always reminded her of cold mutton. If it had been young Andy that had said it, I'd have clumped him one. But he never said anything like that. Come to think of it, he never said anything much at all. He just thought a heap without opening his face. So young Andy went off to college, and I said to him, "Now then, you young devil, you be a credit to us, or I'll fetch you a clip when you come home." And Katy said, "Oh, Andy, I shall miss you." And Andy didn't say nothing to me, and he didn't say nothing to Katy, but he gave her a look, and later in the day I found her crying, and she said she'd got toothache. And I went round the corner to the chemist's and brought her something for it. It was in the middle of Andy's second year at college that the old man had the stroke which put him out of business. He went down under it as if he'd been hit with an axe, and the doctor tells him he'll never be able to leave his bed again. So they sent for Andy, and he quit his college, and come back to London to look after the restaurant. I was sorry for the kid. I told him so in a fatherly kind of way. And he just looked at me and says, "Thanks very much, Henry." "What must be, I says. "Maybe, it's all for the best. Maybe it's better you're here than in among all those young devils in your Oxford school what might be leading you astray. If you would think less of me and more of your work, Henry," he says, "perhaps that gentleman over there wouldn't have to shout 16 times for the waiter." Which, on looking into it, I found to be the case, and he went away without giving me no tip, which shows what you lose in a hard world by being sympathetic. I'm bound to say that young Andy showed us all jolly quick that he hadn't come home just to be an ornament about the place. There was exactly one boss in the restaurant, and it was him. It come a little hard at first to have to be respectful to a kid whose head you had spent many a happy hour clumping for his own good in the past. But he pretty soon showed me I could do it if I tried, and I done it. As for Jules and the two young fellers that had been taken on to help me owing to increase of business, they would jump through hoops and roll over if he just looked at them. He was a boy who liked his own way, was Andy, and, believe me, at McFarlane's restaurant he got it. And then, when things had settled down into a steady jog, Katy took the bit in her teeth. She done it quite quiet and unexpected one afternoon when there was only me and her and Andy in the place. And I don't think either of them knew I was there, for I was taking an easy on a chair at the back, reading an evening paper. She said, kind of quiet, "Oh, Andy." "Yes, darling," he said. And that was the first I knew that there was anything between them. "Andy, I've something to tell you." "What is it?" She kind of hesitated. "Andy, dear, I shan't be able to help any more in the restaurant." He looked at her, sort of surprised. "What do you mean?" I'm going on the stage." I put down my paper. "What do you mean?" Did I listen? Of course I listened. "What do you take me for?" From where I sat I could see young Andy's face, and I didn't need any more to tell me there was going to be trouble. That jaw of his was right out. "I forgot to tell you that the old man had died, poor old feller, maybe 6 months before, so that now Andy was the real boss instead of just acting boss. And what's more, in the nature of things, he was, in a manner of speaking, Katy's guardian, with power to tell her what she could do and what she couldn't. And I felt that Katy wasn't going to have any smooth passage with this stage business which she was giving him. Andy didn't hold with the stage, not with any girl he was fond of being on it anyway. And when Andy didn't like a thing he said so. He said so now. "You aren't going to do anything of the sort. Don't be horrid about it, Andy dear. I've got a big chance." "Why should you be horrid about it?" "I'm not going to argue about it." "You don't go." "But it's such a big chance. And I've been working for it for years." "How do you mean working for it?" And then it came out about this dancing school she'd been attending regular. When she'd finished telling him about it, he just shoved out his jaw another inch. "You aren't going on the stage." "But it's such a chance. I saw Mr. Mandelbaum yesterday, and he saw me dance, and he was very pleased, and said he would give me a solo dance to do in this new piece he's putting on. You aren't going on the stage. What I always say is, you can't beat tact. If you're smooth and tactful you can get folks to do anything you want. But if you just shove your jaw out at them, and order them about, why, then they get their backs up and sauce you. I knew Katie well enough to know that she would do anything for Andy, if he asked her properly, but she wasn't going to stand this sort of thing. But you couldn't drive that into the head of a feller like young Andy with a steam hammer. She flared up, quick, as if she couldn't hold herself in no longer. I certainly am, she said. You know what it means? What does it mean? The end of everything. She kind of blinked as if he'd hit her, then she chucks her chin up. Very well, she says. Goodbye. Goodbye, says Andy, the pig-headed young mule, and she walks out one way and he walks out another. I don't follow the drama much as a general rule, but seeing that it was now, so to speak, in the family, I did keep an eye open for the newspaper notices of The Rose Girl, which was the name of the piece which Mr. Mandelbaum was letting Katie do a solo dance in. And while some of them cussed the play considerable, they all gave Katie a nice word. One feller said that she was like cold water on the morning after, which is high praise coming from a newspaper man. There wasn't a doubt about it. She was a success. You see, she was something new, and London always sits up and takes notice when you give it that. There were pictures of her in the papers, and one evening paper had a piece about How I Preserve My Youth, signed by her. I cut it out and showed it to Andy. He gave it a look. Then he gave me a look, and I didn't like his eye. Well, he says. Pardon, I says. What about it, he says. I don't know, I says. Get back to your work, he says. So I got back. It was that same night that the queer thing happened. We didn't do much in the supper line at McFarlane's as a rule in them days, but we kept open, of course. In case Soho should take it into its head to treat itself to a Welsh rabbit before going to bed. So all hands was on deck, ready for the call if it should come, at 11:30 that night, but we weren't what you might term sanguine. Well, just on the half hour, up drives a taxicab, and in comes a party of 4. There was a nut, another nut, a girl, and another girl. And the second girl was Katie. Hello, Uncle Bill, she says. Good evening, madam, I says dignified, being on duty. Oh, stop it, Uncle Bill, she says. Say, hello. To a pal, and smile prettily, or I'll tell them about the time you went to the White City. Well, there's some bygones that are best left bygones, and the night at the White City what she was alluding to was one of them. I still maintain, as I always shall maintain, that the constable had no right to, but, there, it's a story that wouldn't interest you. And, anyway, I was glad to see Katie again, so I give her a smile. Not so much of it, I says. Not so much of it. I'm glad to see you, Katie. 3 cheers. Jimmy, I want to introduce you to my friend, Uncle Bill. Ted, this is Uncle Bill. Violet, this is Uncle Bill. It wasn't my place to fetch her one on the side of the head, but I'd have liked to have. For she was acting like she'd never used to act when I knew her, all tough and bold. Then it come to me that she was nervous. And natural, too, seeing young Andy might pop out any moment. And sure enough out he popped from the back room at that very instant. Katie looked at him, and he looked at Katie, and I seen his face get kind of hard, but he didn't say a word. And presently he went out again. I heard Katie breathe sort of deep. He's looking well, Uncle Bill, ain't he, she says to me, very soft. Pretty fair, I says. Well, kid, I been reading the pieces in the papers. You've knocked, M. Ah, don't Bill, she says, as if I'd hurt her. And me meaning only to say the civil thing. Girls are rum. When the party had paid their bill and give me a tip which made me think I was back at the Guelph again, only there weren't any Dick Turpin of a head waiter standing by for his share, they hopped it. But Katy hung back and had a word with me. He was looking well, wasn't he, Uncle Bill? Rather. Does he ever speak of me? I ain't heard him. I suppose he's still pretty angry with me, isn't he, Uncle Bill? You're sure you've never heard him speak of me? So, to cheer her up, I tells her about the piece in the paper I showed him. But it didn't seem to cheer her up any. And she goes out. The very next night in she come again for supper, but with different nuts and different girls. There was 6 of them this time, counting her. And they'd hardly sat down at their table, when in come the fellers she had called Jimmy and Ted with 2 girls. And they sat eating of their suppers and chaffing one another across the floor, all as pleasant and sociable as you please. I say, Katy, I heard one of the nuts say, you were right. He's worth the price of admission. I don't know who they meant, but they all laughed. And every now and again I'd hear them praising the food, which I don't wonder at, for Jules had certainly done himself proud. All artistic temperament, these Frenchmen are. The moment I told him we had company, so to speak, he blossomed like a flower does when you put it in water. Ah, see, at last, he says, trying to grab me and kiss me. Our fame has gone abroad in the world, which amuses himself, ain't it? For a good supper connection I have always prayed, and he has arrived. Well, it did begin to look as if he was right. 10 high-class supper folk in an evening was pretty hot stuff for McFarlane's. I'm bound to say I got excited myself. I can't deny that I missed the Guelph at times. On the 5th night, when the place was fairly packed and looked for all the world like Audie's or Romano's, and me and the 2 young fellers helping me was working double tides. I suddenly understood, and I went up to Katy and, bending over her very respectful with a bottle, I whispers, hot stuff, kid. This is a jolly fine boom you're working for the old place. And by the way she smiled back at me, I seen I had guessed right. Andy was hanging round, keeping an eye on things, as he always done, and I says to him, when I was passing, she's doing us proud, bucking up the old place, ain't she? And he says, get on with your work. And I got on. Katy hung back at the door, when she was on her way out, and had a word with me. Has he said anything about me, Uncle Bill? Not a word, I says. And she goes out. You've probably noticed about London, mister, that a flock of sheep isn't in it with the nuts, the way they all troop on each other's heels to supper places. One month they're all going to one place, next month to another. Someone in the push starts the cry that he's found a new place, and off they all go to try it. The trouble with most of the places is that once they've got the custom they think it's going to keep on coming, and all they've got to do is to lean back and watch it come. Popularity comes in at the door, and good food and good service flies out at the window. We wasn't going to have any of that at McFarlane's. Even if it hadn't been that Andy would have come down like half a ton of bricks on the first sign of slackness, Jules and me, both of us had our professional reputations to keep up. I didn't give myself no airs when I seen things coming our way. I worked all the harder, and I seen to it that the 4 young fellers under me, there was 4 now, didn't lose no time fetching of the orders. The consequence was that the difference between us and most popular restaurants was that we kept our popularity. We fed them well, and we served them well. And once the thing had started rolling it didn't stop. Soho isn't so very far away from the center of things, when you come to look at it, and they didn't mind the extra step, seeing that there was something good at the end of it. So we got our popularity, and we kept our popularity, and we've got it to this day. That's how McFarlane's came to be what it is, mister. With the air of one who has told a well-rounded tale, Henry ceased, and observed that it was wonderful the way Mr. Woodward, of Chelsea, preserved his skill in spite of his advanced years. I stared at him. But, heavens, man! I cried, you surely don't think you've finished? What about Katy and Andy? What happened to them? Did they ever come together again? Oh, said Henry, I was forgetting. And he resumed. As time went on, I begin to get pretty fed up with young Andy. He was making a fortune as fast as any feller could out of the sudden boom in the supper custom. And he knowing perfectly well that if it hadn't have been for Katy there wouldn't have been any supper custom at all. And you'd have thought that anyone claiming to be a human being would have had the gratitude to forgive and forget and go over and say a civil word to Katy when she come in. But no, he just hung round looking black at all of them, and one night he goes and fairly does it. The place was full that night, and Katy was there, and the piano going, and everybody enjoying themselves, when the young feller at the piano struck up the tune what Katy danced to in the show. Catchy tune it was. Lum-tum-tum, tiddle-iddle-lum. Something like that it went. Well, the young feller struck up with it, and everybody begin clapping and hammering on the tables and hollering to Katy to get up and dance. Which she done, in an open space in the middle, and she hadn't hardly started when along come young Andy. He goes up to her, all jaw, and I seen something that wanted dusting on the table next to M, so I went up and began dusting it, so by good luck I happened to hear the whole thing. He says to her, very quiet, "You can't do that here. What do you think this place is?" And she says to him, "Oh, Andy. I'm very much obliged to you," he says, "for all the trouble you seem to be taking, but it isn't necessary. McFarlane's got on very well before your well-meant efforts to turn it into a bear garden. And him coining the money from the supper custom. Sometimes I think gratitude's a thing of the past and this world not fit for a self-respecting rattlesnake to live in. Andy," she says. "That's all. We needn't argue about it. If you want to come here and have supper, I can't stop you. But I'm not going to have the place turned into a nightclub. I don't know when I've heard anything like it. If it hadn't have been that I hadn't have got the nerve, I'd have give him a look." Katy didn't say another word, but just went back to her table. But the episode, as they say, wasn't concluded. As soon as the party she was with seen that she was through dancing, they begin to kick up a row. And one young nut with about 1.25 inches of forehead and the same amount of chin kicked it up a special. "No, I say, you know," he hollered. "That's too bad, you know. Encore. Don't stop. Encore." Andy goes up to him. "I must ask you, please, not to make so much noise," he says, quite respectful. "You are disturbing people." "Disturbing be damned. Why shouldn't she?" "One moment. You can make all the noise you please out in the street, but as long as you stay in here you'll be quiet. Do you understand?" Up jumps the nut. He'd had quite enough to drink. "I know, because I'd been serving him." "Who the devil are you?" he says. "Sit down," says Andy. And the young feller took a smack at him. And the next moment Andy had him by the collar and was chucking him out in a way that would have done credit to a real professional down Whitechapel way. He dumped him on the pavement as neat as you please. That broke up the party. You can never tell with restaurants. What kills one makes another. I've no doubt that if we had chucked out a good customer from the Guelph that would have been the end of the place. But it only seemed to do McFarlane's good. I guess it gave just that touch to the place which made the nuts think that this was real Bohemia. Come to think of it, it does give a kind of charm to a place. If you feel that at any moment the feller at the next table to you may be gathered up by the slack of his trousers and slung into the street. Anyhow, that's the way our supper custom seemed to look at it, and after that you had to book a table in advance if you wanted to eat with us. They fairly flocked to the place. But Katy didn't. She didn't flock. She stayed away. And no wonder, after Andy behaving so bad. I'd have spoke to him about it, only he wasn't the kind of feller you do speak to about things. One day I says to him to cheer him up, "What price this restaurant now, Mr. Andy?" "Curse the restaurant," he says. "And him with all that supper custom. It's a rum world. Mister, have you ever had a real shock, something that came out of nowhere and just knocked you flat?" "I have, and I'm going to tell you about it." When a man gets to be my age, and has a job of work which keeps him busy till it's time for him to go to bed, he gets into the habit of not doing much worrying about anything that ain't shoved right under his nose. That's why, about now, Katie had kind of slipped my mind. It wasn't that I wasn't fond of the kid, but I'd got so much to think about, what with having 4 young fellers under me and things being in such a rush at the restaurant that if I thought of her at all, I just took it for granted that she was getting along all right, and didn't bother. To be sure, we hadn't seen nothing of her at McFarland's since the night when Andy bounced her pal with the small size and foreheads, but that didn't worry me. If I'd been her, I'd have stopped away the same as she done, seeing that young Andy still had his hump. I took it for granted, as I'm telling you, that she was all right, and that the reason we didn't see nothing of her was that she was taking her patronage elsewhere. And then, one evening, which happened to be my evening off, I got a letter, and for 10 minutes after I read it I was knocked flat. You get to believe in fate when you get to be my age, and fate certainly had taken a hand in this game. If it hadn't have been my evening off, don't you see, I wouldn't have got home till 1 o'clock or past that in the morning, being on duty. Whereas, seeing it was my evening off, I was back at 8:30. I was living at the same boarding house in Bloomsbury what I'd lived at for the past 10 years, and when I got there I find her letter shoved half under my door. I can tell you every word of it. This is how it went. Darling Uncle Bill. Don't be too sorry when you read this. It is nobody's fault, but I am just tired of everything, and I want to end it all. You have been such a dear to me always that I want you to be good to me now. I should not like Andy to know the truth, so I want you to make it seem as if it had happened naturally. You will do this for me, won't you? It will be quite easy. By the time you get this, it will be 1, and it will all be over, and you can just come up and open the window and let the gas out, and then everyone will think I just died naturally. It will be quite easy. I am leaving the door unlocked so that you can get in. I am in the room just above yours. I took it yesterday, so as to be near you. Goodbye, Uncle Bill. You will do it for me, won't you? I don't want Andy to know what it really was. Katie. That was it, mister, and I tell you it floored me. And then it come to me, kind of as a new idea, that I'd best do something pretty soon, and up the stairs I went quick. There she was, on the bed, with her eyes closed, and the gas just beginning to get bad. As I come in, she jumped up, and stood staring at me. I went to the tap, and turned the flow off, and then I gives her a look. Now then, I says. How did you get here? Never mind how I got here. What have you got to say for yourself? She just began to cry, same as she used to when she was a kid and someone had hurt her. Here, I says, let's get along out of here, and go where there's some air to breathe. Don't you take on so. You come along out and tell me all about it. She started to walk to where I was, and suddenly I seen she was limping. So I gave her a hand down to my room, and set her on a chair. Now then, I says again. Don't be angry with me, Uncle Bill, she says. And she looks at me so pitiful that I goes up to her and puts my arm round her and pats her on the back. Don't you worry, dearie, I says, nobody ain't going to be angry with you. But, for goodness sake, I says, tell a man why in the name of goodness you ever took and acted so foolish. I wanted to end it all. But why? She burst out crying again, like a kid. Didn't you read about it in the paper, Uncle Bill? Read about what in the paper? My accident. I broke my ankle at rehearsal ever so long ago, practicing my new dance. The doctors say it will never be right again. I shall never be able to dance any more. I shall always limp. I shan't even be able to walk properly. And when I thought of that, and Andy, and everything, I got onto my feet. Well, I says. Well. I don't know as I blame you. But don't you do it. It's a mug's game. Look here, if I leave you alone for half an hour, you won't go trying it on again? Promise. Very well, Uncle Bill. Where are you going? Oh, just out. I'll be back soon. You sit there and rest yourself. It didn't take me 10 minutes to get to the restaurant in a cab. I found Andy in the back room. What's the matter, Henry? He says. Take a look at this, I says. There's always this risk, mister, in being the Andy type of feller what must have his own way and goes straight ahead and has it. And that is that when trouble does come to him, it comes with a rush. It sometimes seems to me that in this life we've all got to have trouble sooner or later, and some of us gets it bit by bit, spread out thin, so to speak, and a few of us gets it in a lump, biff. And that was what happened to Andy, and what I knew was going to happen when I showed him that letter. I nearly says to him, brace up, young feller, because this is where you get it. I don't often go to the theater, but when I do I like one of those plays with some ginger in them which the papers generally cuss. The papers say that real human beings don't carry on in that way. Take it from me, mister, they do. I seen a feller on the stage read a letter once which didn't just suit him. And he gasped and rolled his eyes and tried to say something and couldn't, and had to get a hold on a chair to keep him from falling. There was a piece in the paper saying that this was all wrong, and that he wouldn't have done them things in real life. Believe me, the paper was wrong. There wasn't a thing that feller did that Andy didn't do when he read that letter. God, he says. Is she? She isn't. Were you in time, he says. And he looks at me, and I seen that he had got it in the neck, right enough. If you mean is she dead, I says, no, she ain't dead. Thank God. Not yet, I says. And the next moment we was out of that room and in the cab and moving quick. He was never much of a talker, wasn't Andy, and he didn't chat in that cab. He didn't say a word till we was going up the stairs. Where? He says. Here, I says. And I opens the door. Katie was standing looking out of the window. She turned as the door opened, and then she saw Andy. Her lips parted, as if she was going to say something, but she didn't say nothing. And Andy, he didn't say nothing, neither. He just looked, and she just looked. And then he sort of stumbles across the room, and goes down on his knees, and gets his arms around her. Oh, my kid, he says. And I seen I wasn't wanted, so I shut the door, and I hopped it. I went and saw the last half of a music hall. But, I don't know, it didn't kind of have no fascination for me. You've got to give your mind to it to appreciate good music hall turns. The Mixer. Chapter 1. He meets a shy gentleman. Looking back, I always consider that my career as a dog proper really started when I was bought for the sum of half a crown by the shy man. That event marked the end of my puppyhood. The knowledge that I was worth actual cash to somebody filled me with a sense of new responsibilities. It sobered me. Besides, it was only after that half-crown changed hands that I went out into the great world. And, however interesting life may be in an East End public house, it is only when you go out into the world that you really broaden your mind and begin to see things. Within its limitations, my life had been singularly full and vivid. I was born, as I say, in a public house in the East End, and, however lacking a public house may be in refinement and the true culture, it certainly provides plenty of excitement. Before I was 6 weeks old I had upset 3 policemen by getting between their legs when they came round to the side door, thinking they had heard suspicious noises. And I can still recall the interesting sensation of being chased 17 times round the yard with a broom handle after a well-planned and completely successful raid on the larder. These and other happenings of a like nature soothed for the moment but could not cure the restlessness which has always been so marked a trait in my character. I have always been restless, unable to settle down in one place and anxious to get on to the next thing. This may be due to a gypsy strain in my ancestry. One of my uncles traveled with a circus, or it may be the artistic temperament, acquired from a grandfather who Before dying of a surfeit of paste in the property room of the Bristol Coliseum, which he was visiting in the course of a professional tour. Had an established reputation on the music hall stage as one of Professor Pond's performing poodles. I owe the fullness and variety of my life to this restlessness of mine. For I have repeatedly left comfortable homes in order to follow some perfect stranger who looked as if he were on his way to somewhere interesting. Sometimes I think I must have cat blood in me. The shy man came into our yard one afternoon in April, while I was sleeping with Mother in the sun on an old sweater which we had borrowed from Fred, one of the barmen. I heard Mother growl, but I didn't take any notice. Mother is what they call a good watchdog, and she growls at everybody except Master. At first, when she used to do it, I would get up and bark my head off, but not now. Life's too short to bark at everybody who comes into our yard. It is behind the public house, and they keep empty bottles and things there, so people are always coming and going. Besides, I was tired. I had had a very busy morning, helping the men bring in a lot of cases of beer, and running into the saloon to talk to Fred and generally looking after things. So I was just dozing off again, when I heard a voice say, "Well, he's ugly enough." Then I knew that they were talking about me. I have never disguised it from myself, and nobody has ever disguised it from me, that I am not a handsome dog. Even Mother never thought me beautiful. She was no Gladys Cooper herself, but she never hesitated to criticize my appearance. In fact, I have yet to meet anyone who did. The first thing strangers say about me is, "What an ugly dog." I don't know what I am. I have a bulldog kind of a face, but the rest of me is terrier. I have a long tail which sticks straight up in the air. My hair is wiry. My eyes are brown. I am jet black, with a white chest. I once overheard Fred saying that I was a Gorgonzola cheesehound, and I have generally found Fred reliable in his statements. When I found that I was under discussion, I opened my eyes. Master was standing there, looking down at me, and by his side the man who had just said I was ugly enough. The man was a thin man, about the age of a barman and smaller than a policeman. He had patched brown shoes and black trousers. "But he's got a sweet nature," said Master. This was true, luckily for me. Mother always said, a dog without influence or private means, if he is to make his way in the world, must have either good looks or amiability. But, according to her, I overdid it. A dog, she used to say, can have a good heart, without chumming with every Tom, Dick, and Harry he meets. Your behavior is sometimes quite undoglike. Mother prided herself on being a one-man dog. She kept herself to herself, and wouldn't kiss anybody except Master, not even Fred. Now, I'm a mixer. I can't help it. It's my nature. I like men. I like the taste of their boots, the smell of their legs, and the sound of their voices. It may be weak of me, but a man has only to speak to me and a sort of thrill goes right down my spine and sets my tail wagging. I wagged it now. The man looked at me rather distantly. He didn't pat me. I suspected, what I afterwards found to be the case, that he was shy, so I jumped up at him to put him at his ease. Mother growled again. I felt that she did not approve. "Why, he's took quite a fancy to you already," said Master. The man didn't say a word. He seemed to be brooding on something. He was one of those silent men. He reminded me of Joe, the old dog down the street at the grocer's shop, who lies at the door all day, blinking and not speaking to anybody. Master began to talk about me. It surprised me, the way he praised me. I hadn't a suspicion he admired me so much. From what he said you would have thought I had won prizes and ribbons at the Crystal Palace. But the man didn't seem to be impressed. He kept on saying nothing. When Master had finished telling him what a wonderful dog I was till I blushed, the man spoke. "Less of it," he said. "£half-a-crown is my bid, and if he was an angel from on high you couldn't get another ha'penny out of me. What about it?" A thrill went down my spine and out at my tail, for of course I saw now what was happening. The man wanted to buy me and take me away. I looked at Master hopefully. "He's more like a son to me than a dog," said Master, sort of wistful. "It's his face that makes you feel that way," said the man, unsympathetically. "If you had a son, that's just how he would look. £half is my offer, and I'm in a hurry." "All right," said Master, with a sigh, "though it's giving him away, a valuable dog like that. Where's your £half?" The man got a bit of rope and tied it round my neck. I could hear Mother barking advice and telling me to be a credit to the family, but I was too excited to listen. "Goodbye, Mother," I said. "Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, Fred. Goodbye everybody. I'm off to see life. The shy man has bought me for £half. Wow." I kept running round in circles and shouting, till the man gave me a kick and told me to stop it. So I did. I don't know where we went, but it was a long way. I had never been off our street before in my life, and I didn't know the whole world was half as big as that. We walked on, and the man jerked at my rope whenever I wanted to stop and look at anything. He wouldn't even let me pass the time of the day with dogs we met. When we had gone about 100 miles and were just going to turn in at a dark doorway, a policeman suddenly stopped the man. I could feel by the way the man pulled at my rope and tried to hurry on that he didn't want to speak to the policeman. The more I saw of the man, the more I saw how shy he was. "Hi," said the policeman, and we had to stop. "I've got a message for you, old pal," said the policeman. "It's from the Board of Health. They told me to tell you you needed a change of air. See?" "All right," said the man. "And take it as soon as you like. Else you'll find you'll get it given you. See?" I looked at the man with a good deal of respect. He was evidently someone very important, if they worried so about his health. "I'm going down to the country tonight," said the man. The policeman seemed pleased. "That's a bit of luck for the country," he said. "Don't go changing your mind." And we walked on, and went in at the dark doorway, and climbed about 1,000,000 stairs and went into a room that smelt of rats. The man sat down and swore a little, and I sat and looked at him. Presently I couldn't keep it in any longer. "Do we live here?" I said. "Is it true we're going to the country? Wasn't that policeman a good sort? Don't you like policemen? I knew lots of policemen at the public house. Are there any other dogs here? What is there for dinner? What's in that cupboard? When are you going to take me out for another run? May I go out and see if I can find a cat?" "Stop that yelping," he said. "When we go to the country, where shall we live? Are you going to be a caretaker at a house?" "Fred's father is a caretaker at a big house in Kent. I've heard Fred talk about it." "You didn't meet Fred when you came to the public house, did you? You would like Fred. I like Fred. Mother likes Fred. We all like Fred." I was going on to tell him a lot more about Fred, who had always been one of my warmest friends, when he suddenly got hold of a stick and walloped me with it. "You keep quiet when you're told," he said. He really was the shyest man I had ever met. It seemed to hurt him to be spoken to. However, he was the boss, and I had to humor him, so I didn't say any more. We went down to the country that night, just as the man had told the policeman we would. I was all worked up, for I had heard so much about the country from Fred that I had always wanted to go there. Fred used to go off on a motor bicycle sometimes to spend the night with his father in Kent, and once he brought back a squirrel with him, which I thought was for me to eat, but Mother said no. "The first thing a dog has to learn," Mother used often to say, "is that the whole world wasn't created for him to eat." It was quite dark when we got to the country, but the man seemed to know where to go. He pulled at my rope, and we began to walk along a road with no people in it at all. We walked on, but it was all so new to me that I forgot how tired I was. I could feel my mind broadening with every step I took. Every now and then we would pass a very big house, which looked as if it was empty, but I knew that there was a caretaker inside, because of Fred's father. These big houses belong to very rich people, but they don't want to live in them till the summer, so they put in caretakers, and the caretakers have a dog to keep off burglars. I wondered if that was what I had been brought here for. "Are you going to be a caretaker?" I asked the man. "Shut up," he said. So I shut up. After we had been walking a long time, we came to a cottage. A man came out. My man seemed to know him, for he called him Bill. I was quite surprised to see the man was not at all shy with Bill. They seemed very friendly. "Is that him?" said Bill, looking at me. "Bought him this afternoon," said the man. "Well," said Bill, "he's ugly enough. He looks fierce. If you want a dog, he's the sort of dog you want. But what do you want one for? It seems to me it's a lot of trouble to take, when there's no need of any trouble at all. Why not do what I've always wanted to do? What's wrong with just fixing the dog, same as it's always done, and walking in and helping yourself?" "I'll tell you what's wrong," said the man. "To start with, you can't get at the dog to fix him except by day, when they let him out. At night he's shut up inside the house. And suppose you do fix him during the day, what happens then? Either the bloke gets another before night, or else he sits up all night with a gun. It isn't like as if these blokes was ordinary blokes. They're down here to look after the house. That's their job, and they don't take any chances." It was the longest speech I had ever heard the man make, and it seemed to impress Bill. He was quite humble. "I didn't think of that," he said. "We'd best start in to train this tyke at once. Mother often used to say, when I went on about wanting to go out into the world and see life, 'You'll be sorry when you do. The world isn't all bones and liver.' And I hadn't been living with the man and Bill in their cottage long before I found out how right she was. It was the man's shyness that made all the trouble. It seemed as if he hated to be taken notice of. It started on my very first night at the cottage. I had fallen asleep in the kitchen, tired out after all the excitement of the day and the long walks I had had, when something woke me with a start. It was somebody scratching at the window, trying to get in. Well, I ask any dog, what would you have done in my place? Ever since I was old enough to listen, Mother had told me over and over again what I must do in a case like this. It is the ABC of a dog's education. If you are in a room and you hear anyone trying to get in, Mother used to say, bark. It may be someone who has business there, or it may not. Bark first, and inquire afterwards. Dogs were made to be heard and not seen. I lifted my head and yelled. I have a good, deep voice, due to a hound strain in my pedigree, and at the public house, when there was a full moon, I have often had people leaning out of the windows and saying things all down the street. I took a deep breath and let it go. Man! I shouted. Bill! Man! Come quick! Here's a burglar getting in. Then somebody struck a light, and it was the man himself. He had come in through the window. He picked up a stick, and he walloped me. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't see where I had done the wrong thing. But he was the boss, so there was nothing to be said. If you'll believe me, that same thing happened every night. Every single night. And sometimes twice or 3 times before morning. And every time I would bark my loudest and the man would strike a light and wallop me. The thing was baffling. I couldn't possibly have mistaken what Mother had said to me. She said it too often for that. Bark. 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 It was the main plank of her whole system of education. And yet, here I was, getting walloped every night for doing it. I thought it out till my head ached, and finally I got it right. I began to see that Mother's outlook was narrow. No doubt, living with a man like Master at the public house, a man without a trace of shyness in his composition, barking was all right. But circumstances alter cases. I belonged to a man who was a mass of nerves, who got the jumps if you spoke to him. What I had to do was to forget the training I had had from Mother, sound as it no doubt was as a general thing, and to adapt myself to the needs of the particular man who had happened to buy me. I had tried Mother's way, and all it had brought me was walloping, so now I would think for myself. So next night, when I heard the window go, I lay there without a word, though it went against all my better feelings. I didn't even growl. Someone came in and moved about in the dark, with a lantern, but, though I smelt that it was the man, I didn't ask him a single question. And presently the man lit a light and came over to me and gave me a pat, which was a thing he had never done before. "Good dog," he said. "Now you can have this." And he let me lick out the saucepan in which the dinner had been cooked. After that, we got on fine. Whenever I heard anyone at the window I just kept curled up and took no notice, and every time I got a bone or something good. It was easy, once you had got the hang of things. It was about a week after that the man took me out one morning, and we walked a long way till we turned in at some big gates and went along a very smooth road till we came to a great house, standing all by itself in the middle of a whole lot of country. There was a big lawn in front of it, and all round there were fields and trees, and at the back a great wood. The man rang a bell, and the door opened, and an old man came out. "Well?" he said, not very cordially. "I thought you might want to buy a good watchdog," said the man. "Well, that's queer, you're saying that," said the caretaker. "It's a coincidence. That's exactly what I do want to buy. I was just thinking of going along and trying to get one. My old dog picked up something this morning that he oughtn't to have, and he's dead, poor feller." "Poor feller," said the man. "Found an old bone with phosphorus on it, I guess. What do you want for this one?" "5 shillings. Is he a good watchdog?" "He's a grand watchdog. He looks fierce enough." "Ah." So the caretaker gave the man his 5 shillings, and the man went off and left me. At first the newness of everything and the unaccustomed smells and getting to know the caretaker, who was a nice old man, prevented my missing the man. But as the day went on and I began to realize that he had gone and would never come back, I got very depressed. I pattered all over the house, whining. It was a most interesting house, bigger than I thought a house could possibly be, but it couldn't cheer me up. You may think it strange that I should pine for the man, after all the wallopings he had given me, and it is odd, when you come to think of it. But dogs are dogs, and they are built like that. By the time it was evening I was thoroughly miserable. I found a shoe and an old clothes brush in one of the rooms, but could eat nothing. I just sat and moped. It's a funny thing, but it seems as if it always happened that just when you are feeling most miserable, something nice happens. As I sat there, there came from outside the sound of a motor bicycle, and somebody shouted. It was dear old Fred, my old pal Fred, the best old boy that ever stepped. I recognized his voice in a second, and I was scratching at the door before the old man had time to get up out of his chair. Well, well, well. That was a pleasant surprise. I ran 5 times round the lawn without stopping, and then I came back and jumped up at him. "What are you doing down here, Fred?" I said. "Is this caretaker your father? Have you seen the rabbits in the wood? How long are you going to stop? How's Mother? I like the country. Have you come all the way from the public house? I'm living here now. Your father gave 5 shillings for me. That's twice as much as I was worth when I saw you last. Why, it's young nigger." That was what they called me at the saloon. "What are you doing here? Where did you get this dog, father?" "A man sold him to me this morning. Poor old Bob got poisoned. This one ought to be just as good a watchdog. He barks loud enough. He should be. His mother is the best watchdog in London. This cheesehound used to belong to the boss. Funny him getting down here." We went into the house and had supper. And after supper we sat and talked. Fred was only down for the night, he said, because the boss wanted him back next day. And I'd sooner have my job than yours, Dad, he said. Of all the lonely places. I wonder you aren't scared of burglars. I've my shotgun, and there's the dog. I might be scared if it wasn't for him, but he kind of gives me confidence. Old Bob was the same. Dogs are a comfort in the country. Get many tramps here? I've only seen one in 2 months, and that's the feller who sold me the dog here. As they were talking about the man, I asked Fred if he knew him. They might have met at the public house, when the man was buying me from the boss. You would like him, I said. I wish you could have met. They both looked at me. What's he growling at? Asked Fred. Think he heard something? The old man laughed. He wasn't growling. He was talking in his sleep. You're nervous, Fred. It comes of living in the city. Well, I am. I like this place in the daytime, but it gives me the pip at night. It's so quiet. How you can stand it here all the time, I can't understand. 2 nights of it would have me seeing things. His father laughed. If you feel like that, Fred, you had better take the gun to bed with you. I shall be quite happy without it. I will, said Fred. I'll take 6 if you've got them. And after that they went upstairs. I had a basket in the hall, which had belonged to Bob, the dog who had got poisoned. It was a comfortable basket, but I was so excited at having met Fred again that I couldn't sleep. Besides, there was a smell of mice somewhere, and I had to move around, trying to place it. I was just sniffing at a place in the wall when I heard a scratching noise. At first I thought it was the mice working in a different place, but, when I listened, I found that the sound came from the window. Somebody was doing something to it from outside. If it had been Mother, she would have lifted the roof off right there, and so should I, if it hadn't been for what the man had taught me. I didn't think it possible that this could be the man come back, for he had gone away and said nothing about ever seeing me again. But I didn't bark. I stopped where I was and listened. And presently the window came open, and somebody began to climb in. I gave a good sniff, and I knew it was the man. I was so delighted that for a moment I nearly forgot myself and shouted with joy, but I remembered in time how shy he was, and stopped myself. But I ran to him and jumped up quite quietly, and he told me to lie down. I was disappointed that he didn't seem more pleased to see me. I lay down. It was very dark, but he had brought a lantern with him, and I could see him moving about the room, picking things up and putting them in a bag which he had brought with him. Every now and then he would stop and listen, and then he would start moving round again. He was very quick about it, but very quiet. It was plain that he didn't want Fred or his father to come down and find him. I kept thinking about this peculiarity of his while I watched him. I suppose, being chummy myself, I find it hard to understand that everybody else in the world isn't chummy too. Of course, my experience at the public house had taught me that men are just as different from each other as dogs. If I chewed Master's shoe, for instance, he used to kick me. But if I chewed Fred's, Fred would tickle me under the ear. And, similarly, some men are shy and some men are mixers. I quite appreciated that, but I couldn't help feeling that the man carried shyness to a point where it became morbid. And he didn't give himself a chance to cure himself of it. That was the point. Imagine a man hating to meet people so much that he never visited their houses till the middle of the night, when they were in bed and asleep. It was silly. Shyness has always been something so outside my nature that I suppose I have never really been able to look at it sympathetically. I have always held the view that you can get over it if you make an effort. The trouble with the man was that he wouldn't make an effort. He went out of his way to avoid meeting people. I was fond of the man. He was the sort of person you never get to know very well, but we had been together for quite a while, and I wouldn't have been a dog if I hadn't got attached to him. As I sat and watched him creep about the room, it suddenly came to me that here was a chance of doing him a real good turn in spite of himself. Fred was upstairs, and Fred, as I knew by experience, was the easiest man to get along with in the world. Nobody could be shy with Fred. I felt that if only I could bring him and the man together, they would get along splendidly, and it would teach the man not to be silly and avoid people. It would help to give him the confidence which he needed. I had seen him with Bill, and I knew that he could be perfectly natural and easy when he liked. It was true that the man might object at first, but after a while he would see that I had acted simply for his good, and would be grateful. The difficulty was, how to get Fred down without scaring the man. I knew that if I shouted he wouldn't wait, but would be out of the window and away before Fred could get there. What I had to do was to go to Fred's room, explain the whole situation quietly to him, and ask him to come down and make himself pleasant. The man was far too busy to pay any attention to me. He was kneeling in a corner with his back to me, putting something in his bag. I seized the opportunity to steal softly from the room. Fred's door was shut, and I could hear him snoring. I scratched gently, and then harder, till I heard the snores stop. He got out of bed and opened the door. "Don't make a noise," I whispered. "Come on downstairs. I want you to meet a friend of mine." At first he was quite peevish. "What's the idea," he said, "coming and spoiling a man's beauty sleep? Get out." He actually started to go back into the room. "No, honestly, Fred," I said, "I'm not fooling you. There is a man downstairs. He got in through the window. I want you to meet him. He's very shy, and I think it will do him good to have a chat with you." "What are you whining about?" Fred began, and then he broke off suddenly and listened. We could both hear the man's footsteps as he moved about. Fred jumped back into the room. He came out, carrying something. He didn't say any more but started to go downstairs, very quiet, and I went after him. There was the man, still putting things in his bag. I was just going to introduce Fred, when Fred, the silly ass, gave a great yell. I could have bitten him. "What did you want to do that for, you chump?" I said. "I told you he was shy. Now you've scared him." He certainly had. The man was out of the window quicker than you would have believed possible. He just flew out. I called after him that it was only Fred and me, but at that moment a gun went off with a tremendous bang, so he couldn't have heard me. I was pretty sick about it. The whole thing had gone wrong. Fred seemed to have lost his head entirely. He was behaving like a perfect ass. Naturally the man had been frightened with him carrying on in that way. I jumped out of the window to see if I could find the man and explain, but he was gone. Fred jumped out after me, and nearly squashed me. It was pitch dark out there. I couldn't see a thing. But I knew the man could not have gone far, or I should have heard him. I started to sniff round on the chance of picking up his trail. It wasn't long before I struck it. Fred's father had come down now, and they were running about. The old man had a light. I followed the trail, and it ended at a large cedar tree not far from the house. I stood underneath it and looked up, but of course I could not see anything. "Are you up there?" I shouted. "There's nothing to be scared at. It was only Fred. He's an old pal of mine. He works at the place where you bought me. His gun went off by accident. He won't hurt you." There wasn't a sound. I began to think I must have made a mistake. "He's got away," I heard Fred say to his father, and just as he said it I caught a faint sound of someone moving in the branches above me. "No, he hasn't," I shouted. "He's up this tree. I believe the dogs found him, Dad." "Yes, he's up here. Come along and meet him." Fred came to the foot of the tree. "You up there," he said, "come along down." Not a sound from the tree. "It's all right," I explained, "he is up there, but he's very shy. Ask him again." "All right," said Fred. "Stay there if you want to. But I'm going to shoot off this gun into the branches just for fun. And then the man started to come down. As soon as he touched the ground, I jumped up at him. "This is fine," I said. "Here's my friend Fred. You'll like him." But it wasn't any good. They didn't get along together at all. They hardly spoke. The man went into the house, and Fred went after him, carrying his gun. And when they got into the house it was just the same. The man sat in one chair, and Fred sat in another, and after a long time some men came in a motor car, and the man went away with them. He didn't say goodbye to me. When he had gone, Fred and his father made a great fuss of me. I couldn't understand it. Men are so odd. The man wasn't a bit pleased that I had brought him and Fred together, but Fred seemed as if he couldn't do enough for me for having introduced him to the man. However, Fred's father produced some cold ham, my favorite dish, and gave me quite a lot of it, so I stopped worrying over the thing. As Mother used to say, don't bother your head about what doesn't concern you. The only thing a dog need concern himself with is the bill of fare. Eat your bun, and don't make yourself busy about other people's affairs. Mother's was in some ways a narrow outlook, but she had a great fund of sterling common sense. Chapter 2. He moves in society. It was one of those things which are really nobody's fault. It was not the chauffeur's fault, and it was not mine. I was having a friendly turn-up with a pal of mine on the sidewalk. He ran across the road, I ran after him, and the car came round the corner and hit me. It must have been going pretty slow, or I should have been killed. As it was, I just had the breath knocked out of me. You know how you feel when the butcher catches you just as you are edging out of the shop with a bit of meat. It was like that. I wasn't taking much interest in things for a while, but when I did I found that I was the center of a group of three, the chauffeur, a small boy, and the small boy's nurse. The small boy was very well dressed, and looked delicate. He was crying. "Poor doggy," he said, "poor doggy." "It wasn't my fault, Master Peter," said the chauffeur respectfully. "He run out into the road before I seen him." "That's right," I put in, for I didn't want to get the man into trouble. "Oh, he's not dead," said the small boy. "He barked." "He growled," said the nurse. "Come away, Master Peter. He might bite you. Women are trying sometimes. It is almost as if they deliberately misunderstood. I won't come away. I'm going to take him home with me and send for the doctor to come and see him. He's going to be my dog." This sounded all right. Goodness knows I am no snob, and can rough it when required, but I do like comfort when it comes my way, and it seemed to me that this was where I got it. And I liked the boy. He was the right sort. The nurse, a very unpleasant woman, had to make objections. "Master Peter. You can't take him home, a great, rough, fierce, common dog. What would your mother say?" "I'm going to take him home," repeated the child, with a determination which I heartily admired, "and he's going to be my dog. I shall call him Fido." There's always a catch in these good things. Fido is a name I particularly detest. All dogs do. There was a dog called that I knew once, and he used to get awfully sick when we shouted it out after him in the street. No doubt there have been respectable dogs called Fido, but to my mind it is a name like Aubrey or Clarence. You may be able to live it down, but you start handicapped. However, one must take the rough with the smooth, and I was prepared to yield the point. "If you wait, Master Peter, your father will buy you a beautiful, lovely dog." "I don't want a beautiful, lovely dog. I want this dog." The slur did not wound me. I have no illusions about my looks. Mine is an honest, but not a beautiful, face. "It's no use talking," said the chauffeur, grinning. "He means to have him. Shove him in, and let's be getting back, or they'll be thinking his nibs has been kidnapped." So I was carried to the car. I could have walked, but I had an idea that I had better not. I had made my hit as a crippled dog, and a crippled dog I intended to remain till things got more settled down. The chauffeur started the car off again. What with the shock I had had and the luxury of riding in a motor car, I was a little distrait, and I could not say how far we went. But it must have been miles and miles, for it seemed a long time afterwards that we stopped at the biggest house I have ever seen. There were smooth lawns and flower beds, and men in overalls, and fountains and trees, and, away to the right, kennels with about 1,000,000 dogs in them. All pushing their noses through the bars and shouting. They all wanted to know who I was and what prizes I had won, and then I realized that I was moving in high society. I let the small boy pick me up and carry me into the house, though it was all he could do, poor kid, for I was some weight. He staggered up the steps and along a great hall, and then let me flop on the carpet of the most beautiful room you ever saw. The carpet was a yard thick. There was a woman sitting in a chair, and as soon as she saw me she gave a shriek. "I told Master Peter you would not be pleased, milady," said the nurse, who seemed to have taken a positive dislike to me, but he would bring the nasty brute home. "He's not a nasty brute, mother. He's my dog, and his name's Fido. John ran over him in the car, and I brought him home to live with us. I love him." This seemed to make an impression. Peter's mother looked as if she were weakening. "But, Peter, dear, I don't know what your father will say. He's so particular about dogs. All his dogs are prize winners, pedigree dogs. This is such a mongrel. A nasty, rough, ugly, common dog, milady," said the nurse, sticking her oar in an absolutely uncalled-for way. Just then a man came into the room. "What on earth?" he said, catching sight of me. "It's a dog Peter has brought home. He says he wants to keep him." "I'm going to keep him," corrected Peter firmly. "I do like a child that knows his own mind." I was getting fonder of Peter every minute. I reached up and licked his hand. "See? He knows he's my dog, don't you, Fido?" He licked me. "But, Peter, he looks so fierce." This, unfortunately, is true. I do look fierce. It is rather a misfortune for a perfectly peaceful dog. I'm sure it's not safe you're having him. He's my dog, and his name's Fido. I am going to tell Cook to give him a bone." His mother looked at his father, who gave rather a nasty laugh. "My dear Helen," he said, "ever since Peter was born, 10 years ago, he has not asked for a single thing, to the best of my recollection, which he has not got. Let us be consistent. I don't approve of this caricature of a dog, but if Peter wants him, I suppose he must have him. Very well. But the first sign of viciousness he shows, he shall be shot. He makes me nervous." So they left it at that, and I went off with Peter to get my bone. After lunch, he took me to the kennels to introduce me to the other dogs. I had to go, but I knew it would not be pleasant, and it wasn't. Any dog will tell you what these prize ribbon dogs are like. Their heads are so swelled they have to go into their kennels backwards. It was just as I had expected. There were mastiffs, terriers, poodles, spaniels, bulldogs, sheepdogs, and every other kind of dog you can imagine, all prize winners at 100 shows. And every single dog in the place just shoved his head back and laughed himself sick. I never felt so small in my life, and I was glad when it was over and Peter took me off to the stables. I was just feeling that I never wanted to see another dog in my life, when a terrier ran out, shouting. As soon as he saw me, he came up inquiringly, walking very stiff-legged, as terriers do when they see a stranger. "Well," I said, "and what particular sort of a prize winner are you? Tell me all about the ribbons they gave you at the Crystal Palace, and let's get it over." He laughed in a way that did me good. "Guess again," he said. "Did you take me for one of the nuts in the kennels? My name's Jack, and I belong to one of the grooms." "What?" I cried. "You aren't Champion Bowlegs Royal or anything of that sort. I'm glad to meet you." So we rubbed noses as friendly as you please. It was a treat meeting one of one's own sort. I had had enough of those high-toned dogs who look at you as if you were something the garbage man had forgotten to take away. So you've been talking to the swells, have you? Said Jack. He would take me, I said, pointing to Peter. Oh, you're his latest, are you? Then you're all right, while it lasts. How do you mean, while it lasts? Well, I'll tell you what happened to me. Young Peter took a great fancy to me once. Couldn't do enough for me for a while. Then he got tired of me, and out I went. You see, the trouble is that while he's a perfectly good kid, he has always had everything he wanted since he was born, and he gets tired of things pretty easy. It was a toy railway that finished me. Directly he got that, I might not have been on the earth. It was lucky for me that Dick, my present old man, happened to want a dog to keep down the rats, or goodness knows what might not have happened to me. They aren't keen on dogs here unless they've pulled down enough blue ribbons to sink a ship, and mongrels like you and me, no offense, don't last long. I expect you noticed that the grown-ups didn't exactly cheer when you arrived? They weren't chummy. Well, take it from me, your only chance is to make them chummy. If you do something to please them, they might let you stay on, even though Peter was tired of you. What sort of thing? That's for you to think out. I couldn't find one. I might tell you to save Peter from drowning. You don't need a pedigree to do that. But you can't drag the kid to the lake and push him in. That's the trouble. A dog gets so few opportunities. But, take it from me, if you don't do something within 2 weeks to make yourself solid with the adults, you can make your will. In 2 weeks Peter will have forgotten all about you. It's not his fault. It's the way he has been brought up. His father has all the money on earth, and Peter's the only child. You can't blame him. All I say is, look out for yourself. Well, I'm glad to have met you. Drop in again when you can. I can give you some good ratting, and I have a bone or two put away. So long. It worried me badly what Jack had said. I couldn't get it out of my mind. If it hadn't been for that, I should have had a great time, for Peter certainly made a lot of fuss of me. He treated me as if I were the only friend he had. And, in a way, I was. When you are the only son of a man who has all the money in the world, it seems that you aren't allowed to be like an ordinary kid. They coop you up, as if you were something precious that would be contaminated by contact with other children. In all the time that I was at the house I never met another child. Peter had everything in the world, except someone of his own age to go round with, and that made him different from any of the kids I had known. He liked talking to me. I was the only person round who really understood him. He would talk by the hour and I would listen with my tongue hanging out and nod now and then. It was worth listening to, what he used to tell me. He told me the most surprising things. I didn't know, for instance, that there were any Red Indians in England, but he said there was a chief named Big Cloud who lived in the rhododendron bushes by the lake. I never found him, though I went carefully through them one day. He also said that there were pirates on the island in the lake. I never saw them either. What he liked telling me about best was the city of gold and precious stones which you came to if you walked far enough through the woods at the back of the stables. He was always meaning to go off there some day, and, from the way he described it, I didn't blame him. It was certainly a pretty good city. It was just right for dogs, too, he said, having bones and liver and sweet cakes there and everything else a dog could want. It used to make my mouth water to listen to him. We were never apart. I was with him all day, and I slept on the mat in his room at night. But all the time I couldn't get out of my mind what Jack had said. I nearly did once, for it seemed to me that I was so necessary to Peter that nothing could separate us. But just as I was feeling safe his father gave him a toy aeroplane, which flew when you wound it up. The day he got it, I might not have been on the earth. I trailed along, but he hadn't a word to say to me. Well, something went wrong with the aeroplane the second day, and it wouldn't fly, and then I was in solid again. But I had done some hard thinking and I knew just where I stood. I was the newest toy, that's what I was, and something newer might come along at any moment, and then it would be the finish for me. The only thing for me was to do something to impress the adults, just as Jack had said. Goodness knows I tried. But everything I did turned out wrong. There seemed to be a fate about it. One morning, for example, I was trotting round the house early, and I met a fellow I could have sworn was a burglar. He wasn't one of the family, and he wasn't one of the servants, and he was hanging round the house in a most suspicious way. I chased him up a tree, and it wasn't till the family came down to breakfast, 2 hours later, that I found that he was a guest who had arrived overnight. And had come out early to enjoy the freshness of the morning and the sun shining on the lake, he being that sort of man. That didn't help me much. Next, I got in wrong with the boss, Peter's father. I don't know why. I met him out in the park with another man, both carrying bundles of sticks and looking very serious and earnest. Just as I reached him, the boss lifted one of the sticks and hit a small white ball with it. He had never seemed to want to play with me before, and I took it as a great compliment. I raced after the ball, which he had hit quite a long way, picked it up in my mouth, and brought it back to him. I laid it at his feet, and smiled up at him. Hit it again, I said. He wasn't pleased at all. He said all sorts of things and tried to kick me, and that night, when he thought I was not listening, I heard him telling his wife that I was a pest and would have to be got rid of. That made me think. And then I put the lid on it. With the best intentions in the world I got myself into such a mess that I thought the end had come. It happened one afternoon in the drawing room. There were visitors that day, women, and women seem fatal to me. I was in the background, trying not to be seen, for, though I had been brought in by Peter, the family never liked my coming into the drawing room. I was hoping for a piece of cake and not paying much attention to the conversation, which was all about somebody called Toto, whom I had not met. Peter's mother said Toto was a sweet little darling, he was, and one of the visitors said Toto had not been at all himself that day and she was quite worried. And a good lot more about how all that Toto would ever take for dinner was a little white meat of chicken, chopped up fine. It was not very interesting, and I had allowed my attention to wander. And just then, peeping round the corner of my chair to see if there were any signs of cake, what should I see but a great beastly brute of a rat. It was standing right beside the visitor, drinking milk out of a saucer, if you please. I may have my faults, but procrastination in the presence of rats is not one of them. I didn't hesitate for a second. Here was my chance. If there is one thing women hate, it is a rat. Mother always used to say, if you want to succeed in life, please the women. They are the real bosses. The men don't count. By eliminating this rodent I should earn the gratitude and esteem of Peter's mother, and, if I did that, it did not matter what Peter's father thought of me. I sprang. The rat hadn't a chance to get away. I was right on to him. I got hold of his neck, gave him a couple of shakes, and chucked him across the room. Then I ran across to finish him off. Just as I reached him, he sat up and barked at me. I was never so taken aback in my life. I pulled up short and stared at him. "I'm sure I beg your pardon, sir," I said apologetically. "I thought you were a rat." And then everything broke loose. Somebody got me by the collar, somebody else hit me on the head with a parasol, and somebody else kicked me in the ribs. Everybody talked and shouted at the same time. "Poor darling Toto," cried the visitor, snatching up the little animal. "Did the great savage brute try to murder you? So absolutely unprovoked. He just flew at the poor little thing." It was no good my trying to explain. Any dog in my place would have made the same mistake. The creature was a toy dog of one of those extraordinary breeds, a prize winner and champion, and so on, of course, and worth his weight in gold. I would have done better to bite the visitor than Toto. That much I gathered from the general run of the conversation, and then, having discovered that the door was shut, I edged under the sofa. I was embarrassed. "That settles it," said Peter's mother. "The dog is not safe. He must be shot." Peter gave a yell at this, but for once he didn't swing the voting an inch. "Be quiet, Peter," said his mother. "It is not safe for you to have such a dog. He may be mad. Women are very unreasonable." Toto, of course, wouldn't say a word to explain how the mistake arose. He was sitting on the visitor's lap, shrieking about what he would have done to me if they hadn't separated us. Somebody felt cautiously under the sofa. I recognized the shoes of Weeks, the butler. I suppose they had rung for him to come and take me, and I could see that he wasn't half liking it. I was sorry for Weeks, who was a friend of mine, so I licked his hand, and that seemed to cheer him up a whole lot. "I have him now, madam," I heard him say. "Take him to the stables and tie him up, Weeks, and tell one of the men to bring his gun and shoot him. He is not safe." A few minutes later I was in an empty stall, tied up to the manger. It was all over. It had been pleasant while it lasted, but I had reached the end of my tether now. I don't think I was frightened, but a sense of pathos stole over me. I had meant so well. It seemed as if good intentions went for nothing in this world. I had tried so hard to please everybody, and this was the result, tied up in a dark stable, waiting for the end. The shadows lengthened in the stable yard, and still nobody came. I began to wonder if they had forgotten me, and presently, in spite of myself, a faint hope began to spring up inside me that this might mean that I was not to be shot after all. Perhaps Toto at the 11th hour had explained everything. And then footsteps sounded outside, and the hope died away. I shut my eyes. Somebody put his arms round my neck, and my nose touched a warm cheek. I opened my eyes. It was not the man with the gun come to shoot me. It was Peter. He was breathing very hard, and he had been crying. "Quiet," he whispered. He began to untie the rope. "You must keep quite quiet, or they will hear us, and then we shall be stopped. I'm going to take you into the woods, and we'll walk and walk until we come to the city I told you about that's all gold and diamonds, and we'll live there for the rest of our lives. And no one will be able to hurt us. But you must keep very quiet." He went to the stable gate and looked out. Then he gave a little whistle to me to come after him. And we started out to find the city. The woods were a long way away, down a hill of long grass and across a stream, and we went very carefully, keeping in the shadows and running across the open spaces. And every now and then we would stop and look back, but there was nobody to be seen. The sun was setting, and everything was very cool and quiet. Presently we came to the stream and crossed it by a little wooden bridge, and then we were in the woods, where nobody could see us. I had never been in the woods before, and everything was very new and exciting to me. There were squirrels and rabbits and birds, more than I had ever seen in my life, and little things that buzzed and flew and tickled my ears. I wanted to rush about and look at everything, but Peter called to me, and I came to heel. He knew where we were going, and I didn't, so I let him lead. We went very slowly. The wood got thicker and thicker the farther we got into it. There were bushes that were difficult to push through, and long branches, covered with thorns, that reached out at you and tore at you when you tried to get away. And soon it was quite dark, so dark that I could see nothing, not even Peter, though he was so close. We went slower and slower, and the darkness was full of queer noises. From time to time Peter would stop, and I would run to him and put my nose in his hand. At first he patted me, but after a while he did not pat me any more, but just gave me his hand to lick, as if it was too much for him to lift it. I think he was getting very tired. He was quite a small boy and not strong, and we had walked a long way. It seemed to be getting darker and darker. I could hear the sound of Peter's footsteps, and they seemed to drag as he forced his way through the bushes. And then, quite suddenly, he sat down without any warning, and when I ran up I heard him crying. I suppose there are lots of dogs who would have known exactly the right thing to do, but I could not think of anything except to put my nose against his cheek and whine. He put his arm round my neck, and for a long time we stayed like that, saying nothing. It seemed to comfort him, for after a time he stopped crying. I did not bother him by asking about the wonderful city where we were going, for he was so tired. But I could not help wondering if we were near it. There was not a sign of any city, nothing but darkness and odd noises and the wind singing in the trees. Curious little animals, such as I had never smelt before, came creeping out of the bushes to look at us. I would have chased them, but Peter's arm was round my neck and I could not leave him. But when something that smelt like a rabbit came so near that I could have reached out a paw and touched it, I turned my head and snapped. And then they all scurried back into the bushes and there were no more noises. There was a long silence. Then Peter gave a great gulp. "I'm not frightened," he said. "I'm not." I shoved my head closer against his chest. There was another silence for a long time. "I'm going to pretend we have been captured by brigands," said Peter at last. "Are you listening?" There were 3 of them, great big men with beards, and they crept up behind me and snatched me up and took me out here to their lair. This is their lair. One was called Dick, the others' names were Ted and Alfred. They took hold of me and brought me all the way through the wood till we got here, and then they went off, meaning to come back soon. And while they were away, you missed me and tracked me through the woods till you found me here. And then the brigands came back, and they didn't know you were here, and you kept quite quiet till Dick was quite near, and then you jumped out and bit him and he ran away. And then you bit Ted and you bit Alfred, and they ran away too. And so we were left all alone, and I was quite safe because you were here to look after me. And then. His voice died away, and the arm that was round my neck went limp, and I could hear by his breathing that he was asleep. His head was resting on my back, but I didn't move. I wriggled a little closer to make him as comfortable as I could, and then I went to sleep myself. I didn't sleep very well. I had funny dreams all the time, thinking these little animals were creeping up close enough out of the bushes for me to get a snap at them without disturbing Peter. If I woke once, I woke a dozen times, but there was never anything there. The wind sang in the trees and the bushes rustled, and far away in the distance the frogs were calling. And then I woke once more with the feeling that this time something really was coming through the bushes. I lifted my head as far as I could, and listened. For a little while nothing happened, and then, straight in front of me, I saw lights. And there was a sound of trampling in the undergrowth. It was no time to think about not waking Peter. This was something definite, something that had to be attended to quick. I was up with a jump, yelling. Peter rolled off my back and woke up, and he sat there listening, while I stood with my front paws on him and shouted at the men. I was bristling all over. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted, but the way I looked at it was that anything could happen in those woods at that time of night, and, if anybody was coming along to start something, he had got to reckon with me. Somebody called, "Peter. Are you there, Peter?" There was a crashing in the bushes, the lights came nearer and nearer, and then somebody said, "Here he is," and there was a lot of shouting. I stood where I was, ready to spring if necessary, for I was taking no chances. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" A light flashed in my eyes. "Why, it's that dog." Somebody came into the light, and I saw it was the boss. He was looking very anxious and scared, and he scooped Peter up off the ground and hugged him tight. Peter was only half awake. He looked up at the boss drowsily, and began to talk about brigands, and Dick and Ted and Alfred, the same as he had said to me. There wasn't a sound till he had finished. Then the boss spoke. "Kidnappers." I thought as much. And the dog drove them away. For the first time in our acquaintance he actually patted me. "Good old man," he said. "He's my dog," said Peter sleepily, "and he isn't to be shot." "He certainly isn't, my boy," said the boss. "From now on he's the honored guest. He shall wear a gold collar and order what he wants for dinner. And now let's be getting home. It's time you were in bed. Mother used to say, if you're a good dog, you will be happy. If you're not, you won't, but it seems to me that in this world it is all a matter of luck. When I did everything I could to please people, they wanted to shoot me. And when I did nothing except run away, they brought me back and treated me better than the most valuable prize winner in the kennels. It was puzzling at first, but one day I heard the boss talking to a friend who had come down from the city. The friend looked at me and said, 'What an ugly mongrel. Why on earth do you have him about? I thought you were so particular about your dogs?' And the boss replied, 'He may be a mongrel, but he can have anything he wants in this house. Didn't you hear how he saved Peter from being kidnapped? And out it all came about the brigands.' 'The kid called them brigands,' said the boss. 'I suppose that's how it would strike a child of that age. But he kept mentioning the name Dick, and that put the police on the scent. It seems there's a kidnapper well known to the police all over the country as Dick the Snatcher. It was almost certainly that scoundrel and his gang. How they spirited the child away, goodness knows, but they managed it, and the dog tracked them and scared them off. We found him and Peter together in the woods. It was a narrow escape, and we have to thank this animal here for it.' What could I say? It was no more use trying to put them right than it had been when I mistook Toto for a rat. Peter had gone to sleep that night pretending about the brigands to pass the time, and when he awoke he still believed in them. He was that sort of child. There was nothing that I could do about it. Round the corner, as the boss was speaking, I saw the kennelman coming with a plate in his hand. It smelt fine, and he was headed straight for me. He put the plate down before me. It was liver, which I love. 'Yes,' went on the boss, 'if it hadn't been for him, Peter would have been kidnapped and scared half to death, and I should be poorer, I suppose. By whatever the scoundrels had chosen to hold me up for. I am an honest dog, and hate to obtain credit under false pretenses, but liver is liver. I let it go at that.' The romance of an ugly policeman. Crossing the Thames by Chelsea Bridge, the wanderer through London finds himself in pleasant Battersea. Rounding the park, where the female of the species wanders with its young by the ornamental water where the wildfowl are, he comes upon a vast road. One side of this is given up to nature, the other to intellect. On the right, green trees stretch into the middle distance, on the left, endless blocks of residential flats. It is Battersea Park Road, the home of the cliff dwellers. Police Constable Plimmer's beat embraced the first quarter of a mile of the cliffs. It was his duty to pace in the measured fashion of the London policeman along the front of them, turn to the right, turn to the left, and come back along the road which ran behind them. In this way he was enabled to keep the king's peace over no fewer than 4 blocks of mansions. It did not require a deal of keeping. Battersea may have its tough citizens, but they do not live in Battersea Park Road. Battersea Park Road's speciality is brain, not crime. Authors, musicians, newspaper men, actors, and artists are the inhabitants of these mansions. A child could control them. They assault and batter nothing but pianos, they steal nothing but ideas. They murder nobody except Chopin and Beethoven. Not through these shall an ambitious young constable achieve promotion. At this conclusion Edward Plimmer arrived within 48 hours of his installation. He recognized the flats for what they were, just so many layers of big-brained blamelessness. And there was not even the chance of a burglary. No burglar wastes his time burgling authors. Constable Plimmer reconciled his mind to the fact that his term in Battersea must be looked on as something in the nature of a vacation. He was not altogether sorry. At first, indeed, he found the new atmosphere soothing. His last beat had been in the heart of tempestuous Whitechapel, where his arms had ached from the incessant hauling of wiry inebriates to the station. And his shins had revolted at the kicks showered upon them by haughty spirits impatient of restraint. Also, one Saturday night, 3 friends of a gentleman whom he was trying to induce not to murder his wife had so wrought upon him that, when he came out of hospital, his already homely appearance was further marred by a nose which resembled the gnarled root of a tree. All these things had taken from the charm of Whitechapel, and the cloistral peace of Battersea Park Road was grateful and comforting. And just when the unbroken calm had begun to lose its attraction and dreams of action were once more troubling him, a new interest entered his life. And with its coming he ceased to wish to be removed from Battersea. He fell in love. It happened at the back of York Mansions. Anything that ever happened, happened there. For it is at the back of these blocks of flats that the real life is. At the front you never see anything, except an occasional tousle-headed young man smoking a pipe. But at the back, where the cooks come out to parley with the tradesmen, there is at certain hours of the day quite a respectable activity. Pointed dialogues about yesterday's eggs and the toughness of Saturday's meat are conducted fortissimo between cheerful youths in the road and satirical young women in print dresses, who come out of their kitchen doors on to little balconies. The whole thing has a pleasing Romeo and Juliet touch. Romeo rattles up in his cart. 64, he cries. 60 fower, 60 fower, 60 fow, the kitchen door opens, and Juliet emerges. She eyes Romeo without any great show of affection. "Are you Perkins and Blissett?" she inquires coldly. Romeo admits it. 2 of them yesterday's eggs was bad. Romeo protests. He defends his eggs. They were fresh from the hen, he stood over her while she laid them. Juliet listens frigidly. "I don't think," she says. "Well, half of sugar, 1 marmalade, and 2 of breakfast bacon," she adds, and ends the argument. There is a rattling as of a steamer weighing anchor, the goods go up in the tradesman's lift. Juliet collects them, and exits, banging the door. The little drama is over. Such is life at the back of York Mansions, a busy, throbbing thing. The peace of afternoon had fallen upon the world one day towards the end of Constable Plimmer's second week of the simple life, when his attention was attracted by a whistle. It was followed by a musical "hi." Constable Plimmer looked up. On the kitchen balcony of a second-floor flat a girl was standing. As he took her in with a slow and exhaustive gaze, he was aware of strange thrills. There was something about this girl which excited Constable Plimmer. I do not say that she was a beauty. I do not claim that you or I would have raved about her, I merely say that Constable Plimmer thought she was all right. "Miss," he said. "Got the time about you?" said the girl. "All the clocks have stopped." "The time," said Constable Plimmer, consulting his watch, "wants exactly 10 minutes to 4. "Thanks." "Not at all, miss." The girl was inclined for conversation. It was that gracious hour of the day when you have cleared lunch and haven't got to think of dinner yet, and have a bit of time to draw a breath or two. She leaned over the balcony and smiled pleasantly. "If you want to know the time, ask a policeman," she said. "You been on this beat long?" "Just short of 2 weeks, miss." "I been here 3 days." "I hope you like it, miss." "So. The milkman's a nice boy." Constable Plimmer did not reply. He was busy silently hating the milkman. He knew him, one of those good-looking blighters, one of those oiled and curled perishers. One of those blooming fascinators who go about the world making things hard for ugly, honest men with loving hearts. Oh, yes, he knew the milkman. "He's a rare one with his jokes," said the girl. Constable Plimmer went on not replying. He was perfectly aware that the milkman was a rare one with his jokes. He had heard him. The way girls fell for anyone with the gift of the gab, that was what embittered Constable Plimmer. She giggled. "He calls me little pansy face." "If you'll excuse me, miss," said Constable Plimmer coldly, "I'll have to be getting along on my beat." "Little pansy face." And you couldn't arrest him for it. What a world! Constable Plimmer paced upon his way, a blue-clad volcano. It is a terrible thing to be obsessed by a milkman. To Constable Plimmer's disordered imagination it seemed that, dating from this interview, the world became one solid milkman. Wherever he went, he seemed to run into this milkman. If he was in the front road, this milkman, Alf Brooks, it appeared, was his loathsome name, came rattling past with his jingling cans as if he were Apollo driving his chariot. If he was round at the back, there was Alf, his damned tenor doing duets with the balconies. And all this in defiance of the known law of natural history that milkmen do not come out after 5 in the morning. This irritated Constable Plimmer. You talk of a man going home with the milk when you mean that he sneaks in the small hours of the morning. If all milkmen were like Alf Brooks the phrase was meaningless. He brooded. The unfairness of fate was souring him. A man expects trouble in his affairs of the heart from soldiers and sailors, and to be cut out by even a postman is to fall before a worthy foe. But milkmen, no. Only grocers' assistants and telegraph boys were intended by Providence to fear milkmen. Yet here was Alf Brooks, contrary to all rules, the established pet of the mansions. Bright eyes shone from balconies when his milk, oh, sounded. Golden voices giggled delightedly at his bellowed chaff. And Ellen Brown, whom he called Little Pansy Face, was definitely in love with him. They were keeping company. They were walking out. This crushing truth Edward Plimmer learned from Ellen herself. She had slipped out to mail a letter at the pillar box on the corner, and she reached it just as the policeman arrived there in the course of his patrol. Nervousness impelled Constable Plimmer to be arch. "Ullo," he said. "Posting love letters? What, me? This is to the police commissioner, telling him you're no good. I'll give it to him. Him and me are taking supper tonight." Nature had never intended Constable Plimmer to be playful. He was at his worst when he rollicked. He snatched at the letter with what was meant to be a debonair gaiety, and only succeeded in looking like an angry gorilla. The girl uttered a startled squeak. The letter was addressed to Mr. A. Brooks. Playfulness, after this, was at a discount. The girl was frightened and angry, and he was scowling with mingled jealousy and dismay. "Ho," he said. "Ho. Mr. A. Brooks." Ellen Brown was a nice girl, but she had a temper, and there were moments when her manners lacked rather noticeably the repose which stamps the caste of Vere de Vere. "Well, what about it?" she cried. "Can't one write to the young gentleman one's keeping company with, without having to get permission from every—" She paused to marshal her forces from the assault. "Without having to get permission from every great, ugly, red-faced copper with big feet and a broken nose in London?" Constable Plimmer's wrath faded into a dull unhappiness. Yes, she was right. That was the correct description. That was how an impartial Scotland Yard would be compelled to describe him, if ever he got lost. Missing. A great, ugly, red-faced copper with big feet and a broken nose. They would never find him otherwise. Perhaps you object to my walking out with Alf? Perhaps you've got something against him? I suppose you're jealous. She threw in the last suggestion entirely in a sporting spirit. She loved battle, and she had a feeling that this one was going to finish far too quickly. To prolong it, she gave him this opening. There were a dozen ways in which he might answer, each more insulting than the last, and then, when he had finished, she could begin again. These little encounters, she held, sharpened the wits, stimulated the circulation, and kept one out in the open air. "Yes," said Constable Plimmer. It was the one reply she was not expecting. For direct abuse, for sarcasm, for dignity, for almost any speech beginning, "What? Jealous of you?" Why, she was prepared. But this was incredible. It disabled her, as the wild thrust of an unskilled fencer will disable a master of the rapier. She searched in her mind and found that she had nothing to say. There was a tense moment in which she found him, looking her in the eyes, strangely less ugly than she had supposed, and then he was gone. Rolling along on his beat with that air which all policemen must achieve, of having no feelings at all, and, as long as it behaves itself, no interest in the human race. Ellen posted her letter. She dropped it into the box thoughtfully, and thoughtfully returned to the flat. She looked over her shoulder, but Constable Plimmer was out of sight. Peaceful Battersea began to vex Constable Plimmer. To a man crossed in love, action is the one anodyne, and Battersea gave no scope for action. He dreamed now of the old Whitechapel days as a man dreams of the joys of his childhood. He reflected bitterly that a fellow never knows when he is well off in this world. Any one of those myriad drunk and disorderlies would have been as balm to him now. He was like a man who has run through a fortune and in poverty eats the bread of regret. Amazedly he recollected that in those happy days he had grumbled at his lot. He remembered confiding to a friend in the station house, as he rubbed with liniment the spot on his right shin where the well-shod foot of a joyous costermonger had got home, that this sort of thing, meaning militant costermongers, was a bit too thick. A bit too thick. Why, he would pay one to kick him now. And as for the 3 loyal friends of the would-be wife murderer who had broken his nose, if he saw them coming round the corner he would welcome them as brothers. And Battersea Park Road dozed on, calm, intellectual, law-abiding. A friend of his told him that there had once been a murder in one of these flats. He did not believe it. If any of these white-corpuscled clams ever swatted a fly, it was much as they could do. The thing was ridiculous on the face of it. If they were capable of murder, they would have murdered Alf Brooks. He stood in the road, and looked up at the placid buildings resentfully. Grrr, he growled, and kicked the sidewalk. And, even as he spoke, on the balcony of a second-floor flat there appeared a woman, an elderly, sharp-faced woman, who waved her arms and screamed, "Policeman! Officer! Come up here! Come up here at once!" Up the stone stairs went Constable Plimmer at the run. His mind was alert and questioning. Murder? Hardly murder, perhaps. If it had been that, the woman would have said so. She did not look the sort of woman who would be reticent about a thing like that. Well, anyway, it was something. And Edward Plimmer had been long enough in Battersea to be thankful for small favors. An intoxicated husband would be better than nothing. At least he would be something that a fellow could get his hands on to and throw about a bit. The sharp-faced woman was waiting for him at the door. He followed her into the flat. "What is it, ma'am?" "Theft. Our cook has been stealing." She seemed sufficiently excited about it, but Constable Plimmer felt only depression and disappointment. A stout admirer of the sex, he hated arresting women. Moreover, to a man in the mood to tackle anarchists with bombs, to be confronted with petty theft is galling. But duty was duty. He produced his notebook. "She is in her room. I locked her in. I know she has taken my brooch. We have missed money. You must search her." "Can't do that, ma'am. Female searcher at the station." "Well, you can search her box." A little, bald, nervous man in spectacles appeared as if out of a trap. As a matter of fact, he had been there all the time, standing by the bookcase. But he was one of those men you do not notice till they move and speak. Jane." "Well, Henry?" The little man seemed to swallow something. I think that you may possibly be wronging Ellen." "It is just possible, as regards the money." He smiled in a ghastly manner and turned to the policeman. Officer, I ought to tell you that my wife holds the purse strings of our little home. And it is just possible that in an absent-minded moment I may have." "Do you mean to tell me, Henry, that you have been taking my money?" "My dear, it is just possible that in the abs." "How often?" He wavered perceptibly. Conscience was beginning to lose its grip. Oh, not often. How often? More than once? Conscience had shot its bolt. The little man gave up the struggle. No, no, not more than once. Certainly not more than once. You ought not to have done it at all. We will talk about that later. It doesn't alter the fact that Ellen is a thief. I have missed money half a dozen times. Besides that, there's the brooch. Step this way, officer. Constable Plimmer stepped that way, his face a mask. He knew who was waiting for them behind the locked door at the end of the passage. But it was his duty to look as if he were stuffed, and he did so. She was sitting on her bed, dressed for the street. It was her afternoon out, the sharp-faced woman had informed Constable Plimmer, attributing the fact that she had discovered the loss of the brooch in time to stop her a direct interposition of Providence. She was pale, and there was a hunted look in her eyes. You wicked girl, where is my brooch? She held it out without a word. She had been holding it in her hand. You see, officer. I wasn't stealing of it. I didn't but borrowed it. I was going to put it back. Stuff and nonsense. Borrow it, indeed. What for? I wanted to look nice. The woman gave a short laugh. Constable Plimmer's face was a mere block of wood, expressionless. And what about the money I've been missing? I suppose you'll say you only borrowed that? I never took no money. Well, it's gone, and money doesn't go by itself. Take her to the police station, officer. Constable Plimmer raised heavy eyes. You make a charge, ma'am? Bless the man. Of course I make a charge. What did you think I asked you to step in for? Will you come along, miss? Said Constable Plimmer. Out in the street the sun shone gaily down on peaceful Battersea. It was the hour when children walk abroad with their nurses, and from the green depths of the park came the sound of happy voices. A cat stretched itself in the sunshine and eyed the two as they passed with lazy content. They walked in silence. Constable Plimmer was a man with a rigid sense of what was and what was not fitting behavior in a policeman on duty. He aimed always at a machine-like impersonality. There were times when it came hard, but he did his best. He strode on, his chin up and his eyes averted. And beside him? Well, she was not crying. That was something. Round the corner, beautiful in light flannel, gay at both ends with a new straw hat and the yellowest shoes in southwest London, scented, curled, a prince among young men, stood Alf Brooks. He was feeling piqued. When he said 3 o'clock, he meant 3 o'clock. It was now 3:15, and she had not appeared. Alf Brooks swore an impatient oath, and the thought crossed his mind, as it had sometimes crossed it before, that Ellen Brown was not the only girl in the world. Give her another 5 minutes. Ellen Brown, with escort, at that moment turned the corner. Rage was the first emotion which the spectacle aroused in Alf Brooks. Girls who kept a fellow waiting about while they fooled around with policemen were no girls for him. They could understand once and for all that he was a man who could pick and choose. And then an electric shock set the world dancing mistily before his eyes. This policeman was wearing his belt, he was on duty. And Ellen's face was not the face of a girl strolling with the force for pleasure. His heart stopped, and then began to race. His cheeks flushed a dusky crimson. His jaw fell, and a prickly warmth glowed in the parts about his spine. Goo! His fingers sought his collar. Crumbs! He was hot all over. Goo lor! She's been pinched. He tugged at his collar. It was choking him. Alf Brooks did not show up well in the first real crisis which life had forced upon him. That must be admitted. Later, when it was over, and he had leisure for self-examination, he admitted it to himself. But even then he excused himself by asking Space in a blustering manner what else he could have done. And if the question did not bring much balm to his soul at the first time of asking, it proved wonderfully soothing on constant repetition. He repeated it at intervals for the next 2 days, and by the end of that time his cure was complete. On the third morning his milk, had regained its customary carefree ring, and he was feeling that he had acted in difficult circumstances in the only possible manner. Consider. He was Alf Brooks, well known and respected in the neighborhood, a singer in the choir on Sundays, owner of a milk walk in the most fashionable part of Battersea. To all practical purposes a public man. Was he to recognize, in broad daylight and in open street, a girl who walked with a policeman because she had to, a malefactor, a girl who had been pinched? Ellen, Constable Plimmer woodenly at her side, came towards him. She was 10 yards off. 7, 5, 3, Alf Brooks tilted his hat over his eyes and walked past her, unseeing, a stranger. He hurried on. He was conscious of a curious feeling that somebody was just going to kick him, but he dared not look round. Constable Plimmer eyed the middle distance with an earnest gaze. His face was redder than ever. Beneath his blue tunic strange emotions were at work. Something seemed to be filling his throat. He tried to swallow it. He stopped in his stride. The girl glanced up at him in a kind of dull, questioning way. Their eyes met for the first time that afternoon, and it seemed to Constable Plimmer that whatever it was that was interfering with the inside of his throat had grown larger, and more unmanageable. There was the misery of the stricken animal in her gaze. He had seen women look like that in Whitechapel. The woman to whom, indirectly, he owed his broken nose had looked like that. As his hand had fallen on the collar of the man who was kicking her to death, he had seen her eyes. They were Ellen's eyes, as she stood there now, tortured, crushed, yet uncomplaining. Constable Plimmer looked at Ellen, and Ellen looked at Constable Plimmer. Down the street some children were playing with a dog. In one of the flats a woman began to sing. "Hop it," said Constable Plimmer. He spoke gruffly. He found speech difficult. The girl started. "What say?" "Hop it." "Get along." "Run away." "What do you mean?" Constable Plimmer scowled. His face was scarlet. His jaw protruded like a granite breakwater. "Go on," he growled. "Hop it. Tell him it was all a joke. I'll explain at the station." Understanding seemed to come to her slowly. "Do you mean I'm to go?" "Yes." "What do you mean? You aren't going to take me to the station?" "No." She stared at him. Then, suddenly, she broke down. He wouldn't look at me. He was ashamed of me. He pretended not to see me. She leaned against the wall, her back shaking. "Well, run after him, and tell him it was all." "No, no, no." Constable Plimmer looked morosely at the sidewalk. He kicked it. She turned. Her eyes were red, but she was no longer crying. Her chin had a brave tilt. "I couldn't, not after what he did. Let's go along." I don't care." She looked at him curiously. "Were you really going to have let me go?" Constable Plimmer nodded. He was aware of her eyes searching his face, but he did not meet them. "Why?" He did not answer. "What would have happened to you, if you had have done?" Constable Plimmer's scowl was of the stuff of which nightmares are made. He kicked the unoffending sidewalk with an increased viciousness. "Dismissed the force," he said curtly. "And sent to prison, too, I shouldn't wonder. Maybe." He heard her draw a deep breath, and silence fell upon them again. The dog down the road had stopped barking. The woman in the flat had stopped singing. They were curiously alone. "Would you have done all that for me?" she said. "Yes." "Why?" "Because I don't think you ever did it. Stole that money, I mean. Nor the brooch, neither." "Was that all?" "What do you mean, all?" Was that the only reason? He swung round on her, almost threateningly. No, he said hoarsely. No, it wasn't, and you know it wasn't. Well, if you want it, you can have it. It was because I love you. There. Now I've said it, and now you can go on and laugh at me as much as you want. I'm not laughing, she said soberly. You think I'm a fool. No, I don't. I'm nothing to you. He's the fellow you're stuck on. She gave a little shudder. No. What do you mean? I've changed. She paused. I think I shall have changed more by the time I come out. Come out? Come out of prison. You're not going to prison. Yes, I am. I won't take you. Yes, you will. Think I'm going to let you get yourself in trouble like that, to get me out of a fix? Not much. You hop it, like a good girl. Not me. He stood looking at her like a puzzled bear. They can't eat me. They'll cut off all of your hair. D'you like my hair? Yes. Well, it'll grow again. Don't stand talking. Hop it. I won't. Where's the station? Next street. Well, come along, then. The blue glass lamp of the police station came into sight, and for an instant she stopped. Then she was walking on again, her chin tilted. But her voice shook a little as she spoke. Nearly there. Next stop, Battersea. All change. I say, mister, I don't know your name. Plimmer's my name, miss. Edward Plimmer. I wonder if, it'll be pretty lonely where I'm going. I wonder if, what I mean is, it would be rather a lark, when I come out, if I was to find a pal waiting for me to say, hello. Constable Plimmer braced his ample feet against the stones, and turned purple. Miss, he said, I'll be there, if I have to sit up all night. The first thing you'll see when they open the doors is a great, ugly, red-faced copper with big feet and a broken nose. And if you'll say, hello, to him when he says, hello, to you, he'll be as pleased as Punch and as proud as a duke. And, miss, he clenched his hands till the nails hurt the leathern flesh, and, miss, there's just one thing more I'd like to say. You'll be having a good deal of time to yourself for a while. You'll be able to do a good bit of thinking without anyone to disturb you. And what I'd like you to give your mind to, if you don't object, is just to think whether you can't forget that narrow-chested, God-forsaken blighter who treated you so mean. And get halfway fond of someone who knows jolly well you're the only girl there is. She looked past him at the lamp which hung, blue and forbidding, over the station door. How long'll I get? She said. What will they give me? 30 days? He nodded. It won't take me as long as that, she said. I say, what do people call you, people who are fond of you, Eddie or Ted? The test case. Well-meaning chappies at the club sometimes amble up to me and tap me on the wishbone, and say, Reggie, old top, my name's Reggie Pepper, you ought to get married, old man. Well, what I mean to say is, it's all very well, and I see their point and all that sort of thing. But it takes two to make a marriage, and to date I haven't met a girl who didn't seem to think the contract was too big to be taken on. Looking back, it seems to me that I came nearer to getting over the home plate with Anne Selby than with most of the others. In fact, but for circumstances over which I had no dashed control, I am inclined to think that we should have brought it off. I'm bound to say that, now that what the poet Chappie calls the first fine frenzy has been on the ice for a while and I am able to consider the thing calmly, I am deuced glad we didn't. She was one of those strong-minded girls, and I hate to think of what she would have done to me. At the time, though, I was frightfully in love, and, for quite a while after she definitely gave me the mitten. I lost my stroke at golf so completely that a child could have given me a stroke a hole and got away with it. I was all broken up, and I contend to this day that I was dashed badly treated. Let me give you what they call the data. One day I was lunching with Anne, and was just proposing to her as usual, when, instead of simply refusing me, as she generally did, she fixed me with a thoughtful eye and kind of opened her heart. "Do you know, Reggie, I am in doubt." "Give me the benefit of it," I said. Which I maintain was pretty good on the spur of the moment, but didn't get a hand. She simply ignored it, and went on. "Sometimes," she said, "you seem to me entirely vapid and brainless. At other times you say or do things which suggest that there are possibilities in you. That, properly stimulated and encouraged, you might overcome the handicap of large private means and do something worthwhile. I wonder if that is simply my imagination?" She watched me very closely as she spoke. "Rather not. You've absolutely summed me up. With you beside me, stimulating and all that sort of rot, don't you know, I should show a flash of speed which would astonish you. I wish I could be certain. Take a chance on it." She shook her head. "I must be certain. Marriage is such a gamble. I have just been staying with my sister Hilda and her husband. Dear old Harold Bodkin. I know him well. In fact, I've a standing invitation to go down there and stay as long as I like. Harold is one of my best pals. Harold is a corker. Good old Harold is. I would rather you didn't eulogize him, Reggie. I am extremely angry with Harold. He is making Hilda perfectly miserable." "What on earth do you mean?" "Harold wouldn't dream of hurting a fly. He's one of those dreamy, sentimental chumps who. It is precisely his sentimentality which is at the bottom of the whole trouble. You know, of course, that Hilda is not his first wife?" "That's right. His first wife died about 5 years ago. He still cherishes her memory. Very sporting of him. Is it? If you were a girl, how would you like to be married to a man who was always making you bear in mind that you were only number 2 in his affections? A man whose idea of a pleasant conversation was a string of anecdotes illustrating what a dear woman his first wife was? A man who expected you to upset all your plans if they clashed with some anniversary connected with his other marriage? That does sound pretty rotten. Does Harold do all that?" "That's only a small part of what he does. Why, if you will believe me, every evening at 7 o'clock he goes and shuts himself up in a little room at the top of the house, and meditates." "What on earth does he do that for?" "Apparently his first wife died at 7 in the evening. There is a portrait of her in the room. I believe he lays flowers in front of it. And Hilda is expected to greet him on his return with a happy smile. Why doesn't she kick? I have been trying to persuade her to, but she won't. She just pretends she doesn't mind. She has a nervous, sensitive temperament, and the thing is slowly crushing her. Don't talk to me of Harold." Considering that she had started him as a topic, I thought this pretty unjust. I didn't want to talk of Harold. I wanted to talk about myself. "Well, what has all this got to do with your not wanting to marry me?" I said. "Nothing, except that it is an illustration of the risks a woman runs when she marries a man of a certain type." "Great Scott! You surely don't class me with Harold?" "Yes, in a way you are very much alike. You have both always had large private means, and have never had the wholesome discipline of work. But, dash it, Harold, on your showing, is an absolute nut. Why should you think that I would be anything like that? There's always the risk." A hot idea came to me. "Look here, Anne," I said, "suppose I pull off some stunt which only a deuced brainy chappie could get away with? Would you marry me then?" "Certainly. What do you propose to do?" "Do? What do I propose to do? Well, to be absolutely frank, at the moment I don't quite know." "You never will know, Reggie. You're one of the idle rich, and your brain, if you ever had one, has atrophied." Well, that seemed to me to put the lid on it. I didn't mind a heart-to-heart talk, but this was mere abuse. I changed the subject. "What would you like after that fish?" I said coldly. "You know how it is when you get an idea. For a while it sort of simmers inside you, and then suddenly it sizzles up like a rocket, and there you are, right up against it. That's what happened now. I went away from that luncheon, vaguely determined to pull off some stunt which would prove that I was right there with the grey matter, but without any clear notion of what I was going to do. Side by side with this in my mind was the case of dear old Harold. When I wasn't brooding on the stunt, I was brooding on Harold. I was fond of the good old lad, and I hated the idea of his slowly wrecking the home purely by being a chump. And all of a sudden the two things clicked together like a couple of chemicals. And there I was with a corking plan for killing two birds with one stone, putting one across that would startle and impress Anne, and at the same time healing the breach between Harold and Hilda. My idea was that, in a case like this, it's no good trying opposition. What you want is to work it so that the chappie quits of his own accord. You want to egg him on to overdoing the thing till he gets so that he says to himself, enough. Never again. That was what was going to happen to Harold. When you're going to do a thing, there's nothing like making a quick start. I wrote to Harold straight away, proposing myself for a visit. And Harold wrote back telling me to come right along. Harold and Hilda lived alone in a large house. I believe they did a good deal of entertaining at times, but on this occasion I was the only guest. The only other person of note in the place was Ponsonby, the butler. Of course, if Harold had been an ordinary sort of chappie, what I had come to do would have been a pretty big order. I don't mind many things, but I do hesitate to dig into my host's intimate private affairs. But Harold was such a simple-minded Johnny, so grateful for a little sympathy and advice, that my job wasn't so very difficult. It wasn't as if he minded talking about Amelia, which was his first wife's name. The difficulty was to get him to talk of anything else. I began to understand what and meant by saying it was tough on Hilda. I'm bound to say the old boy was clay in my hands. People call me a chump, but Harold was a super chump, and I did what I liked with him. The second morning of my visit, after breakfast, he grabbed me by the arm. This way, Reggie. I'm just going to show old Reggie Amelia's portrait, dear. There was a little room all by itself on the top floor. He explained to me that it had been his studio. At one time Harold used to do a bit of painting in an amateur way. There, he said, pointing at the portrait. I did that myself, Reggie. It was away being cleaned when you were here last. It's like dear Amelia, isn't it? I suppose it was, in a way. At any rate, you could recognize the likeness when you were told who it was supposed to be. He sat down in front of it, and gave it the thoughtful once-over. Do you know, Reggie, old top, sometimes when I sit here, I feel as if Amelia were back again. It would be a bit awkward for you if she was. How do you mean? Well, old lad, you happen to be married to someone else. A look of childlike enthusiasm came over his face. Reggie, I want to tell you how splendid Hilda is. Lots of other women might object to my still cherishing Amelia's memory, but Hilda has been so nice about it from the beginning. She understands so thoroughly. I hadn't much breath left after that, but I used what I had to say. She doesn't object? Not a bit, said Harold. It makes everything so pleasant. When I had recovered a bit, I said, what do you mean by everything? Well, he said, for instance, I come up here every evening at 7 and think for a few minutes. A few minutes? What do you mean? Well, a few minutes isn't long. But I always have my cocktail at 1:15. You could postpone it. And Ponsonby likes us to start dinner at 7:30. What on earth has Ponsonby to do with it? Well, he likes to get off by 9, you know. I think he goes off and plays bowls at the madhouse. You see, Reggie, old man, we have to study Ponsonby a little. He's always on the verge of giving notice, in fact. It was only by coaxing him on 1 or 2 occasions that we got him to stay on, and he's such a treasure that I don't know what we should do if we lost him. But, if you think that I ought to stay longer? Certainly I do. You ought to do a thing like this properly, or not at all. He sighed. It's a frightful risk, but in future we'll dine at 8. It seemed to me that there was a suspicion of a cloud on Ponsonby's shining morning face. When the news was broken to him that for the future he couldn't unleash himself on the local bowling talent as early as usual, but he made no kick, and the new order of things began. My next offensive movement I attribute to a flash of absolute genius. I was glancing through a photograph album in the drawing room before lunch, when I came upon a face which I vaguely remembered. It was one of those wide, flabby faces, with bulging eyes, and something about it struck me as familiar. I consulted Harold, who came in at that moment. "That," said Harold. "That's Percy." He gave a slight shudder. "Amelia's brother, you know. An awful fellow. I haven't seen him for years." Then I placed Percy. I had met him once or twice in the old days, and I had a brainwave. Percy was everything that poor old Harold disliked most. He was hearty at breakfast, a confirmed backslapper, and a man who prodded you in the chest when he spoke to you. "You haven't seen him for years," I said in a shocked voice. "Thank heaven," said Harold devoutly. I put down the photograph album, and looked at him in a deuced serious way. "Then it's high time you asked him to come here." Harold blanched. "Reggie, old man, you don't know what you are saying. You can't remember Percy. I wish you wouldn't say these things, even in fun." "I'm not saying it in fun. Of course, it's none of my business, but you have paid me the compliment of confiding in me about Amelia, and I feel justified in speaking. All I can say is that, if you cherish her memory as you say you do, you show it in a very strange way. How you can square your neglect of Percy with your alleged devotion to Amelia's memory, beats me. It seems to me that you have no choice. You must either drop the whole thing and admit that your love for her is dead, or else you must stop this infernal treatment of her favorite brother. You can't have it both ways." He looked at me like a hunted stag. "But, Reggie, old man. Percy. He asks riddles at breakfast. I don't care. Hilda can't stand him. It doesn't matter. You must invite him. It's not a case of what you like or don't like. It's your duty." He struggled with his feelings for a bit. "Very well," he said in a crushed sort of voice. At dinner that night he said to Hilda, "I'm going to ask Amelia's brother down to spend a few days. It is so long since we have seen him." Hilda didn't answer at once. She looked at him in rather a curious sort of way, I thought. "Very well, dear," she said. I was deuced sorry for the poor girl, but I felt like a surgeon. She would be glad later on, for I was convinced that in a very short while poor old Harold must crack under the strain. Especially after I had put across the coup which I was meditating for the very next evening. It was quite simple. Simple, that is to say, in its working, but a devilish brainy thing for a chappie to have thought out. If Anne had really meant what she had said at lunch that day, and was prepared to stick to her bargain and marry me as soon as I showed a burst of intelligence, she was mine. What it came to was that, if dear old Harold enjoyed meditating in front of Amelia's portrait, he was jolly well going to have all the meditating he wanted, and a bit over. For my simple scheme was to lurk outside till he had gone into the little room on the top floor, and then, with the aid of one of those jolly little wedges which you use to keep windows from rattling, see to it that the old boy remained there till they sent out search parties. There wasn't a flaw in my reasoning. When Harold didn't roll in at the sound of the dinner gong, Hilda would take it for granted that he was doing an extra bit of meditating that night. And her pride would stop her sending out a hurry call for him. As for Harold, when he found that all was not well with the door, he would probably yell with considerable vim. But it was odds against anyone hearing him. As for me, you might think that I was going to suffer owing to the probable postponement of dinner. Not so, but far otherwise, for on the night I had selected for the coup I was dining out at the neighboring inn with my old college chum Freddie Meadows. It is true that Freddie wasn't going to be within 50 miles of the place on that particular night, but they weren't to know that. Did I describe the peculiar isolation of that room on the top floor, where the portrait was? I don't think I did. It was, as a matter of fact, the only room in those parts, for, in the days when he did his amateur painting, old Harold was strong on the artistic seclusion business and hated noise. And his studio was the only room in use on that floor. In short, to sum up, the thing was a cinch. Punctually at 10 minutes to 7, I was in readiness on the scene. There was a recess with a curtain in front of it a few yards from the door, and there I waited, fondling my little wedge, for Harold to walk up and allow the proceedings to start. It was almost pitch dark, and that made the time of waiting seem longer. Presently, I seemed to have been there longer than 10 minutes, I heard steps approaching. They came past where I stood, and went on into the room. The door closed, and I hopped out and sprinted up to it, and the next moment I had the good old wedge under the wood, as neat a job as you could imagine. And then I strolled downstairs, and toddled off to the inn. I didn't hurry over my dinner. Partly because the browsing and sluicing at the inn was really astonishingly good for a roadhouse, and partly because I wanted to give Harold plenty of time for meditation. I suppose it must have been a couple of hours or more when I finally turned in at the front door. Somebody was playing the piano in the drawing room. It could only be Hilda who was playing, and I had doubts as to whether she wanted company just then, mine, at any rate. Eventually I decided to risk it, for I wanted to hear the latest about dear old Harold, so in I went, and it wasn't Hilda at all, it was Anne Selby. "Hello," I said. "I didn't know you were coming down here." It seemed so odd, don't you know, as it hadn't been more than 10 days or so since her last visit. "Good evening, Reggie," she said. "What's been happening?" I asked. "How do you know anything has been happening?" "I guessed it." "Well, you're quite right, as it happens, Reggie. A good deal has been happening." She went to the door, and looked out, listening. Then she shut it, and came back. "Hilda has revolted." "Revolted?" "Yes, put her foot down, made a stand, refused to go on meekly putting up with Harold's insane behavior." "I don't understand." She gave me a look of pity. "You always were so dense, Reggie. I will tell you the whole thing from the beginning. You remember what I spoke to you about, one day when we were lunching together? Well, I don't suppose you have noticed it, I know what you are, but things have been getting steadily worse. For one thing, Harold insisted on lengthening his visits to the top room, and naturally Ponsonby complained. Hilda tells me that she had to plead with him to induce him to stay on. Then the climax came. I don't know if you recollect Amelia's brother Percy? You must have met him when she was alive, a perfectly unspeakable person with a loud voice and overpowering manners. Suddenly, out of a blue sky, Harold announced his intention of inviting him to stay. It was the last straw. This afternoon I received a telegram from poor Hilda, saying that she was leaving Harold and coming to stay with me, and a few hours later the poor child arrived at my apartment. You mustn't suppose that I stood listening silently to this speech. Every time she seemed to be going to stop for breath I tried to horn in and tell her all these things which had been happening were not mere flukes, as she seemed to think, but parts of a deuced carefully planned scheme of my own. Every time I'd try to interrupt, and would wave me down, and carry on without so much as a semicolon. But at this point I did manage a word in. I know. I did it all. It was I who suggested to Harold that he should lengthen the meditations, and insisted on his inviting Percy to stay. I had hardly got the words out, when I saw that they were not making the hit I had anticipated. She looked at me with an expression of absolute scorn, don't you know. Well, really, Reggie, she said at last, I never have had a very high opinion of your intelligence, as you know, but this is a revelation to me. What motive you can have had, unless you did it in a spirit of pure mischief. She stopped, and there was a glare of undiluted repulsion in her eyes. Reggie. I can't believe it. Of all the things I loathe most, a practical joker is the worst. Do you mean to tell me you did all this as a practical joke? Great Scott, no. It was like this. I paused for a bare second to collect my thoughts, so as to put the thing clearly to her. I might have known what would happen. She dashed right in and collared the conversation. Well, never mind. As it happens, there is no harm done. Quite the reverse, in fact. Hilda left a note for Harold telling him what she had done and where she had gone and why she had gone, and Harold found it. The result was that, after Hilda had been with me for some time, he came in a panic and absolutely grovelled before the dear child. It seems incredible, but he had apparently had no notion that his absurd behavior had met with anything but approval from Hilda. He went on as if he were mad. He was beside himself. He clutched his hair and stamped about the room. And then he jumped at the telephone and called this house and got Ponsonby and told him to go straight to the little room on the top floor and take Amelia's portrait down. I thought that a little unnecessary myself, but he was in such a whirl of remorse that it was useless to try and get him to be rational. So Hilda was consoled, and he calmed down, and we all came down here in the automobile. So you see. At this moment the door opened, and in came Harold. I say, hello, Reggie, old man, I say, it's a funny thing, but we can't find Ponsonby anywhere. There are moments in a chappie's life, don't you know, when reason, so to speak, totters, as it were, on its bally throne. This was one of them. The situation seemed somehow to have got out of my grip. I suppose, strictly speaking, I ought, at this juncture, to have cleared my throat and said in an audible tone, Harold, old top, I know where Ponsonby is. But somehow I couldn't. Something seemed to keep the words back. I just stood there and said nothing. Nobody seems to have seen anything of him, said Harold. I wonder where he can have got to. Hilda came in, looking so happy I hardly recognized her. I remember feeling how strange it was that anybody could be happy just then. I know, she said. Of course. Doesn't he always go off to the inn and play bowls at this time? Why, of course, said Harold. So he does. And he asked Anne to play something on the piano. And pretty soon we had settled down to a regular jolly musical evening. And must have played a matter of 2,000 or 3,000 tunes, when Harold got up. By the way, he said. I suppose he did what I told him about the picture before he went out. Let's go and see. Oh, Harold, what does it matter? Asked Hilda. Don't be silly, Harold, said Anne. I would have said the same thing, only I couldn't say anything. Harold wasn't to be stopped. He led the way out of the room and upstairs, and we all trailed after him. We had just reached the top floor, when Hilda stopped, and said, Hark! It was a voice. Hi, it said. Hi. Harold legged it to the door of the studio. Ponsonby? From within came the voice again, and I have never heard anything to touch the combined pathos, dignity, and indignation it managed to condense into 2 words. Yes, sir. What on earth are you doing in there? I came here, sir, in accordance with your instructions on the telephone, Anne. Harold rattled the door. The darn thing stuck. Yes, sir. How on earth did that happen? I could not say, sir. How can the door have stuck like this? Said Anne. Somebody, I suppose it was me, though the voice didn't sound familiar, spoke. Perhaps there's a wedge under it, said this chappie. A wedge? What do you mean? One of those little wedges you use to keep windows from rattling, don't you know? But why? You're absolutely right, Reggie, old man, there is. He yanked it out, and flung the door open, and out came Ponsonby, looking like Lady Macbeth. I wish to give notice, sir, he said, and I should esteem it a favor if I might go to the pantry and procure some food, as I am extremely hungry. And he passed from our midst, with Hilda after him, saying, "But, Ponsonby. Be reasonable, Ponsonby." And Selby turned on me with a swish. "Reggie," she said, "did you shut Ponsonby in there?" "Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did." "But why?" asked Harold. "Well, to be absolutely frank, old top, I thought it was you." "You thought it was me? But why? What did you want to lock me in for?" I hesitated. It was a delicate business telling him the idea. And while I was hesitating, and jumped in. "I can tell you why, Harold. It was because Reggie belongs to that subspecies of humanity known as practical jokers. This sort of thing is his idea of humor." "Humor? Losing us a priceless butler," said Harold. "If that's your idea of—" Hilda came back, pale and anxious. "Harold, dear, do come and help me reason with Ponsonby. He is in the pantry gnawing a cold chicken, and he only stops to say, 'I give notice.'" "Yes," said and go, both of you. "I wish to speak to Reggie alone." That's how I came to lose Anne. At intervals during her remarks I tried to put my side of the case, but it was no good. She wouldn't listen. And presently something seemed to tell me that now was the time to go to my room and pack. Half an hour later I slid silently into the night. Wasn't it Shakespeare or somebody who said that the road to hell, or words to that effect, was paved with good intentions? If it was Shakespeare, it just goes to prove what they are always saying about him, that he knew a bit. Take it from one who knows, the old boy was absolutely right. Wilton's Holiday. When Jack Wilton first came to Merwa Bay, none of us dreamed that he was a man with a hidden sorrow in his life. There was something about the man which made the idea absurd, or would have made it absurd if he himself had not been the authority for the story. He looked so thoroughly pleased with life and with himself. He was one of those men whom you instinctively label in your mind as strong. He was so healthy, so fit, and had such a confident, yet sympathetic look about him that you felt directly you saw him that here was the one person you would have selected as the recipient of that hard luck story of yours. You felt that his kindly strength would have been something to lean on. As a matter of fact, it was by trying to lean on it that Spencer Clay got hold of the facts of the case. And when young Clay got hold of anything, Merwa Bay at large had it hot and fresh a few hours later. For Spencer was one of those slack-jawed youths who are constitutionally incapable of preserving a secret. Within 2 hours, then, of Clay's chat with Wilton, everyone in the place knew that, jolly and hearty as the newcomer might seem, there was that gnawing at his heart which made his outward cheeriness simply heroic. Clay, it seems, who is the worst specimen of self-pitier, had gone to Wilton, in whom, as a newcomer, he naturally saw a fine fresh repository for his tales of woe. And had opened with a long yarn of some misfortune or other. I forget which it was, it might have been any one of a dozen or so which he had constantly in stock, and it is immaterial which it was. The point is that, having heard him out very politely and patiently, Wilton came back at him with a story which silenced even Clay. Spencer was equal to most things, but even he could not go on whining about how he had fuzzled his putting and been snubbed at the bridge table. Or whatever it was that he was pitying himself about just then, when a man was telling him the story of a wrecked life. "He told me not to let it go any further," said Clay to everyone he met, "but of course it doesn't matter telling you. It is a thing he doesn't like to have known. He told me because he said there was something about me that seemed to extract confidences, a kind of strength, he said. You wouldn't think it to look at him, but his life is an absolute blank. Absolutely ruined, don't you know? He told me the whole thing so simply and frankly that it broke me all up. It seems that he was engaged to be married a few years ago, and on the wedding morning, absolutely on the wedding morning, the girl was taken suddenly ill, and died? And died. Died in his arms. Absolutely in his arms, old top. What a terrible thing. Absolutely. He's never got over it. You won't let it go any further, will you, old man?" And off sped Spencer, to tell the tale to someone else. Everyone was terribly sorry for Wilton. He was such a good fellow, such a sportsman, and, above all, so young, that one hated the thought that, laugh as he might, beneath his laughter there lay the pain of that awful memory. He seemed so happy, too. It was only in moments of confidence, in those heart-to-heart talks when men reveal their deeper feelings, that he ever gave a hint that all was not well with him. As, for example, when Ellerton, who is always in love with someone, backed him into a corner one evening and began to tell him the story of his latest affair. He had hardly begun when such a look of pain came over Wilton's face that he ceased instantly. He said afterwards that the sudden realization of the horrible break he was making hit him like a bullet. And the manner in which he turned the conversation practically without pausing from love to a discussion of the best method of getting out of the bunker at the 7th hole was, in the circumstances, a triumph of tact. Merwa Bay is a quiet place even in the summer, and the Wilton tragedy was naturally the subject of much talk. It is a sobering thing to get a glimpse of the underlying sadness of life like that. And there was a disposition at first on the part of the community to behave in his presence in a manner reminiscent of pallbearers at a funeral. But things soon adjusted themselves. He was outwardly so cheerful that it seemed ridiculous for the rest of us to step softly and speak with hushed voices. After all, when you came to examine it, the thing was his affair, and it was for him to dictate the lines on which it should be treated. If he elected to hide his pain under a bright smile and a laugh like that of a hyena with a more than usually keen sense of humor, our line was obviously to follow his lead. We did so. And by degrees the fact that his life was permanently blighted became almost a legend. At the back of our minds we were aware of it, but it did not obtrude itself into the affairs of every day. It was only when someone, forgetting, as Ellerton had done, tried to enlist his sympathy for some misfortune of his own that the look of pain in his eyes and the sudden tightening of his lips reminded us that he still remembered. Matters had been at this stage for perhaps 2 weeks when Mary Campbell arrived. Sex attraction is so purely a question of the taste of the individual that the wise man never argues about it. He accepts its vagaries as part of the human mystery, and leaves it at that. To me there was no charm whatever about Mary Campbell. It may have been that, at the moment, I was in love with Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, for at Merwa Bay, in the summer, a man who is worth his salt is more than equal to 3 love affairs simultaneously, but anyway, she left me cold. Not one thrill could she awake in me. She was small and, to my mind, insignificant. Some men said that she had fine eyes. They seemed to me just ordinary eyes. And her hair was just ordinary hair. In fact, ordinary was the word that described her. But from the first it was plain that she seemed wonderful with Wilton, which was all the more remarkable, seeing that he was the one man of us all who could have got any girl in Merwa Bay that he wanted. When a man is 6 foot high, is a combination of Hercules and Apollo, and plays tennis, golf, and the banjo with almost superhuman vim, his path with the girls of a summer seaside resort is pretty smooth. But, when you add to all these things a tragedy like Wilton's, he can only be described as having a walkover. Girls love a tragedy. At least, most girls do. It makes a man interesting to them. Grace Bates was always going on about how interesting Wilton was. So was Heloise Miller. So was Clarice Wembley. But it was not until Mary Campbell came that he displayed any real enthusiasm at all for the feminine element of Merwa Bay. We put it down to the fact that he could not forget, but the real reason, now know, was that he considered that girls were a nuisance on the links and in the tennis court. I suppose a +2 golfer and a Wilding-esque tennis player, such as Wilton was, does feel like that. Personally, I think that girls add to the fun of the thing. But then, my handicap is 12, and, though I have been playing tennis for many years, I doubt if I have got my first serve, the fast one, over the net more than half a dozen times. But Mary Campbell overcame Wilton's prejudices in 24 hours. He seemed to feel lonely on the links without her, and he positively egged her to be his partner in the doubles. What Mary thought of him we did not know. She was one of those inscrutable girls. And so things went on. If it had not been that I knew Wilton's story, I should have classed the thing as one of those summer love affairs to which the Merwa Bay air is so peculiarly conducive. The only reason why anyone comes away from a summer at Merwa Bay unbetrothed is because there are so many girls that he falls in love with that his holiday is up before he can, so to speak, concentrate. But in Wilton's case this was out of the question. A man does not get over the sort of blow he had had, not, at any rate, for many years, and we had gathered that his tragedy was comparatively recent. I doubt if I was ever more astonished in my life than the night when he confided in me. Why he should have chosen me as a confidant I cannot say. I am inclined to think that I happened to be alone with him at the psychological moment when a man must confide in somebody or burst, and Wilton chose the lesser evil. I was strolling along the shore after dinner, smoking a cigar and thinking of Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, when I happened upon him. It was a beautiful night, and we sat down and drank it in for a while. The first intimation I had that all was not well with him was when he suddenly emitted a hollow groan. The next moment he had begun to confide. "I'm in the deuce of a hole," he said. "What would you do in my position?" "Yes?" I said. "I propose to marry Campbell this evening." "Congratulations." "Thanks." "She refused me." "Refused you?" "Yes, because of Amy." It seemed to me that the narrative required footnotes. "Who is Amy?" I said. "Amy is the girl." "Which girl?" "The girl who died, you know." Mary had got hold of the whole story. In fact, it was the tremendous sympathy she showed that encouraged me to propose. If it hadn't been for that, I shouldn't have had the nerve. I'm not fit to black her shoes. Odd, the poor opinion a man always has, when he is in love, of his personal attractions. There were times when I thought of Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, when I felt like one of the beasts that perish. But then, I'm nothing to write home about, whereas the smallest gleam of intelligence should have told Wilton that he was a kind of Ouida guardsman. This evening I managed somehow to do it. She was tremendously nice about it, said she was very fond of me and all that, but it was quite out of the question because of Amy. I don't follow this. What did she mean? It's perfectly clear, if you bear in mind that Mary is the most sensitive, spiritual, highly strung girl that ever drew breath, said Wilton, a little coldly. Her position is this: she feels that, because of Amy, she can never have my love completely, between us there would always be Amy's memory. It would be the same as if she married a widower. Well, widowers marry. They don't marry girls like Mary. I couldn't help feeling that this was a bit of luck for the widowers, but I didn't say so. One has always got to remember that opinions differ about girls. One man's peach, so to speak, is another man's poison. I have met men who didn't like Grace Bates, men who, if Heloise Miller or Clarice Wembley had given them their photographs, would have used them to cut the pages of a novel. Amy stands between us, said Wilton. I breathed a sympathetic snort. I couldn't think of anything noticeably suitable to say. Stands between us, repeated Wilton. And the damn silly part of the whole thing is that there isn't any Amy. I invented her. You, what? Invented her. Made her up. No, I'm not mad. I had a reason. Let me see, you come from London, don't you? Yes. Then you haven't any friends. It's different with me. I live in a small country town, and everyone's my friend. I don't know what it is about me, but for some reason, ever since I can remember, I've been looked on as the strong man of my town, the man who's all right. Am I making myself clear? Not quite. Well, what I am trying to get at is this. Either because I'm a strong sort of fellow to look at, and have obviously never been sick in my life, or because I can't help looking pretty cheerful. The whole of Bridally in the Wold seems to take it for granted that I can't possibly have any troubles of my own, and that I am consequently fair game for anyone who has any sort of worry. I have the sympathetic manner, and they come to me to be cheered up. If a fellow's in love, he makes a beeline for me, and tells me all about it. If anyone has had a bereavement, I am the rock on which he leans for support. Well, I'm a patient sort of man, and, as far as Bridally in the Wold is concerned, I am willing to play the part. But a strong man does need an occasional holiday, and I made up my mind that I would get it. Directly I got here I saw that the same old game was going to start. Spencer Clay swooped down on me at once. I'm as big a draw with the Spencer Clay type of maudlin idiot as catnip is with a cat. Well, I could stand it at home, but I was hanged if I was going to have my holiday spoiled. So I invented Amy. Now do you see? Certainly I see. And I perceive something else which you appear to have overlooked. If Amy doesn't exist, or, rather, never did exist, she cannot stand between you and Miss Campbell. Tell her what you have told me, and all will be well. He shook his head. You don't know Mary. She would never forgive me. You don't know what sympathy, what angelic sympathy, she has poured out on me about Amy. I can't possibly tell her the whole thing was a fraud. It would make her feel so foolish. You must risk it. At the worst, you lose nothing. He brightened a little. No, that's true, he said. I've half a mind to do it. Make it a whole mind, I said, and you win out. I was wrong. Sometimes I am. The trouble was, apparently, that I didn't know Mary. I am sure Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, or Clarice Wembley would not have acted as she did. They might have been a trifle stunned at first, but they would soon have come round, and all would have been joy. But with Mary, no. What took place at the interview I do not know. But it was swiftly perceived by Merwa Bay that the Wilton-Campbell alliance was off. They no longer walked together, golfed together, and played tennis on the same side of the net. They did not even speak to each other. The rest of the story I can speak of only from hearsay. How it became public property, I do not know. But there was a confiding strain in Wilton, and I imagine he confided in someone, who confided in someone else. At any rate, it is recorded in Merwa Bay's unwritten archives, from which I now extract it. For some days after the breaking off of diplomatic relations, Wilton seemed too pulverized to resume the offensive. He mooned about the links by himself, playing a shocking game, and generally comported himself like a man who has looked for the escape of gas with a lighted candle. In affairs of love the strongest men generally behave with the most spineless lack of resolution. Wilton weighed 13 stone, and his muscles were like steel cables. But he could not have shown less pluck in this crisis in his life if he had been a poached egg. It was pitiful to see him. Mary, in these days, simply couldn't see that he was on the earth. She looked round him, above him, and through him, but never at him. Which was rotten from Wilton's point of view. For he had developed a sort of wistful expression. I am convinced that he practiced it before the mirror after his bath, which should have worked wonders, if only he could have got action with it. But she avoided his eye as if he had been a creditor whom she was trying to slide past on the street. She irritated me. To let the breach widen in this way was absurd. Wilton, when I said as much to him, said that it was due to her wonderful sensitiveness and highly strungness. And that it was just one more proof to him of the loftiness of her soul and her shrinking horror of any form of deceit. In fact, he gave me the impression that, though the affair was rending his vitals, he took a mournful pleasure in contemplating her perfection. Now one afternoon Wilton took his misery for a long walk along the seashore. He tramped over the sand for some considerable time, and finally pulled up in a little cove, backed by high cliffs and dotted with rocks. The shore around Merwa Bay is full of them. By this time the afternoon sun had begun to be too warm for comfort. And it struck Wilton that he could be a great deal more comfortable nursing his wounded heart with his back against one of the rocks than tramping any farther over the sand. Most of the Merwa Bay scenery is simply made as a setting for the nursing of a wounded heart. The cliffs are a somber indigo, sinister and forbidding. And even on the finest days the sea has a curious sullen look. You have only to get away from the crowd near the bathing machines and reach one of these small coves and get your book against a rock and your pipe well alight, and you can simply wallow in misery. I have done it myself. The day when Heloise Miller went golfing with Teddy Bingley, I spent the whole afternoon in one of these retreats. It is true that, after 20 minutes of contemplating the breakers, I fell asleep, but that is bound to happen. It happened to Wilton. For perhaps half an hour he brooded, and then his pipe fell from his mouth and he dropped off into a peaceful slumber. And time went by. It was a touch of cramp that finally woke him. He jumped up with a yell, and stood there massaging his calf. And he had hardly got rid of the pain, when a startled exclamation broke the primeval stillness. And there, on the other side of the rock, was Mary Campbell. Now, if Wilton had had any inductive reasoning in his composition at all, he would have been tremendously elated. A girl does not creep out to a distant cove at Merwa Bay unless she is unhappy, and if Mary Campbell was unhappy she must be unhappy about him. And if she was unhappy about him all he had to do was to show a bit of determination and get the whole thing straightened out. But Wilton, whom grief had reduced to the mental level of an oyster, did not reason this out, and the sight of her deprived him of practically all his faculties, including speech. He just stood there and yammered. "Did you follow me here, Mr. Wilton?" said Mary, very coldly. He shook his head. Eventually he managed to say that he had come there by chance, and had fallen asleep under the rock. As this was exactly what Mary had done, she could not reasonably complain. So that concluded the conversation for the time being. She walked away in the direction of Merwa Bay without another word, and presently he lost sight of her round a bend in the cliffs. His position now was exceedingly unpleasant. If she had such a distaste for his presence, common decency made it imperative that he should give her a good start on the homeward journey. He could not tramp along a couple of yards in the rear all the way. So he had to remain where he was till she had got well off the mark. And as he was wearing a thin flannel suit, and the sun had gone in, and a chilly breeze had sprung up, his mental troubles were practically swamped in physical discomfort. Just as he had decided that he could now make a move, he was surprised to see her coming back. Wilton really was elated at this. The construction he put on it was that she had relented and was coming back to fling her arms round his neck. He was just bracing himself for the clash, when he caught her eye, and it was as cold and unfriendly as the sea. "I must go round the other way," she said. "The water has come up too far on that side." And she walked past him to the other end of the cove. The prospect of another wait chilled Wilton to the marrow. The wind had now grown simply freezing, and it came through his thin suit and roamed about all over him in a manner that caused him exquisite discomfort. He began to jump to keep himself warm. He was leaping heavenwards for the 100th time, when, chancing to glance to one side, he perceived Mary again returning. By this time his physical misery had so completely overcome the softer emotions in his bosom that his only feeling now was one of thorough irritation. It was not fair, he felt, that she should jockey at the start in this way and keep him hanging about here catching cold. He looked at her, when she came within range, quite balefully. "It is impossible," she said, "to get round that way either. One grows so accustomed in this world to everything going smoothly, that the idea of actual danger had not yet come home to her." From where she stood in the middle of the cove, the sea looked so distant that the fact that it had closed the only ways of getting out was at the moment merely annoying. She felt much the same as she would have felt if she had arrived at a station to catch a train and had been told that the train was not running. She therefore seated herself on a rock, and contemplated the ocean. Wilton walked up and down. Neither showed any disposition to exercise that gift of speech which places man in a class of his own, above the ox, the ass, the common warthog, and the rest of the lower animals. It was only when a wave swished over the base of her rock that Mary broke the silence. "The tide is coming in," she faltered. She looked at the sea with such altered feelings that it seemed a different sea altogether. There was plenty of it to look at. It filled the entire mouth of the little bay, swirling up the sand and lashing among the rocks in a fashion which made one thought stand out above all the others in her mind, the recollection that she could not swim. "Mr. Wilton." Wilton bowed coldly. "Mr. Wilton, the tide. It's coming in." Wilton glanced superciliously at the sea. "So," he said, "I perceive. But what shall we do?" Wilton shrugged his shoulders. He was feeling at war with nature and humanity combined. The wind had shifted a few points to the east, and was exploring his anatomy with the skill of a qualified surgeon. "We shall drown," cried Miss Campbell. "We shall drown. We shall drown. We shall drown." All Wilton's resentment left him. Until he heard that pitiful wail, his only thoughts had been for himself. "Mary," he said, with a wealth of tenderness in his voice. She came to him as a little child comes to its mother, and he put his arm around her. "Oh, Jack. My darling. I'm frightened. My precious." It is in moments of peril, when the chill breath of fear blows upon our souls, clearing them of pettiness, that we find ourselves. She looked about her wildly. "Could we climb the cliffs?" "I doubt it. If we called for help, we could do that." They raised their voices, but the only answer was the crashing of the waves and the cry of the seabirds. The water was swirling at their feet, and they drew back to the shelter of the cliffs. There they stood in silence, watching. "Mary," said Wilton in a low voice, "tell me one thing." "Yes, Jack." "Have you forgiven me?" "Forgiven you? How can you ask at a moment like this?" "I love you with all my heart and soul." He kissed her, and a strange look of peace came over his face. "I am happy." "I, too." A fleck of foam touched her face, and she shivered. "It was worth it," he said quietly. "If all misunderstandings are cleared away and nothing can come between us again, it is a small price to pay, unpleasant as it will be when it comes. Perhaps it will not be very unpleasant. They say that drowning is an easy death. I didn't mean drowning, dearest. I meant a cold in the head." "A cold in the head?" He nodded gravely. "I don't see how it can be avoided. You know how chilly it gets these late summer nights. It will be a long time before we can get away." She laughed a shrill, unnatural laugh. "You are talking like this to keep my courage up. You know in your heart that there is no hope for us. Nothing can save us now. The water will come creeping, creeping. Let it creep. It can't get past that rock there." "What do you mean?" "It can't. The tide doesn't come up any farther." "I know, because I was caught here last week." For a moment she looked at him without speaking. Then she uttered a cry in which relief, surprise, and indignation were so nicely blended that it would have been impossible to say which predominated. He was eyeing the approaching waters with an indulgent smile. "Why didn't you tell me?" she cried. "I did tell you. You know what I mean. Why did you let me go on thinking we were in danger, when we were in danger? We shall probably get pneumonia." "Ish. There. You're sneezing already." "I am not sneezing." That was an exclamation of disgust. It sounded like a sneeze. It must have been, for you've every reason to sneeze, but why you should utter exclamations of disgust I cannot imagine. "I'm disgusted with you, with your meanness. You deliberately tricked me into saying." She was silent. "What you said was that you loved me with all your heart and soul. You can't get away from that, and it's good enough for me." "Well, it's not true any longer." Yes, it is, said Wilton, comfortably, bless it. It is not. I'm going right away now, and I shall never speak to you again. She moved away from him, and prepared to sit down. There's a jellyfish just where you're going to sit, said Wilton. I don't care. It will. I speak from experience, as one on whom you have sat so often. I'm not amused. Have patience. I can be funnier than that. Please don't talk to me. Very well. She seated herself with her back to him. Dignity demanded reprisals, so he seated himself with his back to her, and the futile ocean raged towards them, and the wind grew chillier every minute. Time passed. Darkness fell. The little bay became a black cavern, dotted here and there with white, where the breeze whipped the surface of the water. Wilton sighed. It was lonely sitting there all by himself. How much jollier it would have been if. A hand touched his shoulder, and a voice spoke, meekly. Jack, dear, it's awfully cold. Don't you think if we were to snuggle up? He reached out and folded her in an embrace which would have aroused the professional enthusiasm of Hackenschmidt and drawn guttural congratulations from Zbyszko. She creaked, but did not crack, beneath the strain. That's much nicer, she said, softly. Jack, I don't think the tide started even to think of going down yet. I hope not, said Wilton. The man with two left feet. Students of the folklore of the United States of America are no doubt familiar with the quaint old story of Clarence McFadden. Clarence McFadden, it seems, was wishful to dance, but his feet wasn't gaited that way. So he sought a professor and asked him his price, and said he was willing to pay. The professor, the legend goes on, looked down with alarm at his feet and marked their enormous expanse, and he tacked on a 5 to his regular price for teaching McFadden to dance. I have often been struck by the close similarity between the case of Clarence and that of Henry Wallace Mills. One difference alone presents itself. It would seem to have been mere vanity and ambition that stimulated the former, whereas the motive force which drove Henry Mills to defy nature and attempt dancing was the purer one of love. He did it to please his wife. Had he never gone to Ye Bonnie Briar Bush Farm, that popular holiday resort, and there met Minnie Hill, he would doubtless have continued to spend in peaceful reading the hours not given over to work at the New York bank at which he was employed as paying cashier. For Henry was a voracious reader. His idea of a pleasant evening was to get back to his little flat, take off his coat, put on his slippers, light a pipe, and go on from the point where he had left off the night before in his perusal of the Cal volume of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, making notes as he read in a stout notebook. He read the Cal volume because, after many days, he had finished the A, and AUS, and the AUS, bis. There was something admirable, and yet a little horrible, about Henry's method of study. He went after learning with the cold and dispassionate relentlessness of a stoat pursuing a rabbit. The ordinary man who is paying installments on the Encyclopaedia Britannica is apt to get overexcited and to skip impatiently to volume XXV, vet, ZYM, to see how it all comes out in the end. Not so Henry. His was not a frivolous mind. He intended to read the encyclopedia through, and he was not going to spoil his pleasure by peeping ahead. It would seem to be an inexorable law of nature that no man shall shine at both ends. If he has a high forehead and a thirst for wisdom, his foxtrotting, if any, shall be as the staggerings of the drunken. While, if he is a good dancer, he is nearly always petrified from the ears upward. No better examples of this law could have been found than Henry Mills and his fellow cashier, Sidney Mercer. In New York banks paying cashiers, like bears, tigers, lions, and other fauna, are always shut up in a cage in pairs, and are consequently dependent on each other for entertainment and social intercourse when business is slack. Henry Mills and Sidney simply could not find a subject in common. Sidney knew absolutely nothing of even such elementary things as Abana, aberration, Abraham, or acrogeny. While Henry, on his side, was scarcely aware that there had been any developments in the dance since the polka. It was a relief to Henry when Sidney threw up his job to join the chorus of a musical comedy, and was succeeded by a man who, though full of limitations, could at least converse intelligently on bowls. Such, then, was Henry Wallace Mills. He was in the middle 30s, temperate, studious, a moderate smoker, and, one would have said, a bachelor of the bachelors, armor-plated against Cupid's well-meant but obsolete artillery. Sometimes Sidney Mercer's successor in the teller's cage, a sentimental young man, would broach the topic of woman and marriage. He would ask Henry if he ever intended to get married. On such occasions Henry would look at him in a manner which was a blend of scorn, amusement, and indignation, and would reply with a single word. Me. It was the way he said it that impressed you. But Henry had yet to experience the unmanning atmosphere of a lonely summer resort. He had only just reached the position in the bank where he was permitted to take his annual vacation in the summer. Hitherto he had always been released from his cage during the winter months, and had spent his 10 days of freedom at his flat, with a book in his hand and his feet on the radiator. But the summer after Sidney Mercer's departure they unleashed him in August. It was meltingly warm in the city. Something in Henry cried out for the country. For a month before the beginning of his vacation he devoted much of the time that should have been given to the Encyclopaedia Britannica in reading summer resort literature. He decided at length upon Ye Bonnie Briar Bush Farm because the advertisements spoke so well of it. Ye Bonnie Briar Bush Farm was a rather battered frame building many miles from anywhere. Its attractions included a lover's leap, a grotto, golf links, a 5-hole course where the enthusiast found unusual hazards in the shape of a number of goats tethered at intervals between the holes, and a silvery lake, only portions of which were used as a dumping ground for tin cans and wooden boxes. It was all new and strange to Henry and caused him an odd exhilaration. Something of gaiety and reckless abandon began to creep into his veins. He had a curious feeling that in these romantic surroundings some adventure ought to happen to him. At this juncture Minnie Hill arrived. She was a small, slim girl, thinner and paler than she should have been, with large eyes that seemed to Henry pathetic and stirred his chivalry. He began to think a good deal about Minnie Hill. And then one evening he met her on the shores of the Silvery Lake. He was standing there, slapping at things that looked like mosquitoes, but could not have been. For the advertisements expressly stated that none were ever found in the neighborhood of Ye Bonnie Briar Bush Farm, when along she came. She walked slowly, as if she were tired. A strange thrill, half of pity, half of something else, ran through Henry. He looked at her. She looked at him. "Good evening," he said. They were the first words he had spoken to her. She never contributed to the dialogue of the dining room, and he had been too shy to seek her out in the open. She said, "Good evening," too, tying the score. And there was silence for a moment. Commiseration overcame Henry's shyness. "You're looking tired," he said. "I feel tired." She paused. "I overdid it in the city." "It?" "Dancing." "Oh, dancing. Did you dance much?" "Yes, a great deal." "Ah. A promising, even a dashing start. But how to continue?" For the first time Henry regretted the steady determination of his methods with the encyclopedia. How pleasant if he could have been in a position to talk easily of dancing. Then memory reminded him that, though he had not yet got up to dancing, it was only a few weeks before that he had been reading of the ballet. "I don't dance myself," he said, "but I am fond of reading about it." Did you know that the word ballet incorporated 3 distinct modern words, ballet, ball, and ballad, and that ballet dancing was originally accompanied by singing? It hit her. It had her weak. She looked at him with awe in her eyes. One might almost say that she gaped at Henry. "I hardly know anything," she said. "The first descriptive ballet scene in London, England," said Henry, quietly, "was The Tavern Bilkers, which was played at Drury Lane Inn, in 17 something. Was it? And the earliest modern ballet on record was that given by someone to celebrate the marriage of the Duke of Milan in 1489. There was no doubt or hesitation about the date this time. It was grappled to his memory by hoops of steel owing to the singular coincidence of it being also his telephone number. He gave it out with a roll, and the girl's eyes widened. "What an awful lot you know." "Oh, no," said Henry, modestly. "I read a great deal." "It must be splendid to know a lot," she said, wistfully. "I've never had time for reading. I've always wanted to." "I think you're wonderful." Henry's soul was expanding like a flower and purring like a well-tickled cat. Never in his life had he been admired by a woman. The sensation was intoxicating. Silence fell upon them. They started to walk back to the farm, warned by the distant ringing of a bell that supper was about to materialize. It was not a musical bell, but distance and the magic of this unusual moment lent it charm. The sun was setting. It threw a crimson carpet across the silvery lake. The air was very still. The creatures, unclassified by science, who might have been mistaken for mosquitoes had their presence been possible at Ye Bonnie Briar Bush Farm, were biting harder than ever. But Henry heeded them not. He did not even slap at them. They drank their fill of his blood and went away to put their friends on to this good thing, but for Henry they did not exist. Strange things were happening to him. And, lying awake that night in bed, he recognized the truth. He was in love. After that, for the remainder of his stay, they were always together. They walked in the woods, they sat by the silvery lake. He poured out the treasures of his learning for her, and she looked at him with reverent eyes, uttering from time to time a soft yes or a musical gee. In due season Henry went back to New York. "You're dead wrong about love, Mills," said his sentimental fellow cashier, shortly after his return. "You ought to get married." "I'm going to," replied Henry, briskly. "Week tomorrow." Which stunned the other so thoroughly that he gave a customer who entered at that moment $15 for a $10 check, and had to do some excited telephoning after the bank had closed. Henry's first year as a married man was the happiest of his life. He had always heard this period described as the most perilous of matrimony. He had braced himself for clashings of tastes, painful adjustments of character, sudden and unavoidable quarrels. Nothing of the kind happened. From the very beginning they settled down in perfect harmony. She merged with his life as smoothly as one river joins another. He did not even have to alter his habits. Every morning he had his breakfast at 8, smoked a cigarette, and walked to the underground. At 5 he left the bank, and at 6 he arrived home, for it was his practice to walk the first 2 miles of the way, breathing deeply and regularly. Then dinner. Then the quiet evening. Sometimes the moving pictures, but generally the quiet evening, he reading the encyclopedia, aloud now, Minnie darning his socks, but never ceasing to listen. Each day brought the same sense of grateful amazement that he should be so wonderfully happy, so extraordinarily peaceful. Everything was as perfect as it could be. Minnie was looking a different girl. She had lost her drawn look. She was filling out. Sometimes he would suspend his reading for a moment, and look across at her. At first he would see only her soft hair, as she bent over her sewing. Then, wondering at the silence, she would look up, and he would meet her big eyes. And then Henry would gurgle with happiness, and demand of himself, silently, "Can you beat it?" It was the anniversary of their wedding. They celebrated it in fitting style. They dined at a crowded and exhilarating Italian restaurant on a street off 7th Avenue, where red wine was included in the bill, and excitable people, probably extremely clever, sat round at small tables and talked all together at the top of their voices. After dinner they saw a musical comedy. And then, the great event of the night, they went on to supper at a glittering restaurant near Times Square. There was something about supper at an expensive restaurant which had always appealed to Henry's imagination. earnest devourer as he was of the solids of literature. He had tasted from time to time its lighter face, those novels which begin with the hero supping in the midst of the glittering throng and having his attention attracted to a distinguished-looking elderly man with a grey imperial who is entering with a girl so strikingly beautiful that the revellers turn, as she passes, to look after her. And then, as he sits and smokes, a waiter comes up to the hero and, with a soft "Pardon, MCU," hands him a note. The atmosphere of Geisenheimer's suggested all that sort of thing to Henry. They had finished supper, and he was smoking a cigar, his second that day. He leaned back in his chair and surveyed the scene. He felt braced up, adventurous. He had that feeling, which comes to all quiet men who like to sit at home and read, that this was the sort of atmosphere in which he really belonged. The brightness of it all, the dazzling lights, the music, the hubbub, in which the deep-throated gurgle of the wine agent surprised while drinking soup blended with the shriller note of the chorus girl calling to her mate, these things got Henry. He was 36 next birthday, but he felt a youngish 21. A voice spoke at his side. Henry looked up, to perceive Sydney Mercer. The passage of a year, which had turned Henry into a married man, had turned Sydney Mercer into something so magnificent that the spectacle for a moment deprived Henry of speech. Faultless evening dress clung with loving closeness to Sydney's lissom form. Gleaming shoes of perfect patent leather covered his feet. His light hair was brushed back into a smooth sleekness on which the electric lights shone like stars on some beautiful pool. His practically chinless face beamed amiably over a spotless collar. Henry wore blue serge. "What are you doing here, Henry, old top?" said the vision. "I didn't know you ever came among the bright lights." His eyes wandered off to Minnie. There was admiration in them, for Minnie was looking her prettiest. "Wife," said Henry, recovering speech. And to Minnie, "Mr. Mercer. Old friend. So you're married? Wish you luck. How's the bank?" Henry said the bank was doing as well as could be expected. "You still on the stage?" Mr. Mercer shook his head importantly. "Got better job. Professional dancer at this show. Rolling in money. Why aren't you dancing?" The words struck a jarring note. The lights and the music until that moment had had a subtle psychological effect on Henry, enabling him to hypnotize himself into a feeling that it was not inability to dance that kept him in his seat, but that he had had so much of that sort of thing that he really preferred to sit quietly and look on for a change. Sydney's question changed all that. It made him face the truth. "I don't dance. For the love of Mike. I bet Mrs. Mills does. Would you care for a turn, Mrs. Mills?" "No, thank you, really." But remorse was now at work on Henry. He perceived that he had been standing in the way of Minnie's pleasure. Of course she wanted to dance. All women did. She was only refusing for his sake. "Nonsense, Min. Go to it." Minnie looked doubtful. "Of course you must dance, Min. I shall be all right. I'll sit here and smoke." The next moment Minnie and Sydney were treading the complicated measure. And simultaneously Henry ceased to be a youngish 21 and was even conscious of a fleeting doubt as to whether he was really only 35. Boil the whole question of old age down, and what it amounts to is that a man is young as long as he can dance without getting lumbago, and, if he cannot dance, he is never young at all. This was the truth that forced itself upon Henry Wallace Mills, as he sat watching his wife moving over the floor in the arms of Sydney Mercer. Even he could see that Minnie danced well. He thrilled at the sight of her gracefulness, and for the first time since his marriage he became introspective. It had never struck him before how much younger Minnie was than himself. When she had signed the paper at the City Hall on the occasion of the purchase of the marriage license, she had given her age, he remembered now, as 26. It had made no impression on him at the time. Now, however, he perceived clearly that between 26 and 35 there was a gap of 9 years. And a chill sensation came upon him of being old and stodgy. How dull it must be for poor little Minnie to be cooped up night after night with such an old fogey. Other men took their wives out and gave them a good time, dancing half the night with them. All he could do was to sit at home and read Minnie dull stuff from the encyclopedia. What a life for the poor child! Suddenly, he felt acutely jealous of the rubber-jointed Sidney Mercer, a man whom hitherto he had always heartily despised. The music stopped. They came back to the table, Minnie with a pink glow on her face that made her younger than ever, Sidney, the insufferable ass, grinning and smirking and pretending to be 18. They looked like a couple of children. Henry, catching sight of himself in a mirror, was surprised to find that his hair was not white. Half an hour later, in the cab going home, Minnie, half asleep, was aroused by a sudden stiffening of the arm that encircled her waist and a sudden snort close to her ear. It was Henry Wallace Mills resolving that he would learn to dance. Being of a literary turn of mind and also economical, Henry's first step towards his new ambition was to buy a 50-cent book entitled The ABC of Modern Dancing, by Tango. It would, he felt, not without reason, be simpler and less expensive if he should learn the steps by the aid of this treatise than by the more customary method of taking lessons. But quite early in the proceedings he was faced by complications. In the first place, it was his intention to keep what he was doing a secret from Minnie, in order to be able to give her a pleasant surprise on her birthday, which would be coming round in a few weeks. In the second place, the ABC of Modern Dancing proved on investigation far more complex than its title suggested. These two facts were the ruin of the literary method, for, while it was possible to study the text and the plates at the bank, the home was the only place in which he could attempt to put the instructions into practice. You cannot move the right foot along dotted line AB and bring the left foot round curve CD in a paying cashier's cage in a bank, nor, if you are at all sensitive to public opinion, on the pavement going home. And while he was trying to do it in the parlor of the flat one night when he imagined that Minnie was in the kitchen cooking supper, she came in unexpectedly to ask how he wanted the steak cooked. He explained that he had had a sudden touch of cramp, but the incident shook his nerve. After this he decided that he must have lessons. Complications did not cease with this resolve. Indeed, they became more acute. It was not that there was any difficulty about finding an instructor. The papers were full of their advertisements. He selected a Madame Gavarni because she lived in a convenient spot. Her house was in a side street, with a station within easy reach. The real problem was when to find time for the lessons. His life was run on such a regular schedule that he could hardly alter so important a moment in it as the hour of his arrival home without exciting comment. Only deceit could provide a solution. "Min, dear," he said at breakfast. "Yes, Henry?" Henry turned mauve. He had never lied to her before. "I'm not getting enough exercise." "Why, you look so well." "I get a kind of heavy feeling sometimes. I think I'll put on another mile or so to my walk on my way home. So I'll be back a little later in future." "Very well, dear." It made him feel like a particularly low type of criminal, but, by abandoning his walk, he was now in a position to devote an hour a day to the lessons, and Madame Gavarni had said that that would be ample. "Sure, Bill," she had said. She was a breezy old lady with a military mustache and an unconventional manner with her clientele. "You come to me an hour a day, and, if you haven't two left feet, we'll make you the pet of society in a month. Is that so?" "It sure is. I never had a failure yet with a pup, except one. And that wasn't my fault." Had he two left feet? Hadn't any feet at all. Fell off of a roof after the second lesson, and had to have M cut off him. At that, I could have learned him to tango with wooden legs, only he got kind of discouraged. "Well, see you Monday, Bill. Be good." And the kindly old soul, retrieving her chewing gum from the panel of the door where she had placed it to facilitate conversation, dismissed him. And now began what, in later years, Henry unhesitatingly considered the most miserable period of his existence. There may be times when a man who is past his first youth feels more unhappy and ridiculous than when he is taking a course of lessons in the modern dance, but it is not easy to think of them. Physically, his new experience caused Henry acute pain. Muscles whose existence he had never suspected came into being for, apparently, the sole purpose of aching. Mentally he suffered even more. This was partly due to the peculiar method of instruction in vogue at Madame Gavarni's, and partly to the fact that, when it came to the actual lessons, a sudden niece was produced from a back room to give them. She was a blonde young lady with laughing blue eyes, and Henry never clasped her trim waist without feeling a black-hearted traitor to his absent Minnie. Conscience racked him. Add to this the sensation of being a strange, jointless creature with abnormally large hands and feet, and the fact that it was Madame Gavarni's custom to stand in a corner of the room during the hour of tuition, chewing gum and making comments, and it is not surprising that Henry became wan and thin. Madame Gavarni had the trying habit of endeavoring to stimulate Henry by frequently comparing his performance and progress with that of a cripple whom she claimed to have taught at some previous time. She and the niece would have spirited arguments in his presence as to whether or not the cripple had one stepped better after his third lesson than Henry after his fifth. The niece said no. As well, perhaps, but not better. Madame Gavarni said that the niece was forgetting the way the cripple had slid his feet. The niece said yes, that was so, maybe she was. Henry said nothing. He merely perspired. He made progress slowly. This could not be blamed upon his instructress, however. She did all that one woman could to speed him up. Sometimes she would even pursue him into the street in order to show him on the sidewalk a means of doing away with some of his numerous errors of technique, the elimination of which would help to make him definitely the cripple's superior. The misery of embracing her indoors was as nothing to the misery of embracing her on the sidewalk. Nevertheless, having paid for his course of lessons in advance, and being a determined man, he did make progress. One day, to his surprise, he found his feet going through the motions without any definite exercise of willpower on his part, almost as if they were endowed with an intelligence of their own. It was the turning point. It filled him with a singular pride such as he had not felt since his first rise of salary at the bank. Madame Gavarni was moved to dignified praise. "Some speed, kid," she observed. "Some speed." Henry blushed modestly. It was the accolade. Every day, as his skill at the dance became more manifest, Henry found occasion to bless the moment when he had decided to take lessons. He shuddered sometimes at the narrowness of his escape from disaster. Every day now it became more apparent to him, as he watched Minnie, that she was chafing at the monotony of her life. That fatal supper had wrecked the peace of their little home. Or perhaps it had merely precipitated the wreck. Sooner or later, he told himself, she was bound to have wearied of the dullness of her lot. At any rate, dating from shortly after that disturbing night, a lack of ease and spontaneity seemed to creep into their relations. A blight settled on the home. Little by little Minnie and he were growing almost formal towards each other. She had lost her taste for being read to in the evenings and had developed a habit of pleading a headache and going early to bed. Sometimes, catching her eye when she was not expecting it, he surprised an enigmatic look in it. It was a look, however, which he was able to read. It meant that she was bored. It might have been expected that this state of affairs would have distressed Henry. It gave him, on the contrary, a pleasurable thrill. It made him feel that it had been worth it, going through the torments of learning to dance. The more bored she was now the greater her delight when he revealed himself dramatically. If she had been contented with the life which he could offer her as a non-dancer, what was the sense of losing weight and money in order to learn the steps? He enjoyed the silent, uneasy evenings which had supplanted those cheery ones of the first year of their marriage. The more uncomfortable they were now, the more they would appreciate their happiness later on. Henry belonged to the large circle of human beings who consider that there is a cuter pleasure in being suddenly cured of toothache than in never having toothache at all. He merely chuckled inwardly, therefore, when, on the morning of her birthday, having presented her with a purse which he knew she had long coveted, he found himself thanked in a perfunctory and mechanical way. "I'm glad you like it," he said. Minnie looked at the purse without enthusiasm. "It's just what I wanted," she said, listlessly. "Well, I must be going. I'll get the tickets for the theater while I'm in town." Minnie hesitated for a moment. "I don't believe I want to go to the theater much tonight, Henry." "Nonsense. We must have a party on your birthday. We'll go to the theater and then we'll have supper at Geisenheimer's again. I may be working after hours at the bank today, so I guess I won't come home. I'll meet you at that Italian place at 6. "Very well. You'll miss your walk, then?" "Yes. It doesn't matter for once." "No. You're still going on with your walks, then?" "Oh, yes, yes. 3 miles every day. Never miss it. It keeps me well." "Yes. Goodbye, darling." "Goodbye." Yes, there was a distinct chill in the atmosphere. Thank goodness, thought Henry, as he walked to the station, it would be different tomorrow morning. He had rather the feeling of a young knight who has done perilous deeds in secret for his lady, and is about at last to receive credit for them. Geisenheimer's was as brilliant and noisy as it had been before when Henry reached it that night, escorting a reluctant Minnie. After a silent dinner and a theatrical performance during which neither had exchanged more than a word between the acts, she had wished to abandon the idea of supper and go home. But a squad of police could not have kept Henry from Geisenheimer's. His hour had come. He had thought of this moment for weeks, and he visualized every detail of his big scene. At first they would sit at their table in silent discomfort. Then Sydney Mercer would come up, as before, to ask Minnie to dance. And then, Henry would rise and, abandoning all concealment, exclaim grandly, "No! I am going to dance with my wife." Stunned amazement of Minnie, followed by wild joy. Utter rout and discomfiture of that pinhead, Mercer. And then, when they returned to their table, he breathing easily and regularly as a trained dancer in perfect condition should, she tottering a little with the sudden rapture of it all. They would sit with their heads close together and start a new life. That was the scenario which Henry had drafted. It worked out, up to a certain point, as smoothly as ever it had done in his dreams. The only hitch which he had feared, to wit, the non-appearance of Sydney Mercer, did not occur. It would spoil the scene a little, he had felt, if Sydney Mercer did not present himself to play the role of foil, but he need have had no fears on this point. Sydney had the gift, not uncommon in the chinless, smooth-baked type of man, of being able to see a pretty girl come into the restaurant even when his back was towards the door. They had hardly seated themselves when he was beside their table bleating greetings. "Why, Henry! Always here. Wife's birthday. Many happy returns of the day, Mrs. Mills. We've just time for one turn before the waiter comes with your order. Come along." The band was staggering into a fresh tune, a tune that Henry knew well. Many a time had Madame Gavarni hammered it out of an aged and unwilling piano in order that he might dance with her blue-eyed niece. He rose. "No," he exclaimed grandly. "I am going to dance with my wife." He had not underestimated the sensation which he had looked forward to causing. Minnie looked at him with round eyes. Sydney Mercer was obviously startled. "I thought you couldn't dance." "You never can tell," said Henry, lightly. "It looks easy enough. Anyway, I'll try." "Henry," cried Minnie, as he clasped her. He had supposed that she would say something like that, but hardly in that kind of voice. There is a way of saying, "Henry," which conveys surprised admiration and remorseful devotion. But she had not said it in that way. There had been a note of horror in her voice. Henry's was a simple mind, and the obvious solution, that Minnie thought that he had drunk too much red wine at the Italian restaurant, did not occur to him. He was, indeed, at the moment too busy to analyze vocal inflections. They were on the floor now, and it was beginning to creep upon him like a chill wind that the scenario which he had mapped out was subject to unforeseen alterations. At first all had been well. They had been almost alone on the floor, and he had begun moving his feet along dotted line AB with the smooth vim which had characterized the last few of his course of lessons. And then, as if by magic, he was in the midst of a crowd, a mad, jigging crowd that seemed to have no sense of direction, no ability whatever to keep out of his way. For a moment the tuition of weeks stood by him. Then, a shock, a stifled cry from Minnie, and the first collision had occurred. And with that all the knowledge which he had so painfully acquired passed from Henry's mind, leaving it an agitated blank. This was a situation for which his slidings round an empty room had not prepared him. Stage fright at its worst came upon him. Somebody charged him in the back and asked querulously where he thought he was going. As he turned with a half-formed notion of apologizing, somebody else rammed him from the other side. He had a momentary feeling as if he were going down the Niagara Rapids in a barrel, and then he was lying on the floor with Minnie on top of him. Somebody tripped over his head. He sat up. Somebody helped him to his feet. He was aware of Sidney Mercer at his side. "Do it again," said Sidney, all grin and sleek immaculateness. It went down big, but lots of them didn't see it. The place was full of demon laughter. "Min," said Henry. They were in the parlor of their little flat. Her back was towards him, and he could not see her face. She did not answer. She preserved the silence which she had maintained since they had left the restaurant. Not once during the journey home had she spoken. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked on. Outside an elevated train rumbled by. Voices came from the street. "Min, I'm sorry." Silence. "I thought I could do it." "Oh, Lord." Misery was in every note of Henry's voice. "I've been taking lessons every day since that night we went to that place first. It's no good, I guess it's like the old woman said. I've got 2 left feet, and it's no use my ever trying to do it. I kept it secret from you, what I was doing. I wanted it to be a wonderful surprise for you on your birthday. I knew how sick and tired you were getting of being married to a man who never took you out, because he couldn't dance. I thought it was up to me to learn, and give you a good time, like other men's wives. Henry." She had turned, and with a dull amazement he saw that her whole face had altered. Her eyes were shining with a radiant happiness. "Henry. Was that why you went to that house, to take dancing lessons?" He stared at her without speaking. She came to him, laughing. "So that was why you pretended you were still doing your walks? You knew. I saw you come out of that house. I was just going to the station at the end of the street, and I saw you. There was a girl with you, a girl with yellow hair. You hugged her." Henry licked his dry lips. "Min," he said huskily. "You won't believe it, but she was trying to teach me the jelly roll." She held him by the lapels of his coat. "Of course I believe it. I understand it all now. I thought at the time that you were just saying goodbye to her." "Oh, Henry, why ever didn't you tell me what you were doing?" "Oh, yes, I know you wanted it to be a surprise for me on my birthday, but you must have seen there was something wrong. You must have seen that I thought something. Surely you noticed how I've been these last weeks? I thought it was just that you were finding it dull." "Dull? Here, with you. It was after you danced that night with Sidney Mercer. I thought the whole thing out. You're so much younger than I, Min. It didn't seem right for you to have to spend your life being read to by a fellow like me. But I loved it. You had to dance. Every girl has to. Women can't do without it. This one can." Henry, listen. You remember how ill and worn out I was when you met me first at that farm? Do you know why it was? It was because I had been slaving away for years at one of those places where you go in and pay 5 cents to dance with the lady instructresses. I was a lady instructress. Henry. Just think what I went through. Every day having to drag 1,000,000 heavy men with large feet round a big room. I tell you, you are a professional compared with some of them. They trod on my feet and leaned their 200 pounds on me and nearly killed me. Now perhaps you can understand why I'm not crazy about dancing. Believe me, Henry, the kindest thing you can do to me is to tell me I must never dance again. You, he gulped. Do you really mean that you can stand the sort of life we're living here? You really don't find it dull? Dull. She ran to the bookshelf and came back with a large volume. Read to me, Henry, dear. Read me something now. It seems ages and ages since you used to. Read me something out of the encyclopedia. Henry was looking at the book in his hand. In the midst of a joy that almost overwhelmed him, his orderly mind was conscious of something wrong. But this is the Mum volume, darling. Is it? Well, that'll be all right. Read me all about Mum. But we're only in the he wavered. Oh, well, he went on, recklessly. I don't care. Do you? No. Sit down here, dear, and I'll sit on the floor. Henry cleared his throat. Millix, or Millich, d. 1374, Bohemian divine, was the most influential among those preachers and writers in Moravia and Bohemia who, during the 14th century, in a certain sense paved the way for the reforming activity of Huss. He looked down. Minnie's soft hair was resting against his knee. He put out a hand and stroked it. She turned and looked up, and he met her big eyes. Can you beat it? Said Henry, silently, to himself. A sea of troubles. Mr. Meggs's mind was made up. He was going to commit suicide. There had been moments, in the interval which had elapsed between the first inception of the idea and his present state of fixed determination, when he had wavered. In these moments he had debated, with Hamlet, the question whether it was nobler in the mind to suffer, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. But all that was over now. He was resolved. Mr. Meggs's point, the main plank, as it were, in his suicidal platform, was that with him it was beside the question whether or not it was nobler to suffer in the mind. The mind hardly entered into it at all. What he had to decide was whether it was worth while putting up any longer with the perfectly infernal pain in his stomach. For Mr. Meggs was a martyr to indigestion. As he was also devoted to the pleasures of the table, life had become for him one long battle, in which, whatever happened, he always got the worst of it. He was sick of it. He looked back down the vista of the years, and found therein no hope for the future. One after the other all the patent medicines in creation had failed him. Smith's supreme digestive pellets, he had given them a more than fair trial. Blenkinsop's liquid life-giver, he had drunk enough of it to float a ship. Perkins's premier pain preventer, strongly recommended by the sword-swallowing lady at Barnum and Bailey's, he had wallowed in it. And so on down the list. His interior organism had simply sneered at the lot of them. Death, where is thy sting, thought Mr. Meggs, and forthwith began to make his preparations. Those who have studied the matter say that the tendency to commit suicide is greatest among those who have passed their 55th year. And that the rate is twice as great for unoccupied males as for occupied males. Unhappy Mr. Meggs, accordingly, got it, so to speak, with both barrels. He was 56, and he was perhaps the most unoccupied adult to be found in the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. He toiled not, neither did he spin. 20 years before, an unexpected legacy had placed him in a position to indulge a natural taste for idleness to the utmost. He was at that time, as regards his professional life, a clerk in a rather obscure shipping firm. Out of office hours he had a mild fondness for letters, which took the form of meaning to read right through the 100 best books one day. But actually contenting himself with the daily paper and an occasional magazine. Such was Mr. Meggs at 36. The necessity for working for a living and a salary too small to permit of self-indulgence among the more expensive and deleterious dishes on the bill of fare had up to that time kept his digestion within reasonable bounds. Sometimes he had twinges, more often he had none. Then came the legacy, and with it Mr. Meggs let himself go. He left London and retired to his native village, where, with a French cook and a series of secretaries to whom he dictated at long intervals occasional paragraphs of a book on British butterflies on which he imagined himself to be at work, he passed the next 20 years. He could afford to do himself well, and he did himself extremely well. Nobody urged him to take exercise, so he took no exercise. Nobody warned him of the perils of lobster and Welsh rabbits to a man of sedentary habits, for it was nobody's business to warn him. On the contrary, people rather encouraged the lobster side of his character, for he was a hospitable soul and liked to have his friends dine with him. The result was that nature, as is her wont, laid for him, and got him. It seemed to Mr. Meggs that he woke one morning to find himself a chronic dyspeptic. That was one of the hardships of his position, to his mind. The thing seemed to hit him suddenly out of a blue sky. One moment, all appeared to be peace and joy. The next, a lively and irritable wildcat with red-hot claws seemed somehow to have introduced itself into his interior. So Mr. Meggs decided to end it. In this crisis of his life the old methodical habits of his youth returned to him. A man cannot be a clerk in even an obscure firm of shippers for a great length of time without acquiring system. And Mr. Meggs made his preparations calmly and with a forethought worthy of a better cause. And so we find him, one glorious June morning, seated at his desk, ready for the end. Outside, the sun beat down upon the orderly streets of the village. Dogs dozed in the warm dust. Men who had to work went about their toil moistly, their minds far away in shady public houses. But Mr. Meggs, in his study, was cool both in mind and body. Before him, on the desk, lay 6 little slips of paper. They were banknotes, and they represented, with the exception of a few pounds, his entire worldly wealth. Beside them were 6 letters, 6 envelopes, and 6 postage stamps. Mr. Meggs surveyed them calmly. He would not have admitted it, but he had had a lot of fun writing those letters. The deliberation as to who should be his heirs had occupied him pleasantly for several days, and, indeed, had taken his mind off his internal pains at times so thoroughly that he had frequently surprised himself in an almost cheerful mood. Yes, he would have denied it, but it had been great sport sitting in his armchair, thinking whom he should pick out from England's teeming millions to make happy with his money. All sorts of schemes had passed through his mind. He had a sense of power which the mere possession of the money had never given him. He began to understand why millionaires make freak wills. At one time he had toyed with the idea of selecting someone at random from the London Directory and bestowing on him all he had to bequeath. He had only abandoned the scheme when it occurred to him that he himself would not be in a position to witness the recipient's stunned delight. And what was the good of starting a thing like that, if you were not to be in at the finish? Sentiment succeeded whimsicality. His old friends of the office, those were the men to benefit. What good fellows they had been. Some were dead, but he still kept intermittently in touch with half a dozen of them. And, an important point, he knew their present addresses. This point was important, because Mr. Meggs had decided not to leave a will, but to send the money direct to the beneficiaries. He knew what wills were. Even in quite straightforward circumstances they often made trouble. There had been some slight complication about his own legacy 20 years ago. Somebody had contested the will, and before the thing was satisfactorily settled the lawyers had got away with about 20% of the whole. No wills. If he made one, and then killed himself, it might be upset on a plea of insanity. He knew of no relative who might consider himself entitled to the money, but there was the chance that some remote cousin existed, and then the comrades of his youth might fail to collect after all. He declined to run the risk. Quietly and by degrees he had sold out the stocks and shares in which his fortune was invested, and deposited the money in his London bank. 6 piles of large notes, dividing the total into 6 equal parts, 6 letters couched in a strain of reminiscent pathos and manly resignation, 6 envelopes, legibly addressed, 6 postage stamps. And that part of his preparations was complete. He licked the stamps and placed them on the envelopes, took the notes and inserted them in the letters. Folded the letters and thrust them into the envelopes, sealed the envelopes, and unlocking the drawer of his desk produced a small, black, ugly-looking bottle. He opened the bottle and poured the contents into a medicine glass. It had not been without considerable thought that Mr. Meggs had decided upon the method of his suicide. The knife, the pistol, the rope, they had all presented their charms to him. He had further examined the merits of drowning and of leaping to destruction from a height. There were flaws in each. Either they were painful, or else they were messy. Mr. Meggs had a tidy soul, and he revolted from the thought of spoiling his figure, as he would most certainly do if he drowned himself. Or the carpet, as he would if he used the pistol, or the pavement, and possibly some innocent pedestrian, as must infallibly occur should he leap off the monument. The knife was out of the question. Instinct told him that it would hurt like the very dickens. No, poison was the thing. Easy to take, quick to work, and on the whole rather agreeable than otherwise. Mr. Meggs hid the glass behind the inkpot and rang the bell. "Has Miss Pillinger arrived?" he inquired of the servant. "She has just come, sir. Tell her that I am waiting for her here." Jane Pillinger was an institution. Her official position was that of private secretary and typist to Mr. Meggs. That is to say, on the rare occasions when Mr. Meggs's conscience overcame his indolence to the extent of forcing him to resume work on his British butterflies. It was to Miss Pillinger that he addressed the few rambling and incoherent remarks which constituted his idea of a regular hard, slogging spell of literary composition. When he sank back in his chair, speechless and exhausted like a marathon runner who has started his sprint a mile or two too soon, it was Miss Pillinger's task to unscramble her shorthand notes, type them neatly, and place them in their special drawer in the desk. Miss Pillinger was a wary spinster of austere views, uncertain age, and a deep-rooted suspicion of men, a suspicion which, to do an abused sex justice, they had done nothing to foster. Men had always been almost coldly correct in their dealings with Miss Pillinger. In her 20 years of experience as a typist and secretary she had never had to refuse with scorn and indignation so much as a box of chocolates from any of her employers. Nevertheless, she continued to be icily on her guard. The clenched fist of her dignity was always drawn back, ready to swing on the first male who dared to step beyond the bounds of professional civility. Such was Miss Pillinger. She was the last of a long line of unprotected English girlhood which had been compelled by straitened circumstances to listen for hire to the appallingly dreary nonsense which Mr. Meggs had to impart. On the subject of British butterflies. Girls had come, and girls had gone, blondes, ex-blondes, brunettes, ex-brunettes, near-blondes, near-brunettes. They had come buoyant, full of hope and life, tempted by the lavish salary which Mr. Meggs had found himself after a while compelled to pay. And they had dropped off, one after another, like exhausted bivalves, unable to endure the crushing boredom of life in the village which had given Mr. Meggs to the world. For Mr. Meggs's hometown was no city of pleasure. Remove the vicar's magic lantern and the try-your-weight machine opposite the post office, and you practically eliminated the temptations to tread the primrose path. The only young men in the place were silent, gaping youths, at whom lunacy commissioners looked sharply and suspiciously when they met. The tango was unknown, and the one-step the only form of dance extant, and that only at the rarest intervals, was a sort of polka not unlike the movements of a slightly inebriated boxing kangaroo. Mr. Meggs's secretaries and typists gave the town one startled, horrified glance, and stampeded for London like frightened ponies. Not so Miss Pillinger. She remained. She was a business woman, and it was enough for her that she received a good salary. For £5 a week she would have undertaken a post as secretary and typist to a polar expedition. For 6 years she had been with Mr. Meggs, and doubtless she looked forward to being with him at least 6 years more. Perhaps it was the pathos of this thought which touched Mr. Meggs, as she sailed, notebook in hand, through the doorway of the study. Here, he told himself, was a confiding girl, all unconscious of impending doom, relying on him as a daughter relies on her father. He was glad that he had not forgotten Miss Pillinger when he was making his preparations. He had certainly not forgotten Miss Pillinger. On his desk beside the letters lay a little pile of notes, amounting in all to £500, her legacy. Miss Pillinger was always businesslike. She sat down in her chair, opened her notebook, moistened her pencil, and waited expectantly for Mr. Meggs to clear his throat and begin work on the butterflies. She was surprised when, instead of frowning, as was his invariable practice when bracing himself for composition, he bestowed upon her a sweet, slow smile. All that was maidenly and defensive in Miss Pillinger leaped to arms under that smile. It ran in and out among her nerve centers. It had been long in arriving, this moment of crisis, but here it undoubtedly was at last. After 20 years an employer was going to court disaster by trying to flirt with her. Mr. Meggs went on smiling. You cannot classify smiles. Nothing lends itself so much to a variety of interpretations as a smile. Mr. Meggs thought he was smiling the sad, tender smile of a man who, knowing himself to be on the brink of the tomb, bids farewell to a faithful employee. Miss Pillinger's view was that he was smiling like an abandoned old rip who ought to have been ashamed of himself. No, Miss Pillinger, said Mr. Meggs, I shall not work this morning. I shall want you, if you will be so good, to post these 6 letters for me. Miss Pillinger took the letters. Mr. Meggs surveyed her tenderly. Miss Pillinger, you have been with me a long time now. 6 years, is it not? 6 years. Well, well. I don't think I have ever made you a little present, have I? You give me a good salary. Yes, but I want to give you something more. 6 years is a long time. I have come to regard you with a different feeling from that which the ordinary employer feels for his secretary. You and I have worked together for 6 long years. Surely I may be permitted to give you some token of my appreciation of your fidelity. He took the pile of notes. These are for you, Miss Pillinger. He rose and handed them to her. He eyed her for a moment with all the sentimentality of a man whose digestion has been out of order for over 2 decades. The pathos of the situation swept him away. He bent over Miss Pillinger, and kissed her on the forehead. Smiles accepted, there is nothing so hard to classify as a kiss. Mr. Meggs's notion was that he kissed Miss Pillinger much as some great general, wounded unto death, might have kissed his mother, his sister, or some particularly sympathetic aunt. Miss Pillinger's view, differing substantially from this, may be outlined in her own words. Ah! She cried, as, dealing Mr. Meggs's conveniently placed jaw a blow which, had it landed an inch lower down, might have knocked him out, she sprang to her feet. How dare you? I've been waiting for this, Mr. Meggs. I have seen it in your eye. I have expected it. Let me tell you that I am not at all the sort of girl with whom it is safe to behave like that. I can protect myself. I am only a working girl. Mr. Meggs, who had fallen back against the desk as a stricken pugilist falls on the ropes, pulled himself together to protest. Miss Pillinger, he cried, aghast, you misunderstand me. I had no intention. Misunderstand you? Bah! I am only a working girl. Nothing was farther from my mind. Indeed. Nothing was farther from your mind. You give me money, you shower your vile kisses on me, but nothing was farther from your mind than the obvious interpretation of such behavior. Before coming to Mr. Meggs, Miss Pillinger had been secretary to an Indiana novelist. She had learned style from the master. Now that you have gone too far, you are frightened at what you have done. You well may be, Mr. Meggs. I am only a working girl. Miss Pillinger, I implore you. Silence. I am only a working girl. A wave of mad fury swept over Mr. Meggs. The shock of the blow and still more of the frightful ingratitude of this horrible woman nearly made him foam at the mouth. Don't keep on saying you're only a working girl, he bellowed. You'll drive me mad. Go. Go away from me. Get out. Go anywhere, but leave me alone. Miss Pillinger was not entirely sorry to obey the request. Mr. Meggs's sudden fury had startled and frightened her. So long as she could end the scene victorious, she was anxious to withdraw. Yes, I will go, she said, with dignity, as she opened the door. Now that you have revealed yourself in your true colors, Mr. Meggs, this house is no fit place for a war. She caught her employer's eye, and vanished hastily. Mr. Meggs paced the room in a ferment. He had been shaken to his core by the scene. He boiled with indignation. That his kind thoughts should have been so misinterpreted, it was too much. Of all ungrateful worlds, this world was the most. He stopped suddenly in his stride, partly because his shin had struck a chair, partly because an idea had struck his mind. Hopping madly, he added one more parallel between himself and Hamlet by soliloquizing aloud. I'll be hanged if I commit suicide, he yelled. And as he spoke the words a curious peace fell on him, as on a man who has awakened from a nightmare. He sat down at the desk. What an idiot he had been ever to contemplate self-destruction. What could have induced him to do it? By his own hand to remove himself, merely in order that a pack of ungrateful brutes might wallow in his money, it was the scheme of a perfect fool. He wouldn't commit suicide. Not if he knew it. He would stick on and laugh at them. And if he did have an occasional pain inside, what of that? Napoleon had them, and look at him. He would be blowed if he committed suicide. With the fire of a new resolve lighting up his eyes, he turned to seize the 6 letters and rifle them of their contents. They were gone. It took Mr. Meggs perhaps 30 seconds to recollect where they had gone to, and then it all came back to him. He had given them to the demon Pillinger, and, if he did not overtake her and get them back, she would mail them. Of all the mixed thoughts which seethed in Mr. Meggs's mind at that moment, easily the most prominent was the reflection that from his front door to the post office was a walk of less than 5 minutes. Miss Pillinger walked down the sleepy street in the June sunshine, boiling, as Mr. Meggs had done, with indignation. She, too, had been shaken to the core. It was her intention to fulfill her duty by posting the letters which had been entrusted to her, and then to quit forever the service of one who, for 6 years a model employer, had at last forgotten himself and showed his true nature. Her meditations were interrupted by a hoarse shout in her rear, and, turning, she perceived the model employer running rapidly towards her. His face was scarlet, his eyes wild, and he wore no hat. Miss Pillinger's mind worked swiftly. She took in the situation in a flash. Unrequited, guilty love had sapped Mr. Meggs's reason, and she was to be the victim of his fury. She had read of scores of similar cases in the newspapers. How little she had ever imagined that she would be the heroine of one of these dramas of passion. She looked for one brief instant up and down the street. Nobody was in sight. With a loud cry she began to run. Stop! It was the fierce voice of her pursuer. Miss Pillinger increased to 3rd speed. As she did so, she had a vision of headlines. Stop! Roared Mr. Meggs. Unrequited passion made this man murderer, thought Miss Pillinger. Stop! Crazed with love he slays beautiful blonde, flashed out in letters of crimson on the back of Miss Pillinger's mind. Stop! Spurned, he stabs her thrice. To touch the ground at intervals of 20 yards or so, that was the ideal she strove after. She addressed herself to it with all the strength of her powerful mind. In London, New York, Paris, and other cities where life is brisk, the spectacle of a hatless gentleman with a purple face pursuing his secretary through the streets at a rapid gallop would, of course, have excited little, if any, remark. But in Mr. Meggs's hometown events were of rarer occurrence. The last milestone in the history of his native place had been the visit, 2 years before, of Bingley's stupendous circus, which had paraded along the main street on its way to the next town. While zealous members of its staff visited the back premises of the houses and removed all the washing from the lines. Since then deep peace had reigned. Gradually, therefore, as the chase warmed up, citizens of all shapes and sizes began to assemble. Miss Pillinger's screams and the general appearance of Mr. Meggs gave food for thought. Having brooded over the situation, they decided at length to take a hand, with the result that as Mr. Meggs's grasp fell upon Miss Pillinger the grasp of several of his fellow townsmen fell upon him. "Save me," said Miss Pillinger. Mr. Meggs pointed speechlessly to the letters, which she still grasped in her right hand. He had taken practically no exercise for 20 years, and the pace had told upon him. Constable Gooch, guardian of the town's welfare, tightened his hold on Mr. Meggs's arm, and desired explanations. He was going to murder me," said Miss Pillinger. "Kill him," advised an austere bystander. "What do you mean you were going to murder the lady?" inquired Constable Gooch. Mr. Meggs found speech. I only wanted those letters." "What for?" "They're mine." "You charge her with stealing them?" "He gave them me to post with his own hands," cried Miss Pillinger. "I know I did, but I want them back." By this time the constable, though age had to some extent dimmed his sight, had recognized beneath the perspiration, features which, though they were distorted, were nevertheless those of one whom he respected as a leading citizen. "Why, Mr. Meggs," he said. This identification by one in authority calmed, if it a little disappointed, the crowd. What it was they did not know, but it was apparently not a murder, and they began to drift off. "Why don't you give Mr. Meggs his letters when he asks you, ma'am?" said the constable. Miss Pillinger drew herself up haughtily. "Here are your letters, Mr. Meggs. I hope we shall never meet again." Mr. Meggs nodded. That was his view, too. All things work together for good. The following morning Mr. Meggs awoke from a dreamless sleep with a feeling that some curious change had taken place in him. He was abominably stiff, and to move his limbs was pain, but down in the center of his being there was a novel sensation of lightness. He could have declared that he was happy. Wincing, he dragged himself out of bed and limped to the window. He threw it open. It was a perfect morning. A cool breeze smote his face, bringing with it pleasant scents and the soothing sound of God's creatures beginning a new day. An astounding thought struck him. "Why, I feel well." Then another. "It must be the exercise I took yesterday. By George, I'll do it regularly." He drank in the air luxuriously. Inside him, the wildcat gave him a sudden claw, but it was a half-hearted effort, the effort of one who knows that he is beaten. Mr. Meggs was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not even notice it. London, he was saying to himself. One of these physical culture places. Comparatively young man. Put myself in their hands. Mild, regular exercise. He limped to the bathroom. Absent treatment. I want to tell you all about dear old Bobby Cardew. It's a most interesting story. I can't put in any literary style and all that. But I don't have to, don't you know, because it goes on its moral lesson. If you're a man you mustn't miss it, because it'll be a warning to you. And if you're a woman you won't want to, because it's all about how a girl made a man feel pretty well fed up with things. If you're a recent acquaintance of Bobby's, you'll probably be surprised to hear that there was a time when he was more remarkable for the weakness of his memory than anything else. Dozens of fellows, who have only met Bobby since the change took place, have been surprised when I told them that. Yet it's true. Believe me. In the days when I first knew him, Bobby Cardew was about the most pronounced young rotter inside the 4-mile radius. People have called me a silly ass, but I was never in the same class with Bobby. When it came to being a silly ass, he was a +4 man, while my handicap was about 6. Why, if I wanted him to dine with me, I used to post him a letter at the beginning of the week, and then the day before send him a telegram and a phone call on the day itself. And, half an hour before the time we'd fixed, a messenger in a taxi, whose business it was to see that he got in and that the chauffeur had the address all correct. By doing this I generally managed to get him, unless he had left town before my messenger arrived. The funny thing was that he wasn't altogether a fool in other ways. Deep down in him there was a kind of stratum of sense. I had known him, once or twice, show an almost human intelligence. But to reach that stratum, mind you, you needed dynamite. At least, that's what I thought. But there was another way which hadn't occurred to me. Marriage, I mean. Marriage, the dynamite of the soul, that was what hit Bobby. He married. Have you ever seen a bullpup chasing a bee? The pup sees the bee. It looks good to him. But he still doesn't know what's at the end of it till he gets there. It was like that with Bobby. He fell in love, got married, with a sort of whoop, as if it were the greatest fun in the world, and then began to find out things. She wasn't the sort of girl you would have expected Bobby to rave about. And yet, I don't know. What I mean is, she worked for her living. And to a fellow who has never done a hand's turn in his life there's undoubtedly a sort of fascination, a kind of romance, about a girl who works for her living. Her name was Anthony. Mary Anthony. She was about 5 feet 6, she had 1.5 tons of red gold hair, gray eyes, and one of those determined chins. She was a hospital nurse. When Bobby smashed himself up at polo, she was told off by the authorities to smooth his brow and rally round with cooling unguents and all that. And the old boy hadn't been up and about again for more than a week before they popped off to the registrar's and fixed it up. Quite the romance. Bobby broke the news to me at the club one evening, and next day he introduced me to her. I admired her. I've never worked myself, my name's Pepper, by the way. Almost forgot to mention it. Reggie Pepper. My uncle Edward was Pepper, Wells, and Company, the colliery people. He left me a sizable chunk of bullion. I say I've never worked myself, but I admire anyone who earns a living under difficulties, especially a girl. And this girl had had a rather unusually tough time of it, being an orphan and all that, and having had to do everything off her own bat for years. Mary and I got along together splendidly. We don't now, but we'll come to that later. I'm speaking of the past. She seemed to think Bobby the greatest thing on earth, judging by the way she looked at him when she thought I wasn't noticing. And Bobby seemed to think the same about her. So that I came to the conclusion that, if only dear old Bobby didn't forget to go to the wedding, they had a sporting chance of being quite happy. Well, let's brisk up a bit here, and jump a year. The story doesn't really start till then. They took a flat and settled down. I was in and out of the place quite a good deal. I kept my eyes open, and everything seemed to me to be running along as smoothly as you could want. If this was marriage, I thought, I couldn't see why fellows were so frightened of it. There were a lot of worse things that could happen to a man. But we now come to the incident of the quiet dinner, and it's just here that love's young dream hits a snag, and things begin to occur. I happened to meet Bobby in Piccadilly, and he asked me to come back to dinner at the flat. And, like a fool, instead of bolting and putting myself under police protection, I went. When we got to the flat, there was Mrs. Bobby looking, well, I tell you, it staggered me. Her gold hair was all piled up in waves and crinkles and things, with a what-do-you-call-it of diamonds in it. And she was wearing the most perfectly ripping dress. I couldn't begin to describe it. I can only say it was the limit. It struck me that if this was how she was in the habit of looking every night when they were dining quietly at home together, it was no wonder that Bobby liked domesticity. "Here's old Reggie, dear," said Bobby. "I've brought him home to have a bit of dinner. I'll phone down to the kitchen and ask them to send it up now." "What?" She stared at him as if she had never seen him before. Then she turned scarlet. Then she turned as white as a sheet. Then she gave a little laugh. It was most interesting to watch. Made me wish I was up a tree about 800 miles away. Then she recovered herself. "I am so glad you were able to come, Mr. Pepper," she said, smiling at me. And after that she was all right. At least, you would have said so. She talked a lot at dinner, and chaffed Bobby, and played us ragtime on the piano afterwards, as if she hadn't a care in the world. Quite a jolly little party it was, not? I'm no lynx-eyed sleuth, and all that sort of thing, but I had seen her face at the beginning, and I knew that she was working the whole time and working hard, to keep herself in hand. And that she would have given that diamond what's-its name in her hair and everything else she possessed to have one good scream, just one. I've sat through some pretty thick evenings in my time, but that one had the rest beaten in a canter. At the very earliest moment I grabbed my hat and got away. Having seen what I did, I wasn't particularly surprised to meet Bobby at the club next day looking about as merry and bright as a lonely gumdrop at an Eskimo tea party. He started in straightway. He seemed glad to have someone to talk to about it. "Do you know how long I've been married?" he said. I didn't exactly. "About a year, isn't it?" "Not about a year," he said sadly. "Exactly a year, yesterday." Then I understood. I saw light, a regular flash of light. Yesterday was the anniversary of the wedding. I'd arranged to take Mary to the Savoy, and on to Covent Garden. She particularly wanted to hear Caruso. I had the ticket for the box in my pocket. Do you know, all through dinner I had a kind of rummy idea that there was something I'd forgotten, but I couldn't think what. Till your wife mentioned it. He nodded. "She mentioned it," he said thoughtfully. "I didn't ask for details. Women with hair and chins like Mary's may be angels most of the time, but, when they take off their wings for a bit, they aren't half-hearted about it. To be absolutely frank, old top," said poor old Bobby, in a broken sort of way, "my stock's pretty low at home. There didn't seem much to be done. I just lit a cigarette and sat there." He didn't want to talk. Presently he went out. I stood at the window of our upper smoking room, which looks out onto Piccadilly, and watched him. He walked slowly along for a few yards, stopped, then walked on again, and finally turned into a jeweler's. Which was an instance of what I meant when I said that deep down in him there was a certain stratum of sense. It was from now on that I began to be really interested in this problem of Bobby's married life. Of course, one's always mildly interested in one's friends' marriages, hoping they'll turn out well and all that, but this was different. The average man isn't like Bobby, and the average girl isn't like Mary. It was that old business of the immovable mass and the irresistible force. There was Bobby, ambling gently through life, a dear old chap in 100 ways, but undoubtedly a chump of the first water. And there was Mary, determined that he shouldn't be a chump. And nature, mind you, on Bobby's side. When nature makes a chump like dear old Bobby, she's proud of him, and doesn't want her handiwork disturbed. She gives him a sort of natural armor to protect him against outside interference. And that armor is shortness of memory. Shortness of memory keeps a man a chump, when, but for it, he might cease to be one. Take my case, for instance. I'm a chump. Well, if I had remembered half the things people have tried to teach me during my life, my size in hats would be about number 9. But I didn't. I forgot them. And it was just the same with Bobby. For about a week, perhaps a bit more, the recollection of that quiet little domestic evening bucked him up like a tonic. Elephants, I read somewhere, are champions at the memory business, but they were fools to Bobby during that week. But, bless you, the shock wasn't nearly big enough. It had dinted the armor, but it hadn't made a hole in it. Pretty soon he was back at the old game. It was pathetic, don't you know? The poor girl loved him, and she was frightened. It was the thin edge of the wedge, you see, and she knew it. A man who forgets what day he was married, when he's been married 1 year, will forget, at about the end of the 4th, that he's married at all. If she meant to get him in hand at all, she had got to do it now, before he began to drift away. I saw that clearly enough, and I tried to make Bobby see it, when he was by way of pouring out his troubles to me one afternoon. I can't remember what it was that he had forgotten the day before, but it was something she had asked him to bring home for her. It may have been a book. "It's such a little thing to make a fuss about," said Bobby. "And she knows that it's simply because I've got such an infernal memory about everything. I can't remember anything. Never could." He talked on for a while, and, just as he was going, he pulled out a couple of sovereigns. "Oh, by the way," he said. "What's this for?" I asked, though I knew. "I owe it you." "How's that?" I said. "Why, that bet on Tuesday. In the billiard room. Murray and Brown were playing 100 up, and I gave you 2-1 that Brown would win, and Murray beat him by 20 odd. So you do remember some things?" I said. He got quite excited. Said that if I thought he was the sort of rotter who forgot to pay when he lost a bet, it was pretty rotten of me after knowing him all these years, and a lot more like that. "Subside, laddie," I said. Then I spoke to him like a father. "What you've got to do, my old college chum," I said, "is to pull yourself together, and jolly quick, too. As things are shaping, you're due for a nasty knock before you know what's hit you. You've got to make an effort. Don't say you can't. This 2 quid business shows that, even if your memory is rocky, you can remember some things. What you've got to do is to see that wedding anniversaries and so on are included in the list. It may be a brain strain, but you can't get out of it." "I suppose you're right," said Bobby. "But it beats me why she thinks such a lot of these rotten little dates. What's it matter if I forgot what day we were married on, or what day she was born on, or what day the cat had the measles? She knows I love her just as much as if I were a memorizing freak at the halls." "That's not enough for a woman," I said. "They want to be shown. Bear that in mind, and you're all right. Forget it, and there'll be trouble." He chewed the knob of his stick. "Women are frightfully rummy," he said gloomily. "You should have thought of that before you married one," I said. I don't see that I could have done any more. I had put the whole thing in a nutshell for him. You would have thought he'd have seen the point, and that it would have made him brace up and get a hold on himself. But no. Off he went again in the same old way. I gave up arguing with him. I had a good deal of time on my hands, but not enough to amount to anything when it was a question of reforming dear old Bobby by argument. If you see a man asking for trouble, and insisting on getting it, the only thing to do is to stand by and wait till it comes to him. After that you may get a chance. But till then there's nothing to be done. But I thought a lot about him. Bobby didn't get into the soup all at once. Weeks went by, and months, and still nothing happened. Now and then he'd come into the club with a kind of cloud on his shining morning face, and I'd know that there had been doings in the home. But it wasn't till well on in the spring that he got the thunderbolt just where he had been asking for it, in the thorax. I was smoking a quiet cigarette one morning in the window looking out over Piccadilly, and watching the buses and motors going up one way and down the other. Most interesting it is. I often do it, when in rushed Bobby, with his eyes bulging and his face the color of an oyster, waving a piece of paper in his hand. "Reggie," he said. "Reggie, old top, she's gone." "Gone?" I said. "Who?" "Mary, of course." "Gone." "Left me." "Gone." "Where?" I said. "Silly question. Perhaps you're right. Anyhow, dear old Bobby nearly foamed at the mouth. Where? How should I know where? Here, read this. He pushed the paper into my hand. It was a letter. Go on, said Bobby. Read it. So I did. It certainly was quite a letter. There was not much of it, but it was all to the point. This is what it said. My dear Bobby, I am going away. When you care enough about me to remember to wish me many happy returns on my birthday, I will come back. My address will be Box 341, London Morning News. I read it twice, then I said, well, why don't you? Why don't I what? Why don't you wish her many happy returns? It doesn't seem much to ask. But she says on her birthday. Well, when is her birthday? Can't you understand? Said Bobby. I've forgotten. Forgotten. I said. Yes, said Bobby. Forgotten. How do you mean, forgotten? I said. Forgotten whether it's the 20th or the 21st, or what? How near do you get to it? I know it came somewhere between the 1st of January and the 31st of December. That's how near I get to it. Think. Think? What's the use of saying think? Think I haven't thought? I've been knocking sparks out of my brain ever since I opened that letter. And you can't remember? No. I rang the bell and ordered restoratives. Well, Bobby, I said, it's a pretty hard case to spring on an untrained amateur like me. Suppose someone had come to Sherlock Holmes and said, Mr. Holmes, here's a case for you. When is my wife's birthday? Wouldn't that have given Sherlock a jolt? However, I know enough about the game to understand that a fellow can't shoot off his deductive theories unless you start him with a clue. So rouse yourself out of that pop-eyed trance and come across with 2 or 3. For instance, can't you remember the last time she had a birthday? What sort of weather was it? That might fix the month. Bobby shook his head. It was just ordinary weather, as near as I can recollect. Warm? Warmish. Or cold? Well, fairly cold, perhaps. I can't remember. I ordered 2 more of the same. They seemed indicated in the young detective's manual. You're a great help, Bobby, I said. An invaluable assistant. One of those indispensable adjuncts without which no home is complete. Bobby seemed to be thinking. I've got it, he said suddenly. Look here. I gave her a present on her last birthday. All we have to do is to go to the shop, hunt up the date when it was bought, and the thing's done. Absolutely. What did you give her? He sagged. I can't remember, he said. Getting ideas is like golf. Some days you're right off, others it's as easy as falling off a log. I don't suppose dear old Bobby had ever had 2 ideas in the same morning before in his life. But now he did it without an effort. He just loosed another dry martini into the undergrowth, and before you could turn round it had flushed quite a brainwave. Do you know those little books called When Were You Born? There's one for each month. They tell you your character, your talents, your strong points, and your weak points at 4p halfpenny a go. Bobby's idea was to buy the whole 12, and go through them till we found out which month hit off Mary's character. That would give us the month, and narrow it down a whole lot. A pretty hot idea for a non-thinker like dear old Bobby. We sallied out at once. He took half and I took half, and we settled down to work. As I say, it sounded good. But when we came to go into the thing, we saw that there was a flaw. There was plenty of information all right, but there wasn't a single month that didn't have something that exactly hit off Mary. For instance, in the December book it said, December people are apt to keep their own secrets. They are extensive travelers. Well, Mary had certainly kept her secret, and she had traveled quite extensively enough for Bobby's needs. Then, October people were born with original ideas, and loved moving. You couldn't have summed up Mary's little jaunt more neatly. February people had wonderful memories, Mary's speciality. We took a bit of a rest, then had another go at the thing. Bobby was all for May, because the book said that women born in that month were inclined to be capricious, which is always a barrier to a happy married life. But I plumped for February, because February women are unusually determined to have their own way, are very earnest, and expect a full return in their companion or mates. Which he owned was about as like Mary as anything could be. In the end he tore the books up, stamped on them, burnt them, and went home. It was wonderful what a change the next few days made in dear old Bobby. Have you ever seen that picture, The Soul's Awakening? It represents a flapper of sorts gazing in a startled sort of way into the middle distance with a look in her eyes that seems to say, surely that is George's step I hear on the mat. Can this be love? Well, Bobby had a soul's awakening too. I don't suppose he had ever troubled to think in his life before, not really think. But now he was wearing his brain to the bone. It was painful in a way, of course, to see a fellow human being so thoroughly in the soup, but I felt strongly that it was all for the best. I could see as plainly as possible that all these brainstorms were improving Bobby out of knowledge. When it was all over he might possibly become a rotter again of a sort, but it would only be a pale reflection of the rotter he had been. It bore out the idea I had always had that what he needed was a real good jolt. I saw a great deal of him these days. I was his best friend, and he came to me for sympathy. I gave it him, too, with both hands, but I never failed to hand him the moral lesson when I had him weak. One day he came to me as I was sitting in the club, and I could see that he had had an idea. He looked happier than he had done in weeks. "Reggie," he said, "I'm on the trail. This time I'm convinced that I shall pull it off. I've remembered something of vital importance." "Yes?" I said. "I remember distinctly," he said, "that on Mary's last birthday we went together to the Colosseum. How does that hit you?" "It's a fine bit of memorizing," I said, "but how does it help?" "Why, they change the program every week there." "Ah," I said. "Now you are talking." And the week we went one of the turns was Professor Someone's Terpsichorean cats. I recollect them distinctly. Now, are we narrowing it down, or aren't we? "Reggie, I'm going round to the Colosseum this minute, and I'm going to dig the date of those Terpsichorean cats out of them, if I have to use a crowbar." So that got him within 6 days. For the management treated us like brothers, brought out the archives, and ran agile fingers over the pages till they treed the cats in the middle of May. "I told you it was May," said Bobby. "Maybe you'll listen to me another time." "If you've any sense," I said, "there won't be another time." And Bobby said that there wouldn't. Once you get your memory on the run, it parts as if it enjoyed doing it. I had just got off to sleep that night when my telephone bell rang. It was Bobby, of course. He didn't apologize. "Reggie," he said, "I've got it now for certain. It's just come to me. We saw those Terpsichorean cats at a matinee, old man." "Yes?" I said. "Well, don't you see that brings it down to 2 days? It must have been either Wednesday the 7th or Saturday the 10th. "Yes," I said, "if they didn't have daily matinees at the Colosseum." I heard him give a sort of howl. "Bobby," I said. My feet were freezing, but I was fond of him. "Well? I've remembered something too. It's this. The day you went to the Colosseum I lunched with you both at the Ritz. You had forgotten to bring any money with you, so you wrote a check. But I'm always writing checks." "You are. But this was for a tenner, and made out to the hotel. Hunt up your checkbook and see how many checks for £10 payable to the Ritz Hotel you wrote out between May the 5th and May the 10th. He gave a kind of gulp. "Reggie," he said, "you're a genius. I've always said so. I believe you've got it. Hold the line." Presently he came back again. "Hello," he said. I'm here, I said. It was the 8th. Reggie, old man, Topping, I said. Good night. It was working along into the small hours now, but I thought I might as well make a night of it and finish the thing up, so I rang up an hotel near the Strand. Put me through to Mrs. Cardew, I said. It's late, said the man at the other end. And getting later every minute, I said. Buck along, laddie. I waited patiently. I had missed my beauty sleep, and my feet had frozen hard, but I was past regrets. What is the matter? Said Mary's voice. My feet are cold, I said. But I didn't call you up to tell you that particularly. I've just been chatting with Bobby, Mrs. Cardew. Oh. Is that Mr. Pepper? Yes. He's remembered it, Mrs. Cardew. She gave a sort of scream. I've often thought how interesting it must be to be one of those exchange girls. The things they must hear, don't you know? Bobby's howl and gulp and Mrs. Bobby's scream and all about my feet and all that. Most interesting it must be. He's remembered it, she gasped. Did you tell him? No. Well, I hadn't. Mr. Pepper. Yes? Was he very worried? I chuckled. This was where I was billed to be the life and soul of the party. Worried. He was about the most worried man between here and Edinburgh. He has been worrying as if he was paid to do it by the nation. He has started out to worry after breakfast, and... Oh, well, you can never tell with women. My idea was that we should pass the rest of the night slapping each other on the back across the wire, and telling each other what bally-brainy conspirators we were, don't you know, and all that. But I'd got just as far as this, when she bit at me. Absolutely. I heard the snap. And then she said, oh, in that choked kind of way. And when a woman says, oh, like that, it means all the bad words she'd love to say if she only knew them. And then she began. What brutes men are. What horrid brutes. How you could stand by and see poor dear Bobby worrying himself into a fever, when a word from you would have put everything right, I can't. But. And you call yourself his friend. His friend. Metallic laugh, most unpleasant. It shows how one can be deceived. I used to think you a kind-hearted man. But, I say, when I suggested the thing, you thought it perfectly. I thought it hateful, abominable. But you said it was absolutely top. I said nothing of the kind. And if I did, I didn't mean it. I don't wish to be unjust, Mr. Pepper, but I must say that to me there seems to be something positively fiendish in a man who can go out of his way to separate a husband from his wife. Simply in order to amuse himself by gloating over his agony. But. When one single word would have. But you made me promise not to, I bleated. And if I did, do you suppose I didn't expect you to have the sense to break your promise? I had finished. I had no further observations to make. I hung up the receiver, and crawled into bed. I still see Bobby when he comes to the club, but I do not visit the old homestead. He is friendly, but he stops short of issuing invitations. I ran across Mary at the academy last week, and her eyes went through me like a couple of bullets through a pat of butter. And as they came out the other side, and I limped off to piece myself together again, there occurred to me the simple epitaph which, when I am no more, I intend to have inscribed on my tombstone. It was this: he was a man who acted from the best motives. There is one born every minute. Mr. Potter takes a rest cure. Mr. John Hamilton Potter, founder and proprietor of the well-known New York publishing house of J. H. Potter Incorporated, laid down the typescript which had been engaging his leisurely attention. And from the depths of his basket chair gazed dreamily across the green lawns and gleaming flower-beds to where Skeldings Hall basked in the pleasant June sunshine. He was feeling quietly happy. The waters of the moat glittered like liquid silver, a gentle breeze brought to his nostrils the scent of newly cut grass. The doves and the immemorial elms cooed with precisely the right gentlemanly intonation, and he had not seen Clifford Gandol since luncheon. God, it seemed to Mr. Potter, was in his heaven and all was right with the world. And how near, he reflected, he had come to missing all this delightful old-world peace. When, shortly after his arrival in England, he had met Lady Wickham at a pen and ink club dinner and she had invited him to pay a visit to Skelding's, his first impulse had been to decline. His hostess was a woman of rather markedly overwhelming personality. And, inasmuch as he had only recently recovered from a nervous breakdown and had been ordered by his doctor complete rest and tranquility, it had seemed to him that at close range and over an extended period of time she might be a little too much for the old system. Furthermore, she wrote novels, and that instinct of self-preservation which lurks in every publisher had suggested to him that behind her invitation lay a sinister desire to read these to him one by one with a view to getting him to produce them in America. Only the fact that he was a lover of the old and picturesque, coupled with the fact that Skelding's Hall dated back to the time of the Tudors, had caused him to accept. Not once, however, not even when Clifford Gandol was expressing to him with a politician's trained verbosity his views on unemployment and other weighty matters, had he regretted his decision. When he looked back on his life of the past 18 months, a life spent in an inferno of shrilling telephones and authors, many of them female, popping in to abuse him for not advertising their books better, he could almost fancy that he had been translated to paradise. A paradise, moreover, which was not without its peri. For at this moment there approached Mr. Potter across the lawn, walking springily as if she were constructed of whalebone and india rubber, a girl. She was a boyish-looking girl, slim and graceful, and the red hair on her bare head glowed pleasingly in the sun. "Hello, Mr. Potter," she said. The publisher beamed upon her. This was Roberta Wickham, his hostess's daughter, who had returned to her ancestral home 2 days ago from a visit to friends in the north. A friendly young thing, she had appealed to Mr. Potter from the first. "Well, well, well," said Mr. Potter. "Don't get up. What are you reading?" Bobby Wickham picked up the manuscript. "Ethics of Suicide," she read. "Cheery." Mr. Potter laughed indulgently. "No doubt it seems an odd thing to be reading on such a day and in such surroundings. But a publisher is never free. This was sent over for my decision from my New York office. They won't leave me alone, you see, even when I am on vacation." Bobby Wickham's hazel eyes clouded pensively. "There's a lot to be said for suicide," she murmured. "If I had to see much of Clifford Gandol, I'd commit suicide myself." Mr. Potter started. He had always liked this child, but he had never dreamed that she was such a completely kindred soul. "Don't you like Mr. Gandol?" "No. Nor do I." "Nor does anyone," said Bobby, "except Mother." Her eyes clouded again. "Mother thinks he's wonderful." "She does?" "Yes." "Well, well," said Mr. Potter. Bobby brooded. "He's a member of Parliament, you know." "Yes. And they say he may be in the cabinet any day. So he gave me to understand. And all that sort of thing is very bad for a man, don't you think? I mean, it seems to make him so starchy." "The very word." "And pompous." "The exact adjective I would have selected," agreed Mr. Potter. "In our frequent conversations, before you arrived, he addressed me as if I were a half-witted deputation of his constituents." "Did you see much of him before I came?" "A great deal, though I did my best to avoid him." "He's a difficult man to avoid." "Yes." Mr. Potter chuckled sheepishly. "Shall I tell you something that happened a day or two ago? You must not let it go any farther, of course. I was coming out of the smoking room one morning and I saw him approaching me along the passage. So I jumped back and, hid in a small cupboard." "Jolly sensible." "Yes. But unfortunately he opened the cupboard door and discovered me. It was exceedingly embarrassing." "What did you say?" There was nothing much I could say. I'm afraid he must have thought me out of my senses. Well, all right, mother. Coming. The rich contralto of a female novelist calling to its young had broken the stillness of the summer afternoon. Mr. Potter looked up with a start. Lady Wickham was standing on the lawn. It seemed to Mr. Potter that, as his little friend moved towards her, something of the springiness had gone out of her walk. It was as if she moved reluctantly. "Where have you been, Roberta?" asked Lady Wickham, as her daughter came within earshot of the normal tone of voice. "I have been looking everywhere for you." "Anything special, mother?" "Mr. Gandal wants to go to Hertford. He has to get some books. I think you had better drive him in your car." "Oh, mother." Mr. Potter, watching from his chair, observed a peculiar expression flit into Lady Wickham's face. Had he been her English publisher, instead of merely her prospective American publisher, he would have been familiar with that look. It meant that Lady Wickham was preparing to exercise her celebrated willpower. "Roberta," she said, with dangerous quiet, "I particularly wish you to drive Mr. Gandal to Hertford. But I had promised to go over and play tennis at the Crufts. Mr. Gandal is a much better companion for you than a young waster like Algy Crufts. You must run over and tell him that you cannot play today." A few minutes later a natty two-seater drew up at the front door of the Crufts residence down the road. And Bobby Wickham, seated at the wheel, gave tongue. "Algy." The flannel-clad form of Mr. Algernon Crufts appeared at a window. "Hello." "Down in a jiffy." There was an interval. Then Mr. Crufts joined her on the drive. "Hello. I say, you haven't brought your racket, you poor chump," he said. "Tennis is off," announced Bobby, briefly. "I've got to drive Clifford Gandal into Hertford." She paused. "I say, Algy, shall I tell you something?" "What?" "Between ourselves." "Absolutely. Mother wants me to marry Clifford Gandal." Algy Crufts uttered a strangled exclamation. Such was his emotion that he nearly swallowed the first 8 inches of his cigarette holder. "Marry Clifford Gandal?" "Yes. She's all for it. She says he would have a steadying influence on me." "Ghastly. Take my advice and give the project the most absolute go-by. I was up at Oxford with the man. A blighter, if ever there was one. He was president of the union and all sorts of frightful things. It's all very awkward. I don't know what to do. Kick him in the eye and tell him to go to blazes. That's the procedure. But it's so hard not to do anything Mother wants you to do. You know Mother." "I do," said Mr. Crufts, who did. "Oh, well," said Bobby, "you never know. There's always the chance that she may take a sudden dislike to him for some reason or other. She does take sudden dislikes to people." "She does," said Mr. Crufts. Lady Wickham had disliked him at first sight. "Well, let's hope she will suddenly dislike Clifford Gandal. But I don't mind telling you, Algy, that at the moment things are looking pretty black." "Keep smiling," urged Mr. Crufts. "What's the good of smiling, you fathead?" said Bobby, morosely. Night had fallen on Skeldings Hall. Lady Wickham was in her study, thinking those great thoughts which would subsequently be copyrighted in all languages, including the Scandinavian. Bobby was strolling somewhere in the grounds, having eluded Mr. Gandal after dinner. And Mr. Gandal, baffled but not defeated, had donned a light overcoat and gone out to try to find Bobby. As for Mr. Potter, he was luxuriating in restful solitude in a punt under a willow by the bank of the moat. From the first moment he had set eyes on it, Hamilton Potter had loved the moat at Skeldings Hall. Here, by the willow, it broadened out almost into the dimensions of a lake. And there was in the glitter of stars on its surface and the sleepy rustling of birds in the trees along its bank something infinitely soothing. The healing darkness wrapped the publisher about like a blanket, the cool night wind fanned caressingly a forehead a little heated by Lady Wickham's fine old port. And gradually, lulled by the beauty of the scene, Mr. Potter allowed himself to float into one of those reveries which come to publishers at moments such as this. He mused on jackets and remainders and modes of distribution, on royalties and advertisements and spring lists and booksellers' discounts. And his random thoughts, like fleeting thistledown, had just drifted to the question of the growing price of pulp paper, when from somewhere nearby there came the sound of a voice, jerking him back to the world again. "Oh, let the solid ground not fail beneath my feet before that I have found what some have found so sweet," said the voice. A moderate request, one would have supposed. And yet it irritated Mr. Potter like the bite of a mosquito. For the voice was the voice of Clifford Gandol. "Roberta," proceeded the voice, and Mr. Potter breathed again. He had taken it for granted that the man had perceived and was addressing himself. He gathered now that his presence had not been discovered. "Roberta," said Mr. Gandol, "surely you cannot have been blind to the nature of my feelings? Surely you must have guessed that it was love that—" Hamilton Potter congealed into a solid mass of frozen horror. He was listening in on a proposal of marriage. The emotions of any delicate-minded man who finds himself in such a position cannot fail to be uncomfortable, and the greater his delicacy of mind the more acute must the discomfort be. Mr. Potter, being, as are all publishers, more like a shrinking violet than anything else in the world, nearly swooned. His scalp tingled, his jaw fell. And his toes began to open and shut like poppet valves. "Heart of my heart," said Mr. Gandol. Mr. Potter gave a convulsive shudder. And the punt pole, which had been resting on the edge of the boat, clattered down with a noise like a machine gun. There was a throbbing silence. Then Mr. Gandol spoke sharply. "Is anybody there?" There are situations in which a publisher can do only one thing. Raising himself noiselessly, Mr. Potter wriggled to the side of the punt and lowered himself into the water. "Who is there?" Mr. Potter with a strong effort shut his mouth, which was trying to emit a howl of anguish. He had never supposed that water could be so cold. Silently he waded out towards the opposite bank. The only thing that offered any balm in this black moment was the recollection that his hostess had informed him that the moat was not more than 4 feet deep. But what Lady Wickham had omitted to inform him was that in 1 or 2 places there were 10-foot holes. It came, therefore, as a surprise to Mr. Potter when, after he had travelled some 6 yards, there happened to him that precise disaster which Mr. Gandol, in his recent remarks, had expressed himself as so desirous of avoiding. As the publisher took his next step forward, the solid ground failed beneath his feet. "Oosh!" ejaculated Mr. Potter. Clifford Gandol was a man of swift intuition. Hearing the cry and becoming aware at the same time of loud splashing noises, he guessed in one masterly flash of inductive reasoning that someone had fallen in. He charged down the bank and perceived the punt. He got into the punt. Bobby Wickham got into the punt. Mr. Gandol seized the pole and propelled the punt out into the waste of waters. "Are you there?" inquired Mr. Gandol. "Glub!" exclaimed Mr. Potter. "I see him," said Bobby. "More to the left." Clifford Gandol drove the rescuing craft more to the left, and was just digging the pole into the water when Mr. Potter, coming up for the 3rd time, found it within his reach. The partiality of drowning men for straws is proverbial, but, as a class, they are broad-minded and will clutch at punt poles with equal readiness. Mr. Potter seized the pole and pulled strongly. And Clifford Gandol, who happened to be leaning his whole weight on it at the moment, was not proof against what practically amounted to a formal invitation. A moment later he had joined Mr. Potter in the depths. Bobby Wickham rescued the punt pole, which was floating away on the tide, and peered down through the darkness. Stirring things were happening below. Clifford Gandol had grasped Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter had grasped Clifford Gandol. And Bobby, watching from above, was irresistibly reminded of a picture she had seen in her childhood of alligators fighting in the river Hooghly. She raised the pole, and, with the best intentions, prodded at the tangled mass. The treatment proved effective. The pole, taking Clifford Gandol shrewdly in the stomach, caused him to release his grip on Mr. Potter, and Mr. Potter, suddenly discovering that he was in shallow water again, did not hesitate. By the time Clifford Gandol had scrambled into the punt he was on dry land, squelching rapidly towards the house. A silence followed his departure. Then Mr. Gandol, expelling the last pint of water from his mouth, gave judgment. The man must be mad. He found some more water which he had overlooked, and replaced it. Stark, staring mad. He repeated. He must have deliberately flung himself in. Bobby Wickham was gazing out into the night. And, had the visibility been better, her companion might have observed in her expression the raptness of inspiration. There is no other explanation. The punt was there, by the bank, and he was here, right out in the middle of the moat. I've suspected for days that he was unbalanced. Once I found him hiding in a cupboard. Crouching there with a wild gleam in his eyes. And that brooding look of his. That strange brooding look. I've noticed it every time I've been talking to him. Bobby broke the silence, speaking in a low, grave voice. Didn't you know about poor Mr. Potter? That he has suicidal mania? Clifford Gandol drew in his breath sharply. You can't blame him, said Bobby. How would you feel if you came home one day and found your wife and your 2 brothers and a cousin sitting round the dinner table stone dead? What? Poisoned. Something in the curry. She shivered. This morning I found him in the garden gloating over a book called Ethics of Suicide. Clifford Gandol ran his fingers through his dripping hair. Something ought to be done. What can you do? The thing isn't supposed to be known. If you mention it to him, he will simply go away. And then Mother will be furious, because she wants him to publish her books in America. I shall keep the closest watch on the man. Yes, that's the thing to do, agreed Bobby. She pushed the punt to the shore. Mr. Gandol, who had begun to feel chilly, leaped out and sped to the house to change his clothes. Bobby, following at a more leisurely pace, found her mother standing in the passage outside her study. Lady Wickham's manner was perturbed. Roberta. Yes, Mother? What in the world has been happening? A few moments ago Mr. Potter ran past my door, dripping wet. And now Clifford Gandol has just gone by, also soaked to the skin. What have they been doing? Fighting in the moat, Mother. Fighting in the moat? What do you mean? Mr. Potter jumped in to try and get away from Mr. Gandol, and then Mr. Gandol went in after him and seized him round the neck, and they grappled together for quite a long time, struggling furiously. I think they must have had a quarrel. What on earth would they quarrel about? Well, you know what a violent man Clifford Gandol is. This was an aspect of Mr. Gandol's character which Lady Wickham had not perceived. She opened her penetrating eyes. Clifford Gandol violent? I think he's the sort of man who takes sudden dislikes to people. Nonsense. Well, it all seems very queer to me, said Bobby. She passed on her way upstairs. And, reaching the first landing, turned down the corridor till she came to the principal guest room. She knocked delicately. There were movements inside, and presently the door opened, revealing Hamilton Potter in a flowered dressing gown. Thank heaven you're safe, said Bobby. The fervor of her tone touched Mr. Potter. His heart warmed to the child. If I hadn't been there when Mr. Gandol was trying to drown you. Mr. Potter started violently. Trying to drown me? He gasped. Bobby's eyebrows rose. Hasn't anybody told you about Mr. Gandol, warned you? Didn't you know he was one of the mad Gandols? The mad Gandols. You know what some of these very old English families are like. All the Gandols have been mad for generations back. You don't mean, you can't mean, Mr. Potter gulped. You can't mean that Mr. Gandol is homicidal? Not normally. But he takes sudden dislikes to people. "I think he likes me," said Mr. Potter, with a certain nervous satisfaction. "He has made a point of seeking me out and giving me his views on various matters." "Did you ever yawn while he was doing it?" Mr. Potter blenched. Would he mind that very much?" "Mind it? You lock your door at night, don't you, Mr. Potter?" "But this is terrible. He sleeps in this corridor." "But why is the man at large?" "He hasn't done anything yet." "You can't shut a man up till he has done something." "Does Lady Wickham know of this?" "For goodness sake don't say a word to Mother. It would only make her nervous. Everything will be quite all right, if you're only careful. You had better try not to let him get you alone." "Yes," said Mr. Potter. It was an idea that had occurred to him independently. The last of the mad Gandals, meanwhile, having peeled off the dress clothes moistened during the recent water carnival, had draped his bony form in a suit of orange-colored pajamas, and was now devoting the full force of a legislator's mind to the situation which had arisen. He was a long, thin young man with a curved nose which even in his lighter moments gave him the appearance of disapproving things in general. And there had been nothing in the events of the last hour to cause any diminution of this look of disapproval. For we cannot in fairness but admit that, if ever a mad Gandal had good reason to be mad, Clifford Gandal had at this juncture. He had been interrupted at the crucial point of a proposal of marriage. He had been plunged into water and prodded with a punt pole. He had sown the seeds of a cold in the head. And he rather fancied that he had swallowed a newt. These things do not conduce to sunniness in a man. Nor did an inspection of the future do anything to remove his gloom. He had come to Skeldings for rest and recuperation after the labors of an exhausting session, and now it seemed that, instead of passing his time pleasantly in the society of Roberta Wickham, he would be compelled to devote himself to acting as a guardian to a misguided publisher. It was not as if he liked publishers, either. His relations with Prodder and Wiggs, who had sold 43 copies of his book of political essays, Watchman, What of the Night?, had not been agreeable. Nevertheless, this last of the Gandals was a conscientious man. He had no intention of shirking the call of duty. The question of whether it was worth while preventing a publisher committing suicide did not present itself to him. That was why Bobby's note, when he read it, produced such immediate results. Exactly when the missive had been delivered, Clifford Gandal could not say. Much thought had rendered him distrait, and the rustle of the paper as it was thrust under his door did not reach his consciousness. It was only when, after a considerable time, he rose with the intention of going to bed that he perceived lying on the floor an envelope. He stooped and picked it up. He examined it with a thoughtful stare. He opened it. The letter was brief. It ran as follows. What about his razors? A thrill of dismay shot through him. Razors. He had forgotten them. Clifford Gandal did not delay. Already it might be that he was too late. He hurried down the passage and tapped at Mr. Potter's door. Who's there? Clifford Gandal was relieved. He was in time. Can I come in? Who is that? Gandal. What do you want? Can you, lend me a raza? A what? A raza. There followed a complete silence from within. Mr. Gandal tapped again. Are you there? The silence was broken by an odd rumbling sound. Something heavy knocked against the woodwork. But that the explanation seemed so improbable, Mr. Gandal would have said that this peculiar publisher had pushed a chest of drawers against the door. Mr. Potter. More silence. Are you there, Mr. Potter? Additional stillness. Mr. Gandal, wearying of a profitless vigil, gave the thing up and returned to his room. The task that lay before him, he now realized, was to wait a while and then make his way along the balcony which joined the windows of the two rooms. Enter while the other slept, and abstract his weapon or weapons. He looked at his watch. The hour was close on midnight. He decided to give Mr. Potter till 2 o'clock. Clifford Gandol sat down to wait. Mr. Potter's first action, after the retreating footsteps had told him that his visitor had gone, was to extract a couple of nerve pills from the box by his bed and swallow them. This was a rite which, by the orders of his medical adviser, he had performed thrice a day since leaving America, once half an hour before breakfast, once an hour before luncheon, and again on retiring to rest. In spite of the fact that he now consumed these pills, it seemed to Mr. Potter that he could scarcely be described as retiring to rest. After the recent ghastly proof of Clifford Gandol's insane malevolence, he could not bring himself to hope that even the most fitful slumber would come to him this night. The horror of the thought of that awful man padding softly to his door and asking for razors chilled Hamilton Potter to the bone. Nevertheless, he did his best. He switched off the light and, closing his eyes, began to repeat in a soft undertone a formula which he had often found efficacious. Day by day, murmured Mr. Potter, in every way, I am getting better and better. Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. It would have astonished Clifford Gandol, yawning in his room down the corridor, if he could have heard such optimistic sentiments proceeding from those lips. Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Mr. Potter's mind performed an unfortunate sideslip. He lay there tingling. Suppose he was getting better and better, what of it? What was the use of getting better and better if at any moment a mad Gandol might spring out with a razor and end it all? He forced his thoughts away from these uncomfortable channels. He clenched his teeth and whispered through them with a touch of defiance. Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Day by day, in every way. A pleasant drowsiness stole over Mr. Potter. Day by day, in every way, he murmured, I am getting better and better. Day by day, in every way, I am betting getter and getter. Day by day, in every way, I am betting getter and wetter. Way by day. Mr. Potter slept. Over the stables the clock chimed the hour of 2, and Clifford Gandol stepped out onto the balcony. It has been well said by many thinkers that in human affairs you can never be certain that some little trifling obstacle will not undo the best laid of schemes. It was the sunken road at Hougoumont that undid the French cavalry at Waterloo, and it was something very similar that caused Clifford Gandol's plan of action to go wrong now, a jug of water, to wit, which the maid who had brought Mr. Potter's hot water can before dinner had placed immediately beneath the window. Clifford Gandol, insinuating himself with the extreme of caution through the window and finding his foot resting on something hard, assumed that he was touching the floor, and permitted his full weight to rest upon that foot. Almost immediately afterwards the world collapsed with a crash, and a deluge of water and light, flooding the room, showed Mr. Potter sitting up in bed, blinking. Mr. Potter stared at Clifford Gandol. Clifford Gandol stared at Mr. Potter. Hello, said Clifford Gandol. Mr. Potter uttered a low, curious sound like a cat with a fishbone in its throat. I just looked in, said Clifford Gandol. Mr. Potter made a noise like a second and slightly larger cat with another fishbone in its throat. I've come for the Raza, said Clifford Gandol. Ah, there it is, he said, and, moving towards the dressing table, secured it. Mr. Potter leaped from his bed. He looked about him for a weapon. The only one in sight appeared to be the typescript of ethics of suicide, and that, while it would have made an admirable instrument for swatting flies, was far too flimsy for the present crisis. All in all, it began to look to Mr. Potter like a sticky evening. Good night, said Clifford Gandol. Mr. Potter was amazed to see that his visitor was withdrawing towards the window. It seemed incredible. For a moment he wondered whether Bobby Wickham had not made some mistake about this man. Nothing could be more temperate than his behavior at the moment. And then, as he reached the window, Clifford Gandol smiled, and all Mr. Potter's fears leaped into being again. The opinion of Clifford Gandol regarding this smile was that it was one of those kindly, reassuring smiles, the sort of smile to put the most nervous melancholiac at his ease. To Mr. Potter it seemed precisely the kind of maniac grin which he would have expected from such a source. "Good night," said Clifford Gandal. He smiled again, and was gone. And Mr. Potter, having stood rooted to the spot for some minutes, crossed the floor and closed the window. He then bolted the window. He perceived a pair of shutters, and shut them. He moved the washhand stand till it rested against the shutters. He placed 2 chairs and a small bookcase against the washhand stand. Then he went to bed, leaving the light burning. "Day by day, in every way," said Mr. Potter, "I am getting better and better." But his voice lacked the ring of true conviction. Sunshine filtering in through the shutters, and the song of birds busy in the ivy outside his window, woke Mr. Potter at an early hour next morning. But it was some time before he could bring himself to spring from his bed to greet another day. His disturbed night had left him heavy and lethargic. When finally he had summoned up the energy to rise and remove the zareba in front of the window and open the shutters, he became aware that a glorious morning was upon the world. The samples of sunlight that had crept into the room had indicated only feebly the golden wealth without. But there was no corresponding sunshine in Mr. Potter's heart. Spiritually as well as physically he was at a low ebb. The more he examined the position of affairs, the less he liked it. He went down to breakfast in pensive mood. Breakfast at Skelding's was an informal meal, and visitors were expected to take it when they pleased, irrespective of the movements of their hostess, who was a late riser. In the dining room, when Mr. Potter entered it, only the daughter of the house was present. Bobby was reading the morning paper. She nodded cheerfully to him over its top. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I hope you slept well." Mr. Potter winced. "Miss Wickham," he said, "last night an appalling thing occurred." A startled look came into Bobby's eyes. "You don't mean, Mr. Gandal?" "Yes." "Oh, Mr. Potter, what?" "Just as I was going to bed, the man knocked at my door and asked if he could borrow my my razor." "You didn't lend it to him?" "No, I did not," replied Mr. Potter, with a touch of asperity. "I barricaded the door." "How wise of you." "And at 2 in the morning he came in through the window." "How horrible." "He took my razor." Why he did not attack me, I cannot say. But, having obtained it, he grinned at me in a ghastly way and went out. There was a silence. "Have an egg or something," said Bobby, in a hushed voice. "Thank you, I will take a little ham," whispered Mr. Potter. There was another silence. "I'm afraid," said Bobby at length, "you will have to go." "That is what I think. It is quite evident that Mr. Gandal has taken one of his uncontrollable dislikes to you." "Yes. What I think you ought to do is to leave quite quietly, without saying goodbye or anything, so that he won't know where you've gone and won't be able to follow you. Then you could write Mother a letter, saying that you had to go because of Mr. Gandal's persecution." "Exactly. You needn't say anything about his being mad. She knows that. Just say that he ducked you in the moat and then came into your room at 2 in the morning and made faces at you. She will understand." "Yes. I." "Hush." Clifford Gandal came into the room. "Good morning," said Bobby. "Good morning," said Mr. Gandal. He helped himself to a poached egg. And, glancing across the table at the publisher, was concerned to note how wan and somber was his aspect. If ever a man looked as if he were on the verge of putting an end to everything, that man was John Hamilton Potter. Clifford Gandal was not feeling particularly festive himself at the moment, for he was a man who depended greatly for his well-being on a placid 8 hours of sleep. But he exerted himself to be bright and optimistic. "What a lovely morning," he trilled. "Yes," said Mr. Potter. "Surely such weather is enough to make any man happy and satisfied with life." "Yes," said Mr. Potter, doubtfully. Who, with all Nacha smiling, could seriously contemplate removing himself from so bright a world? George Philibert, of 32 Acacia Road, Cricklewood, did, said Bobby, who had resumed her study of the paper. Said Mr. Gandal. George Philibert, of 32 Acacia Road, Cricklewood, was had up before the Beak yesterday, charged with attempted suicide. He stated that. Mr. Gandal cast a reproachful look at her. He had always supposed Roberta Wickham to be a girl of fair intelligence, as women go, and it seemed to him that he had overestimated her good sense. He did his best to cover up her blunder. Possibly, he said, with some really definite and serious reason. I can never understand, said Mr. Potter, coming out of what had all the outward appearance of a trance, why the idea arose that suicide is wrong. He spoke with a curious intensity. The author of Ethics of Suicide had wielded a plausible pen, and the subject was one on which he now held strong views. And, even if he had not already held them, his mood this morning was of a kind to breed them in his bosom. The author of a very interesting book which I intend to publish shortly, he said, points out that none but the votaries of the monotheistic religions look upon suicide as a crime. Yes, said Mr. Gandal, but if, he goes on to say, the criminal law forbids suicide, that is not an argument valid in the Church. And, besides, the prohibition is ridiculous, for what penalty can frighten a man who is not afraid of death itself? George Philibert got 14 days, said Bobby. Yes, but, said Mr. Gandal. The ancients were very far from regarding the matter in the modern light. Indeed, in Massilia and on the island of Ceos, the man who could give valid reasons for relinquishing his life was handed the cup of hemlock by the magistrate, and that, too, in public. Yes, but. And why, said Mr. Potter, suicide should be regarded as cowardly is beyond me. Surely no man who had not an iron nerve. He broke off. The last two words had tapped a chord in his memory. Abruptly it occurred to him that here he was, halfway through breakfast. And he had not taken those iron nerve pills which his doctor had so strictly ordered him to swallow 30 minutes before the morning meal. Yes, said Mr. Gandal. He lowered his cup and looked across the table. But. His voice died away. He sat staring before him in horror-struck silence. Mr. Potter, with a strange, wild look in his eyes, was in the very act of raising to his lips a sinister-looking white pellet. And, even as Mr. Gandal gazed, the wretched man's lips closed over the horrid thing and a movement of his Adam's apple showed that the deed was done. Surely, said Mr. Potter, no man who. It seemed that fate was inflexibly bent on preventing him from finishing that particular sentence this morning. For he had got thus far when Clifford Gandal, seizing the mustard pot, rose with a maniac screech and bounded, wild-eyed, round the table at him. Lady Wickham came downstairs and made her way like a stately galleon under sail towards the dining-room. Unlike others of the household, she was feeling particularly cheerful this morning. She liked fine weather, and the day was unusually fine. Also, she had resolved that after breakfast she would take Mr. Potter aside and use the full force of her commanding personality to extract from him something in the nature of an informal contract. She would not, she decided, demand too much at first. If he would consent to undertake the American publication of Agatha's Vow, A Strong Man's Love, and, possibly, A Man for that, she would be willing to postpone discussion of Meadowsweet, Fetters of Fate, and the rest of her works. But if he thought he could eat her bread and salt and sidestep Agatha's Vow, he had grievously underestimated the power of her cold grey eye when it came to subduing such members of the animal kingdom. As publishers. There was a happy smile, therefore, on Lady Wickham's face as she entered the room. She was not actually singing, but she stopped only just short of it. She was surprised to find that, except for her daughter Roberta, the dining-room was empty. "Good morning, Mother," said Bobby. "Good morning. Has Mr. Potter finished his breakfast?" Bobby considered the question. "I don't know if he had actually finished," she said. "But he didn't seem to want any more." "Where is he?" "I don't know, Mother." "When did he go?" "He's only just left." I didn't meet him. He went out of the window. The sunshine faded from Lady Wickham's face. Out of the window? Why? I think it was because Clifford Gandol was between him and the door. What do you mean? Where is Clifford Gandol? I don't know, Mother. He went out of the window, too. They were both running down the drive when I last saw them. Bobby's face grew pensive. Mother, I've been thinking, she said. Are you really sure that Clifford Gandol would be such a steadying influence for me? He seems to me rather eccentric. I cannot understand a word of what you are saying. Well, he is eccentric. At 2 o'clock this morning, Mr. Potter told me, he climbed in through Mr. Potter's window, made faces at him, and climbed out again. And just now? Made faces at Mr. Potter? Yes, Mother. And just now Mr. Potter was peacefully eating his breakfast, when Clifford Gandol suddenly uttered a loud cry and sprang at him. Mr. Potter jumped out of window and Clifford Gandol jumped out after him and chased him down the drive. I thought Mr. Potter ran awfully well for an elderly man, but that sort of thing can't be good for him in the middle of breakfast. Lady Wickham subsided into a chair. Is everybody mad? I think Clifford Gandol must be. You know, these men who do wonderful things at the varsity often do crack up suddenly. I was reading a case only yesterday about a man in America. He took every possible prize at Harvard or wherever it was, and then, just as everybody was predicting the most splendid future for him, he bit his aunt in the leg. Go and find Mr. Potter, cried Lady Wickham. I must speak to him. I'll try. But I don't believe it will be easy. I think he's gone for good. Lady Wickham uttered a bereaved cry, such as a tigress might who sees its prey snatched from it. Gone. He told me he was thinking of going. He said he couldn't stand Clifford Gandol's persecution any longer. And that was before breakfast, so I don't suppose he has changed his mind. I think he means to go on running. A sigh like the whistling of the wind through the cracks in a broken heart escaped Lady Wickham. Mother, said Bobby, I've something to tell you. Last night Clifford Gandol asked me to marry him. I hadn't time to answer one way or the other, because just after he had proposed he jumped into the moat and tried to drown Mr. Potter. But if you really think he would be a steadying influence for me. Lady Wickham uttered a snort of agony. I forbid you to dream of marrying this man. Very well, Mother, said Bobby, dutifully. She rose and moved to the sideboard. Would you like an egg, Mother? No. Some ham? No. Very well. Bobby paused at the door. Don't you think it would be a good idea, she said, if I were to go and find Clifford Gandol and tell him to pack up and go away? I'm sure you won't like having him about after this. Lady Wickham's eyes flashed fire. If that man dares to come back, yes. Tell him to go. Tell him to go away and never let me set eyes on him again. Very well, Mother, said Bobby. Lord Emsworth acts for the best. The housekeeper's room at Blandings Castle, GHQ. Of the domestic staff that ministered to the needs of that amiable but woolen-headed peer, the Earl of Emsworth, was in normal circumstances a pleasant and cheerful apartment. It caught the afternoon sun. And the paper which covered its walls had been conceived in a jovial spirit by someone who held that the human eye, resting on 97 simultaneous pink birds perched upon 97 blue rosebushes, could not but be agreeably stimulated and refreshed. Yet, with the entry of Beach, the butler, it was as though there had crept into its atmosphere a chill dreariness, and Mrs. Twemlow, the housekeeper, laying down her knitting, gazed at him in alarm. Whatever is the matter, Mr. Beach? The butler stared moodily out of the window. His face was drawn and he breathed heavily, as a man will who is suffering from a combination of strong emotion and adenoids. A ray of sunshine, which had been advancing jauntily along the carpet, caught sight of his face and slunk out, abashed. I have come to a decision, Mrs. Twemlow. What about? Ever since his lordship started to grow it I have seen the writing on the wall plainer and plainer, and now I have made up my mind. The moment his lordship returns from London, I tender my resignation. 18 years have I served in his lordship's household, commencing as under footman and rising to my present position, but now the end has come. You don't mean you're going just because his lordship has grown a beard? It is the only way, Mrs. Twemlow. That beard is weakening his lordship's position throughout the entire countryside. Are you aware that at the recent Sunday school treat I heard cries of beaver? No. Yes. And this spirit of mockery and disrespect will spread. And, what is more, that beard is alienating the best elements in the county. I saw Sir Gregory Parslow look very sharp at it when he dined with us last Friday. It is not a handsome beard, admitted the housekeeper. It is not. It looks like some sort of fungus. And his lordship must be informed. As long as I remain in his lordship's service, it is impossible for me to speak. So I shall tender my resignation. Once that is done, my lips will no longer be sealed. Is that buttered toast under that dish, Mrs. Twemlow? Yes, Mr. Beach. Take a slice. It will cheer you up. Cheer me up, said the butler, with a hollow laugh that sounded like a knell. It was fortunate that Lord Emsworth, seated at the time of this conversation in the smoking room of the Senior Conservative Club in London, had no suspicion of the supreme calamity that was about to fall upon him. For there was already much upon his mind. In the last few days, indeed, everything seemed to have gone wrong. Angus McAllister, his head gardener, had reported an alarming invasion of greenfly among the roses. A favorite and respected cow, strongly fancied for the milk-giving Jerseys event at the forthcoming cattle show, had contracted a mysterious ailment which was baffling the skill of the local vet. And on top of all this a telegram had arrived from his lordship's younger son, the Honourable Frederick Threepwood, announcing that he was back in England and desirous of seeing his father immediately. This, felt Lord Emsworth, as he stared bleakly before him at the little groups of happy senior conservatives, was the most unkindest cut of all. What on earth was Freddie doing in England? 18 months before he had married the only daughter of Donaldson's Dog Biscuits, of Long Island City, in the United States of America. And in Long Island City he ought now to have been, sedulously promoting the dog biscuit industry's best interests. Instead of which, here he was in London, and, according to his telegram, in trouble. Lord Emsworth passed a hand over his chin, to assist thought, and was vaguely annoyed by some obstacle that intruded itself in the path of his fingers. Concentrating his faculties, such as they were, on this obstacle, he discovered it to be his beard. It irritated him. Hitherto, in moments of stress, he had always derived comfort from the feel of a clean-shaven chin. He felt now as if he were rubbing his hand over seaweed. And most unjustly, for it was certainly not that young man's fault that he had decided to grow a beard, he became aware of an added sense of grievance against the Honourable Freddie. It was at this moment that he perceived his child approaching him across the smoking-room floor. "Hullo, Governor," said Freddie. "Well, Frederick," said Lord Emsworth. There followed a silence. Freddie was remembering that he had not met his father since the day when he had slipped into the latter's hand a note announcing his marriage to a girl whom Lord Emsworth had never seen, except once. Through a telescope, when he, Freddie, was kissing her in the grounds of Blandings Castle. Lord Emsworth, on his side, was brooding on that phrase, "in trouble," which had formed so significant a part of his son's telegram. For 20 years he had been reluctantly helping Freddie out of trouble, and now, when it had seemed that he was off his hands forever, the thing had started all over again. "Do sit down," he said, testily. Freddie had been standing on one leg, and his constrained attitude annoyed Lord Emsworth. It is a peculiarity of many fathers in the ranks of Britain's aristocracy that practically every action on the part of their younger sons has the power to annoy them. Unlike the male codfish, which, suddenly becoming the parent of 3,500,000 little codfish, cheerfully resolves to love them all. The British aristocracy is apt to look with a jaundiced eye on its younger sons. Right-ho, said Freddie, taking a chair. I say, governor, since when the foliage? What? The beard. I hardly recognized you. Another spasm of irritation shot through his lordship. Never mind my beard. I don't if you don't, said Freddie, agreeably. It was dashed good of you, governor, to come bounding up to town so promptly. I came because your telegram said that you were in trouble. British, said Freddie, approvingly. Very British. Though what trouble you can be in I cannot imagine. It is surely not money again? Oh, no. Not money. If that had been all, I would have applied to the good old pop-in-law. Old Donaldson's an ace. He thinks the world of me. Indeed? I met Mr. Donaldson only once, but he struck me as a man of sound judgment. That's what I say. He thinks I'm a wonder. If it were simply a question of needing a bit of the ready, I could touch him like a shot. But it isn't money that's the trouble. It's Aggie. My wife, you know. Well? She's left me. Left you. Absolutely flat. Buzzed off, and the note pinned to the pincushion. She's now at the Savoy and won't let me come near her. And I'm at a service flat in King Street, eating my jolly old heart out, if you know what I mean. Lord Emsworth uttered a deep sigh. He gazed drearily at his son, marveling that it should be in the power of any young man, even a specialist like Freddie, so consistently to make a mess of his affairs. By what amounted to a miracle this offspring of his had contrived to lure a millionaire's daughter into marrying him, and now, it seemed, he had let her get away. Years before, when a boy, and romantic as most boys are, his lordship had sometimes regretted that the Emsworths, though an ancient clan, did not possess a family curse. How little he had suspected that he was shortly about to become the father of it. The fault, he said, tonelessly, was, I suppose, yours? In a way, yes. But what precisely occurred? Well, it was like this, governor. You know how keen I've always been on the movies. Going to every picture I could manage, and so forth. Well, one night, as I was lying awake, I suddenly got the idea for a scenario of my own. And dashed good it was, too. It was about a poor man who had an accident, and the coves at the hospital said that an operation was the only thing that could save his life. But they wouldn't operate without $500 down in advance, and he hadn't got $500. So his wife got hold of a millionaire. What, inquired Lord Emsworth, is all this drivel? Drivel, governor, said Freddie, wounded. I'm only telling you my scenario. I have no wish to hear it. What I am anxious to learn from you, in as few words as possible, is the reason for the breach between your wife and yourself. Well, I'm telling you. It all started with the scenario. When I'd written it, I naturally wanted to sell it to somebody, and just about then Pauline Petite came east and took a house at Great Neck, and a pal of mine introduced me to her. Who is Pauline Petite? Good heavens, governor. Freddie stared, amazed. You don't mean to sit there and tell me you've never heard of Pauline Petite? The movie star. Didn't you see Passion Slaves? I did not. Nor Silken Fetters? Never. Nor Purple Passion? Nor Bonds of Gold? Nor Seduction? Great Scott, governor, you haven't lived. What about this woman? Well, a pal introduced me to her, you see, and I started to pave the way to getting her interested in this scenario of mine. Because, if she liked it, of course it meant everything. Well, this involved seeing a good deal of her, you understand, and one night Jane York happened to come on us having a bite together at an inn. Good God! Oh, it was all perfectly respectable, governor. All strictly on the up and up. Purely a business relationship. But the trouble was I had kept the thing from Aggie because I wanted to surprise her. I wanted to be able to come to her with the scenario accepted and tell her I wasn't such a fool as I looked. Any woman capable of believing that. And most unfortunately I had said that I had to go to Chicago that night on business. So, what with one thing and another, well, as I said just now, she's at the Savoy and I'm. Who is Jane York? A scowl marred Freddie's smooth features. A pill, governor. One of the worst. A Jebusite and Amalekite. If it hadn't been for her, I believe I could have fixed the thing. But she got hold of Aggie and whisked her away and poisoned her mind. This woman, governor, has got a brother in the background, and she wanted Aggie to marry the brother. And my belief is that she is trying to induce Aggie to pop over to Paris and get a divorce, so as to give the blighted brother another look in, dash him. So now, governor, is the time for action. Now is the moment to rally round as never before. I rely on you. Me? What on earth do you expect me to do? Why, go to her and plead with her. They do it in the movies. I've seen thousands of pictures where the white-haired old father. Stuff and nonsense. Said Lord Emsworth, stung to the quick, for, like so many well-preserved men of ripe years, he was under the impression that he was merely slightly brindled. You have made your bed, and you must stew in it. I mean, you must stew in your own juice. You have brought this trouble on yourself by your own idiotic behavior, and you must bear the consequences. You mean you won't go and plead? No. You mean yes? I mean no. Not plead? Said Freddie, desiring to get this thing clear. I refuse to allow myself to be drawn into the matter. You won't even give her a ring on the telephone? I will not. Oh, come, governor. Be a sport. Her suite's number 67. You can get her in a second and state my case, all for the cost of tuppence. Have a pop at it. No. Freddie rose with set face. He looked like a sheep that has had bad news. Very well, he said, tensely. Then I may as well tell you, governor, that my life is as good as over. The future holds nothing for me. I am a spent egg. If Aggie goes to Paris and gets that divorce, I shall retire to some quiet spot and there pass the few remaining years of my existence, a blighted wreck. Goodbye, governor. Goodbye. Honk honk, said Freddie, moodily. As a general rule, Lord Emsworth was an early and a sound sleeper. One of the few qualities which he shared with Napoleon Bonaparte being the ability to slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. But that night, weighed down with his troubles, he sought unconsciousness in vain. And somewhere in the small hours of the morning he sat up in bed, quaking. A sudden grisly thought had occurred to him. Freddie had stated that, in the event of his wife obtaining a divorce, he proposed to retire for the rest of his life to some quiet spot. Suppose by quiet spot he meant Blandings Castle. The possibility shook Lord Emsworth like an ague. Freddie had visited Blandings for extended periods before, and it was his lordship's considered opinion that the boy was a worse menace to the happy life of rural England than bots, greenfly, or foot-and-mouth disease. The prospect of having him at Blandings indefinitely affected Lord Emsworth like a blow on the base of the skull. An entirely new line of thought was now opened. Had he in the recent interview, he asked himself, been as kind as he should have been? Had he not been a little harsh? Had he been just a shade lacking in sympathy? Had he played quite the part a father ought to have played? The answers to the questions, in the order stated, were as follows: no. Yes. Yes. And no. Waking after a belated sleep and sipping his early tea, Lord Emsworth found himself full of a new resolve. He had changed his mind. It was his intention now to go to this daughter-in-law of his and plead with her as no father-in-law had ever pleaded yet. A man who has had a disturbed night is not at his best on the following morning. Until after luncheon Lord Emsworth felt much too heavy-headed to do himself justice as a pleader. But a visit to the flowers at Kensington Gardens, followed by a capital chop and half a bottle of claret at the Regent Grill, put him into excellent shape. The heaviness had vanished, and he felt alert and quick-witted. So much so that, on arriving at the Savoy Hotel, he behaved with a cunning of which he had never hitherto suspected himself capable. On the very verge of giving his name to the desk clerk, he paused. It might well be, he reflected, that this daughter-in-law of his, including the entire Emsworth family in her feud, would, did she hear that he was waiting below, nip the whole program in the bud by refusing to see him. Better, he decided, not to risk it. Moving away from the desk, he headed for the lift, and presently found himself outside the door of Suite 67. He tapped on the door. There was no answer. He tapped again, and, once more receiving no reply, felt a little nonplussed. He was not a very far-seeing man, and the possibility that his daughter-in-law might not be at home had not occurred to him. He was about to go away when, peering at the door, he perceived that it was ajar. He pushed it open. And, ambling in, found himself in a cozy sitting room, crowded, as feminine sitting rooms are apt to be, with flowers of every description. Flowers were always a magnet to Lord Emsworth, and for some happy minutes he pottered from vase to vase, sniffing. It was after he had sniffed for perhaps the 20th time that the impression came to him that the room contained a curious echo. It was almost as though, each time he sniffed, some other person sniffed too. And yet the place was apparently empty. To submit the acoustics to a final test, his lordship sniffed once more. But this time the sound that followed was of a more sinister character. It sounded to Lord Emsworth exactly like a snarl. It was a snarl. Chancing to glance floorwards, he became immediately aware, in close juxtaposition to his ankles, of what appeared at first sight to be a lady's muff. But, this being one of his bright afternoons, he realized in the next instant that it was no muff, but a toy dog of the kind which women are only too prone to leave lying about their sitting rooms. "God bless my soul!" exclaimed Lord Emsworth, piously commending his safety to heaven, as so many of his rugged ancestors had done in rather similar circumstances on the battlefields of the Middle Ages. He backed uneasily. The dog followed him. It appeared to have no legs, but to move by faith alone. "Go away, sir," said Lord Emsworth. He hated small dogs. They nipped you. Take your eye off them, and they had you by the ankle before you knew where you were. Discovering that his maneuvers had brought him to a door, he decided to take cover. He opened the door and slipped through. Blood will tell. An Emsworth had taken cover at Agincourt. He was now in a bedroom, and, judging by the look of things, likely to remain there for some time. The woolly dog, foiled by superior intelligence, was now making no attempt to conceal its chagrin. It had cast off all pretense of armed neutrality and was yapping with a hideous intensity and shrillness. And ever and anon it scratched with baffled fury at the lower panels. "Go away, sir!" thundered his lordship. "Who's there?" Lord Emsworth leaped like a jumping bean. So convinced had he been of the emptiness of this suite of rooms that the voice, speaking where no voice should have been, crashed into his nerve centers like a shell. "Who is there?" The mystery, which had begun to assume an aspect of the supernatural, was solved. On the other side of the room was a door, and it was from behind this that the voice had spoken. It occurred to Lord Emsworth that it was merely part of the general malignity of fate that he should have selected for a formal father-in-lawful call the moment when his daughter-in-law was taking a bath. He approached the door, and spoke soothingly. "Pray do not be alarmed, my dear. Who are you? What are you doing in my room? There is no cause for alarm." He broke off abruptly, for his words had suddenly been proved fundamentally untrue. There was very vital cause for alarm. The door of the bedroom had opened, and the muff-like dog, shrilling hate, was scuttling in its peculiar legless manner straight for his ankles. Peril brings out unsuspected qualities in every man. Lord Emsworth was not a professional acrobat, but the leap he gave in this crisis would have justified his being mistaken for one. He floated through the air like a homing bird. From where he had been standing the bed was a considerable distance away, but he reached it with inches to spare, and stood there, quivering. Below him, the woolly dog raged like the ocean at the base of a cliff. It was at this point that his lordship became aware of a young woman standing in the doorway through which he had just passed. About this young woman there were many points which would have found little favor in the eyes of a critic of feminine charm. She was too short, too square, and too solid. She had a much too determined chin. And her hair was of an unpleasing gingery hue. But the thing Lord Emsworth liked least about her was the pistol she was pointing at his head. A plaintive voice filtered through the bathroom door. "Who's there?" "It's a man," said the girl behind the gun. "I know it's a man. He spoke to me." "Who is he?" "I don't know. A nasty-looking fellow. I saw him hanging about the passage outside your door, and I got my gun and came along." "Come on out." "I can't. I'm all wet." It is not easy for a man who is standing on a bed with his hands up to achieve dignity, but Lord Emsworth did the best he could. "My dear madam. What are you doing here?" "I found the door ajar. And walked in to see if there were any jewel cases ajar, too. I think," added the young woman, raising her voice so as to make herself audible to the unseen bather, "it's Dopey Smith." "Who?" "Dopey Smith. The fellow the cops said tried for your jewels in New York. He must have followed you over here." "I am not Dopey Smith, madam," cried his lordship. "I am the Earl of Emsworth." "You are?" "Yes, I am." "Yes, you are." "I came to see my daughter-in-law." "Well, here she is." The bathroom door opened, and there emerged a charming figure draped in a kimono. Even in that tense moment Lord Emsworth was conscious of a bewildered astonishment that such a girl could ever have stooped to mate with his son Frederick. "Who did you say he was?" she asked, recommending herself still more strongly to his lordship's esteem by scooping up the woolly dog and holding it securely in her arms. "He says he's the Earl of Emsworth." "I am the Earl of Emsworth." The girl in the kimono looked keenly at him as he descended from the bed. "You know, Jane," she said, a note of uncertainty in her voice, "it might be. He looks very like Freddie." The appalling slur on his personal appearance held Lord Emsworth dumb. Like other men, he had had black moments when his looks had not altogether satisfied him, but he had never supposed that he had a face like Freddie's. The girl with the pistol uttered a stupefying whoop. "Jiminy Christmas," she cried. "Don't you see?" "See what?" "Why, it is Freddie. Disguised. Trying to get at you this way. It's just the sort of movie stunt he would think clever. Take them off, Ralph Vandala, I know you." She reached out a clutching hand, seized his lordship's beard in a vice-like grip, and tugged with all the force of a modern girl, trained from infancy at hockey, tennis, and Swedish exercises. It had not occurred to Lord Emsworth a moment before that anything could possibly tend to make his situation more uncomfortable than it already was. He saw now that he had been mistaken in this view. Agony beyond his liveliest dreams flamed through his shrinking frame. The girl regarded him with a somewhat baffled look. She said, disappointedly. "It seems to be real. Unless," she continued, on a more optimistic note, "he's fixed it on with specially strong fish glue or something. I'd better try again." "No, don't," said his lordship's daughter-in-law. "It isn't Freddie. I would have recognized him at once. Then he's a crook after all. Kindly step into that cupboard, George, while I phone for the constabulary." Lord Emsworth danced a few steps. "I will not step into cupboards. I insist on being heard. I don't know who this woman is. My name's Jane York, if you're curious." "Ah. The woman who poisons my son's wife's mind against him. I know all about you." He turned to the girl in the kimono. Yesterday my son Frederick implored me by telegram to come to London. I saw him at my club. Stop that dog barking. Why shouldn't he bark, said Miss York. He's in his own home. He told me, proceeded Lord Emsworth, raising his voice, that there had been a little misunderstanding between you. Little misunderstanding is good, said Miss York. He dined with that woman for a purpose. And directly I saw them, said Miss York, I knew what the purpose was. The Honourable Mrs. Threepwood looked at her friend, wavering. I believe it's true, she said, and he really is Lord Emsworth. He seems to know all that happened. How could he know if Freddie hadn't told him? If this fellow is a crook from the other side, of course he would know. The thing was in Broadway whispers and town gossip, wasn't it? All the same. The telephone bell rang sharply. I assure you, began Lord Emsworth. Right, said the unpleasant Miss York, at the receiver. Send him right up. She regarded his lordship with a brightly triumphant eye. You're out of luck, my friend, she said. Lord Emsworth has just arrived, and he's on his way up now. There are certain situations in which the human brain may be excused for reeling. Lord Emsworth's did not so much reel as perform a kind of shimmy, as if it were in danger of coming unstuck. Always a dreamy and absent-minded man, unequal to the rough hurly-burly of life, he had passed this afternoon through an ordeal which might well have unsettled the most practical. And this extraordinary announcement, coming on top of all he had been through, was too much for him. He tottered into the sitting-room and sank into a chair. It seemed to him that he was living in a nightmare. And certainly in the figure that entered a few moments later there was nothing whatever to correct this impression. It might have stepped straight into anybody's nightmare and felt perfectly at home right from the start. The figure was that of a tall, thin man with white hair and a long and flowing beard of the same venerable hue. Strange as it seemed that a person of such appearance should not have been shot on sight early in his career, he had obviously reached an extremely advanced age. He was either a man of about 150 who was rather young for his years or a man of about 110 who had been aged by trouble. My dear child, piped the figure in a weak, quavering voice. Freddie, cried the girl in the kimono. Oh, dash it, said the figure. There was a pause, broken by a sort of gasping moan from Lord Emsworth. More and more every minute his lordship was feeling the strain. Good God, Governor, said the figure, citing him. His wife pointed at Lord Emsworth. Freddie, is that your father? Oh, yes. Rather. Of course. Absolutely. But he said he wasn't coming. I changed my mind, said Lord Emsworth in a low, stricken voice. I told you so, Jane, said the girl. I thought he was Lord Emsworth all the time. Surely you can see the likeness now? A kind of wail escaped his lordship. Do I look like that? He said brokenly. He gazed at his son once more and shut his eyes. Well, said Miss York, in her detestable managing way, turning her forceful personality on the newcomer, now that you are here, Freddie Threepwood, looking like Father Christmas, what's the idea? Aggie told you never to come near her again. A young man of his natural limpness of character might well have retired in disorder before this attack, but love had apparently made Frederick Threepwood a man of steel. Removing his beard and eyebrows, he directed a withering glance at Miss York. I don't want to talk to you, he said. You're a serpent in the bosom. I mean a snake in the grass. Oh, am I? Yes, you are. You poisoned Aggie's jolly old mind against me. If it hadn't been for you, I could have got her alone and told her my story as man to man. Well, let's hear it now. You've had plenty of time to rehearse it. Freddie turned to his wife with a sweeping gesture. He paused. I say, Aggie, old thing, you look perfectly topping in that kimono. Stick to the point, said Miss York. That is the point, said Mrs. Freddie, not without a certain softness. But if you think I look perfectly topping, why do you go running around with movie actresses with carroty hair? Red gold, suggested Freddie, deferentially. Carroty. Carroty it is. You're absolutely right. I never liked it all along. Then why were you dining with it? Yes, why? Inquired Miss York. I wish you wouldn't butt in, said Freddie, petulantly. I'm not talking to you. You might just as well, for all the good it's going to do you. Be quiet, Jane. Well, Freddie? Aggie, said the Honorable Freddie, it was this way. Never believe a man who starts a story like that, said Miss York. Do please be quiet, Jane. Yes, Freddie? I was trying to sell that carroty female a scenario, and I was keeping it from you because I wanted it to be a surprise. Freddie darling. Was that really it? You don't mean to say, began Miss York, incredulously. Absolutely it. And, in order to keep in with the woman, whom, I may as well tell you, I disliked rather heartily from the start, I had to lush her up a trifle from time to time. Of course. You have to with these people. Naturally. Makes all the difference in the world if you push a bit of food into them preparatory to talking business. All the difference in the world. Miss York, who seemed temporarily to have lost her breath, recovered it. You don't mean to tell me, she cried, turning in a kind of wild despair to the injured wife, that you really believe this apple sauce? Of course she does, said Freddie. Don't you, precious? Of course I do, sweetie pie. And, what's more, said Freddie, pulling from his breast pocket a buff-colored slip of paper with the air of one who draws from his sleeve that extra ace which makes all the difference in a keenly contested game, I can prove it. Here's a cable that came this morning from the Super Ultra Art Film Company, offering me $1,000 merry dollars for the scenario. So another time, will you kindly refrain from judging your fellows by the beastly light of your own, foul imagination? Yes, said his wife, I must say, Jane, that you have made as much mischief as anyone ever did. I wish in future you would stop interfering in other people's concerns. Spoken, said Freddie, with vim and not a little terse good sense. And I may add. If you ask me, said Miss York, I think it's a fake. What's a fake? That cable. What do you mean, a fake? Cried Freddie, indignantly. Read it for yourself. It's quite easy to get cables cabled you by cabling a friend in New York to cable them. I don't get that, said Freddie, puzzled. I do, said his wife. And there shone in her eyes the light that shines only in the eyes of wives who, having swallowed their husband's story, resent destructive criticism from outsiders. And I never want to see you again, Jane York. Same here, agreed Freddie. In Turkey they'd have shoved a girl like that in a sack and dropped her in the Bosphorus. I might as well go, said Miss York. And don't come back, said Freddie. The door is behind you. The species of trance which had held Lord Emsworth in its grip during the preceding conversational exchanges was wearing off. And now, perceiving that Miss York was apparently as unpopular with the rest of the company as with himself, he came gradually to life again. His recovery was hastened by the slamming of the door and the spectacle of his son Frederick clasping in his arms a wife who, his lordship had never forgotten, was the daughter of probably the only millionaire in existence who had that delightful willingness to take Freddie off his hands which was, in Lord Emsworth's eyes, the noblest quality a millionaire could possess. He sat up and blinked feebly. Though much better, he was still weak. What was your scenario about, sweetness? Asked Mrs. Freddie. I'll tell you, angel face. Or should we stir up the governor? He seems a bit under the weather. Better leave him to rest for a while. That woman Jane York upset him. She would upset anybody. If there's one person I bar, it's the blister who comes between man and wife. Not right, I mean, coming between man and wife. My scenario's about a man and wife. This fellow, you understand, is a poor cove, no money, if you see what I mean, and he has an accident. And the hospital coves say they won't operate unless he can chip in with $500 down in advance. But where to get it? You see the situation? Oh, yes. Strong, what? Awfully strong. Well, it's nothing to how strong it gets later on. The cove's wife gets hold of a millionaire bloke and vamps him and lures him to the flat and gets him to promise he'll cough up the cash. Meanwhile, cutbacks of the doctor at the hospital on the phone. Subtitle, Have you got the money? And she laughing merrily so as not to let the millionaire bloke guess that her heart is aching. I forgot to tell you the cove had to be operated on immediately or he would hand in his dinner pail. Dramatic, eh? Frightfully. Well, then the millionaire bloke demands his price. I thought of calling it a woman's price. Splendid. And now comes the blowout. They go into the bedroom and, oh, hello, governor. Feeling better? Lord Emsworth had risen. He was tottering a little as he approached them, but his mind was at rest. Much better, thank you. You know my wife, what? Oh, Lord Emsworth, said Mrs. Freddy, I'm so dreadfully sorry. I wouldn't have had anything like this happen for the world. But. Lord Emsworth patted her hand paternally. Once more he was overcome with astonishment that his son Frederick should have been able to win the heart of a girl so beautiful, so sympathetic, so extraordinarily rich. The fault was entirely mine, my dear child. But, he paused. Something was plainly troubling him. Tell me, when Frederick was wearing that beard, when Frederick when he was wearing that beard, did he really look like me? Oh, yes. Very like. Thank you, my dear. That was all I wanted to know. I will leave you now. You will want to be alone. You must come down to Blandings, my dear child, at the very earliest opportunity. He walked thoughtfully from the room. Does this hotel, he inquired of the man who took him down in the lift, contain a barber's shop? Yes, sir. I wonder if you would direct me to it? Said his lordship. Lord Emsworth sat in his library at Blandings Castle, drinking that last restful whiskey and soda of the day. Through the open window came the scent of flowers and the little noises of the summer night. He should have been completely at rest, for much had happened since his return to sweeten life for him. Angus McAllister had reported that the greenfly were yielding to treatment with whale oil solution. And the stricken cow had taken a sudden turn for the better, and at last advices was sitting up and taking nourishment with something of the old appetite. Moreover, as he stroked his shaven chin, his lordship felt a better, lighter man, as if some burden had fallen from him. And yet, as he sat there, a frown was on his forehead. He rang the bell. Your lordship? Lord Emsworth looked at his faithful butler with appreciation. Deuce of a long time Beach had been at the castle, and would, no doubt, be there for many a year to come. A good fellow. Lord Emsworth had liked the way the man's eyes had lighted up on his return, as if the sight of his employer had removed a great weight from his mind. Oh, Beach, said his lordship, kindly put in a trunk call to London on the telephone. Very good, your lordship. Get through to suite number 67 at the Savoy Hotel, and speak to Mr. Frederick. Yes, your lordship. Say that I particularly wished to know how that scenario of his ended. Scenario, your lordship? Scenario. Very good, your lordship. Lord Emsworth returned to his reverie. Time passed. The butler returned. I have spoken to Mr. Frederick, your lordship. Yes? He instructed me to give your lordship his best wishes, and to tell you that, when the millionaire and Mr. Cove's wife entered the bedroom, there was a black jaguar tied to the foot of the bed. A jaguar? A jaguar, your lordship. Mrs. Cove stated that it was there to protect her honor, whereupon the millionaire, touched by this, gave her the money. Mr. Cove made a satisfactory recovery after his operation, your lordship. Ah, said Lord Emsworth, expelling a deep breath. Thank you, Beach, that is all.